Chapter 651, Shock and Awe. Chapter 651, Shock and Awe. The eyes of the leaders of the three large factions involuntarily shrank a little as they watched this black-robed, young man quietly appear in a ghost-like manner. This fellow had unusual agility, and was actually able to enter this large hall without making any noise. Moreover, he had escaped their notice. Such a level of agility did indeed cause others to be extremely afraid. The anxious swords-drawn atmosphere within the hall had also become dull following the appearance of the black-robed, young man. That atmosphere that was about to collapse slowly calmed down due to their fear for each other. A joy surged onto Xiao Li's face when he saw the sudden appearance of the black-robed, young man. Since Xiao Yan had managed to rush over, it was likely that they could smoothly settle the calamity today. He had always held a confidence that exceeded common sense toward the former's ability. "Who are you?" The first person to open his mouth was the old man from the Dark Sky sect. His gaze was filled with shadows as he stared at Xiao Yan and asked in a hoarse, cold voice. "Friend, I shall warn you that this is a matter between us and the Xiao Gate. It is best that an outsider doesn't intervene. Getting involved in something that doesn't concern you is the most illogical act within the Black Corner region." The large man with exposed arms locked his gaze firmly on Xiao Yan as he spoke in a solemn voice. The strange agility that the person in front had displayed caused them to be shocked. Hence, no one dared underestimate this person. He is the true leader of our Xiao Gate. How can you say that he is an outsider? Xiao Li smiled faintly. The leaders of the three large factions were slightly startled when they heard these words. Their expressions slightly sank. It was unexpected that what Xiao Li had said earlier was actually the truth. The leader of Xiao Gate was indeed someone else. The three of them looked at each other before that shadowy old man laughed dryly. "This friend looks a little foreign? It seems that I have not seen you in the Black Corner region before. May I know your name?" "I am Xiao Yan. I have just entered the Black Corner region. Please do bear with me if I offended you in any way." Xiao Yan smiled slightly. However, the simple name suddenly caused the atmosphere of the entire hall to abruptly stiffen. The smile that hung on the faces of the leaders of the three factions slowly stiffened. "Xiao Yan? You are the Xiao Yan who killed Fan Lao and Han Feng?" The sexily clad beautiful woman's face was filled with surprise before she involuntarily cried out a moment later. Xiao Yan smiled as he said in a casual manner, "Although it is not some honorable thing, the two of them did indeed lose their lives by my hand." "Cuckoo, why? Don't tell me the three of you have come here this time around to seek justice for them?" The faces of the three of them immediately became volatile upon hearing Xiao Yan's acknowledgement. The recent death of Han Feng and the dissolution of the Black Alliance was basically a huge matter that had shaken the entire Black Corner region. The person who had caused all of this to happen was this fellow in front of them. He looked extremely young. Moreover, they were terribly unlucky to actually meet this fellow. The strength of the three of them was at the very most a little stronger than Fan Lao. They would undoubtedly be much weaker when compared with Han Feng. Even Han Feng had died in the hands of this fellow. If they were to really fight, it was likely that their chances of victory would not be high even if they were to join hands. The eyes of the three of them crossed each other as they involuntarily frowned. Originally, they had thought that this was merely a small faction. It was unexpected that they actually ended up dragging this fierce god over. "Haha, what is Brother Xiao saying? We are not familiar with Han Feng. How could it be possible that we are here to seek justice for him?" The sexily clad beautiful woman covered her mouth as she laughed in an enchanting manner. "The three of you have launched such a big campaign to come to my Feng city. Is something the matter?" The smile on Xiao Yan's face might be calm, but the three people on the other side did not think that Xiao Yan's character was this kind since he was the young man who had killed Fan Lao and Han Feng. One did not only rely on strength to be able to muddle along in the Black Corner region to such an extent. Being aggressively pressed for answers by Xiao Yan, the faces of the three leaders also changed slightly. Their motive was already extremely obvious. Yet, the other party was acting stupid. This had a little mocking taste to it. "I believe that Chief Xiao should be clearly aware of our intentions. Feng City is a big cake. Its rich profits are something that would cause anyone's eyes to turn red. We are naturally no exception." The large man with exposed arm was the first to be unable to control himself, so he replied with a deep voice. "So, the three of you are thinking of snatching my Xiao Gate's controlling rights of Feng City?" Xiao Yan laughed softly as his eyes narrowed. There was, however, no sign of any emotion on his face. The three leaders quietly looked at one another before they instantly clenched their teeth. The profits of Feng City were extremely great. It was quite difficult to get them to give it up even with Xiao Yan's appearance. As people from the Black Corner region, the blood in their bones were filled with a restless seed. Taking a risk was something that frequently occurred. Moreover, given their strength, if the three of them were to join hands, it was not certain that they would be defeated by Xiao Yan. If they managed to delay Xiao Yan, it should not be difficult to bath the Xiao Gate in blood with their numerous powerful subordinates. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and studied the faint fierceness that slowly and obscurely surfaced in the eyes of the three leaders. A cold smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth. The people from the Black Corner region were indeed a group of greedy fellows who placed profits as the highest priority. Xiao Li, who was behind Xiao Yan, also seemed to have sensed something. His expression gradually became cold as he quietly gave a hand sign. The large group of black-clothed individuals behind him slowly tightened their grip on their weapons. A graceful figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan without any forewarning just when the atmosphere in the hall had turned quiet and tense. The woman who had appeared immediately caused the atmosphere in the hall to become stiff. Xiao Li's face was shocked. He was also acquainted with this frightening woman who had been chasing after Xiao Yan with the intent to kill him. By appearing at this moment, she was undoubtedly exacerbating their situation. The three leaders on the opposite side had similar expressions as Xiao Li. Their faces had become shocked at this moment. This was because they did not discover the slightest trace of air movement. It was as though this woman had been standing there without moving, only to reveal herself at this moment. This clearly told them that she was no ordinary woman. This kind of speed was even more frightening and shocking compared to when Xiao Yan had appeared earlier. Earlier, Xiao Yan's speed was as fast as ghost. However, one could at least vaguely identify the direction he had come from. This lady, however, did not allow them to sense anything. Moreover, the thing that caused them to be most terrified was that this woman might appear to be carelessly standing in that spot, but the aura which faintly seeped out from her was sufficient to cause their hearts to feel stagnant. The strength of the three great leaders were all at the Dou Huang class. Despite their strength, they still felt such a feeling of pressure. That meant that this bewitching beauty in front of them might be an ultimate expert of the Dou Zone class. Dou Zone, the throats of the three great leaders quietly rolled a little. Cold perspiration surfaced on their foreheads. Back then, the Black Alliance did not even possess a true elite Dou Zone despite its strength. It was unexpected that this small Xiao Gate currently possessed such a frightening person. Xiao Yan also sensed Queen Medusa suddenly appear behind him. He turned around and smiled toward her before giving Xiao Li a comforting hand sign. Only after seeing Xiao Yan's action did Xiao Li, who was drenched in cold sweat, quietly sigh in relief. From the looks of the situation, it seemed that Xiao Yan had already reached some sort of agreement with this terrifying woman. Medusa did not have the slightest reaction toward Xiao Yan's smile. Her narrow and long pupils were filled with an unusual allure coldly swept across the hall. Anyone who was caught by her gaze would feel their skin turn cold. Some of those who were weaker could not help but feel their knees turn soft. The pressure of the aura of a Dou Zone was actually this strong. The heads of the three leaders turned numb as they stared at Medusa's gaze. It was a long while later before the sexily clad beautiful woman forced a smile on her face and said, "It is unexpected that there is actually such a strong person sitting in Xiao Gate. The three of us were really somewhat blind this time around." The other two leaders laughed dryly and nodded after these words were spoken from the pretty woman. Even the gang leader of the Wild Lion Gang, who appeared to be a little ill-tempered, did not dare to provoke them with his words. Although he was not considered weak in the Dou Huang class, he was just like a hungry dog that met a lion in the hands of a true elite Dou Zone. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands on his sleeves as he watched the three of them with a half-smile. The three leaders became somewhat unnatural under the somewhat malicious gaze of Xiao Yan. A moment later, that shadowy-looking old man finally laughed dryly. "Today's matter is actually a misunderstanding. It is only natural that we don't dare offend since Feng City belongs to Qi Xiao. You must inform the others not to do any foolish things after returning today." "Haha, that's right." The pretty woman covered her mouth and immediately stood up before bowing toward Xiao Yan. She spoke with a loving laugh. "Qi Xiao, please don't take our offense today to heart. We will definitely come and apologize in the future. It is already late today. There are still some things that need to be settled in the sect. We shall not disturb you any further." This pretty woman hurriedly turned around after speaking and immediately left this place. That caused her to feel a great uneasiness. The two others by her side also hurriedly stood up with the intent of quickly leaving. "The three of you need not be in such a hurry." A faint laugh caused them to immediately pause their footsteps with frustration just as they were about to exit the door. They looked at each other. All they could do was clench their teeth and turn around to look at the smiling black-robed young man in the hall. "Since the three of you are so interested in Feng City, why don't we engage in a business transaction?" Xiao Yan interlocked his 10 fingers. His laughter reverberated within the hall, causing the three leaders to be stunned. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652, Gathering Helpers. Chapter 652, Gathering Helpers. Business transaction? What kind of business transaction? The three leaders who had originally thought that Xiao Yan wanted to turn against them were stunned when they heard the words that leaped from Xiao Yan's mouth. They immediately asked uncertainly. Xiao Yan smiled and mused for a moment before speaking slowly. The profits in Feng City are indeed extremely rich. I can allow your three factions to occupy a share in Feng City. What does Chief Xiao want us to do? The three leaders looked at each other before the shadowy-faced old man carefully asked. They did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky for no reason. I have an enemy which is quite strong. Although I already have confidence to contend with them given my current strength, I still require some helpers. Xiao Yan's gaze locked onto the three of them and laughed faintly. I only require you three leaders to lend me a hand at that time. Xiao Li, who was frowning after hearing Xiao Yan's earlier words from behind him, also began to relax. The enemy that Xiao Yan had mentioned was naturally the Misty Cloud sect. He was clearly aware in his heart that although Xiao Yan's strength had soared, he was weak in numbers. On the other hand, the Misty Cloud sect had numerous experts, and a strong foundation. By just relying on their few little scrimps, there was a helpless feeling of mayflies attempting to shake a large tree. The intention he had stated earlier was that he wanted to come to the Black Corner region to expand and strengthen his faction. However, if he were to rely on this method, it would at least require a year before they would be able to achieve the strength to contend with the Misty Cloud sect. This current method of Xiao Yan to gather the help of other factions within the Black Corner region would have the quickest result. However, they needed to lose some profits. This was nothing compared to the blood feud created from the destruction of the clan. Enemy? The three leaders were startled when they heard this. Their expression immediately became a little volatile. Xiao Yan still needed to gather helpers despite his current strength. Just how strong was his enemy? Although the profit of Feng City was rich, it would not be worthwhile if they were to end up being pulled into a fire pit. May I know which faction on the continent is the enemy that Chief Xiao mentions? The sexily clad pretty woman finally could not resist opening her mouth to ask a moment later. Xiao Yan laughed softly. A dense coldness faintly flickered through his dark black eyes. Although that faction has been hiding in one corner like a tortoise all these years, I think that everyone should have heard of them. Jiama Empire's Misty Cloud Sect. A faint, cold voice was slowly spat out of Xiao Yan's mouth before resounding within the large hall. The Misty Cloud Sect? The three leaders softly muttered this somewhat familiar name in their mouths. Their expression changed a little a moment later. They exchanged glances with one another before that shadow-faced old man voiced his thoughts. I seem to have heard some news about this faction. If the news I have obtained is correct, the Misty Cloud sect has an elite Dou zone. I have also obtained some news earlier that an elite Dou zone had appeared within the Jiama Empire. His name seemed to be called Yun Shan. The sexily clad pretty woman also recalled a little as she spoke with a solemn expression. Xiao Yan did not feel surprised that the three leaders had heard of the Misty Cloud sect. Although the Black Corner region was tens of thousands of kilometers from the Jiama Empire, it would not hinder some of the very important news from spreading. Dou Zone. An expert of this class could be considered a top-notch expert even when placed in the entire Dou Qi continent. Hence, the news began to spread like wildfire once it was spread from the Jiama Empire. The leaders of the three large factions looked at one another. A moment later, they shook their heads in a somewhat embarrassed manner. The shadowy-faced old man smiled awkwardly to Xiao Yan and said, Chief Xiao, you cannot blame us for this decision. The Black Corner region is thousands of kilometers from the Misty Cloud sect. Even with our speed, it would likely require at least 2 to 3 months to make a trip there and back. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sect's strength is indeed strong. It can be considered to be somewhat renowned even in the entire northwestern region of the continent. I think that it won't be easy to take revenge even with our help. The strength of the Misty Cloud sect could be considered to be near that of a first-tier faction even in the entire northwestern part of the continent. If these first-tier factions from the Black Corner region were to be placed on the entire continent, it was obvious that they would be ranked a little lower. If one wanted to find one single faction within the entire Black Corner region, it was likely that none of them would be able to surpass the Misty Cloud sect. The earlier Black Alliance might perhaps be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Misty Cloud sect, but it was an alliance and not a single faction. Of course, if Xiao Yan were able to gather the factions within the entire Black Corner region, he would naturally be able to far surpass the Misty Cloud sect. However, it was basically impossible to unite everyone in this chaotic place. Coco, you three leaders must be afraid that Xiao Yan is unable to deal with the Misty Cloud sect, and will end up dragging all of you into a mess, right? Xiao Yan was not infuriated by the reaction of these people. He merely laughed softly. The three of them gave an embarrassed smile but did not try to defend themselves. Other than Yunshan, the Misty Cloud sect will not have more than 3 elite Dou Huangs in total. The remainder are mostly some elders at the Dou Wang or Dou Ling class, and there is nothing to fear from them. The lower-level disciples pose no threat at all. Xiao Yan laughed in a faint voice. We also possess an elite Dou Zone. As for Dou Huangs, is there anyone who is stronger than Han Feng? Hence, we only need to find some helpers who are qualified to help us resist the large forces of the Misty Cloud sect. This is not difficult for the three of you. The eyes of the three leaders flickered, but they still remained quiet. They are indeed a group of people who will do nothing without seeing the reward. Xiao Yan's brows were knit slightly when he saw the united silence of these three people. He immediately shook his head helplessly and said, the ambition of the Xiao Gate does not stop at Feng City. We will definitely continue to spread throughout the Black Corner region in the future. Given our strength, the profits that we will obtain in the future are countless times greater than now. If the three of you are willing to help me, I will not forget all of you when it comes to this big cake in the future. A boiling heat surged within the hearts of these three leaders when they heard Xiao Yan's words. Currently, the Xiao Gate possessed Xiao Yan and the mysterious Dou Zone behind him. Its strength had already exceeded that of the Black Alliance back then. It was likely that there was no faction within the Black Corner region who could contend with them. Hence, these words of Xiao Yan had undoubtedly held great attraction to them. However, the damn Misty Cloud sect was not some ordinary being. Xiao Yan smiled once again as he saw the changing expression of the three people. His voice faintly unleashed the final potent medicine. You all should have heard of the mighty Huang pill, no? The three leaders immediately raised their heads when the calm voice sounded. Their gazes stared firmly at Xiao Yan and their eyes were filled with a wild joy. The mighty Huang pill was a medicinal pill which was known to be at the peak of the Tier 6 medicinal pills. Its effect was very simple. Using it would allow an elite Dou Huang to raise his strength 1 or 2 stars within a short period of time. Moreover, the mighty Huang pill has another use. It could refine one's bones. The remnant medicinal strength after the increase in one's strength would help strengthen the body of the person who had consumed it. Although this kind of strengthening could not be compared with the kind of frightening strengthening that Xiao Yan had experienced underground, it would still be able to increase one's fighting ability significantly. Simply speaking, the effect of the mighty Huang pill and the Dou Spirit pill was similar. However, the Dou Spirit pill was only useful to a Dou Huang, while the mighty Huang pill had great use to an elite Dou Huang. Moreover, it had the additional effect of strengthening one's bones. Even without this effect, it would still be one of the medicinal pills that was most sought after by an elite Dou Huang. The allure of raising one's strength by 1 or 2 stars was too attractive to them. It should be known that when one reached the level of a Dou Huang, it was not an uncommon thing for some of the unlucky ones to have difficulty raising their strength by 1 level even after a couple of years. A medicinal pill that could raise one's strength would always possess the greatest allure. Hence, the three leaders did not hide the desire within their hearts. This kind of medicinal pill was not something that they had never thought about. However, it was likely that Han Feng alone possessed ability to refine it within the entire Black Corner region. However, they never had a good relationship with Han Feng. Hence, it was naturally impossible for him to spend the effort to refine this kind of medicinal pill for them. It was this reason that their hearts were all lifted when Xiao Yan mentioned this name. Chief Xiao is able to refine the mighty Huang pill? The wild joy within the eyes of the three of them slowly began to withdraw a moment later. The bare-armed wild lion gang leader was the first to involuntarily inquire. The other 2 people hurriedly threw their gaze to Xiao Yan when they heard these words. A mighty Huang pill was a peak Tier 6 medicinal pill. Back then, even Han Feng's chances of success when refining it were not very high, much less this very young Xiao Yan. I would not be mentioning this in front of the 3 of you if I didn't know how to refine it. Xiao Yan smiled. He flicked his finger and a wisp of jade-green flame suddenly surfaced. The temperature of the entire hall immediately soared following the appearance of the flame. Even the air had become exceptionally dry. This is heavenly flame? The eyes of the 3 of them shrank as they looked at the wisp of jade-green flame. Their feet involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Being elite Dou Huangs, they were clearly aware of just what kind of frightening strength the heavenly flame possessed. Despite their strength, it would be extremely troublesome if they were to touch even a little bit of this thing. It is only natural for me to have my capital in order to kill Han Feng. Xiao Yan looked at the 3 people as he spoke with a faint smile. His long finger danced agilely as that wisp of dark green flame obediently lingered and danced around his finger. Since I am able to kill him, it is only natural that I have surpassed him. Why can't I refine the things that he can? If the 3 of you agree with my condition, I will definitely hand over the mighty Huang pill once the matter is successfully settled. Moreover, all of you will be able to enjoy a profit in the Black Corner region that would cause others to envy you. What do you say? Xiao Yan's soft laughter landed in the ears of the three of them, causing their breathing to slowly become rough and heavy. Their faces turned a little flush as their eyes flicked about in a volatile manner. Their hearts had also descended into a great conflict. Xiao Yan ceased saying anything in the face of the conflict of these three people. He narrowed his eyes and waited for the final reply of these three people. The temperature of the wisp of dark green flame on his finger also quietly rose with his mood while he waited. The three leaders finally recovered from their struggle when the temperature of the hall rose to a certain degree. They looked at one another before they eventually grit their teeth and nodded violently. They would go all out and seek wealth even amid danger. Alright, we will do as you say. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Gathering Medicinal Ingredients. Chapter 653, Gathering Medicinal Ingredients. The three leaders finally nodded and agreed under the allure of the mighty Huang pill, which they could not resist. Xiao Yan naturally sighed in relief in his heart when he saw that he had achieved his motive. After discussing some simple measures with the three of them about their accommodations in Feng City, he allowed them to bid him goodbye and leave. The large hall immediately became empty after that large menacing group of people that was led by the three leaders left. Seeing that everything had been agreed upon, Xiao Li waved his hand and indicated for his subordinates to stand down. Third brother, although these fellows have already agreed to our condition, we should still watch them carefully. It is only too common for the people of the Black Corner region to go back on their words. Xiao Li slowly walked to Xiao Yan's side. His gaze vaguely glanced at Medusa before he frowned and spoke in a deep voice. Cuckoo, this is only natural. Were it not for Medusa being here today, it is likely that they would not have agreed with our conditions so easily. Xiao Yan laughed and said. Medusa? Xiao Li was startled when he heard this name. He immediately seemed to have recalled something. His face was shocked as he immediately cried out involuntarily, she is the Queen Medusa from the Snake People race within the vast Tager Desert? Xiao Li and Xiao Ding had muddled along at the edge of the desert for quite a long time back then. Hence, he was extremely familiar with this Queen Medusa who was extremely renowned for her beauty and ferocity. However, he had never expected that the Queen Medusa whom the entire Jiama Empire was extremely afraid of was actually this bewitching beauty beside him. Keep it a secret. Xiao Yan smiled and waved his hand. After which he cupped his hands toward the cold and indifferent Medusa by his side and said with a smile, this time around, thank you very much. You want me to help you fight Yun Shan? Medusa's pretty eyes glanced at Xiao Yan as he coldly laughed, why should I help you? Yun Shan is currently also an elite Dou zone. I don't need to provoke such a powerful opponent. Xiao Yan carelessly smiled as he softly spoke, we have agreed to the terms of our collaboration back then. You cannot reject my request at crucial moments. Your Majesty, you won't forget the words you spoke before, right? You are cheating me again? Queen Medusa's eyebrows were vertical as a cold bone-numbing voice that contained some fury sounded. Xiao Yan sighed and shook his head. A moment later, he spoke in a faint voice, relax. When the time comes, you can just sit idly by the side if you don't want to intervene. I will not force you. Medusa knit her brows slightly as she snorted, don't think that such words will work on me. I will naturally decide after watching the situation when the time comes. I, Medusa, will not just simply become a weapon in someone's hand. After the cold snort, her body trembled as she once again strangely disappeared from the hall without waiting for Xiao Yan's reply. Xiao Li knit his brows intently as he stared the spot where Medusa had disappeared from. A moment later, he could not resist speaking, third brother, it looks like it is not very sensible to rely on her. I have never placed my hope on her. This woman may be extraordinarily strong, but her character is too rebellious. No one could subdue her. If it was not because I could take out something that attracted her, it is likely that she would still continue to relentlessly chase after me with the intent to kill. Xiao Yan shook his head and voiced his thoughts. What do we do then? Without her help, our chances when dealing with Yun Shan aren't very high. Xiao Li was somewhat worried as he spoke. He was similarly aware that Yun Shan was the greatest trump card of the Misty Cloud sect. If this old fellow did not fall, the Misty Cloud sect would forever stand in the Jiama Empire. Relax, leave Yun Shan to me. Xiao Yan waved his hand and slowly sat back into a chair. He held his head with his hands and descended into deep thought. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally felt that taking revenge was not a simple matter. If he really did possess a strength that no one could match, destroying the Misty Cloud sect would naturally be extremely simple. However, he currently did not have absolute confidence in defeating Yun Shan even though his strength had soared greatly. Moreover, there were still many experts from the Misty Cloud sect below Yunshan as well as the thousands of low-level disciples. He had personally tasted the formation of the Misty Cloud sect back then, and naturally knew how powerful it was. From the looks of it, the most important thing now was to quickly increase his strength. Xiao Yan sighed. His gaze was suddenly thrown to the dark black ring on his finger as he became slightly startled. A little joy immediately surged into his eyes. He had nearly forgotten this ultimately fighting strength. Other people addressed Yao Lao as Yan Zunjia. In other words, the old Yao Lao was definitely an expert at the Dou Zun class. Even though he was currently in the form of a spirit, he would be able to gain the upper hand in a fight with an expert at the peak of the Dou Huang class with the help of the bone-chilling flame. Xiao Yan's fighting strength would undoubtedly soar greatly if Yao Lao could reawaken. Moreover, Xiao Yan had currently already merged two kinds of heavenly flame. It was likely that he possessed the ability to help Yao Lao refine a body that could accommodate his spirit. Once Yao Lao's spirit possessed a place to reside, his strength would definitely also return to his peak. At that time, a mere Douzone like Yunshan was not someone to be afraid of in the eyes of an elite Douzone. However, Yao Lao had fallen into a slumber. Xiao Yan was also totally unaware of how to refine a body, as well as the various ingredients that one needed to do so. Therefore, the first thing he needed to do in order to refine a body was to wake Yao Lao from his slumber. Once Yao Lao awakened, not only would Xiao Yan's fighting strength soar, but he would also be able to avoid many unnecessary detours given Yao Lao's extremely great experience. With Xiao Yan's current ability, he would naturally not act like he did a couple of years ago in order to wake Yao Lao's spirit who was in a slumber. At that time, he had stumbled around blindly in order to luckily wake Yao Lao up. Now, as long as he was given sufficient medicinal ingredients, he would be able to think of 2 to 3 methods to wake Yao Lao's spirit. Xiao Yan's hand suddenly slammed onto the table. The sudden sound shocked Xiaoli by the side. The latter raised his head and was stunned as he looked at the sudden joy on Xiao Yan's face. "Second brother, can you help me gather a couple of medicinal ingredients?" Xiao Yan smiled and said. The medicinal ingredients he needed were all quite rare. If he were to go and look for them alone, he would not know just when he would be able to gather all of them. Therefore, it was naturally most appropriate to hand this matter to Xiaoli who was managing his city. No problem. Feng City coincidentally has a couple of medicinal ingredient stores that possess quite the strength in the Black Corner region. Currently, they are all trying to curry favor with us. We can look for them if we need medicinal ingredients. Xiaoli nodded his head and asked, "What kind of medicinal ingredients you need?" Xiao Yan turned around and picked up the pen that lay on the table. After which, the pen swiftly danced across the paper. A moment later, he handed it over to Xiaoli and instructed, "It is best if we can find all of these medicinal ingredients. Send someone to other big cities in the Black Corner region to purchase them if they aren't available in Feng City. It is best that they can all be obtained within half a month." Dark Immortal Flower, Fiery Sun Spirit Leaf. Xiaoli's gaze swept over the paper and studied the numerous foreign medicinal ingredients' name on it he had normally not heard of. He let out a bitter laugh and carefully stored the paper. He said, "I will try my best. It is likely that it won't be easy to find these medicinal ingredients. The price to purchase them will also not be cheap. However, it is fortunate that those big shops in the city have paid some gold as tribute to us during this 1 month. However, it might not be sufficient to use this money to purchase the ingredients." Xiao Yan only recalled that he was no longer in the inner academy after hearing Xiaoli's words. All of his fire energy did not have any use as a currency in this place. In other words, they had once again fallen into financial distress. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He waved his hand and over 10 jade bottles appeared on the table. These medicinal pills are all things that Han Feng refined in the past. They are of quite a high tier. They should fetch a large amount of money if you try to sell them. We will first settle the urgent needs. During this period, I will remain in Feng City and use the medicinal ingredients that Han Feng left behind to refine some medicinal pills. This will continue until you have gathered all the medicinal ingredients that I need." Xiaoli also sighed in relief upon hearing that Xiao Yan would remain in Feng City. With the latter's medicinal refining ability that was not inferior to Han Feng, it was likely that the reputation of Xiao Gate would swiftly become renowned throughout the Black Corner region, but a high-tier medicinal pill was something that an unknown number of people would foolishly chase after. Xiaoli stored the jade bottles on the table into his storage ring and voiced his thoughts. Given Han Feng's ability, these medicinal pills should be able to support us for a period of time. You can relax and refine. Leave the matter of the medicinal ingredients for me to settle. I will gather all of them even if I have to resort to robbing. A wild ruthlessness surfaced on Xiaoli's face after he spoke. He clearly understood that these medicinal ingredients were extremely important to Xiao Yan. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would not tell him about it in such a serious manner given the former's character. What he needed to do was to try his best to help Xiao Yan. He would not care even if he ended up sacrificing his life. Back then, the words that Xiao Ding had spoken to him when he headed for the Black Corner region still remained in his heart. You can die, but third brother cannot. Xiao Yan's nose felt a little runny as he studied the bright redness that had suddenly surged into Xiao Li's eyes. His father's disappearance, and the destruction that the Xiao clans face. These two brothers were a great distance from the empire, muddling along in a lonely and difficult manner in this foreign place. All that they desired was to merely be able to obtain sufficient strength to take revenge on the Misty Cloud sect. For this aim, Xiao Yan did not hesitate in training for 1 year within the academy and suffered 2 years of pain underground. For this goal, Xiao Li did not hesitate to travel over a great distance to the Black Corner region and to swallow the life-devouring pill in order to exchange his life for strength. For this goal, Xiao Ding had led the remnant members of the Xiao clan, making them endure in the Jiama Empire. His motive was to wait for their return. This was because all the members of the Xiao clan believed that a Xiao clan young man, who had been creating miracles, would definitely be able to shock their hearts and create a miracle just like he did many years ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, Refining the Spiritual Recovery Purple Pill. Chapter 654, Refining the Spiritual Recovery Purple Pill. A warm gentle light shone over the quiet secret chamber, expelling all the darkness within it. A flat bed was placed in a corner of the secret chamber. It leaned against the wall. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on it. Various kinds of medicinal ingredients, which were wrapped nicely, were placed in front of him. Some of these medicinal ingredients were quite rare, and could definitely be sold for quite a high price within the Black Corner region, but moreover, there were quite a large amount of them. One really could not help but sigh at the richness of Han Feng's wealth. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the large number of medicinal ingredients placed in front of him. He could not help but shake his head, and his heart once again sighed in surprise at Han Feng's wealth. Regardless of how wealthy Han Feng was, it all ended up benefiting Xiao Yan now. I was barely able to gather the necessary ingredients needed to refine the spiritual recovery purple pill from these medicinal ingredients. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze, mused for a moment before he immediately spoke in a somewhat surprised voice. The spiritual recovery purple pill. Xiao Yan recalled the Ice Emperor Hai Buodong in the Jiama Empire when he thought of this medicinal pill. Being his first partner, this old man whose character appeared a little cold and indifferent, gave Xiao Yan quite a good impression. This was especially the case when he actually provided help while Xiao Yan was being chased after by the Misty Cloud sect. This was sufficient to cause Xiao Yan to feel extremely grateful toward Hai Buodong. Hence, Xiao Yan had kept the medicinal pill he owed Hai Buodong back then in his heart. In the past, he did not possess the ability to refine it. However, he already possessed the ability after having left the underground. Though, the medicinal ingredients he had gathered with much difficulty in the past had completely disappeared while he was underground. It was only natural for Xiao Yan to remember Hai Buodong now that he actually saw that he had a set of medicinal ingredients he could refine this spiritual recovery purple pill with. Coco, since there is sufficient medicinal ingredients, I shall first help that old fellow refine one. Otherwise, I won't be able to answer to him if he inquires about it when I return to the Jiama Empire in the future. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth wore a smile as he shook his head slightly. He waved his hand and a large crimson-colored medicinal cauldron flashed out of the serene sea storage ring. Finally, it landed in front of him. The crimson-colored medicinal cauldron was large in size. Its body was covered with different kinds of unique lines. Various lifelike fierce beast drawings were carved into it. Their savage large mouths were open, and if one were to place one's ear close beside it to listen, one would be able to hear some strange roars that were faintly emitted from the medicinal cauldron. These unusual characteristics all indicated that this crimson cauldron was extraordinary. This crimson-colored cauldron was naturally not something that belonged to Xiao Yan. It was something that Han Feng had left behind. From the looks of it, this was something the latter had used to refine pills. This fellow had been lording over the Black Corner region, and had obtained quite the benefits. Xiao Yan's hand gently tapped on the crimson-colored medicinal cauldron. The clear sound of metal colliding pleasantly reverberated in the secret chamber. With this, Xiao Yan nodded his head with satisfaction and laughed softly. Although Xiao Yan was unaware of the origin of this crimson medicinal cauldron, he was clearly aware that with the exception of the so-called Black Demon medicinal cauldron, which was ranked in the Heavenly Cauldron ranking, the other medicinal cauldrons that he had used could perhaps only be described with the word garbage when compared to this cauldron. Xiao Yan flicked his finger, and a wisp of dark green flame appeared on its tip. The temperature of the secret chamber immediately rose following the appearance of the flame. However, this naturally did not pose any hindrance to Xiao Yan. His gaze focused intently on the medicinal cauldron. A moment later, he waved his hand, and the dark green flame shot out before eventually following the fire outlet of the crimson medicinal cauldron to enter into it. The dark green flame suddenly expanded after entering the medicinal cauldron, turning into a fierce flame that withered and soared. The dark green flame surged wildly within the medicinal cauldron, and repeatedly unleashed a terrifying temperature. However, regardless of how this temperature soared, that crimson medicinal cauldron continued to show no activity. Despite the temperature within it being shockingly high, its outer surface was still as cool as the air outside. Good cauldron. Xiao Yan's eyes were fiery hot as he stared at this large item. A moment later, he could not resist opening his mouth to praise. Although he had yet to begin refining a medicinal pill, he was still able to guess just how great of a help this medicinal cauldron would be in the refinement of pills through his experiment. One could even unceremoniously say that using this medicinal cauldron to refine pills would likely increase the success of refinement by quite a bit. For an alchemist, what thing other than a medicinal cauldron that could raise the chances of success in the refinement of pills possessed a greater allure? The temperature within the medicinal cauldron gradually reached Xiao Yan's desired level as the dark green flame churned within it. During this period of time, Xiao Yan also repeatedly read the refining method for the spiritual recovery purple pill. Yao Lao had already passed the medicinal formula to him back then. However, he had never taken action to refine it due to his refining ability being too poor back then. Xiao Yan's mind gradually became focused after he read the medicinal formula for the spiritual recovery purple pill a couple of times within his head. He waved his sleeves and the few medicinal ingredients were skillfully thrown into the fierce flame within the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal ingredients had just entered the medicinal cauldron when it began to wither at a rate visible to the naked eye under the high temperature. Although the leaves of the medicinal ingredients had withered, its core area was slowly emitting different colored liquids. A moment later, the few drops of different colored liquids surfaced on the dark green flame after the leaves were completely withered. The impurity contained within them was slowly removed as it was grilled. Xiao Yan nodded his head slightly as he faintly glanced at the medicinal liquid that was slowly becoming purer under the grilling of the dark green flame. His 10 fingers flicked one after another as the medicinal ingredients that were placed in front of him flew about as he did so. Finally, they were all poured into the medicinal cauldron. The scene of medicinal ingredients dancing all over the place was quite spectacular. Of course, Xiao Yan would naturally not dare to be this careless and bold if this were the past. However, things were different now. With the soaring of his strength, his control of the flame also grew increasingly more sophisticated. His current ability, along with the help from the dark green flame that was born from the merger of two kinds of heavenly flames and the crimson cauldron that Han Feng had left behind, it was likely that Xiao Yan's chances of success would reach quite a high level even when refining a tier 6 medicinal pill. One after another, the medicinal ingredients fell into the medicinal cauldron. They were turned into powder or liquid in an instant as they were suspended within the cauldron. With the flow of time, one could see that the various medicinal liquids and powders that were suspended within the medicinal cauldron increased. Refining these medicinal liquids greatly exhausted one's spiritual strength. Among those of Xiao Yan's class, it was likely that only Xiao Yan was able to afford squandering such a great amount of it. If it was someone else, it was likely that such a person would not dare to mess around like this. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the various medicinal liquids and powders that were suspended within the medicinal cauldron. A moment later, the final medicinal ingredient was finally thrown into the medicinal cauldron by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's mind also gradually became solemn after he threw the final medicinal ingredient into the medicinal cauldron. In the past, Xiao Yan naturally needed to divide the refinement of these medicinal ingredients into many steps. However, he was currently able to throw all of them into the medicinal cauldron in one go and was also able to maintain different flame intensities to refine each and every one of these medicinal ingredients. This kind of achievement was something that could not be compared to the past. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength swarmed into the medicinal cauldron. The kind of high-temperature environment did not hinder his spiritual strength. Instead, that warm feeling caused his spiritual strength to feel a comfort like a fish entering water. Those medicinal liquids that were suspended within the medicinal cauldron were completely controlled by Xiao Yan after his spiritual strength swarmed into it. A moment later, Xiao Yan exhaled a breath and his hand seal changed abruptly. A catalyst appeared to have been added into the originally warm dark green flame within the medicinal cauldron after his hand seal changed. An extremely frightening temperature suddenly erupted. Those medicinal liquids began to swiftly evaporate under this frightening temperature. The impurities that were contained within the liquids were completely refined and removed following the evaporation of the medicinal liquids. Coagulate. A low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, the dozens of different colored medicinal liquids and medicinal powders within the medicinal cauldron began to be dragged by something and swiftly merged together. they finally began to rotate wildly. The fist-sized coagulated liquid body slowly shrank as it was burned by the high temperature of the surrounding dark green flame. After 2 to 3 hours had passed, the fist-sized coagulated medicinal liquid was now only the size of a thumb. Its rotation began to gradually slow, and one could vaguely see the embryonic medicinal pill shape began to slowly appear. Xiao Yan sighed in relief when he saw the embryonic medicinal pill shape. Although the spiritual recovery purple pill was a tier 6 medicinal pill, the requirements needed to refine it were not very high. The effect of this medicinal pill was far too unique. Only a small number of people required it. It was useless for most people to obtain it. If one were to discuss its value, a spiritual recovery purple pill was not even comparable to a Dou spirit pill. The temperature of the dark green flame was gradually reduced. Finally, it turned into a cluster of fist-sized flame that was suspended under the embryonic pale purple medicinal pill. The gradually reducing temperature slowly completed the final step of refining a medicinal pill, brewing a pill. With the temperature slowly dissipating, the outer appearance of the purple-colored embryonic medicinal pill also turned round and sleek. Moreover, it gained a rich luster. An unusual medicinal fragrance and an energy ripple suddenly surged out from the medicinal cauldron around an hour later. Only then did Xiao Yan slowly open his eyes. He immediately felt somewhat surprised to see that the energy ripple and purple-colored fragrance rising from the purple-colored medicinal pill were all contained within the crimson medicinal cauldron. They were unable to escape regardless of how much they knocked around. This medicinal cauldron is actually also able to hide the unnatural phenomenon that appears when a tier 6 medicinal pill is formed? Xiao Yan was surprised as he observed the effect of the medicinal cauldron. He could not resist letting out an exclamation. It was a long time later before he withdrew the surprise within his heart. With a wave of his hand, the cover of the medicinal cauldron opened by itself, and a purple-colored medicinal pill, carrying a wisp of fragrance, flew out from the cauldron before eventually being grabbed by Xiao Yan's hand. After which, he stuffed it within a medicinal bottle he had already prepared. Xiao Yan laughed softly as he studied the purple-colored medicinal pill with a gem-like luster. Only now was he able to actually fulfill the reward he had promised Haibuodong back then. However, being able to successfully refine the spiritual recovery purple pill had already caused Xiao Yan to be quite happy. This was because being able to refine a tier 6 medicinal pill meant that he already possessed the ability of a tier 6 alchemist, despite this spiritual recovery purple pill being one that was ranked among the lowest of the tier 6 medicinal pills. Xiao Yan suppressed this joy within his heart as his gaze once again turned to the other medicinal ingredients that had been laid out in front of him. He let out a bitter laugh. It seemed that he would need to accompany this medicinal cauldron for a long period of time after this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Medicinal Pill Auction. Chapter 655, Medicinal Pill Auction. One bottle after another of finished medicinal pill products were repeatedly delivered to Xiao Li's hand following the gradual increase in time Xiao Yan spent in retreat. On top of feeling a joy at such a rich source of pills, Xiao Li also ceased selling medicinal pills one at a time. After having muddled along within the Black Corner region for 2 to 3 years, he was clearly aware that the perfect method to obtain the greatest value for medicinal pills was to auction them. Currently, Feng City was already completely controlled in the hands of Xiao Gate. Given their strength, it was already sufficient to manage a reputable auction that focused solely on the sale of medicinal pills. Hence, Xiao Li finally sent out the information of an auction being held through various channels after a few days of preparation. Various large and small auctions would frequently appear within the Black Corner region, but however, an auction that focused solely on the sale of medicinal pills was quite rare. Moreover, Xiao Li had naturally leaked news of some high-tier medicinal pills that were to be auctioned when he spread the news of the auction. Hence, the auction that Feng City was about to hold attracted sufficient attention within a short 2 to 3 days. Of course, the most important thing when holding an auction within a place like the Black Corner region was an extremely great strength. Otherwise, some of the fellows whose greed had covered their reasoning might perform some extremely crazy actions when the auction began. An example was to snatch the item to be auctioned. Such a thing might be somewhat shocking in the outside world. However, it was only too common within the Black Corner region where people had seen it occur many times. If Xiao Gate were to hold such an auction with its past strength, it would naturally be mocked by others. Where did a faction only near that of a first-tier faction get the qualification to hold such an event? However, this kind of mockery completely disappeared after the Dark Sky Sect and 2 other large factions ended up publicly announcing that the ruler of Feng City was Xiao Gates after leading their men and rushing fiercely into Feng City. From this declaration of theirs, many people were able to tell that they had clearly met with an extremely strong resistance during their joint attempt to charge into Feng City. That resistance was something that even they were extremely afraid of. With things having developed to this point, the many large and small factions within the Black Corner region had little choice but to once again begin to take this new faction, that had suddenly appeared, seriously. The combination of the three large factions was something that even the Black Alliance back then would not dare to easily provoke. Despite this, they ended up suffering losses at the hands of the so-called Xiao Gate. This caused many people's imaginations to run wild. The people within the Black Corner region were extremely aware of just what kind of characters the leaders of the three large factions possessed. It was not overboard to say that their tactics were vicious and their behaviors eccentric. However, ever since they had returned from Feng City, they had remained unusually silent. They did not release even the slightest information regarding Xiao Gate, and when they sent people to be stationed in Feng City a couple of days later, they did not choose any area that was close to the private mansion at the middle of the city. All of these actions clearly indicated that the three large factions were worried, and even afraid of this so-called Xiao Gate, but at this moment, anyone who naively thought that the so-called Xiao Gate merely had a strength that was close to a first-tier faction possessing only an elite Dou Qi might really have a brain that was damaged. Hence, everyone immediately shut their mouths when news that the Xiao Gate was holding a medicinal pill auction spread in the Black Corner region. No one dared to express any mockery. Moreover, not long later, the other factions felt lucky that they had remained silent after the three large factions announced that they would send helpers to help maintain order in Feng City. This Xiao Gate really did seem to be hiding a terrifying strength that caused the three large factions to be afraid. Of course, regardless of the attitude the other factions held toward the Xiao Gate, at the very least, over half of the Black Corner region knew that Feng City was holding a great medicinal pill auction because of Xiao Li's actions. An increasing number of people began to rush over from all over the Black Corner region as the auction approached. Almost everyone had a great interest for medicinal pills. Moreover, this kind of medicinal pill auction was something that was appearing in the Black Corner region for the first time, therefore, it naturally attracted quite a number of people. The crowd in Feng City had already reached a frightening number just one day before the auction. It even exceeded the peak period back when the Black Alliance was still around. From this, one could see just how successful Xiao Li's idea of an auction which specialized in medicinal pills was. Xiao Li had naturally informed Xiao Yan of a big matter like holding an auction. Xiao Yan also clearly understood that such an auction would require an expert of a certain level around. Otherwise, trouble would definitely appear. Hence, he had ceased his dull pill refining one day before the start of the auction and quietly discussed matters with Queen Medusa for a long time. Only then was he totally assured. Time passed and the medicinal pill auction finally began amid the expectations of a countless number of people. On the day it opened, numerous black-clothed figures, who emitted a rich bloody sense from their bodies, stood around the auction grounds like statues, giving everyone a feeling of pressure and fear within their hearts. Xiao Yan looked down at the torrent-like human flow from a tall ground where he could see the entirety of the spacious auction ground below and nodded slightly. "Third brother, I have spent all my efforts and have finally found and ordered all the medicinal ingredients that you need. However, it requires quite a great amount of money in order to get the goods. If the auction were to progress smoothly, not only will we be able to obtain all the medicinal ingredients, but our Xiao Gate will also gain a large amount of money." Xiao Li by the side spoke with a smile as he looked at the lower ground with satisfaction. Xiao Yan sighed in relief upon hearing this. He smiled and nodded. There were indeed many capable people within the Black Corner region. The medicinal ingredients he had requested were mostly unorthodox and rare. It was unexpected that all of them could really be purchased. However, there will also be some trouble today. Xiao Li suddenly knit his brows and whispered. "What trouble?" Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows and asked without a change in his expression or tone. "The activity I have created this time around is too big, and it has attracted many factions from the Black Corner region over. There were quite a number among these factions who were members of the Black Alliance back then. It is even rumored that the Gold-Silver brothers will also attend." Xiao Li helplessly said. "You are afraid that they will create trouble?" Xiao Yan spoke with a smile. Those fellows aren't ordinary people. Especially the Gold-Silver brothers. They may be afraid of the Jianan Academy, but they aren't the least bit afraid of us." Xiao Li nodded as he replied. "Relax. It's only two old fellows who won't die. Second brother, you only need to ensure that the auction will progress until the end. Leave everything else to me." "This, all right." Xiao Li hesitated a little when he heard this before he immediately nodded. He had a great confidence for Xiao Yan. Even that kind of incomparably fierce woman like Queen Medusa was suppressed by him, much less these fellows. The incomparably spacious auction hall below was gradually filled by a great number of people while the two of them were conversing. At a glance, the black masses of human heads appeared to be endless. The noisy buzzing and cursing merged together. From the looks of its momentum, it seemed as though it wanted to break through the ceiling. Some of those well-known important people within the Black Corner region and the leaders of some factions were naturally arranged to be at the front of the auction with extremely good views. The leaders of these factions would occasionally whisper softly with one another. Their gazes were sweeping in all directions with questionable thoughts lingering in their hearts. There were quite a number of important people who were clustered at the front row in the northwestern side of the auction ground. The two people who were nearest to the front were surprisingly the Gold-Silver brothers whom Xiao Yan was extremely familiar with. Behind the two of them were some experts from the Black Corner region who were quite well known in the Black Corner region. Most of these people were members of the Black Alliance back then. Hence, they naturally gathered together when they met. At this moment, these people were repeatedly engaged in private conversations while the Gold-Silver brothers were resting with their eyes shut. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Clang! A clear sound suddenly appeared amid the noise within the auction house. The noise within the auction house was gradually reduced after this gong sounded. Everyone's gaze also slowly gathered onto the auction stage. Xiao Li's figure slowly walked out from backstage in front of everyone's line of sight. Finally, he stood on the stage without any fear and cupped his hands in all directions. A smile was revealed on his cold, stern face as he spoke with a clear voice. I am Xiao Li, the person managing the affairs of Xiao Gate. Today, we are holding this auction for the first time. Please be magnanimous if we slight anyone. All the gazes within the quiet place were locked onto Xiao Li's body. Being the new faction that had gained the limelight within the Black Corner region recently, many people were quietly guessing just who had the ability to cause even the three large factions to be afraid of. Now that they heard these words, they were questioning if he was the leader of Xiao Gate. The silence continued for a moment before private conversations began to appear. There was no lack of experts among those who had come to participate in the auction. Hence, there were naturally people who could identify Xiao Li's strength at a glance. He was at best in the Dou Qi class. How could he suppress the three large factions? The Gold-Silver brothers who had their eyes shut amid the private conversations also slowly opened them. Ridicule was revealed in their eyes as they glanced at Xiao Li on the stage. One of them laughed coldly. Brat, let the true leader reveal himself. If you are really the leader of Xiao Gate, there is no longer a need to hold the auction today. Regardless of how one put it, Han Feng possessed quite a great reputation within the Black Corner region. Although he died to Xiao Yan's hands, it is not up to a younger generation like you to occupy his city. Since they were the strongest people currently in the Black Corner region, quite a number of people voiced their agreements after the words of the Gold-Silver brothers sounded. It was only too common to find people who would add insult to injury within the Black Corner region. Xiao Li's expression became slightly ugly as he observed the Gold-Silver brothers, who had cold smiles on their faces. He was about to speak a moment later when a faint laugh appeared and resounded across the entire auction hall. Cuckoo, you too. Since Han Feng has died by my hands, what is wrong with me taking my reward? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Deterrent. Chapter 656, Deterrent. A black figure also slowly appeared on the auction stage as that laughter sounded in the auction hall. The faces of the Gold-Silver brothers changed a little when that somewhat familiar laughter sounded. Their expressions immediately became ugly when their gazes shifted onto the human figure on the auction stage. Xiao Yan? You have killed the Black Alliance chief Han Feng, yet you still dare to come to the Black Corner region? The cold cry that was emitted from the mouths of the Gold-Silver brothers immediately caused the entire auction house to become noisy. Numerous shocked gazes started at the black-robed, young man on the stage. This extremely young fellow was actually the Xiao Yan who had killed medicinal Emperor Han Feng? Although Xiao Yan's reputation had spread across the entire Black Corner region, many people were still unfamiliar with his appearance. Hence, they felt disbelief when they saw that this strong person, who was rumored to be able to kill Han Feng, was actually this young. Xiao Yan's gaze swept toward the ugly expressions of the Gold-Silver brothers as he laughed softly. Both of your words are really funny. There are countless number of people who are killed in the Black Corner region every day. Don't tell me that one must be expelled after killing someone? It is only too common for injuries and death when two people fight. A glib tongue. Feng City is the headquarters of the Black Alliance. Although Han Feng was already killed, we members of the Black Alliance have the right to take it back. However, looking at your intentions now, you are actually thinking of occupying this city for yourself? Aren't you slighting all of us? The Gold-Silver brothers looked at one another before they spoke in a dark and sinister manner. Han Feng has already died, and the Black Alliance is already dissolved. The winner becomes king while the loser becomes the bandit. Being the victor, I have the right to take everything within this city. If the two of you aren't satisfied, you can come and snatch it from me. Xiao Yan raised his eyes. His gradually colder voice did not give the Gold-Silver brothers any face. The provocation that existed within his words was not hidden in any way. A commotion suddenly rose within the entire place after these somewhat wild and arrogant words of Xiao Yan sounded. There were not many people within this entire Black Corner region who dared to speak to the Gold-Silver brothers with such a tone. The faces of the Gold-Silver brothers similarly turned green at this provocation of Xiao Yan. A moment later, a somewhat sharp voice sounded in the auction ground, a brat who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Do you really think that you can dominate the Black Corner region by defeating Han Feng? Back then, if Su Qian, that old fellow who won't die, did not protect you, I would have killed you. The private conversations within the auction hall was immediately reduced greatly when everyone saw the Gold-Silver brothers becoming furious. Numerous gloating gazes were looking at Xiao Yan on the stage. The people in the Black Corner region were clearly aware of the tactics of the Gold-Silver brothers. The thing that these two old fellows hated the most was when people did not give them face in public. Now that Xiao Yan had embarrassed them in front of so many people, it seemed that it was going to be somewhat difficult for the auction to progress successfully today. It is not difficult to let the both of you to follow Han Feng's path if the two of you are separated. Xiao Yan spoke faintly. Although these two old fellows could contend with a strong Dou zone if they joined hands, they only had the strength of someone at the peak of the Dou Huan class if they were separated. It was not impossible for Xiao Yan to kill someone at the peak of the Dou Huan class given his current strength. What naive words! The Gold-Silver brothers merely scoffed at these words of Xiao Yan. They coldly laughed. There is no fairness in the Black Corner region. Only the difference between victory and defeat exists. We have always joined hands to fight during all these years, regardless of whether the other party is strong or weak. Separate? That is something that only an idiot would do. However, since you, a little brat, have mentioned this today, we shall help take revenge for Han Feng today. Otherwise, he might not be able to rest in peace. Two powerful auras surged explosively from the Gold-Silver brothers after their voices sounded. After which, their auras merged and covered the entire auction ground. Alright, Gold-Silver brothers, kill this little brat. We will then join hands to completely finish off the entire Xiao Gate. Feng City cannot land in the hands of these fellows. The people behind the Gold-Silver brothers, who were once members of the Black Alliance, began to immediately cry out with excited faces when they saw the former's actions. They similarly coveted Feng City, and naturally did not wish for such a big cake to land in Xiao Yan's hands. The Gold-Silver brothers also gave a dark, solemn smile upon hearing everyone's support. The aura that surged out from their bodies also gradually became stronger. The faces of most people within the auction hall became flushed red while being suppressed by the powerful aura of the Gold-Silver brothers. Only a small number of experts were able to sit unaffected without any change in their expression amid this pressuring aura. Xiao Yan's eyes calmly watched the Gold-Silver brothers who had unleashed a powerful aura. Behind him, Xiao Li's face was gloomy as he waved his hand. Numerous black figures sprang out from the corridor above the auction hall. The flickering cold blowing bows were pointed at those below. Arrows would rain down on the both of them upon order. These two old fellows might well be unlucky this time around. The leaders of the Dark Sky Sect, Luo Sha Gate, and Wild Lion Gang, who were seated at a corner of the auction hall, watched the Gold-Silver brothers as they emitted a pressuring aura. They exchanged looks with one another before letting out gloating cold laughter. Other people might be unaware, but they clearly knew that there was a true elite Dou zone within this Feng City. Moreover, this elite Dou zone clearly had all sorts of connections with Xiao Yan. These fellows were going to suffer if they wanted to use their large numbers to behave atrociously in this place. Xiao Yan sensed the increasingly powerful aura within the auction hall. A moment later, he slowly extended his fair hands from under his sleeves in front of a countless number of gazes. His 10 fingers intersected with one another as his faint voice resounded across the entire hall. Today is the day that my Xiao Gate is holding an auction. Anyone who behaves atrociously in this place will be viewed as an enemy. It is no different for you two old fellows. He, what an arrogant tone. Today, Su Qian and the many experts from the Inner Academy aren't around. Do you think you have the right to speak to us in this manner? The Gold-Silver brothers ended up laughing from extreme anger upon hearing Xiao Yan's the endlessly arrogant tone. Xiao Yan glanced at the two of them, but did not speak. He slowly raised his hand and gently waved it. A gentle voice was emitted from his mouth. Sorry to trouble you, but please have these two fellows become quiet. But Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when the space beside him became distorted. Immediately, a bewitching and lovely figure filled with allure slowly surfaced in front of all the gazes in a ghost-like manner. The bewitching beauty who had suddenly appeared caused some of the gazes in the entire hall to immediately shrink. Some of those with weak mental strength had faces which had turned flushed red and their throats rolled. All sorts of ugly behavior appeared under the bewitching face, which possessed far too great an allure to men. The cold smiling faces of the gold-silver brothers slowly stiffened the moment Medusa appeared. They had an extremely deep impression of this woman, who was so beautiful that she seemed like an evil demon. Back then, Han Feng was kicked to death by this cold-blooded woman. Moreover, the thing that caused their hearts to sink was that this woman was a true elite Dou Zong. Damn it! Isn't this woman chasing after Xiao Yan? Why would she appear in this place to help him? The gold-silver brothers' green faces revealed a slight paleness. The powerful aura that covered the entire hall in an overbearing manner quietly weakened under Medusa's faint gaze. A moment later, it became just like a mouse that had seen a cat as it completely shrank back into their bodies. Although the gold-silver brothers were said to be able to fight with an elite Dou Zong after joining hands, they could merely contend with some of those Dou Zong at the entry level. If they met with an expert like Su Qian, they would only be able to delay the other party for a period of time before they swiftly fell into a disadvantage. The gold-silver brothers might not be very afraid of Su Qian, but they possessed a kind of fear that came from within their hearts in the face of this bewitching demon-like beauty. This kind of terror came from nowhere, but it fatally warned them that if they were to truly fight with this bewitching beauty, they would have a 90% chance of becoming a dead soul under her palm. The sudden, strange change in the gold-silver brothers also stirred the attention of quite a number of people. Everyone was stunned. There were immediately some smart people who had sensed something. Hence, numerous obscure gazes turned to the bewitching beauty beside Xiao Yan. A sudden understanding surged and appeared within their hearts. Just what kind of expert was this woman? She was actually able to cause even the gold-silver brothers to be afraid? Xiao Yan half-smiled as he watched the gold-silver brothers' somewhat stiff faces. He then asked, "You two, do you think that our Xiao Gate has the qualification to occupy Feng City?" "Gold Elder, Silver Elder, Feng City is our Black Alliance headquarters. It must not land in the hands of these fellows. As long as the two of you give the order, our troops in Feng City will immediately act. I guarantee that we will finish off all of the strength of Xiao Gate within half a day." A fellow behind the gold-silver brothers, who did not recognize Medusa, immediately spoke when he heard Xiao Yan's extremely provocative words. According to his thoughts, the gold-silver elders would definitely not do nothing in the face of such provocation by Xiao Yan given their characters. At that time, their factions would add fuel to the fire and would definitely completely eliminate Xiao Gate today. However, this person did not see the pitying gazes that some leaders of other factions beside him threw toward him as he spoke. Some of those people even quietly shifted their seats. The shriveled faces of the gold-silver brothers were strained as they twitched a couple of times when they heard such words at such a moment. They seemed to be able to feel a pair of cold eyes shooting down at them from the stage become increasingly colder. The gold-silver brothers suddenly turned around in the face of that pair of cold and merciless eyes. They immediately waved their sleeves toward the face of that reckless fellow from earlier in front of a countless of stunned gazes. The powerful force sent the latter flying. He heavily smashed down the corridor over a dozen of meters away while letting out a miserable wail. "You eyeless fool. Han Feng died in the hands of Chief Xiao. He naturally has the right to take over this city. Since when is it up to you to grumble and distort things?" The large auction hall was completely silent. Everyone revealed stunned face as they watched the gold-silver brothers, who had suddenly scolded the man in a righteous manner. They felt a comical feeling in their hearts. These two old fellows were really shameless. Xiao Yan let out a faint smile as he watched the farce. He knew that after today, the reputation of Xiao Gate would completely resound throughout the Black Corner region. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, The End of the Auction. Chapter 657, The End of the Auction. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled slightly as he observed the gold-silver brothers wave their sleeves and send someone flying. The tactics of these two old fellows were indeed shameless. However, since the other party had already softened their stance, he was too lazy to argue with them in this kind of occasion. The auction was the most important matter today. Using this matter, he had already perfectly achieved the deterrent effect he wanted. After this, it was likely that there wouldn't be any blind fools who came and sought trouble. Since the two of you don't have any objections to our Xiao Gate taking charge of Feng City, can you two please take your seats? The auction is about to begin. Xiao Yan smiled and spoke. The face of the gold-silver brothers twitched a little upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. They had thrown away their face today. However, there was no other choice, they sighed in their hearts. The two of them looked at the cold, ice-like Medusa beside Xiao Yan fearfully. Only then did they smile and sit in their seats. "Everyone, what happened earlier is but a farce. Please don't blame us. The main event for today, the medicinal pill auction, will happen next. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted away from the gold-silver brothers as he smiled at the countless number of people in the auction hall and laughed. The area below the stage was briefly silent after Xiao Yan's words sounded. Waves of agreement began to immediately appear. After the scene earlier, even a stupid person knew that the strength that this Xiao Gate possessed was something that far exceeded their expectations. Hence, no one dared to open their mouths to provoke them. Instead, various bootlicking and agreeing voices began to repeatedly appear. There were similarly quite a number of people in the Black Corner region who followed the direction the wind blew. Amid the agreement and bootlicking that sounded from all directions, Xiao Yan turned his head to Xiaoli, who had also sighed in relief, and spoke. Smile, I shall hand the matters after this to second brother. The auction will likely be able to progress smoothly today. Xiaoli smiled and nodded. Even the gold-silver brothers were snubbed despite their strength. Who else would possess the courage to create trouble? Xiao Yan finally opened his stride and walked toward the backstage after seeing Xiaoli nod his head. Medusa followed close behind him like a shadow before disappearing in front of a countless number of gazes. Xiaoli sent Xiao Yan and Medusa off with his eyes. After which, he smiled and waved his hand. A couple of female servants carrying silver trays came onto the stage in sections. The tiny jade bottles on the silver plates were extremely eye-catching. Coco, next, the first medicinal pill in our auction. Xiao Yan sat quietly in the living room backstage. He held a warm teacup and occasionally sipped from it. From this place, he could vaguely hear the fiery auction that was transmitted from the auction ground. It seemed like those medicinal pills had obtained quite a good effect. Thank you very much for this. Xiao Yan held the teacup as he suddenly turned around and softly spoke to the cold-faced Medusa. Medusa still retained her cold pretty face in the face of Xiao Yan's thanks. Her delicate waist revealed a graceful arc that was filled with allure under her dress, causing one to involuntarily have an impulse to hug and play with it. At this moment, Medusa's emotions were extremely chaotic. According to her character, she should have ignored him when Xiao Yan asked her for a little help. However, when she saw the earnestness and hope on the other party's young face, a kind of unusual emotion quietly seeped out from deep within her spirit, causing her to swallow the rejection that had reached her mouth. Although she knew that this kind of unusual emotion was definitely due to her merger with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python, this kind of creeping influence also caused her to be quite frustrated. On one hand, she really wanted to slap and kill this fellow who actually dared to violate her. On the other hand, the influence deep within her spirit created an involuntarily desire to linger beside this fellow. These two conflicting emotions caused Queen Medusa, who was renowned for killing decisively, to struggle and hesitate repeatedly. Don't continue to give a cold face. I know that the reason you have agreed to my request is partly because of the influence of the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python. Therefore, I will not feel some fond hope and think that you really have some special emotion toward me. Xiao Yan could not help but shake his head and speak with a bitter smile when he saw Medusa's ice-cold face. Medusa lifted her eyebrows, but continued to remain silent. Xiao Yan placed his teacup gently on the table and rubbed his head. He immediately spoke somewhat awkwardly. Actually, there is not much grudge and hatred between us, right? Back then, in the underground, I was really unable to control myself. All the trouble was caused by that damn fallen heart flame. Back then, if you had not brought the heaven-swallowing python that I had evolved into away after I successfully evolved, I would naturally not have any involvement with you. Moreover, if I was given sufficient time, I would have been able to merge with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python sooner or later. It was originally born because of my evolution. Speaking from a certain point of view, the both of us are one. Medusa's eyebrows immediately became vertical when she heard that Xiao Yan actually wanted to push aside all his responsibilities. She clenched her silver teeth and spoke, if you did not bring the heaven-swallowing python with you, all of these troublesome matters would not exist now. I would also not be brought underground by you. Now you still dare to tell me that we don't have much of a grudge with one another? Xiao Yan laughed bitterly once again. He knocked his somewhat painful head and said, back then, I was unaware that the heaven-swallowing python is something that you had transformed into. Moreover, you had also said that the heaven-swallowing python and you are one. Did I neglect that little fellow by even a little? You keep saying that I treated that little fellow like a pet as I reared it. Therefore, it caused you as a queen to lose face. However, the heavens can witness that I usually provided for it like it was my little ancestor. I even let it drink the amethyst lion birth essence like water. It is something that even I was reluctant to consume. Is this not good treatment? Xiao Yan loudly professed his own innocence. Medusa was startled when she heard this kind of retort by Xiao Yan that suggested he had been greatly wronged. She was unaware of whether Xiao Yan was providing for the heaven-swallowing python like a little ancestor in his heart. However, he did indeed frequently give the precious amethyst lion birth essence to the heaven-swallowing python to consume. This was something that she was clearly aware of. Queen Medusa's cold and indifferent face began to melt a little as this thought lingered in her heart. However, before Xiao Yan could rejoice in his heart after discovering this scene, she appeared to have suddenly recalled something as her face once again became cold. She coldly spoke, "Even if I can stop caring about that matter, you are unable to find excuses for the shameless thing that you did to me while I was still in a weak state. According to the rules of our snake people race, if our body is violated when we are unwilling, we must take the human head of the one who violated us back. After which, we must throw it into the holy pond of our clan and allow it to corrode away." Xiao Yan's face stiffened when he heard this. He suddenly sensed that his neck had become chilly. This woman, did she really plan to bring his head back to settle this? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched. He could not resist the impulse to cry out his innocence. When he was underground, his reasoning was completely controlled by the desire that was formed from the fallen heart flame. Hence, he was merely able to recall the matter after everything had happened. Moreover, he did not even have the slightly feeling in that kind of situation. It should be known that it was similarly the first time for him. You must refine this soul recovery pill once our agreement is over. At that time, I will settle these grudges myself. Medusa completely ignored Xiao Yan's stiffened face as she spoke with a cold smile. Moreover, you can forget about trying to delay the matter. The moment the 1-year agreement arrives, your ending will similarly not be any good if I am unable to see the medicinal pill. Medusa's body shook once her words sounded. After which, she slowly disappeared from the chair. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head as he looked at Medusa's disappearing figure. It was indeed not easy to hoodwink this woman. From the looks of it, he could only take things slow. Fortunately, there was still quite a bit of time until the agreement was over. He could still try to think of ways to change the woman's feelings toward him for the better. What a headache! Xiao Yan's finger rubbed his temples. A moment later, Xiao Yan, who was unable to think of any solution, could only raise his head and wail. The auction continued for nearly an entire day before it ended perfectly just as the sky gradually turned dark. The gains from this auction might be something that Xiao Li and Xiao Yan had anticipated, but they still felt joy when they heard their subordinate report the profits. With this amount of money, not only was Xiao Yan able to obtain all those necessary medicinal ingredients he needed, but the excess would also allow Xiao Gate to widely gather experts. Of course, since Xiao Yan still required the strength of the 3 large factions, who had put in some effort for the auction this time around, Xiao Yan did not act stingily. Instead, he took out quite a large sum of money from his revenue and divided it equally among the 3 factions. When he saw their stunned expressions, Xiao Yan clearly knew in his heart that the results of gifting this amount of money were achieved. It was impossible to simply rely on a big stick if one wanted others to submit. Hence, the successful auction this time around had not only allowed the Xiao Gate to make a great profit, but had also allowed Feng City, which had become a little bleak following the dissolution of the Black Alliance, to once again return to its popularity at its peak. Moreover, it even exceeded this peak by a little. This point somewhat exceeded Xiao Yan's and Xiao Li's expectations. Xiao Li sent out his men to purchase all those expensive medicinal ingredients he had ordered from all over the place at the fastest possible speed the day after the end of the auction. The joy on Xiao Yan's face was not the least bit hidden when he received the medicinal ingredients, which had been stored in good condition, from Xiao Li's hands. He understood that with these medicinal ingredients, the day Yao Lao would reawaken was not that far away. Once Yao Lao awakened, the day he returned to the Jiama Empire was similarly not far away. All the grudges would end at that time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 658, Restoration Medicinal Liquid. Chapter 658, Restoration Medicinal Liquid. There was hardly any trace of a person in the vast, deep mountains. The main theme was the endless lush, green mountains. Occasionally, the roar of a magical beast would resound across the mountain forest, frightening away countless numbers of resting birds. There was a huge rock that protruded from the mountain wall in the middle of a steep cliff. The huge rock was frequently battered by the rain and wind. Therefore, its surface was extremely smooth. There was even a layer of luster faintly present on it. However, a black-robed, young man was currently standing at that spot. His legs were like the roots of an old tree that slowly gripped the enormous rock, causing his body to stand on it without moving a little. The black-robed, young man was naturally Xiao Yan since he had left Feng City. There was likely going to be large activity when he woke Yao Lao this time around. Hence, he would naturally be unable to do this in a crowded place like Feng City. Hence, after Xiao Yan informed Xiao Li, he and Medusa once again entered the deep mountains. In the endless, deep mountains, the activity, regardless of how massive it was, would completely disappear between the cover of the many mountains. Xiao Yan's gaze swept to the left and right of this precipitous mountain peak. The quiet space was such that one even had difficulty hearing the chirping of the birds. A moment later, he nodded his head with satisfaction and raised it to the top of the cliff and cried out loud. Kai Lin, I will have to trouble you. Don't let anything disturb me. Laughter was transmitted up. One could faintly see a graceful figure standing on top of the mountain cliff. However, she appeared to act as though she did not hear Xiao Yan's cry and was too lazy to even give a reply. Xiao Yan was long used to this attitude of Medusa. Hence, he did not display any expression. He knew that this woman might ignore him verbally, but she would usually perform a task she had promised him to the point that one could not pick on it. Xiao Yan was able to completely rest assured with her protecting him by the side. Xiao Yan crossed his legs and sat on the smooth huge rock. He slowly shut his eyes as he forced his breathing and heart to enter into a calm, slow rhythm. Only then did he flick his finger. A crimson-colored medicinal cauldron once again fell and smashed heavily on the enormous rock, causing it to tremble a couple of times. Xiao Yan's expression gradually turned sullen as he studied the crimson-colored medicinal cauldron. The serene sea storage ring on his finger flickered slightly. Immediately, medicinal ingredients came flashing out of it. Finally, they appeared to experience a certain drag force as they became suspended around Xiao Yan. The appearance of these medicinal ingredients were all somewhat strange. However, the unusual scent they faintly emitted caused a person's spirit to gain a comfortable feeling similar to that of being soaked in a hot spring. The smile on Xiao Yan's face grew richer as he sniffed the unusual medicinal fragrances. All of these medicinal ingredients possessed good effects for one's spiritual strength. Xiao Yan flicked his finger gently, and a wisp of glazed lotus heart flame flashed and appeared. Finally, it played just like a fire spirit as it danced around Xiao Yan's finger in an agile manner. Go! With a gentle cry, the wisp of glazed lotus heart flame shot out and entered the medicinal cauldron through the fire outlet. The instant it entered the medicinal cauldron, it suddenly expanded and turned into a fierce flame that expanded. The flame writhed within the medicinal cauldron. A moment later, Xiao Yan's long finger gently flicked toward a medicinal ingredient that was suspended in front of him. In a skillful manner, it shot into the medicinal cauldron. The medicinal ingredient was wrapped by the dark green flame the moment it was shot into the medicinal cauldron. However, the terrifyingly high temperature did not immediately destroy it in an avaricious manner. Instead, that medicinal ingredient emitted a white jade-like faint glow while it was being burned, almost like it was attempting to isolate the temperature of the flame. Xiao Yan was not overly surprised that this medicinal ingredient possessed the ability to retaliate the burning of the flame. He clearly understood that these kinds of rare medicinal ingredients that could recover spiritual injuries were mostly able to rely on a kind of instinctive ability to block harm from the outside. For example, this medicinal ingredient named snow jade bone ginseng that was thrown into the medicinal cauldron might be named a ginseng, but its shape was similar to that of a white, jade-like bone. This kind of bone ginseng had a toughness that was no weaker than steel. It possessed an extremely strong resistance to fire. If one wanted to use an ordinary flame to refine it, one might not obtain much results even after doing it for half a year or even a year. Hence, Xiao Yan was not surprised that it could resist the grilling of the glazed lotus heart flame. One must not possess an anxious heart when refining such a medicinal ingredient. Everything must be in a progressive cycle. This was the correct path. Xiao Yan watched the fierce flame within the medicinal cauldron. A moment later, he slowly shut his eyes. He knew that despite the glazed lotus heart flame strength, attempting to refine this snow jade bone ginseng would at least require a couple of days. Although Xiao Yan had already anticipated the fire resistance of the snow jade bone ginseng, he could not help but feel stunned when he saw that the bone ginseng only began to melt on the third day. Medicinal ingredients that were able to treat spirits were indeed different from ordinary medicinal ingredients. Could a medicinal ingredient with such a hardness still be considered a medicinal ingredient? Xiao Yan calmed his heart and slowly refined it. Only on the fifth day did that incomparably hard snow jade bone ginseng completely melt into a glob of snow-white viscous liquid. Xiao Yan moved that snow-white viscous liquid to a spot in the medicinal cauldron with a lower temperature to grill it with a slow flame. He subsequently threw another medicinal ingredient that was similarly difficult to refine into the medicinal cauldron. He once again began the tedious refinement. There was no concept of time in the mountains. Time quietly flew past one's fingers like flowing water. The suspended medicinal ingredients in front of him were gradually refined into various colored medicinal liquids within the medicinal cauldron one after another. All the medicinal ingredients were finally completely refined around 1 month after Xiao Yan entered the deep mountains. After which, he spent another 7 days in order to merge all of these medicinal liquids together. Xiao Yan watched the cluster of viscous liquid that was emitting a faint multicolored luster within the medicinal cauldron from the cliff. He finally sighed in relief as though he had released a heavy burden. Although he was not refining a medicinal pill this time around, it was the longest time that Xiao Yan had spent in front of a medicinal cauldron. His body had sat in front of the medicinal cauldron without moving for over a month. He repeatedly maneuvered Dou Qi to supplement the flame within the medicinal cauldron so that there was an adequate amount of it. If Xiao Yan had not already advanced to the Dou Qi class and his flame mantra Qi method had not evolved to the D class low level, this kind of high burden squandering would likely result in him falling from this enormous rock all the way to the bottom of the cliff due to the exhaustion of Dou Qi regardless of how strong his character was. I have finally completed it. Xiao Yan's sleeves wiped off the perspiration on his forehead. His mouth parted to reveal a white set of teeth. This 1-month test of his endurance, like a worker maintaining a fire, had benefited him quite greatly. Even without mentioning the successful merger of the medicinal liquid, Xiao Yan could sense that through this 1 month of burning, he was more practiced in his control over the glazed lotus heart flame, which was the merger of the two kinds of heavenly flames within his body, when compared to before. Although these kinds of pill refinement steps were tedious and exhausted one's spiritual strength, they had an extremely great benefit toward training one's control over a flame. Xiao Yan rested for over 10 minutes after completing the medicinal liquid merger. Only after that did he once again brace his attention before turning his gaze toward the ancient-looking dark black ring. He hesitated for a moment before slowly removing it. Xiao Yan held the ring gently in his hand. A moment later, he suddenly clenched his teeth and tossed it with his hand. The dark black ring was thrown into the fiery fire within the medicinal cauldron in a skillful manner. The dark green flame hurriedly swarmed forward when the dark black ring entered the medicinal cauldron. However, an invisible strength surged out automatically from the ring just as these flames were about to approach the ring. After which, this strength isolated the ring from the flame. Automated self-defense? Looks like teacher's ring is also not an ordinary object. Xiao Yan was startled when he saw the reaction of the ring. He immediately smiled. With a flick of his finger, that colorful viscous liquid tumbled about, and ended up wrapping the around dark black ring. That dark black ring did not resist this medicinal liquid, which possessed quite the spiritual healing ability. Hence, it allowed the liquid to drag and wrap around itself. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he saw that he had successfully wrapped the dark black ring in the colorful liquid. He immediately changed his hand seal, and the feeble dark green flame within the medicinal cauldron appeared to have broken out in excitement as it emitted a qi sound and surged forward, sweeping the cluster of colorful liquid into it. That frighteningly high temperature still caused the surrounding air to gradually become distorted despite having the isolating effect of the dark red medicinal cauldron. Under Xiao Yan's control, the colorful liquid did not pose much resistance to the dark green flame. Its vicious surface began to gradually form some air bubbles amid the frighteningly high temperature. An invisible vapor would be suppressed and pass through the medicinal liquid when an air bubble burst occasionally. Finally, it would quietly merge into the dark black ring. Time slowly flowed by as the cluster of colorful liquid, which was originally the size of a palm, gradually shrank. Clearly, the medicinal effect of healing one's spirit had already been completely vaporized into the ring under the suppression of the surrounding high temperature, healing the spirit that was in a slumber within it. The medicinal liquid grew increasingly thinner. Under Xiao Yan's joyful gaze, a layer of faint glow that represented life gradually surged onto the surface of the dark black ring. Teacher, you have been in a slumber for 2 years. It's time to wake up. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Yao Lao Awakens. Chapter 659, Yao Lao Awakens. The mountain forest was lush, green. The peaks of the mountains pierced into the clouds just like a blade, appearing to be majestic and spectacular. An enormous rock was extended out on a steep wall somewhere within the mountain range. A black-robed, young man was seated cross-legged on it with his eyes tightly shut. An enormous crimson medicinal cauldron was placed in front of him. A dark green flame fiercely rose and fell within the medicinal cauldron. If one were to look carefully, one could faintly see that there was actually a cluster of colorful liquid slowly wiggling within the flame. The surface of the colorful liquid repeatedly emitted tiny bubbles while it was grilled under the flame. Each time a bubble burst apart, the size of the cluster of liquid would shrink slightly. Of course, this kind of shrinking was extremely slight. It was to the point that one would have a hard time discovering that the liquid was gradually shrinking unless one observed it carefully. However, as this little by little accumulation lasted for a period of time, the shrinking was no longer in minuscule amounts. With the colorful medicinal liquid becoming increasingly thinner, it faintly revealed a slight black-colored thing that it was wrapping over. At a careful glance, there was actually a dark black ancient-looking ring within the medicinal liquid. Compared to before, this dark black ring undoubtedly had an extra refined glow hidden within it at this moment. The color on the surface had become deeper and darker. When the glow on the surface of this ring flickered occasionally, one could discover that the size of the liquid had shrunk a little. Clearly, the pure medicinal strength within the medicinal liquid was gradually being absorbed by the spirit that was slumbering within the ring. Awakening Yao Lao's sleeping spirit was an extremely troublesome and slow task. Xiao Yan had already prepared for this. Hence, Xiao Yan was not overly anxious or uneasy that the ring still had no reaction after a month had passed. He would occasionally open his eyes and stare at the ring within the medicinal liquid. A long while later, he would let out a soft sigh before he calmed himself and continued the refinement. The quiet mountain range did not possess the liveliness of the outside world. Some of the magical beasts that occasionally passed by this place would flee in a miserable state because of the frightening pressure that was faintly emitted from the mountain top. Hence, the surroundings of this mountain peak were exceptionally quiet. Time quietly flew by in silence. Without realizing it, 2 months had flown by since Xiao Yan had entered the deep mountains. Xiao Yan had guarded the medicinal cauldron by his side for most of these 2 months. He would only occasionally leave for a short period of time. With the flow of time and the unceasing burning of the glazed lotus heart flame, the cluster of the colorful palm-sized medical liquid was now only the size of a thumb. It was coincidentally just able to completely wrap the dark black ring within it. Moreover, its luster was the difference between heaven and earth when compared to before. Clearly, most of the medicinal strength within the medicinal liquid had been forced into the ring under the burning flame. Medusa was seated cross-legged on a rock at the top of the mountain. Her tightly shut long eyes were slowly opened as she glanced indifferently at Xiao Yan, who was on the steep wall of the mountain. Her sleek, red lips moved a little as a cold laugh softly sounded. It has already been 2 months. You should have reached your limit. If you were to continue to struggle on, it is likely that someone else will have to come and rescue you. Although Xiao Yan was some distance away, Medusa's cold laughter still managed to be clearly transmitted into the ear of the somewhat pale-faced young man below. Xiao Yan also slowly opened his eyes when he heard the voice floating by the side of his ear. The Dou Qi within his body surged as he once again maneuvered a wisp of dark green flame and shot it out from his finger. The flame was finally poured into the medicinal cauldron. Only after doing all of this did he raise his head and asked a question with a smile toward the mountain peak. Why? Are you worried about me? I was worried that I won't be able to obtain the soul recovery pill if you were to die. The corner of Medusa's lips curled as she spoke coldly. Coco, you can rest assured that I am still able to continue enduring this. Your medicinal pill will also definitely reach your hands. Xiao Yan's somewhat pale white face was pulled into a smile. He had repeatedly exhausted his Dou Qi to activate the glazed lotus heart flame and use his spiritual strength to perfectly control the flame for 2 months. Xiao Yan might be able to endure such an exhaustion for a month. However, if time were to drag on, fatigue would gradually appear. Such a degree of squandering was something that even an expert from the Dou Huang class could not afford, much less Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not continue to split his attention after speaking. He continued to place all of his attention into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Stubborn fellow. Medusa knit her eyebrows as she watched Xiao Yan focusing his attention on controlling the flame once again. She immediately muttered softly to herself, what does it have to do with me if he dies? I actually spoke such words to him? Medusa shook her head in confusion. This totally did not match her character. Although she said this with her mouth, her gaze would occasionally glance below. Her manner appeared as though she was really worried that Xiao Yan would fall head first down the cliff due to his exhaustion. Time flew by. When the colorful medicinal liquid that wrapped around the dark black ring was only a thin layer, Xiao Yan's body, which was seated firmly on the huge rock, began to tremble a little. The dark green flame within the medicinal cauldron also began to flash in a volatile manner. Clearly, Xiao Yan's strength was about to be completely exhausted after such a long period of refinement. Medusa once again knit her brows tightly when she saw Xiao Yan's slightly swaying body. This fellow was really reckless. Although she quietly scolded in her heart, a faint seven-colored energy began to gradually surge on the surface of her body. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly as he forcefully endured the waves of fatigue and the giddy feeling that was transmitted from his head. His eyes stared intently at the dark black ring within the flame as he went all out to drain the Dou Qi hidden within every part of his body. He had a premonition that the time for Yao Lao to reawaken was not far away. The Dou Qi remaining within his body swarmed out at an increasingly slower pace as he repeatedly squeezed it out. In the end, it even began to become intermittent, a sign of exhaustion. Moreover, Xiao Yan's mind was also completely replaced by fatigue and giddiness. His sight retained traces of blurriness as the angles his body swayed gradually became bigger. Seeking your own death. Medusa grit her silver teeth, and softly scolded when she saw the swaying Xiao Yan, who might fall off the cliff at any time. Her body moved forward a little. From her manner, it seemed that she was prepared to act and rescue this stubborn little fellow. Xiao Yan's vision became increasingly blurry. He clearly understood in his heart that he had reached his limit. However, giving up at such a moment. Xiao Yan's teeth bit his tongue. The intense pain braced Xiao Yan's mind a little. He immediately crazily circulated the flame mantra Qi method route, and the last wave of Dou Qi that was hidden deep within his body was completely squeezed out by him. It crazily transversed his body before pouring into the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Yan's vision finally turned from blurry to complete darkness when the Dou Qi surged out from his finger. His head leaned forward and he was finally unable to maintain his body's stability. His body leaned sideways and became like a wooden log as it rolled down from the smooth, huge rock. Finally, he fell head first toward the edge of the cliff, which was covered with clouds and fog. Damn it! Medusa could not resist cursing when she saw that Xiao Yan had finally fallen head first from the cliff. Her lovely body moved forward and was about to act to rescue him. However, her body had just gotten up when her face became volatile. Why should I rescue him? This kind of person deserves to die. During the time Medusa was struggling within her heart, Xiao Yan's falling speed became faster and faster. From the looks of the situation, it was likely that Xiao Yan would unluckily become a pile of minced meat if there were any protruding huge rocks hidden in the fog. Medusa's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, who had fallen into the lingering clouds. An instant later, she finally clenched her silver teeth abruptly. Her body shook and she turned into a seven-colored flowing light that rushed down the mountain peak in a lightning-like manner, appearing above Xiao Yan within a few flashes. The colorful layer of medicinal liquid on the surface of the dark black ring within the crimson medicinal cauldron resting on the huge rock finally merged into it just as Medusa made a move. The ring suddenly shook intensely and an invisible ripple spread out in a wave-like manner. It knocked on the internal wall of the medicinal cauldron and emitted a clear gong-like sound. The invisible ripple spread in an increasingly faster and fiercer manner. In merely a couple of blinks, that intense sonic wave was emitted from the medicinal cauldron before finally turning into loud thunder that resounded across the mountain range. Wild wind blew wherever the sonic wave spread, and a green-colored sea wave was formed above the sea of trees before sweeping toward the edge of the sky. The clear sound that suddenly erupted was naturally also sensed by Medusa. However, she did not have the time to bother about it at this moment. She lowered her head and studied Xiao Yan, who was in a close proximity to her. Another flicker appeared within those long pupils that were filled with a wildness. Her expression changed repeatedly. This complicated woman had actually begun a struggle of whether to rescue Xiao Yan at such a time. The first feeling that Medusa had toward Xiao Yan was that she wanted to kill this disgusting fellow on the spot. However, deep within her spirit, there was another thing that repeatedly resisted this kind of feeling. Moreover, it even quietly urged her to lend a hand and rescue Xiao Yan. The struggle continued for a moment and the glow within Medusa's eyes once again stabilized. She clenched her teeth and said, "Bastard, consider yourself lucky. I will personally take your life 1 year later." Medusa extended her long arm as her voice sounded. Her delicate arm firmly grabbed Xiao Yan's robes. However, her expression suddenly changed when she was about to bring him back up onto the cliff. She immediately threw her palm toward the space behind her without any hesitation. Bang! The space where her hand landed fluctuated. A frightening energy ripple immediately spread out before shaking the cliff wall by the side and forming numerous crack lines. "Who are you? Show yourself." Medusa's feet pressed on empty air. Only then did she remove the force. Her pretty face turned cold as he cried out. Her cry had just sounded when a strange suction force suddenly surfaced. The unconscious Xiao Yan immediately left Medusa's hand following the tearing sound of cloth. Finally, he was received by an illusionary human figure in a lightning-like manner while he fell before the both of them rushed toward the sky. "Queen Medusa, you need to ask if this old me agrees before you can take the life of my disciple, but..." The old cry was like furious rolling thunder that reverberated across the sky. The powerful spiritual strength caused even an expert like Medusa to change her expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660, Teacher and Disciple Meet Again. Chapter 660, Teacher and Disciple Meet Again. An old human figure was suspended in the sky. That familiar face carried a little nostalgia. It was surprisingly Yao Lao, who had been in a slumber within the ring for 2 years. At this moment, the body which Yao Lao had agglomerated was clearly more substantial than before. From the powerful spiritual strength which was faintly emitted from within his body, one could tell that his slumber these past 2 years had also caused Yao Lao's strength to increase significantly. "It's you?" Medusa was startled when her gaze swept over Yao Lao's face. She immediately pressed her eyebrows together and inquired in surprise. Yao Lao laughed. He raised his head and eyed Xiao Yan, who had fallen unconscious. A pleased look was on his face. Although he had descended into a slumber, he was still able to sense an energy moisturizing his spirit in his unconsciousness. Who else other than Xiao Yan would use this kind of action to swiftly aid him in his recovery? It is really unexpected that you have successfully swallowed the heaven-swallowing python and merged with its spirit. Your progress is very quick. From the looks of it, I have been in a slumber for quite some time, right? Yao Lao glanced at Medusa, who was suspended in the sky without relying on any external strength, as he laughed faintly. You are not bad either. Your strength has actually soared to such an extent after sleeping for 2 years. Medusa coldly laughed. She glanced at him. Originally, she had thought that she would definitely be able to surpass this mysterious old man once she was able to merge with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python. However, she did not expect Yao Lao's spiritual strength to become increasingly stronger after being in a slumber for 2 years. During that single lightning-like confrontation earlier, Medusa was able to sense that despite having successfully merged with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python, it was still quite difficult for her to defeat Yao Lao. Why are you still remaining beside Xiao Yan now that you have already merged with the spirit of the heaven-swallowing python? A flicker flashed across Yao Lao's lowered eyes. He was extremely clear of the enmity that Medusa held toward Xiao Yan. She was still afraid of him when he was around, and she had to be a little cautious even if she wanted to act. However, given Xiao Yan's strength, it was difficult to guarantee that this vicious woman would not have any other thoughts given Xiao Yan's strength. Medusa also understood the cold reprieve within Yao Lao's words. She was a haughty person and might listen a little if one spoke nicely to her. However, once one's tone was not to her liking, she would give the other party a cold face regardless of who he or she was. Hence, she also lifted her bewitchingly beautiful face and coldly replied when she heard these words of Yao Lao, "What has it got to do with you that I am staying here? Old fellow, you also have some responsibility for the way that Xiao Yan humiliated me in that manner back then. I did not even find trouble with you now that we meet. Yet, you actually want to manage me? Hee, what a razor-tongued girl. When the old me was roaming and dominating the continent, you were just drinking milk in some unknown place." Yao Lao gave a strange laugh. However, the coldness on his face had slowly reduced. Regardless of whether this woman had a killing intent toward Xiao Yan, the latter was at the very least still alive at the moment he met him. However, the old me does not have the time to argue with you now. We can settle our score once I wake this little fellow. Yao Lao's gaze looked in all directions before his gaze suddenly paused on a crimson medicinal cauldron on a huge rock between the cliff wall. He could not help but let out a surprised "ha." He beckoned with his hand. A suction force appeared out of nowhere as that enormous medicinal cauldron automatically flew up and was suspended in front of Xiao Yan. This medicinal cauldron, Yao Lao's hand gently rubbed against the numerous carvings of lifelike beasts roaring with lifted heads on the medicinal cauldron. The surprise on his face was even richer a moment later. He could not resist speaking softly, "This medicinal cauldron, why does it look so similar to the 10,000 beast cauldron recorded on the heavenly cauldron ranking?" Yao Lao clearly had an eye that was many times sharper than Xiao Yan when it came to knowledge of medicinal cauldrons. The latter could only sense that the medicinal cauldron was extraordinary, but had great difficulty guessing its origin. Yao Lao, on the other hand, was able to rely on a rough observation to make an educated guess. He was indeed formidable. Yao Lao rotated his eyes. They finally landed on Medusa beside him. He sighed in relief only after seeing that she actually had no reaction to this cauldron. He looked at that deep blue storage ring from Xiao Yan's finger and was about to store the medicinal cauldron when he once again let out a surprised gasp. There is actually a spiritual imprint? This is a high-grade storage ring? Hey, looks like this fellow's life has been quite good these 2 years, Yao Lao was stunned for a moment after he was stopped by the faint resistance that was emitted from the storage ring when he was about to store the medicinal cauldron into the storage ring. A moment later, he finally smacked his mouth and praised this deep blue storage ring. Yao Lao did not use force after the failure to store the cauldron. He waved his hand and an invisible strength dragged the cauldron such that it was suspended beside him. His gaze swept in all directions before his body moved and immediately rushed toward a mountain top. Medusa knit her eyebrows when she saw Yao Lao bringing Xiao Yan away. She hesitated for a moment before moving her body and swiftly following along. Medusa's act of following them naturally did not escape Yao Lao's notice. The latter frowned slightly, but did not stop her. The most important thing now was to wake this little fellow up. Hence, his body shook and his somewhat illusionary body quietly glided across the sky before stopping on a mountain peak that was covered by huge, lush, green trees. The moon was like a silver plate that hung in the distant sky. The cool moonlight scattered down, covering the entire mountain range with a faint layer of silver yarn. This layer was unusually beautiful under the dark sky, appearing exceptionally obscure and mysterious. There was a faint bonfire that was rising within the lush, green forest. The red-colored firelight was extremely eye-catching in the deep dark woods. The old man beside the bonfire with an aged face touched the forehead of the black-robed, young man. Powerful spiritual strength surged out and invaded the latter's exhausted spirit. A cool-faced bewitching beauty stood prettily not far from the bonfire. Her long eyes carried an unknown emotion as she looked indifferently at the young and old. Yao Lao slowly exhaled a long time later. His hand also left Xiao Yan's forehead as his finger shook. A bottle of medicinal pills surfaced. After which, he forcefully stuffed them into Xiao Yan's mouth. I have not seen him for 2 years. It is really unexpected that this little fellow's spiritual strength has already become this strong. It is really formidable. However, I wonder exactly what level his strength has reached. Yao Lao exclaimed and shook his head. He watched Xiao Yan's throat roll as the young man swallowed the medicinal pills. The latter's eyes were still tightly shut. Xiao Yan's breath was currently in his most weary state, and the Dou Qi within his body was almost completely exhausted. Hence, even with Yao Lao's sharp senses, he was unclear of Xiao Yan's exact ability. While Yao Lao was muttering, Xiao Yan, who was in an unconscious state, suddenly emitted an intense cough. His eyelashes immediately trembled. A moment later, his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Xiao Yan's gaze was once again clear. The first thing that was imprinted into his eyes was the extremely familiar old smiling face in front of him that caused Xiao Yan to be completely at ease. Who? Xiao Yan raised his head a moment after he saw that familiar kind old face. He looked at the sky and let out a long breath. After releasing a long breath, it seemed as though all his worries and the pressure he faced were completely removed as he leaned his weak body on the tree trunk behind him. He smiled and said to Yao Lao, "Teacher, I haven't seen you for 2 years. Are you well?" Yao Lao's gaze stared intently at the cold, stern, young face that had gained an additional maturity compared to 2 years ago. He knew that during this long period of time in which he was in slumber, this little fellow who had been relying on him before had completely transformed into someone with the qualification and strength to be independent. The baby eagle which required his constant protection back then was currently able to flap his wings and fly up high, soaring across the sky. From a certain point of view, the current Xiao Yan already possessed the qualification to leave his teacher. Yao Lao's warm shriveled hand gently patted Xiao Yan's head. He spoke with a pleased smile, "Little fellow, you have done well." Xiao Yan merely rubbed his head awkwardly in the face of Yao Lao's praise. He struggled to sit up, but the waves of weariness that were emitted from his body caused him to helplessly shake his head. He lifted his eyes and suddenly glanced at Medusa a short distance away. He immediately smiled and said, "Thank you for rescuing me, Kai Lin." Although Xiao Yan had fallen unconscious when he had fallen from the large rock, he was still able to vaguely sense that Queen Medusa had come to his rescue. Medusa did not show any reaction to Xiao Yan's thanks. She merely responded in a faint voice, "I did not rescue you. It is he who has saved you. Moreover, I am only thinking of obtaining the medicinal pill which you have promised to refine for me." Xiao Yan clearly understood the tough character of Queen Medusa, and was too lazy to dispute with her. He turned his head to Yao Lao by the side and asked with a smile, "Teacher, your strength has improved?" "It cannot be considered an improvement. I have merely recovered a little of my strength back then. It is likely that I must first settle the problem of my body if I want to completely recover." Yao Lao shook his head and immediately asked somewhat anxiously, "Little fellow, what about that fallen heart flame?" "It has been refined by me." Xiao Yan smiled and spoke without care. "I just knew that you would not disappoint anyone." Joy that was difficult to hide immediately surged onto Yao Lao's face when he heard these words. His hand heavily patted Xiao Yan's shoulders. Although Yao Lao had guessed a little when he saw that Xiao Yan was still alive after he had awakened, Yao Lao could not help but rejoice despite his control once his guess had been verified. Xiao Yan smiled when he saw Yao Lao's joyous face. He hesitated for a moment before suddenly speaking in a soft voice, "Moreover, teacher, this disciple has also finished off that person who betrayed his teacher." The soft voice immediately stunned Yao Lao. It was a long time later before Yao Lao exhaled with all his strength. One could not tell whether his expression was one of grief or relief. His hand slowly but heavily patted Xiao Yan. A low, solemn, old voice that caused one's heart to ache resounded by Xiao Yan's ears. "Thank you very much, little fellow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 661, The Ingredients Needed to Refine a Body. Chapter 661, The Ingredients Needed to Refine a Body. Xiao Yan smiled as he observed Yao Lao's relieved expression. He roughly described the situation back then. However, Yao Lao's eyes narrowed and his expression immediately changed when Xiao Yan spoke about the appearance of the people from the Hall of Souls while he was killing Han Feng. "You said that Han Feng's spirit was taken by a member of the Hall of Souls?" Yao Lao knit his brows and spoke with a solemn face. I. Xiao Yan nodded. His heart became worried when he saw Yao Lao's serious manner, and he could not help but carefully ask, why? Teacher, is there something wrong? Yao Lao knit his brows and mused for a moment. He seemed to be considering something before he slowly spoke. If it is like this, it is likely that Han Feng did not die so easily. Xiao Yan was startled. He discovered where the problem lay and immediately asked with a frown, Teacher, you mean that the Hall of Souls will help him revive? You should also be clearly aware that when a spirit has reached a certain strength, it is able to leave the body and remain alive. Of course, one's strength would be greatly reduced. This is similar to my current condition. Moreover, the Hall of Souls clearly possesses a deep understanding for spiritual bodies. Although I am not certain about why they want to capture the spiritual bodies that roam the continent, it is clear from their attack tactics that they clearly possess a great damaging effect toward spiritual bodies. Yao Lao voiced his thoughts, that evil animal Han Feng had some connection with the Hall of Souls in the past. Back then, the members of the Hall of Souls had participated when he killed me. Fortunately, I had some preparations after that and managed to escape from the Hall of Souls. Hence, it is difficult to say for certain that the Hall of Souls would not use some unusual method to allow him to remain alive in this world now that Han Feng is in their hands. This Hall of Souls is actually so troublesome. It really is an oversight. Speaking in this way, it is likely that Han Feng is not completely dead. What a pity. Xiao Yan knit his brows and smiled bitterly as he shook his head, sighing somewhat regretfully. There is nothing to feel pity about. From a certain point of view, you have already killed him once. Even if he remains alive with the help of the Hall of Souls, his actual strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Even if he wanted to do something, it is likely difficult for him to pose much of a threat. Yao Lao shook his head and immediately spoke with a serious face. However, from what you have said, the thing that concerns me most is that those strange fellows from the Hall of Souls already clearly know that my spirit is in your body. Perhaps, they will send a dispatch to attack you in the future. Appropriate measures will be taken when the time comes. Let's discuss this when they finally come and find me. Coincidentally, my father's disappearance seems to be somewhat related to them. It is just as well if they come. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and laughed coldly while possessing absolute confidence. Given your current strength, you need not be afraid of being hunted by an ordinary member of the Hall of Souls. However, the faction known as the Hall of Souls is really too strange and unpredictable. Even I am uncertain just how strong they actually are. Therefore, it is best to act carefully. Yao Lao voiced his opinion. That is only natural. A lion must do its best if it wants to capture a rabbit. Moreover, we are now that rabbit. We will definitely end up being captured by them if we aren't careful. Xiao Yan smiled and replied. Yao Lao nodded slightly. He mused for a moment and appeared to have recalled something. Suddenly, he turned his head toward Queen Medusa, who was a short distance away, and said with a smile, There is something I wish to discuss privately with my disciple. Can you please step away for a moment? Medusa pressed her eyebrows together after hearing Yao Lao's words. She glanced at Xiao Yan, who was well before snorting coldly. After which, she turned around. Her body strangely disappeared from beside the bonfire with a flash. It is really unexpected that her strength would actually increase this much after her spirit merged with that of the heaven-swallowing python. With her current strength, forget about you, it would be dangerous for me to attempt to beat her even with my current strength. Yao Lao's gaze stared at the spot Medusa had disappeared from before sighing a moment later. There was actually a trace of fear in his words. Cuckoo, teacher, you need not be worried. She will not act against me for at least a year. Moreover, if something were to happen to me, I am able to request that she intervenes. While you were in a slumber, I have taken advantage of her strength a couple of times to act in an imposing manner. Xiao Yan smiled and said. You little devil, really have a lot of wicked ideas. You are actually even able to subdue such a vicious woman. However, you should still be careful. This woman is just like an unruly female leopard. She will be a great assistant if you can tame her properly. However, once you fail, it is likely that you will be the first person she swallows in retaliation. Yao Lao smiled first before reminding Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Let's discuss some proper business first. Yao Lao's eyes stared at Xiao Yan. His gaze had some anxiety to it as he spoke. The fallen heart flame has already been successfully refined by you? In that case, the two kinds of heavenly flame, have they merged? Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled as he watched Yao Lao's manner. He slowly extended his hand and flicked his finger. A wisp of glazed lotus heart flame surfaced on it. Since Xiao Yan was in a weary state at this moment, the wisp of flame was very small. However, this did not hinder the frightening temperature from spreading. The merger has really succeeded. Yao Lao's expression was somewhat excited as his gaze stared at that wisp of dark green flame. This flame mantra was something that even he had not practiced. Hence, he was also uncertain whether it would truly able to swallow and merge the heavenly flames. After all, only one heavenly flame could exist within the body of a single person. This was common knowledge within the alchemist world. Even someone as strong as Yao Lao back then only dared to absorb one kind of heavenly flame, much less anyone else. However, this mysterious flame mantra had now broken this common sense and completely reversed it. One could imagine just what kind of commotion it would cause once the special effects of the flame mantra were made public. One type of heavenly flame was sufficient to allow an alchemist or a fire affinity practitioner to possess an incredibly great strength. What if one had 2 types, 3 types, or even more? It would likely not be overboard to describe the great accumulated strength as being able to destroy the sky and earth. Xiao Yan smiled as he studied Yao Lao's agitated face. His finger was gently inserted into the wisp of dark green flame. He immediately pulled it back and the dark green flame was divided into 2 clusters of flame with different colors. The one on the left was green in color while the one on the right was colorless and invisible. It can actually be separated after the merger? Yao Lao could not help but express great surprise when he saw the 2 clusters of familiar flame on both of Xiao Yan's hands. His face was immediately stunned. If they are separated, they consume a lot of Dou Qi. However, the advantage is that the 2 could be used for different purposes. If they are merged together, its strength is much more frightening. Xiao Yan smiled. He once again merged the 2 flames into the glazed lotus heart flame as he raised his head to Yao Lao and asked curiously, "Teacher, what will be the rank of this glazed lotus heart flame that I have merged and formed on the heavenly flame ranking?" Yao Lao's hand swayed above the dark green flame as he mused for a moment. He finally said somewhat helplessly, "Those heavenly flame on the heavenly flame ranking are all extremely rare. Even I was unable to see all of them. Therefore, I am naturally unable to evaluate this glazed lotus heart flame of yours. However, from my guess, it should not be ranked lower than my bone-chilling flame, but..." Xiao Yan merely shrugged his shoulders at this vague reply. "That's right, since you have already swallowed and merged the fallen heart flame, the flame mantra should have evolved, right?" Yao Lao suddenly asked. "Yes. I think that my flame mantra should have stepped into the D class, right?" Xiao Yan rubbed his head and spoke uncertainly. "Try and circulate your Qi method. I will examine it." Yao Lao mused for a moment before placing his hand on Xiao Yan's heart as he spoke. Xiao Yan immediately did as he was told after hearing this. His mind moved, and the flame mantra Qi method within his body began to circulate rapidly. With the circulation of the Qi method, the surrounding natural energy began to ripple swiftly as a natural energy swiftly entered Xiao Yan's body. After which, it underwent various refinements before being stored all over his body. This energy absorption speed is indeed much stronger than before. From the looks of it, it has indeed entered the D class. However, it should only be at the D class low level. Yao Lao withdrew his hand and immediately spoke with a smile. However, given the uniqueness of the flame mantra Qi method, it could be comparable to a D class middle level Qi method even though it is at the D class low level. With this current Qi method level, it should be sufficient for you to squander Dou Qi without worry. Xiao Yan nodded his head and laughed softly. "Teacher, I have already merged 2 kinds of heavenly flame. Can I help you refine a body that can accommodate your spirit?" Yao Lao was startled when he heard these words of Xiao Yan. He immediately felt somewhat gratified in his heart. He rubbed Xiao Yan's head and spoke with a faint voice. "It might be barely possible if there are 2 types of heavenly flames, but there should not be much of a problem if my bone-chilling flame is added. However, the ingredients needed to refine a body are really far too rare and even frightening. Therefore, we cannot rush this. What are the ingredients needed? Now, I am also in possession of some strength within the Black Corner region. Perhaps I can get someone to look for them." Xiao Yan inquired. "These things are not things that can be obtained by just searching." Yao Lao laughed bitterly. However, he could only helplessly nod his head when he saw Xiao Yan's earnest gaze. He said, "There are not many things you need if you want to refine a body that could truly accommodate my spirit. It only requires 3 kinds of things." Xiao Yan hurriedly became focused when he saw Yao Lao lift 3 fingers. He immediately gave Yao Lao his ear as he listened carefully. First, bone-growing blood-fusing pill. Second, the blood essence of a rank 7 magical beast. Third, the skeleton of an elite Dou zone. Xiao Yan's originally solemn expression also gradually became dull when he heard the 3 things that slowly escaped from Yao Lao's mouth. Bone-growing blood-fusing pill? This was something that Xiao Yan had some knowledge about. A medicinal pill at the peak of the 7th tier. It could even step into the 8th tier. Legend has it that it was an extremely great medicine that could immediately save a half-dead person who still had a breath left. The blood essence of a rank 7 magical beast? God, was that not describing Queen Medusa? The skeleton of an elite Dou zone? Did he really needed to go and look for an elite Dou zone to kill? Given his current ability, it was difficult to say just who would kill who. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662, Finding Solutions. Chapter 662, Finding Solutions. Yao Lao also smiled as he saw Xiao Yan's stunned expression. He also knew just how shocking these 3 ingredients were to Xiao Yan, and was thus not very surprised. He merely comforted, it is extremely difficult to get a hold of these things. Hence, I have said not to rush. I am already very gratified that you have this thought. In any case, we still have lots of time left. We can slowly find them. Xiao Yan's expression gradually recovered. He rested for a moment before laughing bitterly. He felt a giddiness in his head. The blood essence of a rank 7 magical beast. This was equivalent to an extremely powerful Dou zone. Moreover, the essence blood was something that a magical beast relied on to survive and grow. It was just like the fresh blood and bones within a human body. Once this thing was drawn out from the body of a magical beast, it would naturally immediately lose its life. Hence, if one was to summarize in this manner, one must kill an extremely powerful magical beast that could contend against an elite Dou zone if one wanted to obtain the blood essence of a rank 7 magical beast, but Xiao Yan had not even met a magical beast of such a rank even once since he was born, much less discussed killing it. The skeleton of an elite Dou zone, this ingredient also caused Xiao Yan to be similarly speechless. An elite Dou zone could roam unhindered over the land. Most of those who could muddle on until this extent possessed quite a strong faction. Once they were killed, it would either be the case of them leaving nothing behind or that their corpse would be severely hidden and protected. If anyone dared to touch the skeleton of their ancestors, it was likely that they would bring everyone to come after you with all their might even if there was a big gap between their strength and yours. Hence, this thing was an extremely troublesome ingredient. The so-called bone-growing blood-fusing pill was naturally also not some simple thing. A medicinal pill at the peak of the 7th tier was likely something that Yao Lao could not guarantee he would succeed even if he used all of his strength. There was no need to even mention the various strange and rare medicinal ingredients needed to refine the bone-growing blood-fusing pill. It was going to be unavoidably enormous trouble to gather all these things. Xiao Yan's face carried a bitterness as he nodded. He sighed, I will remember all these in my heart. If I get the opportunity, I will definitely think of methods to gather all of these ingredients in the future. Yao Lao smiled slightly and said, it would naturally not be this troublesome if one were to refine an ordinary body to accommodate a spirit. However, the stronger one's spiritual strength, the more stringent the requirements of the body. Currently, my spiritual strength is quite strong. Hence, if I don't use a stronger body, it is likely that my spirit would inflate the new body until it explodes after just entering it. However, I think that if you manage to gather all these medicinal ingredients and successfully refine a body that could accommodate a spirit in the future, it is likely that my strength would be stronger than when I was at my peak once my spirit merges with the new body. After all, my current spiritual strength is much stronger than back then. Yao Lao laughed. Xiao Yan only felt a slight joy after hearing this. One could tell from listening to the manner in which Su Qian and the others addressed Yao Lao, that Yao Lao back then should have been a true elite Dou zone. If one were a little stronger than this level, would that not mean that one would be an elite Dou Shang that existed only in legends? Yao Lao seemed to have guessed some of Xiao Yan's thoughts when he saw the joyous face of his. He immediately shook his head and said, you can stop daydreaming. Do you think that it is really so easy to ascend to an elite Dou Shang? If I really possessed that kind of strength, they would also treat me seriously if I went to your little girlfriend's clan to help you propose marriage. Xiao Yan was startled. His heart immediately shook a little. From these words of Yao Lao, he could vaguely sense the frightening strength the mysterious clan that Xun Er belonged to. They would only treat him seriously if Yao Lao reached the Dou Shang class. In other words, it was actually difficult for them to view him seriously by just relying on his Dou Zun strength? Xiao Yan knit his brows intently, and sighed in his heart. Just what clan did that Xun Er belong to? It was actually strong enough to cause an elite Dou Zun, who was enough to dominate the continent, to be this afraid. Looks like I still have an extremely long journey to travel, thought. Alright, little fellow, there is no need to think so much. With your talent, I believe that you will sooner or later possess the ability to truly be comparable to that little girlfriend of yours. Haha, a 20-year-old elite Dou Wang. One might not dare to say that such an achievement is yours alone in the continent, but it is sufficient to look down on a countless number of people. Yao Lao smiled and comforted Xiao Yan when he saw the rapidly changing face of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He raised his head and stared at Yao Lao. His mouth moved. That manner of his where he spoke intermittently was as though he wanted to say something. I know that you are very interested in that clan of your little girlfriend. However, there are some things that aren't beneficial to you if you are told now. I can only tell you that the clan of theirs is one that has existed since the ancient times. They possess an extremely frightening strength, and a special talent that an ordinary person has difficulty matching. Little fellow, the Dou Qi continent is very large. The things that you have come into contact with now are but the corner of an iceberg. In the future, you will gradually realize that this nearly endless continent is even more interesting than you can imagine. Yao Lao seemed to have clearly understood what Xiao Yan wanted to ask. However, he waved his hand and simply replied with a smile. Xiao Yan slowly inhaled a deep breath of somewhat icy air. He nodded slightly once he suppressed the restlessness within his heart. His face also recovered the calmness of the past. You should calmly recuperate now. You have turned yourself into such an exhausted state when you woke me up this time. If you had continued without due care for the consequences, you might have hurt your strength slightly. Yao Lao patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and spoke with a smile. Xiao Yan nodded. He mused for a moment before he suddenly took out a scroll and a strange-shaped jade bottle from his storage ring. There was a medicinal pill that appeared to be agglomerated from fresh blood quietly lying within the jade bottle. Ha! This medicinal bottle actually holds traces of an energy seal? This medicinal pill, Yao Lao's gaze stared intently at the jade bottle the moment it appeared. This was especially when his gaze swept past the scarlet medicinal pill within it. A solemnness gradually surged onto his old face as he suppressed his voice and quietly asked. Teacher, this medicinal pill is something that you have mentioned to me by chance back then. Life-devouring pill. Xiao Yan's expression also became quite solemn. His voice was also suppressed until it was very soft. Only the two of them could hear it. It is indeed this thing. Yao Lao's eyes shrank. He slowly inhaled a breath of cold air. He had already faintly guessed something from the appearance of the blood-colored medicinal pill along with the medicinal bottle that contained the traces of an energy seal. How did you manage to get a hold of this thing? According to what I know, this medicinal pill had mysteriously disappeared with its creator on the continent back then. Yao Lao knit his brows. His gaze suddenly turned to the scroll by the side as he said, Don't tell me that this is the medicinal formula? Yes. This is the medicinal formula of the life-devouring pill. Xiao Yan nodded his head and said helplessly, This thing is something that my second brother had obtained deep in the mountains. It is also because of this that I want to ask teachers for help. Don't tell me that your second brother has consumed this medicinal pill? Yao Lao smiled bitterly, and could not help but rub his somewhat painful head when he saw the increased helplessness on Xiao Yan's face. He sighed, this life-devouring pill might be able to allow a person to become an elite Dou Wan within an extremely short period of time, but it is obtained by exchanging all of the remainder of one's life. The lifespan of a person who has consumed this medicinal pill would be at most 3 years. My second brother only has 1 year of life remaining. Xiao Yan's expression sank as he spoke softly, back then second brother thought I had died when I stuck underground. The clan's revenge had yet to be taken. In his despair, he could only risk his life and swallow the life-devouring pill. Yao Lao smiled bitterly. Why did all the offspring of the Xiao clan possess such unyielding characters? Teacher, don't tell me that there is really no means to undo the effect of this life-devouring pill? Xiao Yan's gaze looked at Yao Lao as he asked in a somewhat urgent and expectant manner. Yao Lao descended into a silence as he studied Xiao Yan's earnest gaze. This life-devouring pill was the masterpiece of that alchemist grandmaster back then. The birth of the medicinal pill had caused quite a great commotion. It would be quite difficult to undo its effect. Yao Lao mused for a moment before finally opening his mouth in the face of Xiao Yan's gradually disappointed eyes. Everything gives birth to opposites. If there is a poison, there must be an antidote, although I don't have absolute confidence about whether it is really possible to undo the effect of this life-devouring pill. We can give it a try. Xiao Yan sighed in relief when he heard that Yao Lao did not reject all hope. He handed the scroll and medicinal bottle to Yao Lao and sighed, Since that is the case, I will trouble teacher to help study this thing. It would naturally be best if there is a way to undo it. If not, let's leave fate to the heavens. Yao Lao nodded. He received the two things and weighed them in his hand before voicing his thoughts. You must remember not to mention the life-devouring pill to anyone. You should also remind your second brother. Otherwise, it will bring about some trouble. I have already informed second brother of this. Xiao Yan smiled. He was not some novice who was unaware of everything. His experience and sophistication from training in the outside world far exceeded those of his age. Yao Lao was also reassured of Xiao Yan's cautiousness and did not inquire more about it. He smiled and said, "You have already accounted for everything, it is time for you to rest and recuperate. Recover your strength first. This is the most important thing." Xiao Yan also smiled and nodded after hearing this. He sat cross-legged and slowly shut his eyes. A moment later, his breathing gradually became low and deep. He inhaled and exhaled, forming a perfect cycle. The surrounding air also fluctuated slightly as his breathing cycle was formed. Immediately, an unceasing flow of energy surged out before it was completely absorbed into the former's body, filling up his exhausted body. Yao Lao shook his head helplessly as he watched Xiao Yan enter his training mode. He had the scroll in his hand, smiled bitterly and softly spoke, "This fellow was actually even able to get his hands on the medicinal formula for the life-devouring pill. However, it is easier said than done to obtain a method to undo it." Yao Lao rubbed his somewhat painful head. His face was completely dispirited. Being his teacher was not relaxing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, Recover. Chapter 663, Recover. In order to wake Yao Lao up this time around, Xiao Yan not only had to squeeze out all the Dou Qi within his body until it was completely empty, but his spiritual strength had also suffered quite the blow. Hence, it was still quite difficult for him to recover to his peak condition within a short period of time despite the fact that the flame mantra had already evolved into a D-class Qi method. However, it was fortunate that Yao Lao had already reawakened. With this safe guardian, Xiao Yan no longer needed to worry about other matters disturbing him. Hence, he was able to completely relax and enter into his training mode to recuperate. There was no longer a need to worry about the slightest influence from the outside world. Through this kind of quiet recuperation, which was void of any distractions, Xiao Yan's empty body was gradually filled by waves of Dou Qi flowing in. His weariness was becoming fainter with each day. From the looks of his progress, his body would be completely healed soon. A black-robed, young man sat cross-legged on a quiet mountain peak within the lush, green mountain forest. His body was as stable as a rock. He did not make the slightest movement, even allowing the wild wind to cause his robes to emit a fluttering sound. There was a fluctuation in the air around the black-robed, young man. Waves of natural energy seeped out around him before flowing unceasingly into his body. Due to the speed of the surging energy being too fierce, it ended up appearing to form an energy whirlpool around his body. The middle of that whirlpool was that body which was just like a bottomless pit. This form of energy absorption continued for nearly an hour or so before this momentum was gradually reduced. A moment later, the gradual ripples of the energy swirl finally began to slowly scatter. The young man's unmoving body trembled slightly with the scattering of the energy swirl. His tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. Xiao Yan opened both of his eyes. The two substance-like clusters of dark green flame shot out from within. An instant later, however, the flame emitted a suwa sound and shrank back into his eyes before the light swiftly faded away. Hu! A mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest followed the rolling of his throat, and was eventually exhaled by Xiao Yan. A layer of faint jade-like luster surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as this turbid air was exhaled. The weariness that was hidden between his brows over these past days had also completely disappeared at this moment. Xiao Yan clenched his hand slowly but tightly. The feeling of being filled with strength caused the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth to involuntarily form a smile. Through these nearly 7 days of recuperation, he had finally completely recovered from the exhaustion of the Dou Qi within his body as well as the blow that his spirit had received. Moreover, he had reaped an unexpected reward. Just before he had stopped earlier, Xiao Yan clearly felt a faint feeling the Dou Qi in his body becoming a little more powerful than before. Although he was still at the peak of the Dou Wan class, each level had a difference between the upper and lower levels. It was just like a water bottle with a level scale. Although the water within it had reached the level of a certain marking, there was still quite a large gap between this marking and the next one above. The increasingly more powerful Dou Qi was just like the repeatedly rising water. Sooner or later, it would rise to an even higher marking. At that time, it would be the moment that Xiao Yan broke through to the Dou Huan class. Due to the soaring of his strength in the past and Xiao Yan falling into a near-death state for 2 years, he had difficulty controlling the strength within his body perfectly after he had awakened. Hence, Xiao Yan had appeared to have entered a dead end all this time. It was difficult for his strength to rise even a little regardless of how he trained. However, after these past 2 months where he had completely used all the Dou Qi within his body, the control and familiarity Xiao Yan had over the strength within his body had greatly increased. It was because of this that he felt that his strength had advanced now that he had completely recuperated and recovered his strength. This kind of situation was something that was very difficult to do in the past. However, once it did appear, it meant that the current Xiao Yan had already begun to control the strength within his body and had reached the qualification for his strength to continue to rise. Xiao Yan also clearly understood this point within his heart. It was this reason that caused him to feel such joy when he felt his strength advance. Xiao Yan stood up from the huge rock. He looked down at the sea of trees that spread to the edge of his sight from a high vantage point. With a slight smile, his hand habitually formed an extremely familiar strange seal and immediately gently pushed it forward. The hand seal was pushed forward and carried a wind. Of course, Xiao Yan would naturally not randomly use the open mountain seal due to the overly great exhaustion of his Dou Qi to do so. Hence, this particular open mountain seal did not bring about any activity. Despite not using any Dou Qi, the air still gently rippled wherever the hand seal passed. Although the ripple was extremely small, it was stirred by completely relying on the mysterious hand seal. Although I have practiced this open mountain seal for such a long time, I am still only barely able to grasp it. It is indeed worthy of being a D-class high-level Dou technique. One faces many difficulties practicing it. Xiao Yan slowly undid his hand seal, and a faint silver-colored glow suddenly surged on his feet. His body trembled, and an afterimage remained in the original spot. His body had quietly rushed into the sky in a ghost-like manner. The mystery of the 3000 lightning movement was such that Xiao Yan was actually able to pause for a short moment in the sky even without the support of a pair of Dou Qi wings. Xiao Yan's figure paused for a moment in the sky. A pair of beautiful jade green wings shot out from Xiao Yan's back. He flapped them gently and stabilized his descending body. The current 3000 lightning movement should have already reached the second level, the instant lightning level. I really don't know when I will be able to enter that final level 3000 lightning. Xiao Yan lowered his head and studied the flickering threads of lightning under his feet before he sighed and spoke. He really yearned for that level in which he obtained the frightening speed that Yao Lao had mentioned upon complete mastery of the 3000 lightning movement. "Kuko, little fellow, have you finally recovered your strength?" Yao Lao's laughter suddenly sounded while Xiao Yan was musing. The sound of rushing wind immediately sounded as a somewhat illusionary human figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded as he faced the smiling Yao Lao in front of him. "Looks like not only have you completely recovered from your injuries, but your strength has also advanced." Yao Lao raised his brows as he observed the little glow that was hidden in Xiao Yan's dark black eyes. He spoke in a somewhat surprised manner. Currently, he had already known about the situation where Xiao Yan's strength had soared when he was underground. Hence, he felt quite surprised that Xiao Yan was able to completely control the strength within his body and allow his strength to increase once again within such a short period of time. It has been quite a couple of months since I have left the Blazing Sky Qi Refining Tower. Would I have the qualification to return to the Jiama Empire if I am still unable to control my own strength? Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. The Jiama Empire, huh, Kuko, it is really unexpected that in the blink of an eye, we've been away from that empire for over 3 years. Yao Lao laughed softly. That's right, 3 years. Xiao Yan faintly smiled. In the first 3 years, he had received the humiliation from Nalan Yenran breaking off the engagement. In the second 3 years, he was chased after by the Misty Cloud sect until he was like a dog that had lost its home, and was forced to flee from the empire in a miserable manner. However, he had already completely repaid the humiliation from the first 3 years. This second one might not be long. When are you planning to return? With your current strength, you already possess the qualifications to challenge the Misty Cloud sect. Yao Lao's gaze was filled with gratitude as he observed the young man in front of him. He felt like sobbing in his heart. He recalled the young man back then who needed to always borrow his strength in order to mix with the upper echelons of the Jiama Empire. Now, he truly possessed the strength of someone strong. 2 kinds of heavenly flames, a D-class Qi method, and various kinds of profound Dou techniques by his side. The Jiama Empire could no longer restrain him. Soon. I can leave once I have settled some issues in this place. Xiao Yan smiled as he replied softly, currently, I also have some strength within the Black Corner region. This time around, I will be bringing quite a number of experts back. The Misty Cloud sect has many strong people. Moreover, it also possesses quite the strong gathering ability within the Jiama Empire. If I were to return alone, it would be difficult for my pair of fists to defeat 4 hands. It is fine if it is me alone. If I cannot defeat them, I can turn around and flee. However, the members of the Xiao clan remaining within the Jiama Empire cannot. Hence, there must be no accident this time around. Yao Lao studied the smiling young man in front of him with some surprise. A moment later, he patted the latter's head and spoke in a pleased voice, "Little fellow has indeed grown up. You are no longer that impulsive child you were back then. You are now actually able to gather such deep thoughts about the entire situation." Back then, Xiao Yan had descended into fury because of his father's disappearance. He senselessly charged up to the Misty Cloud sect once again and killed the first elder Yunlong, who was the only one who could have known where his father was. Not only did he end up completely losing the trail of his missing father, but he had also caused the relationship between both parties to completely break apart and break down to the extent where they were now mortal enemies. This was indeed rather reckless. Compared to himself back then, not only did the strength of the current Xiao Yan progress greatly, but his character had also become much more mature and cool. In 3 years, the young man back then had transformed into a strong person who truly had the ability to act independently. Teacher, thank you very much for what happened in the past. Xiao Yan was also somewhat embarrassed in the face of Yao Lao's words. Now that he recalled what happened back then, he had indeed committed quite a number of reckless acts. Yao Lao had not only not tried to persuade him otherwise, but had instead accompanied him as he went on a rampage. Now that he thought of it, Xiao Yan did not have anything but gratitude in his heart toward this teacher who had performed his duty to the best of his ability. Brat, why are you saying such words now? Can a young person be called a young person if he is not impulsive and reckless? Yao Lao slapped his hand on Xiao Yan's shoulders and scolded with a smile. Xiao Yan also smiled slightly when faced with Yao Lao's relieved, happy smile. He slowly turned around and threw his gaze to the distant north. There was an empire thousands of kilometers in that direction called the Jiama Empire. In it was a sect called the Misty Cloud Sect. Misty Cloud Sect, just wait. Soon, we will meet again. A faint, cold smile formed on the handsome face of the young man as red sunlight from the setting sun landed on it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, The Three Yao Brothers. Chapter 664, The Three Yao Brothers. A couple of human figures were seated within the spacious meeting room within Feng City. Occasional laughing sounds could be heard as a couple of graceful female servants shuttled through the hall to serve tea and water to the various important guests. Cuckoo, brother Xiao Li. Thanks to the medicinal pill auction idea sometime earlier, the population within the current Feng City is sufficient to squeeze into the top 3 of the Black Corner region. Feng City wasn't able to achieve such a peak even when the Black Alliance was occupying this place back then. A rough laugh sounded within the hall. The person who was speaking had bare arms with a tattoo of a fierce lion roaring toward the sky on his chest. His appearance was surprisingly the gang leader of the Wild Lion Gang, whom others called Wild Lion Tai Wu. After Tai Wu's laughter sounded, the leader of the Dark Sky Sect and Luo Sha Gate who were seated beside him also smiled and nodded. Within a short 3 months, the profits that they had obtained were even richer than what they had obtained during the last half a year. This was all because they were collaborating with Xiao Gate. Chief Tai is too courteous. All of us are simply getting what we need. Xiao Li, who was seated in the leader's seat, smiled and replied upon hearing this. Tai Wu and the other two smiled. Their gazes involuntarily turned to the area behind Xiao Li. There were 3 men wearing similar colored robes quietly standing behind him. The 3 men appeared to be around 30 years old. Their faces were filled with a dark brutalness. The 3 of them looked somewhat similar, and it was likely that they were related by blood. However, the most important thing was the aura that was emitted from the bodies of the 3 of them. By sensing a little, one could vaguely tell that the 3 of them were actually all experts at the Dou Wan class. Kuko, it is really unexpected that brother Xiaoli was able to even recruit the 3 Yao brothers. It causes others to be envious. However, they had offended the Gold-Silver brothers a few years earlier. Therefore, there aren't many factions within the Black Corner region who would dare keep them. The current Xiao Gate is the only one which possesses such a strength. The shadowy-faced old man from the Dark Sky Sect, who was called Old Ingu, glanced at the 3 people behind Xiaoli and spoke with a smile. Xiaoli smiled, waved his hand and said, "The 3 Yao brothers aren't under my command. They have merely come to Xiao Gate as guests." Tai Wu curled his lips in his heart when he heard Xiaoli's words. These 3 fellows were renowned within the Black Corner region for being stubborn. If they did not come willingly to join you, would they quietly stand behind you like pillars given their character? The so-called 3 Yao brothers did not even raise their eyebrows because of the conversation within the hall. That manner was as though the conversation of Xiaoli and the others had nothing to do with them. Haha, brother Xiaoli, it seems that we have not seen any traces of Chief Xiao during these 3 months. This Black Corner region is overly chaotic, and Feng City is currently attracting so much attention. If Chief Xiao is not around to keep watch, it is unavoidable that some trouble might occur. The only female among the leaders of the 3 large factions, Chief Sumei of Luo Sha Gate, raised her eyes and randomly asked with a lovely smile. Tai Wu and Old Ingu by her side also slowly paused their hands when these words were spoken. Their gazes partially swept toward Xiaoli, who was on the leader's seat. With the increasingly frightening population within Feng City, its profits had also become something that others were more and more envious of. Without a strength to satisfy others, it was likely that one would be replaced by another within a short period of time in this Black Corner region where one was surrounded by many strong people who possessed malicious intent. Although the three large factions had also reached an agreement with the Xiao Gate under the pressure of Xiao Yan's and Medusa's powerful strength, the lack of appearance of Xiao Yan during these last 3 months, and the increasingly rich profits of Feng City inevitably caused the three large factions, which were not friendly to begin with, to get some other ideas. Xiao Li merely smiled faintly in the face of the partially visible gazes of the three leaders. He carelessly said, "My third brother doesn't like to be restrained. He told me that he was going to search for medicinal ingredients in the deep mountains to refine medicinal pills sometime earlier. It is only natural that he doesn't have time to show himself. I can inform the three of you once he is back if you are pining for him." The three of them smiled when they heard this. Old Ingu placed the teacup in his hand down and smiled and said, "Brother Xiao, although we have an agreement that we will follow you to the Jema Empire to deal with your enemy, you should also know that the Misty Cloud sect possesses an elite dozong. Hence, we will not dare to go if Chief Xiao and that person do not follow." Xiao Li knit his brows. These three cunning fellows were indeed seasoned people who had muddled along with the Black Corner region for such a long time. They were actually leaving a means to escape at such a time in case of any trouble that might occur in the future. Cuckoo, why? Do the three of you have any doubts about the agreement back then? If you have, you can directly mention it to Xiao Yan. A faint laugh suddenly sounded from outside just as Xiao Li was prepared to open his mouth. Immediately, two human figures slowly entered in front of Xiao Li's joyous eyes. Tai Wu and the other two were startled when they saw the black-robed, young man who had suddenly appeared. They immediately forced a smile on their faces and stood up before cupping their hands together and spoke politely. "What is Chief Xiao saying? We will definitely not go back on our agreement back then. Otherwise, where would we have the face to continue staying within the Black Corner region in the future?" The people who had suddenly appeared were naturally Xiao Yan and Medusa, who had returned from the deep mountains. The former smiled and glanced at the heaps of smiles on the faces of the three of them. However, his heart scoffed at their words. How much was the word trust worth in the Black Corner region? "Cuckoo, I think that the three of you have obtained quite the profit during this period, right? Everyone should earn it if there is money. I never had any objection to this. However, the people who want to part ways after getting the money, Cuckoo, Xiao Yan may be young, but I am not a soft person. I think that the three of you should be very clear about this point." Xiao Yan glanced at the three people and spoke with a faint voice. Appropriate beatings were extremely useful toward these cunning people. The people of the Black Corner region were cowed by force, but did not respond to soft persuasion. As expected, the expressions of the three of them changed a little upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, which carried a threat. They immediately hurriedly nodded their heads to prove his point. "The three of you need not be anxious. I am merely randomly saying this." Xiao Yan spread his hand when he saw the changed expression on the three faces. He smiled and said, "We might be going to the Jiama Empire within these 2 months. The three of you should make preparations. When things succeed, I will definitely deliver all the Huang-class pills that I promised you." Within these 2 months? Tai Wu and the other three were startled when they heard this. Was this amount of time not a little too rushed? Although they muttered a little in their hearts, they did not dare to utter any objection at this moment. Moreover, under that enormous temptation of the Huang-class pill, the three of them hesitated only a little before nodding and agreeing. "Looks like we should quickly settle all the matters within the sect." This thought flashed within the three of them simultaneously. They conversed a little more with Xiao Yan before hurriedly bid him goodbye. Xiao Yan sent the three backs off with his eyes before curling his mouth slightly. He coldly said, "Those three cunning fellows. Did they really think that it is so easy to take advantage of me? Little fellow, you are finally back. The matters within the Feng City during this half a year have really agonized me badly." Xiao Li stepped down from the leader's seat and came to Xiao Yan's front. He patted the latter's shoulders as he spoke with a smile. "How is Feng City now?" Xiao Yan smiled and asked. "Not bad. Perhaps it is because you have shown yourself and deterred the Gold-Silver brothers, but there is hardly anyone within this Black Corner region who dares obstruct us now. Some of the large shops who possess some capital have also settled into the city one after another. The population within Feng City is likely to have reached the top 3 cities within the Black Corner region. Just think of the profits. What we have earned in these couple of months is something that cannot even be matched by 2 years of work by the mercenary company back then." Xiao Li shook his head and sighed emotionally. Xiao Yan smiled as he saw Xiao Li's emotional sigh. His gaze suddenly turned to the 3 human figures behind Xiao Li and raised his brows slightly. He could sense that these 3 people were actually all experts at the Dou Wan class. Who are these 3? The 3 Yao brothers, Great Chief. Without waiting for Xiao Li to call them, the three men who had maintained an indifferent expression suddenly cupped their hands in an orderly and respectful manner as they spoke. These three are brothers related by blood. They share the surname Yao. Although they did not join any factions in the past, three elite Dou Wangs are also quite powerful. Hence, they do have some reputation within the Black Corner region. They offended the Gold-Silver brothers a few years earlier. Therefore they have been hiding within the Black Corner region. I discovered them some time ago, so I called them over. Xiao Li explained by his side. Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding. He immediately nodded and spoke to the three of them. Since you have joined Xiao Gate, we are naturally one family. You need not be worried about the Gold-Silver brothers. Now, it is likely that those two old fellows don't have the courage to appear in Feng City. Since his relationship with the Gold-Silver brothers was originally extremely terrible, Xiao Yan would naturally not shut the door on these three expert Dou Wangs. Naturally, it was best that he had as many subordinates as possible when he returned to the Jiama Empire. Joy surged onto the faces of the three Yao brothers when they heard Xiao Yan's words. They had lived quite miserably during these past few years. The name of the Gold-Silver brothers was too renowned within the Black Corner region. It was to the point that many factions did not keep them and dare offend those two old fellows who would not die. Chief, I am the oldest among us three brothers. There is no longer a need to mention my old name. If you have any instructions in the future, you can call us Big Yao, Second Yao, Third Yao. The man who looked the oldest spoke respectfully to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also smiled at this simple and interesting form of address. He immediately nodded, turned his head around and spoke to Xiao Li with a smile. Second brother, start gathering everyone. Gather all the strong people that our Xiao Gate can spare. Perhaps we will be returned to the Jiama Empire within these 2 months. Ugh. Alright. Xiao Li was initially stunned when he heard this. His face was immediately filled with joy as he nodded rapidly. He had waited far too long for this. Next, I will have to make a trip to the Inner Academy. I shall leave the matter of gathering helpers to you. Xiao Yan smiled and said. No problem. Leave it to me. Xiao Li parted his mouth and smiled. His gaze turned toward the distant southern sky outside. A savage arc faintly surfaced on his cold, stern face. Misty Cloud Sect, the person seeking revenge is about to come, are you prepared? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Looking After. Chapter 665, Looking After. Xiao Yan stood on a spacious path within the Inner Academy. He watched the students who were filled with vitality coming and going, and his somewhat cold face, cold from having lingered within the Black Corner region for a couple of months, finally became much warmer. Although the competitive atmosphere within the Inner Academy was quite strong, it was really like paradise when compared to the cruel Black Corner region. The person who had followed Xiao Yan into the Inner Academy was still Medusa, who had been following closely beside Xiao Yan. These two people were standing on the main road where people came and went without any misgivings. Naturally, they attracted a countless number of surprised and curious gazes. With Medusa's beautiful, demon-like appearance, she naturally possessed an unusual allure that was difficult to describe with words to these young students who had been living in the Ivory Tower. Some of the younger teenagers or young men felt a great interest to the mature woman. This was the so-called fondness for an elder sister feeling. Medusa appeared to have totally ignored all the numerous amazed gazes from around her. Her bewitching, pretty face was still as cold as ice. The cold aura spreading all over her body that completely turned others away also caused some of the bold fellows, who had the thought of striking up a conversation with her, to dismiss such a notion. Although Medusa was able to ignore those gazes from around her, Xiao Yan still felt somewhat helpless. Since the former had been following him around closely, those gazes could not help but fall onto him. However, the gazes that turned to him were naturally not of amazement but of extremely pure envy and a kind of jealousy within a man's heart. A person who was able to possess that kind of beauty, who could bring ruin to a country, was mostly a common enemy in the hearts of men. A beauty that could bring ruin to a country, idiom meaning extremely beautiful to the point that she can manipulate kings and bring about destruction because of terrible decisions. Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head in the face of those gazes that contained traces of enmity. He would naturally not find fault with those students, who were younger than him. Therefore, after he had identified his direction, he waved at Medusa before a silver glow flashed under his feet. In an instant, he disappeared in front of the numerous stunned gazes around him. Only after the two people disappeared was the surrounding quiet atmosphere broken by numerous hushed conversations. That fellow is really fast. These two people don't appear to be students of the Inner Academy, right? However, that man seemed to look a little familiar. Some of the people blinked their eyes uncertainly as they tried to recall with all their might. That's right, I have remembered. Isn't he the leader of Pan's Gate, Xiao Yan? A surprised cry suddenly sounded. Immediately, many people had a look of sudden understanding on their faces. Everyone looked at one another as excitement leaped within their eyes. Many people held a kind of admiration for this legendary mysterious person who usually could not be seen. In the big battle for the survival of the Inner Academy back then, this young man had basically turned the situation around. Such a dazzling battle result caused these students to feel their hot blood boil by just hearing about it. Tisk tsk, no wonder he is able to get such a beauty to follow beside him. He is actually Senior Xiao Yan. Quite a number of people quietly smacked their lips after learning of Xiao Yan's identity. They immediately sighed quietly in their hearts. It seemed that only heroes were accompanied by beauties. Xiao Yan naturally did not hear the various conversations of those students. After leaving the spot where everything occurred, he maneuvered at lightning-like speed to the area deep inside the Inner Academy where the first elder Su Qian was located. When Xiao Yan entered the study that Su Qian usually used, the latter also discovered his footsteps. He lifted his head to look at Xiao Yan, who was the first to enter, and could not help but smile. He was just about to get up when his gaze locked onto Medusa, who was behind Xiao Yan. "Coco, First Elder need not be worried. I have already settled the matter between the both of us." Xiao Yan saw the suddenly solidifying of Su Qian's face, and hurriedly opened his mouth to laugh. He knew that Su Qian was extremely afraid of Medusa within his heart. After all, this woman truly caused him to feel a sense of danger. Su Qian's tensed body only quietly relaxed a little after hearing this. Although most of his focus still remained on Medusa, he was able to reveal a smile on his face as he spoke. "You have been gone for a couple of months in one go. Were it not because I had confidence in you, I would have really thought that you had been quietly finished off by those fellows within the Black Corner region." Xiao Yan smiled and slowly walked into the study. After which, he sat down on the chair in front of Su Qian and spoke with a smile. "First Elder need not lie to me. How can the Inner Academy not sense it when I create such a big commotion within the Black Corner region?" Su Qian was startled. He immediately could not help but laugh as he shook his head. He said, "Little fellow, you are indeed not an ordinary person. You have now occupied Feng City, set up an enormous medicinal pill auction, and attracted the attention of over half the Black Corner region. The Inner Academy naturally needed to pay some attention." Xiao Yan nodded. Being two enormous beings that were next to one another, the Inner Academy naturally needed to maintain an exceptional caution for that chaotic region. Originally, according to the Inner Academy plan, that Feng City was located far too close to the Inner Academy and it would not allow any faction within the Black Corner region to occupy it. This was to avoid any unnecessary trouble that might appear in the future. However, due to Xiao Yan's relationship, the Feng City ended up belonging to Xiao Gate. Despite this, some essential monitoring tactics were unavoidable. After all, Su Qian and the others needed to think of the safety of the entire academy. "What are your plans now that you have returned? However, strictly speaking, you are still a student of our Inner Academy. Looking at the date, you have yet to graduate. Yet, you have not been training within the Inner Academy. This kind of behavior is sufficient to allow me to give you the title of a bad student." Su Qian first asked a question before immediately rolling his eyes at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan gave an embarrassed smile. He was also somewhat helpless as he spoke with a bitter smile. "First Elder should also know that the Inner Academy no longer has much benefit to me anymore." Su Qian curled his mouth. Xiao Yan's current strength would not be able to increase much within the Inner Academy. Even training all day long at the bottom of the blazing Skychi refining tower would not have much attraction to Xiao Yan, who possessed the real fallen heart flame. However, he still felt a little displeased when he thought about it. This fellow really did not engage in honest work. "First Elder, I might perhaps return to the Jiama Empire within these 2 months." Xiao Yan's gaze looked at Su Qian as he spoke with an increasingly solemn expression. Su Qian was slightly startled. He knit his brows slightly as he voiced his thoughts. "Are you returning to the Jiama Empire already? So soon?" Xiao Yan sighed softly and spoke with a faint voice. "I have already left for 3 years. Some grudges must eventually be settled." "Ugh, naturally I can't really say anything to stop you when it comes to such matters. Although your strength has currently soared, you should still act carefully. The Misty Cloud sect has a very deep foundation within the Jiama Empire, and its strength is far too enormous. Moreover, that Yunshan is a true elite Dozong. If you were to act carelessly, it is likely that you won't have a chance at a comeback. I know that it is likely that you had the thought of increasing your strength and taking revenge when you arrived at the Jianan Academy back then. After these 3 years, you are already no longer that young man who was filled with vigor." Su Qian mused for a moment before speaking earnestly. Xiao Yan will remember First Elder's teaching deep in my heart. Thank you very much for your care during these past few years. Xiao Yan felt a little touched in his heart when he heard Su Qian's sincere reminder. He stood up and bowed to Su Qian with a solemn expression. The care and favor that Su Qian had given him these couple of years while he was in the academy was something that anyone could see. This favor was not something that he could slight. Kuko, why are you saying all this? You are a student of our inner academy. All of these things are within my responsibility. Su Qian smiled and waved his hand. He had the young face before suddenly sighing, I really envy Yao Zunjia. He was actually able to find such an outstanding disciple. Kuko, honestly speaking, I also had such intentions back then. Xiao Yan was stunned when he heard this. He immediately spoke sincerely, First Elder is also a good teacher whom one could not ask for more in Xiao Yan's heart. Su Qian smiled and said, you are about to leave. Is there anything that I can help you with? Xiao Yan rubbed his head and spoke with an embarrassed smile, there is actually nothing much. It is just that I hope First Elder can help me look after Xiao Gate after I leave. This is not a bad development place. Once I settle the matter in the Jiama Empire, I will formally send someone to take it over. However, before this, First Elder might need to help look after it. After all, you should also know about the kind of place the Black Corner region is. Without me sitting around, it is likely that Feng City will be occupied by other factions within a short period of time. But little fellow, you actually want me, a person from the Inner Academy, to help you look after a faction within the Black Corner region? Su Qian felt neither able to laugh nor cry. However, he ended up nodding a moment later. He voiced his thoughts, this is not too much trouble. The Black Corner region has many big and small factions who could form a force that even the Jianan Academy would have difficulty contending against if they united together, but it is fortunate that each of these fellows harbor sinister motives and have difficulty joining hands. Given our strength, taking care of Xiao Gate should not be much of a problem. In that case, thank you very much, First Elder. Xiao Yan rejoiced when he saw Su Qian nodding his head, and he cupped his hands together to thank with a grin. Su Qian smiled and immediately said, although I know that returning to the Jiama Empire is an extremely important matter to you, you should not blame me for not providing you much help on this matter because of the special status of the Jianan Academy on the continent. Xiao Yan is not an unreasonable person. First Elder has already given me enough help. Xiao Yan laughed softly. He had naturally not dreamed that Su Qian would use the Jianan Academy's strength to help him seek revenge. After all, this academy did not belong to him alone. Su Qian smiled and nodded as he looked at the cheerful smile on the delicate, handsome, young face. His finger gently knocked on the table. A moment later, he randomly said, of course, some elders, especially those like Lin Yan who have been promoted from a student, may be an inner academy elder in name, but they are free individuals. Whatever they wish to do naturally does not have much relationship with us. This, do you understand? Xiao Yan was startled when he heard these words of Su Qian which were pointing in a certain direction. He immediately smiled and nodded. Since that is the case, thank you very much, First Elder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666, Settling Pan's Gate. Chapter 666, Settling Pan's Gate. Xiao Yan stood on the rock stairs after having exited First Elder Su Qian's study. He lifted his head to the sky and exhaled a breath of air. Medusa was following like a shadow behind him. Her pretty face was cold, and was unwilling to utter even a single word. There would occasionally be some inner academy's elders coming and going from the study. These people who possessed quite a high status within the inner academy, stopped their footsteps and eagerly chatted and smiled with Xiao Yan. They did not have the slightest elder demeanor that they used when speaking with ordinary students. Of course, they clearly knew in their hearts that their so-called elder status did not have the slightest use in the face of this young man in front of them. Xiao Yan sent off those elders who had greeted him before he quietly sighed in relief. It had only been a couple of months since they had met. Did they really need to be so warm and enthusiastic? Where do you need to go next? An ice-cold voice containing some impatience sounded from behind Xiao Yan. It was actually Medusa who had waited for over half a day. I thought that you wanted to continue being a mute. Xiao Yan turned around and studied Medusa's vertical eyebrows on her pretty face while he spoke with a smile. Medusa once again displayed a taut face in the face of Xiao Yan's teasing. The latter could only helplessly shake his head at this. He said, let's go. We will make a trip to Pan's Gate first. I don't know when the next time I will return after making this trip to the Jiama Empire. Therefore, it is best that I settle everything properly. Xiao Yan raised his feet and took the lead to walk outside after he spoke. Medusa was just like a ghost as she closely followed. Xiao Yan's return to Pan's Gate naturally caused Pan's Gate to immediately boil. A countless number of people swarmed over from all directions. Their purpose was to give a reverent cheer to this mysterious leader whom they could hardly see. Xiao Yan's current reputation within the inner academy had already reached a certain level. There was no student from any previous batch who could reach such a level. Wu Hao, Hu Jia, Ling Yan, Xiao Yu, and other important people in the upper echelons of the Pan's Gate once again gathered within the meeting room of Pan's Gate because of Xiao Yan's return. You created such a big commotion the moment you returned. There is currently an unknown number of brothers from Pan's Gate waiting outside for you to reveal yourself. Xiao Yu shook her head as she glanced at Xiao Yan, who was seated in the leader's seat, after hearing the noise float in from outside the hall. Xiao Yan smiled. He did not expect that he would actually cause such a big commotion by just showing himself. You have disappeared for a couple of months again this time around. What do you want to do now that you are back? Lin Yan made a big motion as he sat on his chair and rolled his eyes toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was silent. He immediately spoke in a slow manner. Everyone, this time around, I have returned to tell all of you that I may perhaps be leaving the Jianan Academy, and returning to the Jiama Empire within these 2 months. The original joyous atmosphere within the hall immediately became still after Xiao Yan spoke. Everyone looked at one another. They also knew a little about Xiao Yan's past. Hence, they naturally knew what he intended to do when they heard him saying that he was returning to the Jiama Empire. Therefore, no one opened their mouths to hold him back. Hu Jia was finally the first to speak after remaining quiet for a long while. So soon? Xiao Yan bitterly laughed as he faced everyone who had suddenly become much quieter. He sighed, that's right, I have already prepared everything. The Xiao clan is still waiting for me to return. I cannot delay any longer. Everyone was silent. A moment later, numerous voices that appeared as though they had come to a prior agreement appeared. I will leave with you. Xiao Yan was stunned. He looked at everyone who was looking at each other and felt his heart become warm. He smiled and said, I also hope so. However, it is too risky returning to the Jiama Empire this time around. The strength of the Misty Cloud sect might not be any weaker than the lineup of the strong people that Han Feng had gathered to launch a sneak attack on the academy 2 years ago. Moreover, what will happen to Pan's Gate if all of you leave? This is our blood and sweat. Wu Hao and Hu Jia immediately became dispirited when they heard this. I have agreed with you back then, right? Lin Yan spread his hands and smiled at Xiao Yan. There is no longer much use for me to remain in the inner academy now. It might be better for me to leave and strike out with you. Xiao Yan also hesitated for a moment when he saw Lin Yan's smiling face. He nodded his head and spoke, I shall not say any arrogant words. I am reassured with your strength. Moreover, there is not much use for you to remain in Pan's Gate. It is fine if you follow me. Lin Yan's face could not resist twitching when he heard Xiao Yan's words. What did he mean by there was not much use for him to remain in Pan's Gate? Was this fellow's words not too damaging? What about me? Even this fellow can go, don't tell me I can't? A tender clear voice suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan looked at the white-clothed little girl who was standing with her hands by her waist. He could not help but hesitate for a moment. Although Zi Yan's strength was indeed stronger than Lin Yan, they were not going to go to the Jiama Empire for a tour. There was quite a lot of danger in it. He was not too willing for this cute, little girl to be dragged into it. Are you thinking of not helping me refine the body transformation pill? You liar, are you looking for a beating? Zi Yan immediately raised her little eyebrows when she saw Xiao Yan hesitate. She clenched her little fist and stared at Xiao Yan angrily. She had become vexed at having stayed in the inner academy for so many years. Naturally, she needed to grasp this opportunity to leave and venture into the outside world. Most importantly, she would not need to eat those awful medicinal ingredients by following beside Xiao Yan. Of course, she naturally hid these words in her heart. She definitely needed to look for the most righteous reason. Xiao Yan felt neither able to laugh nor cry when faced with Zi Yan's cute angry stare. He mused for a moment before nodding his head and said, It is fine if you follow me. However, you must agree that you will listen to everything I say. Otherwise, I will send you back. Although the little girl was naive in nature, there was no need to doubt her strength. It was likely that her frightening strength had increased greatly after not having met for 2 years. That kind of strange strength was likely something that would cause even an elite Dou Huang to suffer should they collide head-on. She, I am not afraid of you. A gloating expression surfaced on Zi Yan's face when she heard Xiao Yan's reply. However, she curled her mouth and did not show any sign of weakness. Xiao Yan once again turned his gaze to Hu Jia and Wu Hao by the side. He mused for a moment before slowly speaking, I think that the both of you should have already heard some news. I have established a faction named Xiao Gate within the Black Corner region. The Academy's Pan's Gate might have limitless potential, but there is a natural drawback in its management. The students will leave after they graduate. Moreover, the fire energy within the inner academy will also fail to provide for them the means to survive in the outside world. Hence, I wish for you to pay some attention. You can introduce those students who have graduated in the future into Xiao Gate. Of course, this is entirely voluntarily. There is no need to try and force them if they are unwilling. But Xiao Yan had always viewed the potential of Pan's Gate seriously. Most of those students who were able to enter the inner academy were people who possessed a great talent. If they were groomed properly, they would definitely gain achievements in the future. This would be an extremely great potential strength if he was able to gather them. Joining Xiao Gate? Is this not a little inappropriate? Since the Xiao Gate is established in the Black Corner region, it can be considered a faction of the Black Corner region. You should also be aware that the place is always a deep taboo among the students of the Jianan Academy. Wu Hao and Hu Jia knit their brows and voiced their thoughts when they heard this. Kuko, I am naturally aware of this point. However, there has been repeated friction between Jianan Academy and the Black Corner region. During such a time, guarding against the Black Corner region is not a long-term solution. If Xiao Gate is able to expand in the future and quite a number of its members are students who graduated from the inner academy, do you think that this faction would act in a friendly or hostile manner when they meet groups from the inner academy who have gone out to train? Xiao Yan laughed softly and slowly asked. Moreover, once Xiao Gate gradually takes shape in the future, it might even be able to act as a middleman to regulate the relationship between the Jianan Academy and the Black Corner region. But Wu Hao and Hu Jia frowned as they thought deeply. They naturally knew that these factions within the academy did not have the strictness of the sects and gangs in the outside world. No matter how one put it, they were still students. It was not possible to put in place traitor rules for the sect, etc. This action of Xiao Yan was to turn Pan's Gate into a talent reservoir for Xiao Gate. Being a faction of the Black Corner region, the various rules within Xiao Gate were definitely very strict. The overall mobilization ability of this kind of faction would naturally exceed Pan's Gate by 10 or even 100 times. It was not bad if they were currently able to make plans for the future when they had to leave the Jianan Academy. If you are worried, the two of you can temporarily manage the Xiao Gate, which lacks someone to manage it during this period that I am away. This way, the both of you will be better able to completely understand the implication of this. Xiao Yan smiled as he suggested. You are the true leader of Pan's Gate. You have the right to make such decisions. Since you possess such a thinking, we will obey you. Wu Hao and Hu Jia smiled. They mused for a moment before they nodded and spoke. Pan's Gate would have scattered were it not because of you guys. What has it got to do with me? Xiao Yan sighed. Were it not because of the reputation that you had garnered, what use would there have been in simply relying on the two of us? Wu Hao shook his head. Although Xiao Yan had seldom participated in matters regarding Pan's Gate, they clearly knew that it was likely impossible for Pan's Gate to reach this size without Xiao Yan's reputation. Xiao Yan's position within the hearts of all the members of Pan's Gate could clearly be seen from the commotion that was created when Xiao Yan returned. The two of you need not flatter each other. Let's do as Xiao Yan says with regards to this matter. Wu Hao and my strength are too weak, and we would likely not be of much help if we were to follow you to the Jiama Empire. Therefore, we will stay behind to manage Pan's Gate and try to understand Xiao Gate. We will come and help you when we break through to the Dou Wang class. Hu Jia rolled her eyes and immediately agreed. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He also slowly sighed in relief within his heart. The most important thing was that Pan's Gate had been settled properly. This indeed allowed him to release the heavy stone in his heart. Next, he would quietly wait for 2 months, and wait for Xiaoli to gather all the helpers on his end. After which, the return plan would formally begin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, 10 Exchanges. Chapter 667, 10 Exchanges. Xiao Yan completely relaxed after he had settled Pan's Gate properly. Since Xiaoli still needed some time to gather the helpers on his end, the completely relaxed Xiao Yan did not make a move to leave the inner academy. The news that Xiao Yan was about to leave was not spread around. This was because Wu Hao and the others knew that once this news was known by the people within Pan's Gate, it was unavoidable that many people would become disappointed. In any case, Xiao Yan frequently disappeared. It was a common matter for him to be missing for a couple of months. Hence, hiding it would also be very easy. It might be better to announce this news in the future when the time was ripe. Xiao Yan calmly remained within the inner academy during this subsequent period of time. He would occasionally refine some low-tier medicinal pill in public and treated them as gifts which he gave to the members of the Pan's Gate who formed an audience around him. Countless numbers of people would come and observe each time he refined medicinal pills. Although the number of alchemists the current Pan Gate had recruited was not small, even the alchemists within Pan's Gate felt great curiosity toward this leader who held the title of the top alchemist within the inner academy. After all, most of the new students had never seen the frequently praised medicinal pill refining competition between Xiao Yan and the leader of the medicinal gang back then. Lin Yan came and found him with a face full of sly smiles during one of the days while Xiao Yan was waiting idly. After which, the former dragged him out of Pan's Gate and brought him to the ever-noisy fighting arena of the inner academy. The Inner Academy's fighting arena was the most popular place within the entire Inner Academy. There were a countless number of people who wipe off their perspiration in this place. The victor would enjoy the cheers, honor, or ranking while the loser could only withdraw in hopeless dejection before holding their anger in to train, anticipating the day that they could get back at their opponent. The enormous arena was, however, empty when Xiao Yan entered the place. The usual never-ending battles had disappeared. Instead, the surrounding high platforms were filled with densely packed human head. The private conversations were just like countless numbers of flies that were buzzing in the fighting arena. This buzzing sound suddenly disappeared the moment Xiao Yan entered the area. Numerous gazes gradually became heated. A moment later a thunder-like cheer sounded beside his ear. "You, what are you thinking of doing? Don't tell me that you want to fight with me here?" The intense noise caused Xiao Yan to knit his brows as he helplessly spoke to Lin Yan beside him. "I don't wish to receive a beating. However, the one who wants to take a beating is someone else." Lin Yan laughed out loud. He immediately raised his hands and clapped. A loud clapping sound appeared around the arena. Two human figures suddenly rushed out before flashing and appearing in the fighting arena below. Xiao Yan's gaze drifted over. He was stunned to realize that the two people below were surprisingly Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing. "These two fellows?" Xiao Yan asked in a stunned manner while observing Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing's eager gazes as they raised their heads below. "I know that you should require quite a number of helpers when you return to the Jiama Empire this time around. Hence, I have told these two fellows about your issue. Of course, I did not reveal any intention of inviting them. However, these two fellows volunteered by saying that they will also follow you to the Jiama Empire to experience the so-called Misty Cloud sect if you could defeat the two of them." Lin Yan shrugged his shoulders and spoke with a smile. Xiao Yan was startled. He immediately looked down at the two people with some surprise. It was quite normal for Lin Yan to follow him to the Jiama Empire. After all, the latter had already mentioned it back then. However, these two fellows actually also. Most of the old friends who were here back then have already left the Inner Academy. There is no longer much meaning to continue remaining here now. Actually, that group of fellows back then did admire you quite a bit. These two people may usually act very proud, but they also possess the same thoughts toward you. From a certain point of view, they also think of you as someone they can befriend." Lin Yan smiled and explained. "If you also think that these two fellows are worth befriending, you should agree to their request. Moreover, you should not hold anything back and viciously give them a beating. That's right, Xiao Yan, beat these two fellows." These two people maintained the highest percentage of victory within the fighting arena. "You are about to leave soon. Leave behind a mark that others will have difficulty exceeding. A young person should do some crazy things." A laugh suddenly sounded from behind. Xiao Yan turned around and saw that it was actually Wu Hao, Xiaoyu, and a large group of people. From the looks of their expressions, it seemed that they were already aware of this long before. Xiao Yan looked at the somewhat serious expression of Lin Yan and then the encouraging faces of Wu Hao and the others. He was dumbfounded. A moment later, he smiled and nodded before saying, "Since this is the case, I shall viciously flatten these two fellows. Actually, I had the desire to do this back then. However, I didn't have the ability." Xiao Yan's toes pressed on the ground after saying this. His body flipped over the guardrail and rushed down like a shadow, appearing in the arena in an instant. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled as he looked at the somewhat excited faces of the two of them. He clenched his fist and the sound of beans cracking began to appear. A cheer that could move mountains and flip the seas sounded from the viewing gallery as Xiao Yan entered the arena. A single person fighting against two Dou Qi Inner Academy elders. This extremely exciting lineup was something that rarely appeared within the fighting arena. The three people who had appeared were all the most outstanding people from the strong ranking back then. Xiao Yan's current legendary hue within the Inner Academy was something that no one could match. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing were also in the top 3 on the strong ranking back then. Now, these two were among the elders and their strength could not be underestimated. With the two of them joining hands, it was likely that they could barely fight against an elite Dou Huang. Xiao Yan, don't hold anything back this time around. Lu Qing and I will also unleash all of our strength. Lin Xiaoya looked at the smiling face of the black-robed young man who was standing straight in front of him as he laughed. We will be your fighters if you defeat the two of us. Lu Qing said. His gaze was wild and hot as he observed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled. He immediately extended a hand sign toward the two of them and laughed. 10 exchanges. If I am unable to dispatch the both of you in 10 exchanges, it can be considered my loss. He, how arrogant. Even the first elder is present in this fight. Don't end up biting your tongue. Lin Xiaoya pointed at a certain part of the viewing gallery as he chuckled. Xiao Yan's gaze followed the direction that Lin Xiaoya was pointing at and looked over. He did indeed see Su Qian and the inner academy's elders sitting and waiting at that place. They smiled while looking at the arena below. You fellows, are you also free? Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and turned around to look at the two people. He spoke with a grin, however, it is still 10 moves. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing raised their brows when they heard these words. They immediately laughed. Powerful Dou Qi suddenly surged out from their bodies. Each of them took one step to the side. Although this seemed like a random step, it caused surprise to flash across Xiao Yan's eyes. With this standing position, these two fellows could simultaneously deal with attacks that the opponent unleashed from any angle. When had the cooperation between these two reached such a great degree? No wonder they dare be this arrogant. They have some cards up their sleeves. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. Dark green Dou Qi seeped from every part of his body. After which, it galloped through his qi paths in a torrent-like manner. A powerful energy feeling filled every cell under Xiao Yan's skin. The cheers of the people in the surrounding viewing gallery became much louder as they experienced the three powerful auras that suddenly surged out. Many people's faces were flushed from the excitement of witnessing a fierce competition. Are you ready? Xiao Yan faced the other two and softly asked. Qi. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing used their actions to reply to Xiao Yan's question. The two figures shook and turned into two vague outlines which could not be separated. Finally, they turned into a somewhat mysterious arc as they rushed toward Xiao Yan. Quite a good speed. Xiao Yan smiled as he glanced at the two blurry figures that had rushed over. His body did not move. An instant later, two winds suddenly reached him. The sharp force carried an air-tearing, ear-piercing sound. One came from above and the other below as they attacked Xiao Yan. Lin Xiaoya's and Lu Qing's attacking position were somewhat tricky. With one above and one below, they were attacking two spots which Xiao Yan would have difficulty managing. If Xiao Yan only defended against one location, he would definitely be struck from the other spot. Under the focus of a countless number of gazes, the body of the statue like Xiao Yan suddenly shook as the wind from both fists were about to reach him. Immediately, everyone was stunned as they saw two illusionary feet drifting toward both sides. The two illusionary feet appeared to become substance-like just as it was about to collide with Lin Xiaoya's and Lu Qing's fist and instantly unleashed an extremely frightening energy. The first exchange. Bang! A low, deep muffled sound appeared in the arena. A powerful force vented out in a torrent-like manner at that moment, causing Lin Xiaoya's and Lu Qing's figure to explosively withdraw by over 10 steps. They each left behind deep footprints each time their feet touched the ground. This fellow, what frightening speed and strength! Lu Qing stabilized his body as a thought flashed across his heart. The pores all over his body suddenly shrank. Immediately, a black line abruptly flashed in his eyes as though it had shuttled through the gap in space. Lu Qing's reaction was similarly quick when the black shadow surfaced. His feet stepped forward and his tall, strong figure swiftly withdrew. The black figure surfaced and Xiao Yan smiled. His feet spread toward the swiftly withdrawing Lu Qing. Immediately, an invisible wild suction force surged out. Lu Qing's swiftly withdrawing body immediately slowed under that fierce, wild suction force. However, without waiting for him to increase his strength to pull back, the suction force suddenly disappeared. A powerful pushing force quickly followed, shaking the figure until it moved back quickly. His feet also drew a long scar on the ground. The second exchange. Dou Qi surged out from Lu Qing's body and eliminated the chest tightness that was caused by the suction and convulsing force. He turned his head and took a glance at the boundary line, only 2 to 3 meters behind him. Some cold sweat involuntarily surfaced on his forehead. He was nearly thrown out of the boundary line. Now is not the time to rejoice. A slight laugh was suddenly transmitted over just as Lu Qing sighed in relief. A faint thunder-like roar sounded and the black figure appeared in front of Lu Qing in a manner that once again caused everyone to be stunned. Great rift coffin splitting claw. Lu Qing's expression sank upon seeing that Xiao Yan was about to approach him. His hand that was brewing Dou Qi was suddenly extended out. Dou Qi wrapped around his hand and dyed it into something like a metal hand claw. It carried an air fluctuation as it violently clawed at Xiao Yan's chest. Xiao Yan did not dodge as he watched Lu Qing, who had displayed his best move. His finger extended out in a strange manner. After which, it flicked a couple of times. The air that was carried by the flicking finger were like invisible cannonballs that struck repeatedly against Lu Qing's hand claw, completely neutralizing the frightening force that it carried. The third exchange. Piercing pain was faintly transmitted from Lu Qing's hand as he was continuously attacked by the air that Xiao Yan flicked over. However, he did not show any intentions of withdrawing his palm and pulling back. He carried a fierce aura and instantly pounced to the side of Xiao Yan's hand. His claws suddenly changed its stance as he extended and firmly grabbed both of Xiao Yan's hands. Do it! Lu Qing suddenly let out a low roar after grabbing both of Xiao Yan's hands. A wind blew past Xiao Yan's back as Lu Qing's roar sounded. Lin Xiaoya's body flashed and appeared. His hands were clenched tightly as pale green blades rotated around them unceasingly. Immediately, they became like sharp long spears that furiously smashed toward Xiao Yan's back. The sudden unexpected turn of events within the arena caused waves of exclamations to immediately appear in the viewing gallery. Now that Xiao Yan's hands were being bound, it was likely that he would have difficulty escaping Lin Xiaoya's attack. Lin Xiaoya's blade-like hands were finally about to reach and heavily smash against Xiao Yan's back in front of a countless number of gazes. However, the moment he was about to strike, his hand strangely passed through the interior of Xiao Yan's body. Clamor. The strange scene caused an uproar to immediately appear in the entire arena. This fellow actually practiced the 3000 lightning movement to such an extent. Su Qian was surprised as he watched the strange scene below. He could not help but softly mutter under his breath. Lu Xiaoya's and Lu Qing's expressions changed drastically the instant that the former's hand passed through Xiao Yan's body. Lu Qing was the person who found it most incredulous. This was because he had clearly sensed that Xiao Yan was indeed firmly restrained by him an instant earlier. However, Xiao Yan had strangely disappeared an instant later. This should be the fifth exchange, right? A somewhat icy hand had unknowingly and quietly pressed on their chest and back while the expression of the two were undergoing a drastic change. The faint iciness emitted caused all of the pores on the bodies of the two people to suddenly open wide. If a force was emitted in this position, it was likely that Lu Qing and Lin Xiaoya would at least be seriously injured even if they did not die. Lin Xiaoya's and Lu Qing's body instantly stiffened as their fatal points were restrained. Perspiration flowed wildly from their foreheads. That fellow's speed had already reached such a frightening level. Bang! A gentle force suddenly erupted and shook Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing out of the arena. After which, their bodies miserably rolled a couple of times before stabilizing. Is it over? The viewing gallery was completely silent. Only Xiao Yan's soft laughter sounded. Many people were unable to see what actually occurred in this battle. However, the unusual speed of Xiao Yan where he strangely appeared and disappeared in a flicker caused everyone to quietly feel shock. The silence continued for a long time before it was eventually broken by an applause. Following which, a thunder-like applause which could move mountains and overturn the seas resounded like a bang. Lin Xiaoya and Lu Qing climbed up from the ground. They exchanged looks with each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. The gap was too huge. There was basically not the slightest chance of comparison. They did not have the slight possibility of winning in front of such frightening speed. This fellow is really too terrifying. Back then, I was still able to go all out until both of us were defeated with serious injuries. Now, Lu Qing laughed bitterly. Lin Xiaoya's face was also filled with a bitter smile. Although Xiao Yan was outstanding then, he was merely able to cause Lin Xiaoya to view him a little seriously. Who would have thought that in a mere 2 to 3 years, Lin Xiaoya himself would have to look up to him? No wonder even an outstanding girl like Xun Er likes him. From the looks of it now, he does indeed have the qualification. Lin Xiaoya sighed softly in his heart as he studied the young man on the stage who was displaying a warm smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Tranquil. Chapter 668, Tranquil. This battle, not surprisingly, became a topic that the people in the inner academy relished. The fight in the fighting arena that caused a countless number of people to be shocked ended in Xiao Yan's perfect victory. Lin Xiaoyan and Lu Qing were people whose names reverberated like thunder even among the new students within the inner academy. They were frightening existences who had dominated the top 3 on the strong ranking. No one could replace them all the way until they detached from their student identities and became inner academy elders. Hence, compared to them, Xiao Yan, who had been missing for 2 years, gave people a somewhat unrealistic feeling because of the rich legendary aura that had covered his name due to the influence of public opinion. Although when Xiao Yan left the tower, he had fought with Lin Xiuya, at that time, it was merely a test, and although some strong experts could see the differences in strength between the two, normal students didn't have the perception to see who was stronger in the quick exchange. As for the huge attack against the Black Alliance, although he had slain Han Feng, who was at the Dou Huang stage, the act of him doing so was too shocking that it made people feel that it was unreal. Especially for people who didn't witness it firsthand. Although many people didn't express their dissenting feelings out loud, that thought remained in their hearts. However, this fiery hot fight that had occurred in front of over half of the Inner Academy's student population caused that thought, which faintly existed in their hearts, to completely disappear. The students of the Inner Academy were clearly aware of Lin Xiuya's and Lu Qing's strength. However, even the combination of these two was unable to last for 10 exchanges against Xiao Yan's hands. This strength was sufficient to automatically swallow all the doubts about Xiao Yan into their stomach while being secretly shocked. Hence, there were a countless number of students who did not get enough from the battle and spread the news to their fellow students despite it being a couple of days after the fiery hot battle that caused one's blood to be boil. Their faces would also reveal a reverence. A person who was able to establish a faction like Pan's Gate was indeed no ordinary person. The members of Pan's Gate appeared even more excited in the face of the news spreading among other students. When they saw the other party's reverence upon mentioning this name, a name that carried a legendary feeling in their occasional conversations with those outside, they would pretend to pay no attention and wave their hands. They would immediately randomly mention that they had occasionally met this legendary figure from their mouths within Pan's Gate. After which, if they were lucky, they would be given a pill when observing him refining medicinal pill. Each time this happened, the envy that appeared on the faces of those outsiders would cause their vanity to soar limitlessly. Xiao Yan had once again hidden himself within Pan's Gate as the place outside it descended into a fiery hot state because of the big fight in the fighting arena. Occasionally, Lin Yan, Lin Xiuya, and Lu Qing would make a trip over. However, most of the time, Xiao Yan was alone in the secret chamber refining medicinal pills for training. Time gradually passed amid these tranquil light days. Without realizing it, Xiao Yan had already stayed in the Inner Academy for nearly half a month. He had also received news that Xiao Li had brought him during this period of time. He was also making progress gathering helpers on his end. There were many experts within the Black Corner region. However, attempting to gather these rebellious fellows under him not only required him to spend quite a bit of money but also required him to possess a strength that they were willing to submit to. These two things were things that Xiao Gate currently possessed. Hence, quite a number of somewhat renowned experts within the Black Corner region expressed quite a great interest to the recruitment of Xiao Gate. According to this situation, it was likely that the expert lineup that Xiao Gate gathered when the time came would exceed Xiao Yan's expectations. Xiao Yan was looking down from a high vantage point from the roof of a building in Pan's Gate. A moment later, some sound of footsteps slowly sounded behind him. He turned his head over and looked at Xiao Yu, who was climbing up the stairs. He was just about to speak when his gaze swept toward a lovely, beautiful, young woman behind her. Xiao Mei? The familiar face caused Xiao Yan to be startled as he immediately cried out with a smile. Xiao Yan Gege. The young lady was wearing a pale purple dress. Her lovely body curved in all the right places. Certain aspects of her young self possessed a graceful demeanor comparable to a matured woman. This was especially the case for her little face that was a mixture of enchantment and purity. It was able to emit a kind of unusual charm. It was likely that this kind of outstanding young lady possessed quite a number of suitors within the Inner Academy. However, at this moment, this young lady, who appeared quite cold in the eyes of many suitors, was calling out with a somewhat timid, soft voice. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His gaze immediately turned to Xiao Yu as he said, I have settled most of the things after staying in the Inner Academy for so long. I am thinking of going to train a little in the deep mountains during the remaining time. I will make another trip back to the Inner Academy to bring Lin Yan and the others away when second brother has settled the things on his end. Xiao Yu was startled when she heard this. She frowned slightly and said, must you arrange your schedule until it is so tight? The Misty Cloud sect and Yun Shan are not ordinary enemies. Back then, all that I was thinking of when I was chased out of the Jiama Empire was to do everything to strengthen myself. Coco, after that, second brother came. Do you know that the me then had nearly lost my sense of reasoning and wished to immediately charge to the Jiama Empire upon hearing that the Xiao clan was nearly eliminated by the Misty Cloud sect? Xiao Yan smiled. His voice, however, was calm without much fluctuation. However, I ended up enduring it at the last moment. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and laughed softly. This is because I know that with my strength 2 years ago, it was likely that my end would not be much different from back then even if I did return. Moreover, I might even end up fleeing in a more miserable state, chased away. Perhaps many people are surprised that I can reach this stage in 3 years. However, I don't find it surprising. This is because the effort and pain that I have paid for is worth this reward. A bright smile surfaced on the young man's face in front of her. Xiao Yu felt a gratuitous heartache. The blood feud of the clan was a heavy rock pressing on the hearts of every member of the Xiao clan. After which, the heavy burden of taking revenge and revitalizing the Xiao clan were all pressed on this fellow in front of her. From the beginning until the end, the young man who was called the trash of the clan back then did not utter a single complaint. Xiao Yu slowly walked to Xiao Yan's front. She eyed this young man who had unknowingly become almost the same height as her. Her delicate hand suddenly rubbed the head of the former as she gently said, "Little pervert. Uncle Xiao was right about you back then. He always believed that you would become the most outstanding person of the Xiao clan. I, too, believe this now." Envy and dejection flashed across Xiao Mei's bright beautiful eyes as she stood by the side and watched Xiao Yu, who was performing such affectionate actions with Xiao Yan. Who said that a young lady did not yearn for love? With the reputation that Xiao Yan currently possessed within the inner academy, quite a number of young ladies with good talent and appearance held an admiration for him. There were also no shortage of young ladies who quietly flirted with him. The shadow which had originally existed deep within Xiao Mei's heart also expanded. However, that single matter back then had completely resulted in her being only able to seal such a feeling within her heart. She already knew that even though they had already buried the hatchet, it was very difficult for both Xiao Yan and her to return to the kind of relationship they had in the past. From a certain point of view, Xiao Mei's and Xun Er's relationship with Xiao Yan stood on the same starting line back then. However, after they began to run, the route had suddenly changed the moment that Xiao Yan had fallen from being a genius to trash. The relationship between the two also changed drastically, resulting in the present where it was difficult for it to heal. Xiao Yan was somewhat depressed at this action of Xiao Yu, which appeared as though she was dealing with a child. He turned his head only to speak with dissatisfaction. "Who are you calling a little pervert? Gee, back then, you barged into the place where I was bathing. Not only did your hands and legs act strangely, but you also yelled that you had charged in because you were panicking from being chased by a magical beast after everything had happened. Do you think that I am stupid? Being filled with terrible thoughts at such a young age, what else would you be other than a little pervert?" Xiao Yu's face was somewhat flushed red as she rolled her eyes and spoke with curled lips. Asterisk cough asterisk. I am innocent. Xiao Yan coughed intensely. His face had turned somewhat flushed for some unknown reason as he opened his mouth to defend against the accusations toward the actions he committed when he was young. On top of defending himself, his gaze quietly glanced toward a pair of sleek, delicate, sexy, long legs on the other side and involuntarily shook his head within his heart. He wondered just which man would benefit from such unforgettable legs. Xiao Yan's gaze might be obscured, but it was still discovered by the sensitive Xiao Yu. A faint bright redness rushed onto her pretty face as she stared furiously at the former. Xiao Yan smiled in an embarrassed manner. He eyed the somewhat flushed face of Xiao Yu and a slight warmness surged in his heart. He smiled slightly and spoke to the two of them. "I will send someone to inform all of you once I have settled the matter within the Jiama Empire. At that time, you can all return if you wish. Believe me, at that time, the Xiao clan will become the strongest clan within the Jiama Empire." Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei nodded slightly as they watched that serious expression of Xiao Yan. They believed that Xiao Yan would definitely be able to fulfill his promise to them. "Cuckoo, it is already quite late. I also need to enter the mountains. I'm afraid that I will really be going to leave this place the next time I return." Xiao Yan waved his hands to the two of them but did not delay the time any further. He acted free and easy as he headed to the descending stairs. "Cousin brother Xiao Yan." Xiao Mei tightly clenched her delicate hand when she saw that Xiao Yan was about to descend the stairs. Finally, she could not resist shouting out loud. Xiao Yan turned his head and his gaze swept toward the young lady. "I'm sorry." Xiao Mei's little face was flushed. It was a moment later before she had summoned the courage to timidly speak with a soft voice. Xiao Yan was startled. He immediately smiled and shook his head as he said, "We can be considered to be brothers and sisters who have grown up together. There is no need to say such words. I have already forgotten about the matter back then." Xiao Yan did not stop after speaking. He turned around, descended the stairs, and disappeared in front of the gazes of the two women. The back of Xiao Mei's teeth tightly bit her lower red lip as she watched the spot from which Xiao Yan disappeared. Her little face was somewhat pale. A moment later, spoke in a somewhat bitter soft voice, "Have you really forgotten?" Xiao Yu sighed when she saw the dejected, bitter face of Xiao Mei. She pulled the former into an embrace as her delicate hand rubbed the smooth black hair of the former. Her gaze swept toward the spot where Xiao Yan had left and a faint bitter smile appeared on her pretty face. This fellow was really as stubborn as he had been in the past. Anyone who had hurt him would be completely expelled from his heart. Xiao Yu vaguely felt some rejoice as she thought of this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669, Fully Prepared. Chapter 669, Fully Prepared. Bang! The sudden loud sound of rolling thunder appeared in the quiet mountain range that was covered in a dense, lush, green color, surprising a countless number of birds in the forest. The manner which those birds flapped their wings and flew high in the sky in all directions foreboded that a great disaster was about to strike. A mountain peak began to shake and fall at a certain spot in the mountain range. Huge rocks repeatedly rolled down from above, pressing against some of the enormous trees below until they were all broken. Numerous arm-thick crack lines began to swiftly spread as the enormous rocks rolled down. Within a couple of minutes, a perfect mountain peak stopped just short of completely collapsing. A black-robed human figure was flapping jade-green fire wings extruding from his back in the air above the mountain peak. His eyes studied the swaying mountain peak that was about to fall before he nodded his head with some satisfaction. Currently, the strength of this open mountain seal was indeed much stronger than before. Moreover, since this was only practice, the Dou Qi that was maneuvered was not at its full strength. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening the force would be if one were to unleash it to one's full potential. Is this the open mountain seal? It is indeed worthy of being a D-class high-level Dou technique. A somewhat illusionary old figure suddenly appeared and stood suspended in the air beside the black-robed young man. He eyed the mountain peak that was nearly destroyed below as he nodded his head with some surprise and inquired with a smile. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head and smiled. He immediately asked, has teacher heard of this Dou technique? Ku, the God Seal technique. How could I have not heard of such a great name? This set of Dou technique is also not something that anyone within the clan of your little girlfriend can practice. The reason she could obtain it was most likely because of her extraordinary status. However, it is really unexpected that she was able to give you such a rare Dou technique. Yao Lao laughed. He immediately seemed to have recalled something and involuntarily sighed. Back then, I was also quite interested in this set of hand-seal Dou techniques. Unfortunately, I was unable to obtain it. If one were to reach complete mastery of this set of Dou techniques, it would not be overboard to say that one could destroy the mountains and boil the seas. Unfortunately, there are only 2 hand seals of this hand seal Dou technique within the scroll that Xun Er gave me. Xiao Yan rubbed his head and replied in a somewhat embarrassed manner. You greedy little fellow. Just be content. Although this God Seal technique is a D-class high-level Dou technique, if one were able to practice it until the final seal and achieve the stage where each seal is connected to each other, it would likely be able to rival a Tian-class Dou technique. Yao Lao laughed as he reprimanded this young man. He said, even though the status of that little girl is extraordinary within the clan, it is likely that she has taken quite the risk by privately giving such a Dou technique to you. That clan of hers regards these top-level Dou techniques very highly. Being able to give you 2 of the seals in the God Seal technique is likely already her limit. Xiao Yan let out an embarrassed laugh. He was merely careless mentioning it. Naturally, it was impossible for him to grumble about Xun Er. From the solemn expression she had when she gave him the God Seal technique, it was obvious that she held it in extremely high regard. According to what was written on the scroll, just training the first seal, the open mountain seal, would require one to at least be of the Dou Wan class. Given Xiao Yan's current strength, he could only feel around this open mountain seal. Hence, even if Xun Er had really gave him all of the God Seal technique, it was likely that he could only salivate while looking at the seals beyond. Being able to see them but unable to practice them. This was an even greater torture. It has been at least half a month since I entered the mountains, but there is no news from second brother's end. Did some trouble occur? Xiao Yan flapped the fire wings on his back and threw his gaze in the direction of the black corner region. He could not help but frown as he spoke. It should be fine. If something were to happen, he would definitely have sent a signal to you. Yao Lao smiled and his face immediately became solemn as he spoke. Now, you should place your attention on yourself. When contending with Yunshan, it will be extremely difficult to kill him unless you have a powerful technique. Xiao Yan withdrew his smile when this name that was wedged deep within Xiao Yan's memory was mentioned. He nodded slightly and mused, although my strength has soared during these 3 years, it is also impossible for that old fellow to remain at the same level. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sect has stood in the Jama Empire for so many years. It definitely possesses quite a strong foundation. The Dou techniques that the old fellow knows will likely not be weak. Back then, Xiao Yan was able to barely contend with Yunshan for a couple of exchanges by relying on Yao Lao's strength, but this was because the latter did not display many Dou techniques. Once he unleashed Dou techniques to accompany his originally extremely powerful strength, it was likely that Xiao Yan's ending would be quite miserable even with Yao Lao's help. Currently, Xiao Yan's strength had soared and he also possessed powerful killing weapons like the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame as well as the God Seal technique. However, there was still some uncertainty if he wanted to rely on them to kill Yunshan. After all, even though the Dou Zone class could not be considered an expert that could stand at the top of the pyramid if placed in the entire continent, they were experts that were only a little below that level. If one underestimated an expert at that level, it would undoubtedly cause oneself to experience a disaster. This was especially so for someone like Xiao Yan, whose level was far below that level. However, Xiao Yan could not accept even the slightest uncertainty to appear on this trip back to the Jiama Empire. Back then, he had been chased out of the Jiama Empire like a dog that had lost its home. After which, he had caused the Xiao clan to face such calamity. He might still be able to flee if he failed after returning this time around. However, what awaited the Xiao clan might be true extermination. Hence, he must kill Yunshan at all cost when he returned to the Jiama Empire this time around, but of course, if he were to include the two great fighting strength of Medusa and Yao Lao, it would definitely not be difficult to kill Yunshan. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not have confidence to convince Medusa to help him fight against Yunshan. Yao Lao might currently have the strength to contend with an elite Dou Zone, but who could guarantee whether the Misty Cloud sect would have a hidden super strong person? From what Shaoli had said, it was obvious that the Misty Cloud sect was collaborating with the Hall of Souls. Therefore, Xiao Yan must plan for the worst. In the event of any accident occurring that would prevent Yao Lao from participating in the fight, Xiao Yan needed to be able to fight Yunshan independently. Hence, he needed to enable himself to possess the strength to kill Yunshan. Yao Lao nodded slightly as he watched Xiao Yan's face, which was gradually becoming cold and stern. He slowly said, "It is indeed extremely difficult for you to have absolute confidence in killing Yunshan with your current strength. However, it is not totally impossible to do. What method does teacher have?" Xiao Yan was startled and he hurriedly inquired. "Learn the second seal of the God Seal technique." Yao Lao laughed. Xiao Yan immediately became dispirited when he heard this. He helplessly said, "Now, I have not even completely grasped the first seal. How can I master the second seal? Moreover, according to what Xun Er said, the second seal requires one to reach the Dou Huang class before one can practice it. Coco, in that case, there remains only the last possibility." Yao Lao smiled. He waved his hand and a dense white-colored flame curled and rose. He watched Xiao Yan, who was deep in thought, in front of him and laughed, merged three kinds of heavenly flame and used the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame, but an Angry Buddha Lotus Flame that is merged from three kinds of heavenly flame. The expression on Xiao Yan's face changed rapidly. He knit his brows tightly. Being the creator of the Heavenly Flame Fire Lotus, an attack that possessed the strongest and most frightening strength, he understood the danger and the instability of it extremely well. Back then, he had relied on his luck to control the equilibrium between two kinds of heavenly flames. However, he had paid the price of nearly blowing himself to pieces. The merger of three kinds of heavenly flame might appear to be simply adding one kind of heavenly flame on top of it. However, the difficulty involved was something that Xiao Yan had a profound understanding of. One could unceremoniously say that the difficulty in attempting to merge three kinds of heavenly flame was not any less than practicing the open mountain seal. If you are truly able to merge the three kinds of heavenly flame into an Angry Buddha Lotus Flame, there will no longer be any unexpected event occurring when you kill Yunshan. Yao Lao smiled and spoke when he saw Xiao Yan tight frown. "I shall try." Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment, but he could only helplessly nod his head. It was likely that he only had this method at this moment. Yao Lao smiled and nodded. He said, "You need not be too anxious. Merge it if you can. If you really can't, then forget about it. At the very most, teacher will intervene at that time and kill Yunshan." Xiao Yan smiled. However, his heart knew that he should work hard in order to achieve true assurance. After he possessed a name, Xiao Yan began to try and merge these three kinds of heavenly flame into the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame during the remaining period of time. However, as he had expected, it was indeed extremely difficult to merge this thing. He tried a couple of experiments during this period of time, but all of them ended up in failure. Moreover, he even received minor injuries during the intense explosion that was created when the heavenly flame collided with one another. Yao Lao was also helpless in the face of Xiao Yan's repeated failed attempts. This was not because Xiao Yan lacked the talent. Instead, this heavenly flame merger was indeed difficult. He even thought that even at his peak back then, attempting to merge three kinds of heavenly flame might well be an extremely difficult task. Moreover, although Xiao Yan was already in possession of two kinds of heavenly flame, the bone-chilling flame did not belong to him. Even though Xiao Yan could use it, it was extremely difficult for him to reach the point where he had absolute control. However, this slight deviation in control possessed a critical consequence in this kind of merger that required extreme precision. Yet, Xiao Yan did not appear overly anxious in the face of such repeated failures. This caused Yao Lao to put down the worry in his heart. He was actually afraid that this little fellow would come into a dead end under the pressure of time. This kind of a heavenly flame merger was not something that one could complete by being anxious. The calmer one was, the better the effect. If one was more anxious, one might lose more than what one would gain. After 1 month of such repeated experiments without rest, there seemed to be some progress with the merger of these 3 kinds of heavenly flame. However, a messenger bird came flying from the black corner region at such a time, causing Xiao Yan to have no choice but to cease his experiment. "Everything is in order, we can leave any time." The note only had this one sentence. However, this one sentence caused Xiao Yan to be silent for a long time. He immediately exhaled a long breath. He had waited 3 years for this day. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, Leaving the Inner Academy. Chapter 670, Leaving the Inner Academy. The originally remote area deep within the mountains not far from the Inner Academy, which was usually void of any people, had quite a number of human figures gathered at this moment. Numerous gazes were thrown at the smiling black-robed, young man in front. The slightly low atmosphere continued to linger due to the imminent parting of ways. "Have you decided to leave today?" Su Qian looked at Xiao Yan in front of him and sighed. "He, the matter at second brother's end is settled. It is time that I take my leave." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His gaze slowly swept over the familiar faces in this remote mountain area. A moment later, he laughed softly and said, "The reason I have called everyone here is because I don't wish for the news of my departure to spread within the Inner Academy and cause everyone in Pansgate to be depressed." Wu Hao, Hu Jia, and the others nodded quietly. Xiao Yan's imminent departure also caused them to feel somewhat depressed. "First Elder, thank you for taking care of me these few years. Xiao Yan will not forget this favor." Xiao Yan once again bowed to Su Qian and spoke sincerely. Su Qian smiled and nodded. He immediately patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and said, "Little fellow, you should be careful on this trip. I will send someone to take care of that Xiao Gate of yours. You will definitely still be able to see a complete Xiao Gate the next time that you return." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He took 2 steps back, cupped his hands toward everyone and said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, Xiao Yan will not forget our ties from living together for 3 years. As long as Xiao Yan is alive, anyone can come and look for me in the Jiama Empire if you need any help in the future." Xiao Yan's words that carried a little of the temperament of the Black Corner region caused everyone to be happy. The depressed atmosphere because of the separation had also become slightly more relaxed. "Xiao Yan, we will go to the Jiama Empire to look for you once Hu Jia and I successfully break through to the Dou Wang class. We will come and help you at that time." A warm, gentle smile was revealed on Wu Hao's face as he spoke. "Xiao Yan will definitely drink with all of you until we are drunk to apologize for having to leave in such a hurry today." Xiao Yan laughed out loud. "Can we leave already?" A cool, cold voice was transmitted from a treetop. Everyone lifted their heads and their hearts let out praise when they saw Medusa's cold, glamorous, exquisite face. They hurriedly shifted their gazes away. This woman was someone whom even an expert like Su Qian was afraid of, much less everyone else. Xiao Yan smiled and did not continue to delay after hearing Medusa's urging. He cupped his hands toward everyone and spoke with clear laughter, "Everyone, take care. We will say goodbye here. Let's meet in the future if we have the affinity to do so." Xiao Yan turned his head to Lin Yan, Lin Xiuya, Lu Qing, and Zi Yin by the side and waved his hand as he spoke. "Let's go." The 4 of them nodded their heads slightly when they heard Xiao Yan's voice. They immediately cupped their hands toward everyone and their Dou Qi wings gradually surfaced on their backs. Their wings were flapped and their bodies slowly rose into the sky. "Xiao Yan, be careful. Do not be reckless if you meet any problems." Xiao Yu finally could not resist taking a step forward. She spoke with reddened eyes when she saw Xiao Yan summon his beautiful jade-green fire wings. "Ku, relax. I will send someone to inform all of you once I have settled the issue within the Jiama Empire." Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He immediately turned his body in a dashing manner and flapped his fire wings. Without any procrastination, he transformed into a dark green fire figure that flew toward the deep mountains. After which, Medusa, Lin Yan, Zi Yan and the 2 others followed close behind. Everyone watched the human figures gradually disappear from sight and eventually withdrew their gazes a moment later. They sighed softly with one another. They knew that the danger that Xiao Yan faced when he returned to the Jiama Empire was quite great. The Misty Cloud sect had stood in the Jiama Empire for many years. Its foundation was incomparably solid. Even though Xiao Yan had the help of a strong person like Medusa, it was likely that he would have difficulty obtaining an absolute advantage. What awaited Xiao Yan this time around might well be an extremely intense and fierce fight, victory or defeat all rest on Xiao Yan alone. First Elder, can Xiao Yan succeed this time around? Hu Jia withdrew her gaze and suddenly asked in a soft voice. Everyone threw their gazes toward Su Qian, who was standing with his hands behind his back, when they heard this question. It is difficult to say, Su Qian sighed and said, the Jia Empire is quite xenophobic. Hence, this resulted in their entire empire only possessing a single faction like the Misty Cloud sect. Due to the long heritage of the Misty Cloud sect, it could be considered quite a good faction even when placed in the southwestern continent. Although Xiao Yan has an extraordinary training talent, his grounding is too weak. He might have gathered quite a number of people this time around, but it is still unknown just who will be defeated. The expression of Wu Hao and the others became somewhat gloomy when they heard Su Qian speak in this manner. However, they also knew that it was useless regardless of how much they worried for Xiao Yan. Even if they followed Xiao Yan to the Jia Empire, it was likely they would only end up being a burden. Coco, alright, all of you need not be worried. We will eventually know whether he succeed or fail in the future. If Xiao Yan really did destroy the Misty Cloud sect, it is likely that his name will spread throughout this southwestern part of the continent. Su Qian laughed faintly. He immediately turned his body around and slowly walked to where the inner academy was located. Behind him, Wu Hao and the others exchanged a look with each other before following with a depressed look. Little fellow, this time around, you either succeed or pay the price. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Hopefully, your good news will spread over a short period of time later. Su Qian's footsteps paused just as he was about to enter the forest. He once again turned around, looked in the direction in which Xiao Yan had disappeared in and sighed in his heart. There were human figures moving on a mountain peak that was not far from Feng City within the Black Corner region. A low beast roar occasionally sounded. Second leader, the troops from Xiao Gate have been gathered. Adding this to the experts that we have gathered during this period of time as well as us three brothers, we have a total of 8 expert Dou Wangs. Most of the rest are expert Dou Lings whom we have selected stringently according to the requirements. Not only were they not afraid to die, but most of them are at the peak of the Dou Ling class. A brawny man spoke in a deep voice to the man who was standing at the edge of the mountain peak. The man slowly turned his head over when he heard the words of the brawny man. From his cold, stern manner, it was clearly Xiao Li who was gathering experts within Feng City. The latter glanced at the brawny man before nodding his head and said, "You have done quite well." Xiao Li's gaze turned toward the slope of the mountain peak after speaking these words. There were over 100 black figures quietly standing there. In front of these black figures were 7 human figures with different heights and widths. By sensing the powerful aura that faintly seeped out from their bodies, these 7 people were all actually experts of the Dou Wang class. Despite so many people gathering on the mountain slope, the place was completely silent. A faint pressuring feeling covered their surroundings. Even the beasts' roars that were emitted from the forest quietly became much weaker. Is there any news from the Dark Sky Sect, Luosha Gate, and Wild Lion Gang? Why have they not arrived? Xiao Li withdrew his gaze from those black figures as he suddenly frowned and said. Big Yao was about to reply after hearing this when a female laughter sounded in the sky. Coco, little brother Xiao is really anxious. We would need at least a couple of months for this trip out of the Black Corner region. If we don't make proper preparations, won't our old home be confiscated by others? A large wave of rushing winds swiftly arrived after the laughter sounded. Immediately, over 10 enormous flying beasts flew over from the distant sky. Within a couple of blinks, the flying beasts paused at this mountain peak and numerous human figures came rushing down. Finally, they all scattered on the top of the trees around. At a vague glance, there were likely at least 100 people. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Clearly, they were all quite strong. 3 extremely powerful auras finally rushed down with flapping Dou Qi wings after the many black figures rushed down. Finally, they were suspended in the mid-air above the mountaintop. Their gaze swept over the lineup behind Xiao Li and surprise flashed across their eyes. They smiled and said, "Little brother Xiao really has some ability. It is really unexpected that you are actually able to gather so many experts within just a month. How envious." Xiao Li smiled and spoke in a somewhat unconcerned manner. With my third brother's status as a Tier 6 alchemist, it should not be surprising that he possesses such a gathering ability. The eyes of Tai Wu and the other 2 flickered when they heard this. They immediately smiled and agreed, little brother Xiao is right. If Chief Xiao is willing to announce his identity as a Tier 6 alchemist, forget about a couple of Dou Wang, it is likely that even elite Dou Huangs would swarm over. Xiao Li smiled and spoke in a faint voice, "May I know what is the strength of the people that the 3 of you have brought?" Tai Wu, Old Gu, and Sume exchanged glances with one another after hearing Xiao Li's words. They immediately laughed and said, "Each of us have brought 2 expert Dou Wangs. Including ourselves, there are 3 elite Dou Huangs. The remainder are all elites within our faction. I think that they would definitely not be any weaker than the core disciples of the Misty Cloud sect. 6 Dou Wangs? This does not appear to match the status of the 3 of you in the Black Corner region, but..." Xiao Li randomly smiled and replied. The Dark Sky Sect, Luo Sha Gate, and Wild Lion Gang were all top-tier factions within the Black Corner region. Now, their style of merely taking out 2 expert Dou Wang was indeed a little weak. Little brother Xiao must think about us. The Black Corner region cannot be compared to other places. If we bring too many elites from our faction away, it is likely that our old home would have been cleared out by others when we return. Su Mei and the other 2 helplessly said. Xiao Li frowned and could only nod his head. These words were indeed true. Therefore, there was not much else he could say. It was fortunate that these 3 fellows were all experts at the Dou Huang class and could be considered to be the greatest help. "Kuko, little brother Xiao, our people have already arrived. May I know why Chief Xiao has yet to appear?" Old Gu laughed and suddenly asked as his gaze swept in all directions. Sume and Tai Wu also threw their gazes towards Xiao Li after hearing Old Gu's words. This time around they were going to travel a great distance to the Jiama Empire to oppose a faction like the Misty Cloud sect. If even Xiao Yan, this person in charge, was not around, they would not have the courage. "I have already informed third brother, I think," Xiao Li smiled. However, before he finished his sentence, a faint laugh swiftly transmitted from the sky before resounding across this mountain peak. A wave of rushing wind sound soon followed not long after the laughter sounded. Immediately, a couple of human figures surfaced at the edge of the sky. Within a couple of blinks, they had flashed and appeared on the mountain peak. The black-robed, young man at the front raised his head to Tai Wu and the others and laughed when the human figures appeared. "Kuko, I'm sorry for troubling everyone to wait here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 671, Begin the Journey, Return to the Jiama Empire. Chapter 671, Begin the Journey, Return to the Jiama Empire. There was a slight change in the atmosphere on the mountain peak following the appearance of the black-robed, young man. Those black figures standing behind Xiao Li also turned their gaze to that back. At this moment, the originally quiet atmosphere became completely silent. A kind of unusual pressure covered the top of the mountain. Even the roar of the magical beasts in the forest had completely disappeared at this moment. Tai Wu, Su Mei, and Old Gu were quietly awed in their hearts as they looked at the smiling black-robed, young man. They withdrew a little of the smile on their faces. Although this young man's age might appear to be much younger than them, they had difficulty maintaining an absolute calm in front of him despite their ruthless characters that had been honed within the Black Corner region. This was because all of them clearly knew that this young man with a warm smile had caused an elite Dou Huang and an expert with half a foot into the Dou Zone class from the Black Corner region to die in a miserable manner. Hence, they might be able to speak in a cheerful and humorous manner in front of the cold, indifferent face of Xiao Li, but they had no choice but to brace their attention in front of this smiling young man, not daring to slight him even a little. "You have finally rushed over." It was likely that only Xiao Li could be unaffected. Therefore, he ignored that slight change in atmosphere and was the first to speak with a smile to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He immediately pointed toward Lin Yan, Zi Yan, and the 3 others behind him and grinned. "You should also recognize them. They are all my friends and can be considered to be helpers that I have gathered this time around." Xiao Li was slightly happy when he heard this. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Lin Yan and the others were all quite strong. That Zi Yan, whose exterior appearance was that of a little girl, even caused him to have a feeling of being unable to see through her. This kind of feeling was something that Xiao Li had only sensed on Xiao Yan and this extremely cute little girl who appeared to be carved from jade among the Dou Wang class. These 5 people are experts whom I have gathered from within the Black Corner region some time earlier. Their strengths are all at the Dou Wang class. Xiao Li spoke with a smile as he pointed to the 5 human figures whose body was standing as straight as a spear on the slope as they emitted a sharp and stern aura. Not bad." Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the 5 human figures. He nodded with satisfaction. The strength of these 5 people were around that of a 6-star Dou Wang. They could be considered strong people even when placed in the entire Black Corner region. According to Xiao Yan's expectations, it was likely that their strength was already sufficient to contend with the so-called 10 strong within the Jiama Empire. Greetings to Chief Xiao. The cold, stern-faced troops revealed a somewhat stiff smile on their faces as they cried out in unison when they saw Xiao Yan looking over. These fellows were all extremely thorny figures within the Black Corner region, but Despite this, they did not dare to slight Xiao Yan, who had killed the blood sect's Fan Lao and medicinal Emperor Hanfeng. Strength was honored within the Black Corner region. This point had already been deeply entrenched within one's bones. Hence, they might be able to deal with Shaolian differently, but they must abandon that haughtiness within their hearts and carefully handle the situation when they were in front of Xiao Yan. Haha, Xiao Yan will remember everyone's favor in aiding me and will definitely give everyone a satisfactory reward once we are successful. Xiao Yan smiled, cupped his hands together and spoke. In his heart, he clearly understood that it was only natural that these people wanted quite a rich reward for them to be able to take the risk of offending a great enemy like the Misty Cloud sect to help him. Therefore, saying any words of thanks could not inspire others like such a sentence could. As expected. An excitement immediately surged up on the faces of the couple of elite Dou Wang upon hearing these words from Xiao Yan. They had taken such a big risk because of Xiao Yan's status as a Tier 6 alchemist. If they were able to let Xiao Yan owe them a favor, their reward would naturally be rich beyond their imagination. As long as Chief Xiao gives the order, we will kill the Misty Cloud sect until blood forms a river regardless how strong that shitty sect is. On top of being excited, the bloodthirsty words that were unique to the Black Corner region were emitted from the mouths of the few expert Dou Wangs. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He pressed his palm down in the empty air and calmed them down. After which, he immediately turned his head to look at Olding Gu, Su Mei, and Wu Tai. A moment later, his gaze drifted toward the experts from the three factions on the treetop. The heartbeat of Olding Gu and the other two increased a little when they saw Xiao Yan's gaze looking over. They could carelessly speak when facing Xiao Li. However, in front of the former, they always sensed a pressure that was difficult to describe. This kind of pressure caused them to feel quite uneasy. Chief Xiao, the journey to the Jiama Empire this time around can be said to be extremely long. Just the trip there and back would require a couple of months without mentioning the additional time needed on top of it. Kuko, you should also be aware of the situation within the Black Corner region. There is an unknown number of people staring at our properties. If we don't leave behind a somewhat strong strength within our factions, it is likely that we will be left with nothing. Olding Gu appeared to have sensed the frown on Xiao Yan's forehead as he let out a dry cough and hurriedly spoke. While he spoke, he also secretly glanced at the graceful-figured Queen Medusa, who was standing a short distance behind Xiao Yan. He only sighed in relief within his heart when he did not find any unusual movement on the other side. He really felt a terror deep within his heart toward this true elite Dou Zone. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded when he heard this. He immediately said, "The three of you have already fulfilled our agreement back then by personally making the trip. Xiao Yan will naturally not blame you for anything." Olding Gu and the others secretly released the huge stone that was hanging in their hearts after hearing Xiao Yan's words. They were worried just what kind of difficult situation they would end up in when Xiao Yan would demand they send more people. However, the hearts of the three of them were once again raised at Xiao Yan's next sentence. "The three of you should know that there is some danger in this operation. Moreover, this matter is extremely important to Xiao Yan. Hence, I hope that the three of you will not adopt an attitude of randomly dispatching the matter when you fight with the Misty Cloud sect. Otherwise," Xiao Yan smiled faintly, but a fierce, stern glint flashed across his dark black eyes. His calm voice also gained an additional coldness. Although everything was currently prepared, Xiao Yan clearly understood Olding Gu and these other fellows. If he did not knock and shake them a little, it was likely that they would really quietly play some tricks. It was just as he had said. This trip back to the Jiama Empire was really too important to him. He would not allow any little mistake to cause him to lose everything. Xiao Yan would naturally not be merciful to anyone who would intervene with the implementation of his plan. The current him was no longer that ignorant young man he was back then. Olding Gu, Su Mei, and Tai Wu also understood the warning and coldness within Xiao Yan's voice. Their expressions immediately changed slightly. Olding Gu laughed dryly and was the first to open his mouth to speak. "Chief Xiao, you can rest assured that since we have promised to lend you a hand, we are all in the same boat. We will definitely not do something stupid like chiseling the boat and sinking together. Cuckoo, it is naturally the best this way. Once the matter succeed, Xiao Yan will definitely hand over the reward that all of you want. There will not be any tardiness." A warm smile once again surfaced on Xiao Yan's face as he slowly spoke after hearing this. The three of them accompanied Xiao Yan by smiling as they saw how the latter's face changed as fast as the flipping of a book. However, they quietly clicked their tongue in their hearts. In what way did this fellow act like a 20-plus-year-old when he dealt with issues? He was almost no different than those old foxes who had muddled around for half their lives. Xiao Yan only turned his head around after shaking the three people. His gaze looked at Xiao Li. Both their hearts shared the same thought as they smiled at each other. The route to the Jiama Empire this time around is extremely far. It is impossible for even an expert Dou Wang to use Dou Qi wings to hurry and cover the distance. Moreover, there are quite a number of Dou Ling class people with us. Xiao Li finally opened his mouth and spoke after seeing Xiao Yan completely stabilize the situation. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. Back then, he had also spent quite a lot of time when he was traveling from the Jiama Empire to the Black Corner region. He naturally understood just how far the journey between the two was. With his current strength, he would need to rest a couple of times along the way in order to complete it. Coco, if we were to walk on the ground to the Jiama Empire, it is likely that we will not be able to arrive within half a year. Xiao Li laughed. He immediately blew a sharp whistle with his mouth. When the whistle was emitted, waves of low, deep beast roars immediately sounded. After which, thousands of birds took off from the forest as 10 enormous fierce-looking magical beasts flapped their huge flesh wings, carrying a wave of wild wind as they swiftly rose toward the mountain peak and emitted a low, beast roar toward Xiao Li. These 10 tiger eagle beasts are all true rank 4 magical beast. Not only are they fierce but they also specialize in flying extremely long distances. However, these things are too proud to be tamed. I have spent quite a hefty price in order to exchange for them from the beast taming gate. Xiao Li smiled and spoke as he pointed at the 10 large-sized magical beasts that appeared to be both a tiger and an eagle. Rank 4 magical beast, huh? Xiao Yan felt somewhat surprised when he heard this. Did that not mean that these 10 tiger eagle beasts were equivalent to 10 strong Dou Lings? All the various things that we need along the way have been arranged. We can begin flying toward the Jiama Empire anytime. Xiao Li smiled. His gaze faintly revealed some wild heat and anxiety. Since that is the case, Xiao Yan grinned. An unusual heat also surged up his dark black eyes as his voice suddenly became louder. What are we still waiting for? Everyone, get on the tiger eagle beast immediately. We will be hurrying to the Jiama Empire starting from today. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the over 100 black figures, who were standing like wooden poles on the mountain slope, began to orderly hurry forward. They immediately landed on those tiger eagle beast creeping on the ground. The experts from the Dark Sky sect and the other 2 factions also rushed to the flying beasts lingering in the air. Xiao Li waited for everyone to take their positions before his mouth once again emitted the sharp whistle. Immediately, the 10 tiger eagle magical beasts stood up with a low roar. They flapped their wide wings, carrying a wild as they slowly ascended into the sky. The wild wind took shape in the sky. Xiao Yan raised his head and watched the 10 enormous flying magical beast above, and a boiling hot feeling suddenly surged up in his chest. With a low cry, he flapped the jade-green flame wings on his back and immediately rushed toward the enormous head of a tiger eagle beast in a lightning-like manner. Queen Medusa, Xiao Li, and the others swiftly rushed over from behind him. Xiao Yan stood on the head of the tiger eagle beast. The wind blowing from the front caused his clothes to flutter. He lowered his head and watched the increasingly smaller ground before slowly lifting it once again. Those eyes of his stared at the distant northern sky. The corner of his mouth was slowly pulled into a dark and cold smile. Jiama Empire, Misty Cloud Sect, Xiao Yan is back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672, Activity of the Misty Cloud Sect. Chapter 672, Activity of the Misty Cloud Sect. There were 3 human figures sitting in a heavily guarded hall in the enormous mansion of the Primer clan situated in the capital of the Jiama Empire. The atmosphere there was somewhat heavy. Ye Fei, has something happened for you to call us all here so anxiously? An old man who was wearing a pale blue robe in the lower part of the hall knit his brows slightly and looked at the beautiful lady seated on the leader's seat before taking the lead to speak. Coco, that's right. Ye Fei Xiaojia, we have coincidentally received an assignment today and we are in a rush. A man was seated in a wheelchair on the other side of the hall. His gaze was also looking at the lady seated on the leader's seat as he smiled and spoke. TL, Xiaojia, a form of address to a lady, daughter, of a rich and powerful family. Big brother Xiaoding, you can just call me Ye Fei. This form of address of yours appear much too stranger-like. The lady in the leader's seat had a jade-like face and picture-like eyes. The smiling arc that was lifted on the corner of her sleek red mouth easily filled her with a mature and enchanting style, appearing extremely eye-catching. This familiar face was naturally Ye Fei, who had quite a good relationship with Xiao Yan. Hearing the way she addressed the man, he was surprisingly Xiao Yan's big brother, Xiaoding. The main reason for me to hurriedly summon old Hai and Xiaoding over is because I have received some bad news. Ye Fei's delicate finger pressed softly on the table as she knit her eyebrows slightly and said, according to the information, the Misty Cloud Sect is currently having quite the big activity. The last time the Misty Cloud Sect had any activity was when it attacked the Xiao clan. It is the same this time around. I think their aim is quite big. While she mentioned the part about attacking the Xiao clan, Ye Fei's gaze also gently drifted toward Xiaoding, who was seated in a wheelchair. However, the latter did not show the slightest movement. He still maintained the spring-like smile. That manner was as though the issue of the Xiao clan being nearly exterminated back then had not the slightest relationship with him. There is movement in the Misty Cloud sect again? Hai Buodong by his side frowned intently when he heard this. He said, "What do they wish to do this time around? I am temporarily unaware of their motive. Moreover, their activity is extremely secretive. If my current information network had not already extended into the Misty Cloud sect, it is likely that I would have difficulty sensing it." Ye Fei shook her head as she opened her red lips slightly to speak. "Don't tell me that they are targeting us? How did they discover that the remnant members of the Xiao clan are protected by our primer clan?" Hai Buodong frowned intently and spoke in a deep voice. "This is only still a guess. All the activities of the Misty Cloud sect these years are increasingly unlike the old sect, which maintained an aloof status. I think that even the imperial family has also been studying each and every action of theirs. However, Jun Shan's strength is really too strong. Hence, even the imperial family doesn't dare make any unusual movements in fear of provoking this enormous being, which is in such close proximity, creating a situation which they will have difficulty resolving." Ye Fei voiced her thoughts. The Primer clan is one of the three large clans of the Jiama Empire with an enormous implication, completely unlike our Xiao clan back then. If the Misty Cloud sect wishes to act against you, it would definitely result in instability within the empire. The other factions are unlikely to just sit there and allow the Primer clan to be destroyed by the Misty Cloud sect. Of course, there is an exception to everything. It is just as all of you have said. The Misty Cloud sect is originally the strongest faction within the Jiama Empire. Now, with the addition of an expert like Yun Shan, the other factions would be a little afraid even if they desired to help. Xiao Ding, who was seated in the wheelchair, crossed his 10 fingers in front of him and slowly spoke. These words have some logic to them. However, we should always be careful. Xiao Ding, you should get your clan members to avoid going out as much as possible during this period of time. The Primer clan also needs to quietly become alert. Should the Misty Cloud sect really start any activity, we would at least not be caught off guard. Hai Buodong paced up and down the hall for a while before speaking in a deep voice. Yes. Xiao Ding nodded his head slightly. He watched the tight frown on Hai Buodong's old face and sighed softly, "Old Hai, I'm really sorry. It is all because of our Xiao clan. We have actually implicated your Primer clan. Why are you still saying this now?" Hai Buodong waved his hand toward Xiao Ding. He spoke with a faint smile, "Moreover, we are not really helping you without reason. You can treat it as the old me is using my old life and the Primer clan as stakes in a bet. Old Hai is betting that my third brother will be able to return and defeat the Misty Cloud sect? If that is the case, that is indeed a very bold gamble." Xiao Ding laughed softly as he replied. "In that case, do you believe that the little fellow will return and turn the tide?" Hai Buodong grinned and returned the question. Xiao Ding rubbed his nose and smiled. He softly said, "I naturally believe so. Moreover, I can even sense that this day might not be too far away. The old me also share your thoughts." Ha ha, dot. A smile also rose on Ye Fei's lips as she watched the two smiling figures. A black-robed, young man with a pair of dark black eyes slowly surfaced in her head. "Little fellow, I also believe that you will return to the Jiama Empire as a strong person." In a remote hall at the back mountain of the Misty Cloud sect. The empty hall was completely silent. There was an extremely beautiful and striking white-clothed woman located in the middle of the hall. She quietly sat on the futon and had her eyes tightly shut. Creak. The sound of a door being opened suddenly sounded within the spacious large hall. Immediately, the tightly shut door was slowly opened and a thread of moonlight followed the gap and spread into the hall. Finally, it wrapped around the white-clothed woman, much like a faint, silver, yarn layer, causing the latter to be like a fairy in the sky who was filled with a nobility and ethereal feeling that was difficult to describe. An old figure slowly walked in after the door opened. Finally, his footsteps halted at a spot not far from the white-clothed woman. He spoke with a faint smile, "Xun Er, are you still angry with teacher?" The white-clothed woman slowly opened her tightly shut eyes when she heard the old voice. Those gem-like pupils revealed an unusual charm under the reflection of the moonlight, setting off that noble, ethereal, indifferent, pretty face, causing one to feel humbled. This familiar face was surprisingly the leader of the Misty Cloud sect back then, Yun. The 3 years did not leave behind the slightest trace on her face. Instead, her noble aura became increasingly richer as it was brewed by time. However, under the nobility hid a little coldness that she did not possess back then. "Teacher, why are you free to come to this forbidden hall?" The white-clothed woman glanced at the old man in front of her, but she did not stand up. Her voice contained some self-mocking. "Ugh, Xun Er, you still possessed such a temper. You have forgotten how your teacher has trained you because of a Xiao clan that is completely unrelated to you? The old man sighed as he spoke in a manner that was a little resentful that she did not meet his expectations. Yun naturally remembered teacher's education deep within my heart. Yun's pretty face was somewhat bitter. A moment later, she muttered softly, however, why do you need to treat a little Xiao clan in this manner? By doing this, you and Xiao, there will be a point where neither of you will rest until the other die. So be it. He is but a younger generation who thinks that he has some talent. Can he really cause Yun to be afraid? The old man's face immediately became ugly when he heard Yun mention that person once again. He swung his sleeves and spoke with a cold smile. That fellow was chased out of the Jama Empire 3 years ago. However, there are no news of that fellow from the few neighboring countries during these 3 years. He might have already died somewhere. Yun shook her head when she heard Yun Shan's words and ceased speaking. Alright, I am not here to discuss that fellow with you. As long as you forget about that brat, I will once again let you ascend to the position of sect leader. However, looking at it now, you are still unable to forget him. Yun Shan studied the atmosphere with a little frustration. He also frowned and spoke in a dark, cold voice, I will definitely not let off that Xiao clan. I have already received information that the remnant members of the Xiao clan should be protected by the Primer clan. That old fellow Haibuodong has been hindering my Misty Cloud sect time and time again. Does he really think that the old me cannot finish him off? This time around, I will let the Xiao clan be completely eliminated from the Jama Empire, but... You want to act against the Primer clan? Yun was immediately startled when she heard this. There was some involuntary anger in her tone. The Primer clan is one of the 3 large clans within the Jama Empire. If the Misty Cloud sect acts against them, we will definitely arouse the displeasure of many factions. Does teacher want to place the Misty Cloud sect in a position that opposes everyone in the Jama Empire? They are but a bunch of dancing clowns. Disdain flashed across Yun Shan's old face as he coldly laughed. If they really want to intervene, then it's just as well. The Jama Empire has been peaceful for too long. It is considered not bad for our Misty Cloud sect to give it a good wash. Yun was shocked as she observed Yun Shan, whose character had changed drastically from before. She really felt a great disbelief. The teacher whom she had respected the most back then had actually turned into this manner. Teacher, if you continue to remain unrepentant, the Misty Cloud sect will sooner or later be ruined in your hands. Yun clenched her silver teeth and spoke furiously. Yun, you are becoming bolder and bolder now. You actually dare to speak to me in this manner. Yun Shan's expression turned cold as he reprimanded. He immediately swung his sleeves, turned around, and walked out of the hall. The Misty Cloud sect will not be destroyed in my hands. Instead, I will lead it to a height that never existed in the past. That level is something that none of the previous sect leaders of the Misty Cloud sect ever reached. Yun Shan paused just as he was about to exit the hall. He coldly said, additionally, it is best that you forget about that brat. Don't hold the wishful thinking that he will still return to the Jama Empire. Even if he did return, the first thing the old me would do is take his little life. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sect will destroy his entire clan. You, being the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, means that you and him is an impossibility. Yun Shan stepped forward after saying this and walked out of the hall. He waved his sleeves and the large, thick door shut tightly with a bang. Yun clenched her fist tightly as she watched the tightly shut door. A moment later, some emotional pain and dejection surfaced on her brilliantly beautiful face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, Thousands of Kilometers Away. Chapter 673, Thousands of Kilometers Away. Languid clouds lazily hung in the endless blue sky. Only the occasional blowing wind caused a slight shift. Sunlight scattered down from the cloud layer and landed on those mountains and hills, giving them an extra warmth. The sound of waves of blowing wild wind suddenly appeared in the silent sky. Immediately, some small, black dots appeared at the edge of the sky. A moment later, the black dots drifted over with the wind before transforming into 10+ flying magical beasts that emitted a ferocious aura. They carried a low roar as they whizzed by. A black-robed, young man was seated cross-legged on the enormous head of the leading flying magical beast. A faint jade-green Dou Qi surfaced on his body, blocking the wild wind that was blowing toward him front to front. He himself was able to enter into his training mode without any disturbance. The black-robed, young man's training continued for a long time before his eyes moved slightly. He immediately opened them and his gaze swept over the extremely small ground below him. He turned his head and inquired from the people behind him, "Where are we now?" Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Li, who had been chatting and laughing with Lin Yin and the others, turned his head around. He swiftly took out a map from his storage ring and smiled as he said, "We are in a small country called Wanyan. This place is already very far from the Black Corner region. According to our speed, we should be able to reach the borders of the Jiama Empire in another month's time." "There is still another month, huh?" Xiao Yan muttered. His gaze immediately turned to Lin Yan and the others. During this 1 month of traveling, they had spent most of their time on the tiger-eagle beast despite them occasionally descending to rest. This kind of dull traveling was not something that an ordinary person could endure. Fortunately, however, most of the people on this trip were strong. They could still rely on training to spend their time if they were really bored. "Ugh, if this trip were to continue for another few months, it is likely that I will definitely become crazy." Lin Yan spoke with a helpless face when he saw Xiao Yan's gaze looking over. Xiao Yan smiled. His gaze swept in all directions and immediately said, "Where is Ziyan? Don't tell me that she cannot endure it any longer and ran away by herself? Ah. That little girl cannot sit still. She has already run toward the front. However, Medusa is following her." Xiaoli nodded her head, moved closer to Xiao Yan and clicked his tongue in amazement as he spoke. "It is really unexpected that the icy cold woman actually treats Ziyan quite well. She actually volunteered to follow and protect her. Let them do as they like. Ziyan should not get into any trouble with Kai Lin around." Xiao Yan smiled. His gaze swept over the 10+ tiger-eagle beast behind him and said, "No accidents have happened, right?" "Yes, everything is proceeding smoothly. However, with such a large group of people flying through the sky, we will unavoidably cause some commotion when we fly over some areas where some factions are located. If they possess a strong person, they will come up and investigate. Moreover, some of those fellows even invited us to go down and gather with them when they saw that this group of ours is so strong." Xiaoli laughed as he replied, "Try to avoid getting into a conflict with these factions. We are only passing by and will not intervene no matter what problem we meet. Just reject those people who have extended an invitation to us." Xiao Yan nodded slightly and spoke after musing for a moment. This journey from the Black Corner region to the Jiama Empire was thousands of kilometers in distance. There were all sorts of different factions filling the distance between them. If they were to get involved in some trouble, it was likely that their journey would be greatly delayed. This was something that Xiao Yan, who was in a hurry to the Jiama Empire, did not wish to see. "Cuckoo, I am naturally aware of this. Moreover, I have also informed Old Gu and the others to treat those experts, who have come to observe, with respect before sending them off." Xiaoli laughed and said. Xiao Yan nodded. He stood up and his gaze looked at the distant northern sky. A moment later, he exhaled a breath and said, "I wonder just how Big Brother and the others are." Xiaoli also became momentarily silent when he heard this. He immediately patted Xiao Yan's shoulder and comforted, "Relax, although Big Brother is weaker than us, he has many thoughts and a never-ending number of ideas. It is not so easy for the Misty Cloud sect to capture him." Xiao Yan nodded slightly and sighed, hopefully. "That's right, do you have the feeling of advancing to a Dou Huang during your training in this period of time?" Xiaoli laughed and changed the topic when he sensed the pressuring atmosphere. "How can it be so easy?" Xiao Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. He had been extremely hard-working in training for nearly a month. Unfortunately, that feeling of touching the Dou Huang barrier still did not appear. This caused him to feel somewhat helpless. Attempting to advance from a Dou Huang to a Dou Huang was indeed not an easy task. "Can't you use medicinal pills to raise your strength? I seem to recall that an expert Dou Huang is able to consume one Dou Spirit pill to raise his strength by 1 star, right? Given your current strength, won't you coincidentally be able to break through if you consume 1 pill?" Xiaoli fondled his chin and reasoned out. The Dou Spirit pill will enable the Dou Huang who consumes it to raise his strength by 1 star. However, it does not have much use to me. Moreover, that medicinal pill is unable to let a peak Dou Huang expert to break through the barrier. Otherwise, if everyone who reached the peak of the Dou Huang class were to consume a Dou Spirit pill, won't it enable those people to easily break through to the Dou Huang class? Xiao Yan shook his head and replied helplessly. This method was something he had thought of long ago. However, even Yao Lao had said that the effect of the Dou Spirit pill was no longer that great with his current strength. He couldn't rely on it to break through to the Dou Huang class. If it is not possible to use the Dou Spirit pill, what about other medicinal pills? It is likely that I cannot rely on any external force for my breakthrough this time around. Xiao Yan shook his head. Although being underground for 2 years had enabled his strength to soar greatly, it had also left behind some hazards. Now, he was trying his best to remove these hazards. If he were to use any external force to cause his strength to soar at this moment, it was likely that he would be able to obtain quite a strong force within a short period of time. However, it might well become a barrier for him to enter an even higher level in the future. This kind of thing was little different than overdrafting his strength, and it was something Xiao Yan did not wish to do. In that case, you can only take things slowly. One cannot hurry with this kind of thing. Xiao Li could only helplessly shake his head when his suggestion was rejected. He was unable to be of much help with regards to such matters. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He was indeed a little impatient during this period of time. Che! The sudden sound of rushing wind appeared in front of them just as Xiao Yan and Xiao Li were conversing. Two figures quickly rushed over. Finally, they boarded this tiger-eagle beast Xiao Yan's group was on. Xiao Yan and the others looked over. The figures were actually Zi Yan and Medusa. Xiao Yan sniffed with his nose as he looked at the happy smiling face of Zi Yan. He managed to smell a wisp of extremely weak medicinal fragrance in the air. Immediately, he could not help but ask in surprise, "The both of you had gone to get medicinal ingredients? Hee, your nose is really sensitive." Zi Yan laughed out loud when Xiao Yan had pointed out her motive immediately. She flipped her hand and a couple of exquisitely shaped jade boxes appeared on it. The little girl handed them over to Xiao Yan in a fawning manner as she said with a laugh, "You can keep some of these medicinal ingredients to help Kailin Jiejie refine medicinal pills in the future. However, you must help me refine Yao Wan with the rest. You cannot keep all of them." TL, Jiejie, older sister. Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned when he received the jade boxes. He opened them one at a time and the surprise in his eyes immediately became denser. He muttered, "This is jade dragon saliva? Extreme cold Ganoderma? These medicinal ingredients, where did you get them from?" It was little wonder that Xiao Yan was shocked. These few medicinal ingredients were mostly those that were required to refine the soul recovery pill. Xiao Yan had mentioned this medicinal pill to Medusa back then. It was unexpected that a couple of those medicinal ingredients that were difficult to find even in the Black Corner region would actually be found in one go by this little girl Zi Yan. Zi Yan naturally has a special ability to sense these spiritual medicine. It is naturally an easy task to look for them. Medusa rubbed Zi Yan's little head and spoke indifferently to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan curled his mouth. He had forgotten that Zi Yan had such a special ability. He must bring this little girl along if he wanted to search for medicinal ingredients in the future. However, these medicinal ingredients do not appear like they have just left the ground. These medicinal ingredients aren't those that you have went to look for in Unearth, right? Xiao Yan played with the jade boxes. He appeared to have discovered something as he asked with a frown. Zi Yan laughed when she heard this. She immediately spoke softly, "These are things stored by some factions along the way. Kailin Jiejie said that it is a waste for them to keep these. Hence, we secretly took them out." Xiao Yan was stunned as he looked at Zi Yan, who was smiling awkwardly. His expression gradually turned green as he looked at Medusa angrily. "You actually brought her to steal medicinal ingredients? I will settle it if any problem were to occur. There is nothing you need to worry about. Moreover, these medicinal ingredients are all those that are needed for you to help me refine the soul recovery pill. I don't wish to wait until our agreement is over only for you to tell me that you have not found all the medicinal ingredients." Medusa curled her lips and spoke indifferently. The corner of Xiao Yan's eyes twitched. He did not expect that these two individuals, one big and one small, could really cause trouble. It was fortunate that they were not discovered when they stole these medicinal ingredients. Otherwise, they could forget about smoothly resting for their journey. "Get them to increase our speed." Xiao Yan's expression was green as he turned around and spoke solemnly to Xiao Li. "Yes." Xiao Li let out a bitter laugh. The Dou Qi wings on his back were flapped as he rushed to the other flying magical beast. "The two of you are not allowed to leave without my permission in the future." Xiao Yan once again turned toward Zi Yan and Medusa and spoke furiously after seeing Xiao Li leave. Zi Yan secretly extended her tongue when she saw Xiao Yan's somewhat green face. Queen Medusa by the side had vertical eyebrows but eventually swallowed the words in her mouth when she saw the furious gaze of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan only quietly sighed in relief after he had suppressed these two fellows who gave one a headache. He lowered his head, eyed the jade boxes in his hand and helplessly shook his head. All he could do was to store them in his storage ring. The speed at which Xiao Yan's group traveled clearly became much faster after this matter was over. This kind of speed continued for a couple of days. Only after they were far from the area where Zi Yan and Medusa created trouble did Xiao Yan completely relax. After which, he once again reduced the speed. Time swiftly flowed like sand between one's fingers during the dull flight. As time flowed by, the distance between Xiao Yan's large troops and the border of the Jiama Empire also became increasingly closer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, Xun Pass. Old Acquaintance. Chapter 674, Xun Pass. Old Acquaintance. Xiao Yan's group was coming increasingly closer to their destination after 2 long months of flying. According to what the map indicated, they would soon be able to reach the border of the Jiama Empire. Time flowed by amid this dull flying. When the endless, long journey once again passed through a majestic mountain range, the large outline of a fortress faintly appeared at the edge of their sight. The fortress was built against the mountains, appearing much like a ferocious tiger that guarded the key route that led from the empire to its exterior. Anyone who wanted to leave the Jiama Empire must pass through this enormous fortress. This heavily guarded fortress had swallowed an unknown number of ghosts. They were the ghosts of people who died on the battlefield during these years. This had also caused many empires around to fear it like one feared a tiger. Hence this fortress had a rather fierce name. Xun Pass. Ghost-crushing pass. A smile slowly solidified on Xiao Yan's face as his gaze swept toward the outline of the enormous fortress in the distant horizon. He stood up on the enormous head of the tiger eagle beast and looked down on the city fortress that still emitted a ghastly aura despite being a great distance away. A moment later, a smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth and swiftly widened. Finally, a roaring laughter that had been suppressed for 3 years sounded like thunder in the sky. Jiama Empire, Xiao Yan, has returned. The loud laughter rolled like a thunder in the sky. However, there was usually hardly anyone in this location. Otherwise, he would definitely have attracted the gazes of a countless number of people. The people on the 10+ flying beasts watched Xiao Yan, who seldom forget himself, as they threw their surprised gazes over. This was the first time they had seen Xiao Yan, this person who had always maintained a warm smile and never appeared to be flustered, forgetting himself. Is this place the Jiama Empire? Lin Yan and the others stood at the front somewhat curiously. Their gaze looked toward the extremely distant fortress and inquired. Yes. This is a border fortress of the Jiama Empire. We can be considered to have entered the Jiama Empire once we pass through this place. Xiao Li nodded and said. Back then, I fled from this place when I was chased by the Misty Cloud sect. It is really unexpected that I would return to this spot 3 years later. The wild smile on Xiao Yan's face was slowly withdrawn. He turned his head toward Lin Yan and others to speak with a grin. That smile had a nostalgic feeling to it. Kuko, if that is the case, what are we waiting for? Xiao Li smiled. He patted Xiao Yan's shoulders. Back then, Xiao Yan had escaped alive while being chased by the Misty Cloud sect, who wanted to kill him. This matter had turned the Jiama Empire into an uproar back then. The various thrills involved were far more exciting and dangerous compared to what was transmitted out. Xiao Yan also laughed softly. His long hand was extended from his sleeves and a glow flashed from the serene sea storage ring. An enormous dark black heavy ruler appeared with a flash. I wonder if there is anyone within the Jiama Empire who is still currently able to recall this image. The heavy Xian ruler was placed on Xiao Yan's back as he patted it and laughed. Its large size was nearly as tall as Xiao Yan's height. Lin Yan and the others watched that black-robed young man who was carrying a black ruler with his hands behind his back as he stood on the head of the tiger eagle beast. They suddenly vaguely sensed a sharp killing intent gradually being emitted from the body of this usually gentle fellow. The few of them exchanged glances. In their hearts, all of them quietly mentioned that the Jiama Empire would become a little chaotic because of this fellow return. Everyone, increase our speed. Xiao Yan gently waved his hand as his voice clearly resounded by everyone's ears. That tone, which had always been as gentle as a breeze, gained an additional anxiety at this moment. An acknowledgement sounded in the sky upon hearing Xiao Yan's orders. Immediately the 10+ flying beasts flapped their flesh wings amid some roars, carrying along a wild wind as they rushed toward the distant fortress. Although the distance appeared to do extremely far, Xiao Yan and the others were already in close proximity of the fortress after less than 10 minutes of straight flying by the flying beast. Xiao Yan waved his hand as they gradually approached this fortress. The flying units in the sky immediately paused. All the gazes swept toward the figure of the young man who was carrying a heavy ruler in front of them. They were at least 1,000 meters from the ground, and the people below would likely only vaguely see some small black spots if they looked up to such a height from below. However, with Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could clearly absorb all the activity on the ground into his eyes. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the huge bright red characters on the gate of the fortress. The familiar name caused Xiao Yan's entire body to appear as though it was filled with electricity. A numb feeling writhed within his blood. Xun Pass, it has been 3 years since they parted. There might be little change to the city, but the people have already changed drastically. Xiao Yan sighed softly as he whispered. Third brother, it seems that something is wrong. This Xun Pass seems to be a little too quiet today. According to what I know, this is the largest fortress within 50 kilometers of this place. There would be some hustle and bustle even at night. Now, however, Xiao Li suddenly frowned and spoke somewhat doubtfully while Xiao Yan was sighing emotionally in his heart. Xiao Yan was also startled when he heard this. His gaze swept over the silent fortress and surprise also flashed in his eyes. Indeed, when I was leaving from this place back then there was extremely great human traffic here. What happened today? Don't tell me that someone already learned about the news of your return? Lin Xiaoya also extended his head over and asked. How can this be possible? The Black Corner region and the Jiama Empire are so far apart. No one in the Jiama Empire should be aware about any news regarding me. Xiao Yan shook his head and said. The city seems to have traces of a fight. Moreover, there are quite a number of strong people gathered in a single location. Medusa, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in a faint voice. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard Medusa's words. He immediately shut his eyes slowly and his powerful spiritual strength spread out like a torrent from between his eyebrows. Finally, it swiftly swept over the entire fortress below. Xiao Li and the others ceased speaking when they saw Xiao Yan shut his eyes. They quietly waited for him to investigate. Xiao Yan opened his eyes once again some time later. His gaze turned to the middle of the fortress. An unexpected smile surfaced on the corner of his mouth as he softly spoke. This fortress is indeed not quite peaceful. Moreover, it is really unexpected that I am able to meet some familiar people just upon my return to the Jiama Empire. Familiar people? Xiao Li was stunned. Let's go down and take a look. Xiao Yan smiled but did not say anything else. He waved his hand and immediately commanded the tiger-eagle beasts as they flapped their flesh wings and descended. The 10+ flying beast also followed closely behind. At this moment, the atmosphere within a spacious front yard in the middle of the city governor's mansion in the Zhengui Pass was extremely anxious with the possibility of a conflict breaking out at any time. Two groups of people were facing each other with hostility. Shining weapons carried a denseness under the sunlight. Clearly, this was not some acting. Instead, they were really going to fight each other with sharp blades. Meng Li, you actually dare to privately attack your commander. You will have difficulty keeping your head if this matter were to reach the capital. A strong-looking middle-aged man from one of the clusters of people, who looked like a metal pagoda, cried out while furiously looking at the man on the other side who had a cold smile. Hee, Mu Tai, don't use this method on me. Although I have made preparations for this for a long time, I would naturally not dare to do such an outrageous thing without the support of someone. The man wearing a yellow robe laughed in a dark voice. Support? You mean, the Misty Cloud sect? The man who was addressed as Mu Tai eyes shrank when he heard this. He cried out in a shocked voice, what does the Misty Cloud sect want to do? If the Imperial family knows this, it will definitely maneuver their troops to destroy them. The Imperial family? So what? Would the Misty Cloud sect be afraid of them with its strength? Meng Li laughed. His gaze immediately turned cold as he spoke in a sinister manner. As long as I kill you, I will naturally have my own method to control the Zhengui Pass. With the reputation that I have established over these years, it might be a little troublesome to incorporate all the soldiers here under me, but it is not impossible. You actually want to incorporate the Empire's army under you? Mu Tai gently inhaled a breath of cool air. A storm rose in his heart. He knew that if the matter here were to spread to the capital, it was likely that the entire Jiama Empire would feel an earth-shaking shock. It was unexpected that the Misty Cloud sect was already this crazy. Although the city governor's mansion will be the place you die, it is best that you remain unaware of some things. Meng Li laughed. You want to kill me with your peak Douling strength? Mu Tai furiously laughed. Commander Mu Tai, I know that you have broken through to the Dou class recently. However, a person who has yet to even stabilize his strength in the Dou class dares to be this arrogant? Meng Li curled his lips in disdain. He immediately cried out loud, Elder Yun Fan, please intervene and get rid of this person. Meng Li's voice had just sounded when a rushing wind sound suddenly appeared. Immediately over 10 white-robed human figures flashed and appeared on the surrounding tall walls of the front yard. The person at the front was an old man with a calm water-like face. A pressuring atmosphere covered the entire city governor's mansion upon his appearance. Yun Fan? An elder of the Misty Cloud sect? Mu Tai's expression was ugly as he looked at the old man who had appeared. A gloominess involuntarily surged in his heart. He had been lingering around the peak of the Douling class for so many years and had only luckily broke through to the Dou class not long ago. If one was to discuss his strength, he could not even be truly considered a one-star Dou. How would he be able to contend with a Misty Cloud sect's elder whose strength had reached that of a 3-star Dou? Commander Mu Tai, it would be best that you hand the military symbol over. Your Mu clan is also one of the 3 large clans of the Empire. If your clan joins with our Misty Cloud sect, the things that the Mu clan will gain in the future will definitely be even more than now. If you continue to be unrepentant, it is likely that destruction will not be far away. Yunfan glanced indifferently at the ugly expression of Mu Tai and slowly spoke. TL, military symbol. In ancient China, this item is used to enable quick maneuver of the military. Whoever holds it has the right to command the military. The Misty Cloud sect is committing treason and is certainly a disgrace. I, Mu Tai, am a general of the empire. There is no need for others to tell me off if I were to surrender to you. Even I, myself, would look down on me. Mu Tai angrily retorted. Stubborn fool. Yunfan shook his head. His expression also gradually turned colder. He clenched his fist and a dark blue longsword appeared in his hand. The sword tip was raised level as it locked onto Mu Tai before he spoke in an indifferent manner. The only fate of anyone who hinders our Misty Cloud sect is death. Since you remain unrepentant, don't blame the old me for being merciless. Haha, it's just as well. I have yet to exchange blows with anyone since I have broken through to the Dou Qi class. Today, I will not lose out even if I end up dying in your hands. However, the wild ambition of the Misty Cloud sect will definitely die in its embryonic stage. Mu Tai also raised all the fighting intent in his heart when he heard the killing intent that was contained in Yunfan's voice. Although he knew it was definitely impossible for him to defeat the other party, it was better to fight to death than to surrender in this kind of situation. Yunfan narrowed his old eyes. His expression grew increasingly colder. An incomparably powerful Dou Qi slowly surged out from his body, and the pressuring strength that was created from the Dou Qi caused quite a number of people in the yard to hurriedly step back. Mu Tai's expression also gradually became solemn in the face of Yunfan's powerful Dou Qi aura. He withdrew a huge axe from his storage ring. The Dou Qi in his body was circulated to its limit. However, just as the anxious swords-drawn atmosphere was about to be broken by an intense battle between strong Dou Wangs was about to erupt, a clear laugh slowly transmitted from the sky. The laughter lingered within the yard and did not disappear for a long time. Coco, it has been 3 years since I left. I didn't expect that the Misty Cloud sect to become this arrogant. It really greatly exceeded my expectations. Looks like old dog Winshan has quite the wild ambition. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, Mu Tai. Chapter 675, Mu Tai. The sudden laugh broke the anxious swords-drawn atmosphere within the yard. Many people held stunned expressions. Someone actually dared to hurl such insults at Yunshan and the current Jiama Empire? A dark coldness gradually surged up Yunfan's face. He slowly raised his head and threw his gaze toward the sky like everyone else. However, everyone's expression changed a little when their gazes looked at the 10+ enormous flying beast lingering in the sky. Who were these uninvited guests? Mu Tai also looked at the flying magical beast in the sky in alarm. He hurriedly waved his hand as he felt lost in this situation. The large group that was gathered behind him swarmed forward and surrounded him. Their gazes were cautious as they looked at those uninvited guests in the sky. Everyone isn't people from the Jiama Empire, right? Yunfan's expression was dark and cold as he looked at the 10+ magical beast in the sky. He coldly said, "This is our Misty Cloud sect's issue. I will advise all of you not to meddle in another's business." Coco, it is indeed the Misty Cloud sect. A faint laugh was emitted again from the back of the tiger eagle beast suspending in the sky after Yunfan's voice sounded. Immediately, some figures flashed and over 10 human figures leaped down from the back of the beast and steadily landed in the yard. Yunfan's aura that had covered the entire city governor's mansion immediately shrank like a torrent after these 10 human figures landed. In merely an instant, it was completely suppressed back into his body and not even a little of it could seep out. Yunfan's expression immediately turned ugly at his aura being suppressed to such an extent. From this act of the other party, it was obvious that their strength far surpassed his. There were quite a number of people in the yard who sensed Yunfan's aura being suppressed. They immediately looked at one another. The caution in their hearts soared. As the saying goes, those who come have ill motives and those without would not come. It was likely that the matter today would not be easily resolved. Mu Tai softly ordered the surrounding troops to not act rashly. His gaze was cautious as he swept his gaze over the 10+ human figures who had leaped down from the magical beast. His sweeping gaze first paused on the body of a black-robed young man who was standing right at the front. His gaze stared at the young face and Mu Tai became stunned. He faintly felt a familiar feeling. However, it was difficult for him to recall when he had interacted with such a strong person at this moment. While he was thinking in his heart, his gaze swiftly swept over the other people. A great storm gradually surged in his heart a moment later. He discovered that he was actually unable to see through the strength of all 10 human figures who had appeared. There was only one reason for such a situation to happen. The strength of these people had far exceeded his. Mu Tai's throat rolled a little. He merely felt that his mouth was completely dry. Over 10 Dou Wang or stronger experts? This kind of frightening lineup, just where did these people come from? Why had he never heard even a little information about this? It would be quite a difficult thing for even the few neighboring empires to gather so many experts within a short period of time. Mu Tai's expression was ugly, but it was not much better for Yun Fan. This was because the latter had similarly discovered that even the weakest among these people would likely have a strength similar to his. The rest, like the black-robed young man in the leader's spot and the bewitching cold, glamorous, red-clothed beauty, caused him to feel a fear that came from deep within his heart. The entire front yard had descended into an unusual silence because of these uninvited guests. This included the members of the Misty Cloud sect on the wall and Yun Fan. None of them dared to make any unusual movements. May I know just who you are? The old me is Yun Fan, an elder of the Misty Cloud sect. Our sect leader is Yun Shan. Have you heard of him? Yun Fan finally suppressed the shock within his heart some time later, and cupped his hands to the black-robed young man who was occupying the leader's spot. His voice was much more courteous and careful compared to before. Moreover, his intention of bringing out Yun Shan's name was undoubtedly to cause these people of unknown origin to feel some fear. Yun Shan? I have heard of him. I also have quite the connection with him. The black-robed young man smiled. The corner of his mouth contained a teasing look. Yun Fan immediately sighed in relief when he heard this. Since the other party had heard of Yun Shan's name, it was likely that they knew that he was an extremely powerful Dozong expert. The teasing look on the corner of the black-robed young man's mouth also widened when he saw Yun Fan's relaxed manner. He slowly took 2 steps forward. When he moved forward, Mu Tai's and Yun Fan's groups hurriedly took a step back and looked at him with great caution. Xiao Yan turned his head over slightly. He threw his gaze on Mu Tai, who was being heavily protected by his subordinates. The skin on Mu Tai's head became numb when he saw the former's eyes looking over. The arm which was tightly grabbing the enormous axe trembled. He could sense that he would likely not have the slightest chance to live if this mysterious black-robed young man were to attack him. Coco, big brother Mu Tai, there is no need to be anxious. I have been remembering the favor of you letting me escape back then. The black-robed young man laughed softly as he looked at the anxious Mu Tai. The words that he spoke caused both parties' forces to immediately become stunned. Mu Tai's face was similarly stunned because of the words of the black-robed young man. His gaze immediately paused on the somewhat familiar face of the latter. A moment later, his gaze suddenly swept toward the enormous black ruler that the black-robed young man was carrying on his back. A thought flashed in his head. The memory which had been hidden for 3 years was finally ruthlessly grabbed by him. You are Xiao Yan? A voice that contained disbelief amid some shock was transmitted from Mu Tai's mouth. The 2 groups of people in the front yard once again became dull as Mu Tai's face became stunned. Xiao Yan? A name which had gradually forgotten during these 3 years. Only until Mu Tai's reminder did the certain matter and people from 3 years ago churn out in the minds of some of those present. Numerous dull gazes looked at the black-robed young man carrying an enormous black ruler. At this moment, the face that had gained some additional maturity and the somewhat tender face back then slowly merged. Xiao Yan? How is this possible? How can you still be alive? Yun Fan had also turned dull because of the name that was emitted from Mu Tai's mouth. A moment later, he became just like a cat that had had its tail stepped on as he screeched out in disbelief. The Misty Cloud sect's disciples on the wall also revealed shocked faces. Only at this moment did they understand what the meaning behind Xiao Yan's earlier words about having quite a deep connection with Yun Shan. They did indeed have quite a deep connection between them. However, it was that of irreconcilable enemies. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head as he looked at the various expressions of everyone in the yard. He smiled and spoke to Yun Fan, that old dog Yun Shan is still alive. Why should I die? Yun Fan's face twitched. There was still a remnants of disbelief on his face. The culprit who had turned the Misty Cloud sect into a big mess 3 years ago was actually still alive. Moreover, from the looks of it, this person's strength had soared to a point that far exceeded his own. Yun Fan's heart involuntarily leaped with great force when he thought of this. Only now did he understand why the Misty Cloud sect leader used the entire strength of the sect to chase after this young man who was only in his teens. This fellow's growth potential was indeed too terrifying. Kill him. Yun Fan did not blink as he suddenly cried out in a ferocious manner. He could not let this fellow live. The 10+ Misty Cloud sect's disciple on the wall let out a stern cry after Yun Fan's order sounded. However, their Dou Qi had just surged out when they heard the sharp sound of rushing wind. Instantly, sharp sword blades pierced out from their chests as bright red blood seeped out. The life in their eyes swiftly disappeared. They tried to forcefully turn their heads around as their consciousnesses scattered. However, they only saw numerous cold faces that were filled with bloodthirstiness. Pop. Pop. One could only hear a muffled sound emitted when the corpses fell down the wall and smashed into the ground. Mu Tai's face involuntarily twitched. His gaze vaguely glanced over the 10+ black figures that had unknowingly appeared on the wall. Shock immediately appeared in his heart. He could sense that the strength of all these black-clothed individuals were actually all at the peak of the Dou Ling class. Looking at the vicious tactics of killing with one strike, Mu Tai thought that it was likely that he would have a 50% chance of dying in their hands if these 10+ people were to surround and attack him together. These people were basically the most outstanding forces which were not afraid to die. Are these people all their subordinates? Moreover, there are those experts who have yet to intervene. Mu Tai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His gaze carried some shock as he looked at the black-robed young man who was standing with a smile. His heart still held some disbelief. In just 3 short years, the person who was alone as he was chased out by the Misty Cloud sect like a dog that had lost its home would actually possess such great strength. Yunfan's heart also pounded abruptly as he saw those elites that he had brought out from the sect being killed so easily. His gaze swept over the smiling young man and an uneasiness gradually surged within his heart. Today. Blade Axe Company, attack! A stern cry suddenly sounded from the mouth of Meng Li behind Yunfan. At this moment, this fellow was looking at Xiao Yan with a savage face. It was unexpected that the thing he was about to obtain would be spoiled by this bastard. Since this was the case, he would kill all of them. Bastard, you actually dare to privately maneuver the army? Mu Tai immediately cried out angrily when he heard Meng Li's cry. Meng Li laughed evilly. His gaze also became darker and more ruthless as he gradually heard the sound of orderly footsteps outside. Xiao Yan looked at Meng Li indifferently. He still remembered this person. Back then, he was blocked by this fellow when he was about to leave the Jiama Empire. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head and waved his hand in the 10+ enormous flying beast in the sky. He, Chief Xiao, you can leave these little shrimps to us. There is no need for you to worry about them. A laugh sounded from the sky after Xiao Yan waved his hand. Immediately, numerous black shadows rushed down. Powerful Dou Qi immediately erupted outside the mansion along with the sound of blades colliding and miserable cries. After hearing the killing sound outside and seeing that not a single soldier had rushed in after a while, the smile on Meng Li's face gradually stiffened. He had placed thousands of soldiers outside. Yet from the looks of it now, a bloody stench slowly spread in from outside. A pale whiteness and terror gradually surged on Yunfan's and Meng Li's face. Xiao Yan glanced at the two of them and slowly stepped forward. His gentle voice, however, caused the bodies of both Yunfan and Meng Li to feel icy cold. I will repay what the Misty Cloud sect has done to the Xiao clan by over 100 times. Today, I will begin with the both of you. Relax, old dog Wen Shan will also go down and accompany you. Mu Tai's mind was somewhat absent-minded as he looked at the back of the black-robed young man who was slowly walking. The words that were left behind by the young man who was miserably chased after 3 years ago suddenly sounded once again by his ears. Help me inform Yun Shan. Within 2 years or at the very most 5 years, I, Xiao Yan will return. This fellow, actually, really did it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Kill. Chapter 676, Kill. Yunfan inhaled a deep breath of air as he watched the black-robed young man who was walking over with a smile that was increasingly icy cold. He held the dark blue longsword tightly in his hand and the Dou Qi within his body churned unceasingly, appearing like floodwater. The shock in his heart had been greatly reduced as his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A thought, however, had rose in his heart. This brat will definitely look for the Misty Cloud sect to take revenge now that he has returned to the Jiama Empire. Looks like I must send this information to the sect. Otherwise, we might be caught off guard in the future. Yunfan's eyes flickered. He turned his head toward the similarly pale-faced Meng Li and said in a soft and quick manner, I will delay him. Take the opportunity to leave. After which informed the sect leader of Xiao Yan's return. He did not wait for Meng Li's response after his words sounded. His shoulders shook and a pair of pale blue Dou Qi wings surged out. His feet gently pressed on the ground and his body turned into a vague shadow. It was mixed with sharp blade wind as he shot toward Xiao Yan. Be careful. Mu Tai's heart tightened when he saw Yunfan suddenly attack and hurriedly cried out a reminder. However, he had just recovered after his reminder had sounded. The young man who was currently in front of him was no longer the young man who was chased like a dog that had lost its home back then. Xiao Yan turned his head and smiled to Mu Tai. A cluster of jade-green flames suddenly appeared on his hand. He lifted his eyes slightly and saw the man and sword, which were swiftly magnified in his eyes. The corner of his mouth moved. A faint silver-colored glow flashed and appeared under his feet. Qi. The deep blue longsword carried a sharp sword aura as it tore through the air. It carried a dark, cold wind as it shot toward Xiao Yan's chest. When everyone's gaze were focused on him, Yunfan suddenly cried out sternly, "Go!" Mengli, who was already ready by the side, stomped his feet violently on the ground. His body was like a cannonball as he rushed out of the city governor's mansion in a lightning-like manner. "You want to go?" Xiao Yan coldly smiled as he heard the rushing wind sound that appeared when Mengli fled. His left hand was extended before it was abruptly clenched. A powerful suction force immediately erupted from his palm. A wild wind immediately surfaced from the powerful suction force. Even the enormous rocks in the yard began to tremble violently. Some of the tree trunks were broken. The body of Mengli, who was fleeing, suddenly paused in midair. His body swiftly pulled back. All this struggle was to no avail. The longsword in Yunfan's hand suddenly escaped from his hand just as Xiao Yan sucked Mengli over. It transformed into a deep blue cold glip that pierced violently toward Xiao Yan's chest, which was in close proximity. When the sword left his hand, the pair of wings on Yunfan's back flapped swiftly and he rushed to the sky in the blink of an eye before turning his body around to flee. Beidha, Xiao Yan raised his brows in surprise when Yunfan suddenly abandoned his attack, turned around, and fled. This old fellow was indeed a treacherous person. Earlier, he had only asked Mengli to flee first so that he could use the latter to quietly get away. Lin Yan, Ziyan, and the others who was coincidentally leisurely by the side were just about to move after seeing Yunfan flee when Xiao Yan's laughter stopped them. "Allow me." After Xiao Yan's laughter sounded, Mengli, who was originally flying toward him under the influence of the suction force, suddenly paused in midair. An instant later, a powerful pushing force once again surged out from Xiao Yan's palm. Finally, it smashed firmly on the back of Mengli. The latter's expression suddenly became pale after being assaulted by these two forces. A mouthful of bright red fresh blood was immediately spat out. Xiao Yan waved his hand and the sky rippled. An invisible force randomly swung Mengli into the wall. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground with an unknown fate. Mengli's body had just landed on the ground when Xiao Yan's body, which was in the yard, strangely disappeared. The eyeballs of Mu Tai and the others nearly popped out when they saw his ghost-like figure. Was this speed not a little too frightening? The faint rumble of thunder reverberated in the yard as Xiao Yan's body disappeared. A moment later, the sharp sound of rushing wind suddenly appeared in the sky just as Mu Tai and the others were looking at each other. A human body immediately fell from the sky in a miserable manner. Finally, it violently smashed into the ground and dust immediately spread all over the place. A mere 3-star Do Wang. If I were to allow you to flee in front of me, how would I be able to talk about ending the grudge with Yun Shan? A soft laugh sounded in the sky. Everyone raised their heads and saw the young man who was carrying a heavy ruler flapping his jade-green fire wings as he slowly floated in the air. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the human figure that had fallen to the ground. The dust gradually scattered in the yard. Yunfan's figure was slowly revealed. However, at this moment, this misty cloud sex elder, who was usually aloof, displayed a pale face at this moment. There was still remnant traces of blood on the corner of his mouth. Both of his eyes carried a fear and disbelief as he looked at the black-robed young man in the sky. The two of them had not even exchanged more than 3 blows earlier when he descended into a seriously injured state. The other party's strength was actually this terrifying. "Xiao Yan, if you kill me, sect leader Yin Shan will definitely not let you off. The last time, you were able to luckily escape with your life. I'm afraid that you will not have such good luck this time around." Yunfan glanced at Mengli, whose fate was unknown, by the corner of the wall. His eyelids twitched as he spoke with a brave exterior. Xiao Yan lifted the corner of his mouth into a ridiculing smile. He shook his head and was too lazy to say any unnecessary words. A cluster of green flames surfaced from his palm with a flick of his finger. The temperature of the surroundings instantly became hot with the appearance of this cluster of flame. The Misty Cloud sect has destroyed my Xiao clan. This vengeance is something that I will get them to pay many times back. In the future, I will kill every single member of the Misty Cloud sect. It will sooner or later be the turn of old dog Wen Shan. Xiao Yan laughed faintly. His gaze looked at the cluster of dark green flame in his hand and immediately shook his head. With a flick of his finger, the cluster of flame left his hand and immediately shot accurately toward the frightened Yunfan. The jade-green flame had just made contact with Yun Fan's body when the latter ignited on fire. The already seriously injured Yun Fan did not have time to maneuver Dou Qi to resist this kind of frighteningly high temperature. His body erupted into charred black ashes amid a low, deep sound. The entire yard was completely silent as they looked at the pile of charred black ashes on the ground. Although the sun was hanging high in the sky at this moment, Mu Tai and the others appeared as though they were in a deep abyss. Their entire bodies were icy cold. An elite Dou Wang who was still leaping around in a lively manner earlier had ended up without even a corpse in front of their eyes. Xiao Yan waved his sleeves and a wind blew, scattering the charred black ashes on the ground. The jade-green fire wings on Xiao Yan's back slowly disappeared. A silver glow flashed under his feet and his body once again appeared in the yard in a ghost-like manner. Big brother Mu Tai, we have not met for 3 years. Are you still well? Xiao Yan's feet landed on the ground. The coldness on his face instantly disappeared as a warm smile once again filled the young man with sunlight. However, no one would think that this young man was some gentle-hearted person after the scene earlier. A stiff smile was revealed on Mu Tai's face when he heard Xiao Yan's voci. That manner was extremely ugly. He, too, seemed to have sensed something as he immediately rubbed his face violently. Only then did he spoke with a bitter smile. Are you really Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan was dumbfounded when he heard this. He grinned and said, is there anyone else within the Jiama Empire who dares to call himself Xiao Yan? Mu Tai nodded his head in an embarrassed manner. Indeed, the name Xiao Yan had basically become a taboo word within the Jiama Empire during these few years. This was all because that enormous sect held a deep hatred for this name. Big brother Mu Tai, thank you very much for the matter back then. Xiao Yan slowly walked toward Mu Tai and smiled as he spoke. Those guards beside the ladder immediately tensed up. Their hands were trembling a little as they held their weapons. They had just witnessed, with their own eyes, an elite Dou Wang ending up without even a corpse because of this young man. Mu Tai waved his hand and scattered the surrounding disgraceful guards. Only at this moment was Mu Tai able to completely sense that the matter that had just happened was reality and not an illusion. However, this reality was far too unbelievable. Brother Xiao Yan. Coco, actually, I had received a mail from my clan back then to get me to quietly provide you help if possible. However, I think that it would not be a difficult thing for you to leave the Jingue Pass given your strength back then. That little help of mine is nothing much. Mu Tai rubbed his head. That strong build of his caused him to display an honest and straightforward feeling when he smiled. Kuko, the Mu clan Xiao Yan will remember it. Xiao Yan smiled and pointed toward the exterior of the city governor's mansion. He said, I'm sorry for my attack being too strong. You might need to personally show yourself and clear up the place. Mu Tai sniffed the bloody stench that was spreading over from the outside. He immediately laughed bitterly. This fellow was indeed no longer the sentimental and tender young man of the past. This time around, I'm afraid that the Misty Cloud sect will truly be turned upside down with greater intensity because of this young man. Brother Xiao Yan, no matter what, I have to thank you for intervening today. Otherwise, it is likely that Meng Li's trick would have succeeded. Mu Tai spoke sincerely as he cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan with a serious expression. Xiao Yan smiled and waved his hand. After which he crossed his fingers and said softly, I have not been to the Jiama Empire for 3 years. Can I get big brother Mu Tai to tell me about the current situation within Jiama Empire? Ugh, the Jiama Empire has been extremely eventful during these few years. All of these matters were caused by the Misty Cloud sect. Mu Tai knit his brows and sighed. He immediately said to Xiao Yan, it is going to be a long story. If brother Xiao Yan is not in a hurry to leave, please enter the house and allow me to tell you in detail. Xiao Yan mused for a moment after hearing this. However, he did not reject the offer. Now that he was back within the empire, the most important thing was to understand the situation within the empire. Otherwise, it would be the most foolish act to simply go on a rampage. In that case, I will trouble big brother Mu Tai. Mu Tai immediately rejoiced when he saw that Xiao Yan did not reject him. He hurriedly invited Xiao Yan into the hall. He clearly understood that if the matter of Xiao Yan returning to the Jiama Empire were to spread, it would definitely become a big event and the most sensational one in the Jiama Empire. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, The Situation in the Jiama Empire. Chapter 677, The Situation in the Jiama Empire. Being the host, Mu Tai arranged the seating arrangements for Xiao Yan and his group within a spacious hall in the city governor's mansion before he returned to his own seat. At the same time, he ordered the female servants to serve tea, appearing quite thoughtful. Coco, it is really unexpected that brother Xiao Yan's strength has actually reached this level 3 years after we parted. Mutai lifted his teacup and took a sip before he laughed. His gaze immediately swept over Xiaoli, Lin Yan, and the others who were beside Xiao Yan, without leaving a trace. He felt that his heart was somewhat jumpy. He clearly understood that the most frightening thing of Xiao Yan's return this time around was not his extraordinary strong self but these strong people whom he had gathered from some unknown place. Any one of these people who were seated here would likely be sufficient to contend with the 10 strong of the empire. Xiao Yan smiled but did not continue to be entangled with this topic. He mused for a moment before slowly speaking, "Big brother Mutai, it seems that the Jama Empire isn't very peaceful these few years, but..." Mutai laughed bitterly when he heard this. He sighed, "It is indeed not very peaceful. All of this tension is caused by the Misty Cloud sect." "Oh?" Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows. Mutai drank a sip of tea and moistened his throat. He seemed to be sorting out his words. A moment later, he opened his mouth to speak. "Within less than half a month after you have left the Jama Empire, the Misty Cloud sect had changed its aloof style of the past. Not only did it recruit disciples in large numbers but it also showed traces of scattering its disciples to all of the key cities within the empire. It is likely that the imperial family and the 3 large clans had sensed these little actions of theirs. However, due to Yunshan's frightening strength, there was no one who dared say anything. After this, the Misty Cloud sect has also become more and more arrogant." Mutai's gaze secretly looked at Xiao Yan after speaking until this point. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "After that, the Misty Cloud sect began the extermination of the Xiao clan. This matter caused an uproar within the empire back then but it did not pose any hindrance to the Misty Cloud sect." The hand which Xiao Yan used to hold the teacup tightened slightly. His dark black eyes slowly became narrowed as a faint, cold glint flashed through them. Mutai was startled when he saw the calm manner of Xiao Yan. He immediately understood it. It was likely that this young man in front of him was already aware of this. "Does Big Brother Mutai know where the remnant members of our Xiao clan are?" Xiao Yan rubbed the teacup as he softly spoke. "I am also not too certain about this. Back then, any traces of the Xiao clan completely disappeared after the matter happened. However, if Brother Xiao Yan wants to search for them, I will advise you to make a trip to the Primer clan. They might perhaps know something." Mutai shook his head and immediately voiced his thoughts. "The Primer clan, huh?" Xiao Yan nodded his head. It seemed that he must go and find Hai Bodong in order to learn the whereabouts of Big Brother and the others. "Kuko, currently the Primer clan is already completely in the control of Yafei Xiaojia. TSK, this woman may be young but that ability of hers is something that even our clan's elders have quietly praised repeatedly. Within 3 short years, she has turned the Primer clan into the top of the 3 large clans. People have no choice but to submit to her." Mutai smiled and explained some more. "TL, Xiaojia, young lady of a powerful/rich clan. Big sister Yafei?" Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this name which was stored deep within his mind. A warm smile immediately surfaced on the corner of his mouth. It was all thanks to the Primer clan and her intervention back then when he was chased by the Misty Cloud sect that he was able to gain the opportunity to flee. Her favor toward him was something that Xiao Yan would never forget. It is really unexpected that she is able to control the Primer clan within her hands. I have somewhat underestimated her in the past." Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and softly laughed. He clearly understood just how difficult it was for a woman, especially one who did not have extraordinary talent in terms of Dou Qi training, to control the people of an entire clan in this world that was ruled by Dou Qi. Mutai smiled. He appeared to randomly inquire, "Brother Xiao Yan's return, it is likely that there is going to be quite a big activity, right?" "I am only opposing the Misty Cloud sect." Xiao Yan spoke with a faint smile. His gaze drifted toward Mutai as he suddenly said, "Does Big Brother Mutai has any information regarding Yunshan?" Mutai was stunned when he heard this. He immediately shook his head in embarrassment as he said, "How can I understand an expert of that level? However, I am occasionally able to gather something from the rumors among the elders in the clan. It is likely that the current Yunshan is even stronger than he was 3 years ago." Xiao Yan was also helpless in the face of these basically useless words. His gaze looked at the tiny ripple spreading within his cup. A noble, graceful, beautiful face suddenly flashed and appeared in his mind. The various angry smiles between his forehead caused Xiao Yan's mood to suddenly become chaotic. Crack! A slight crack line formed on the teacup in his hand because of the great strength he emitted. Everyone in the hall had stunned faces as they looked at Xiao Yan, whose aura had started to rise. All of them were confused. "Third brother, what is it?" Xiao Li, who was seated closest to Xiao Yan, hurriedly touched Xiao Yan and asked. "I'm fine." Xiao Yan gradually recovered after being touched by Xiao Li. He inhaled a deep breath of air and suppressed his chaotic heart. He waved his hand and carelessly inquired, "That's right, big brother Mutai, do you know who is currently in control of the Misty Cloud sect?" "Who else can it be?" "Naturally, it's Yun Shan." Mutai spread his hands and said. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and rolled his tongue a couple of times. Finally, he uttered a name he had resisted for 3 years. "What about Yun Yun?" "It seems that she is the leader of the Misty Cloud sect, right?" "Sect leader Yun Yun ha. Yun Shan stripped her of her position of sect leader not long after you left the Jiama Empire. After which, she no longer managed the issues within the sect. Currently, all the authority within the Misty Cloud sect is managed by Yun Shan." Mu Tai voiced his thoughts. Xiao Yan quietly nodded his head after hearing this. Somewhere deep within his heart, he sighed in relief without realizing it. These current actions of the Misty Cloud sect can be mostly credited to Yun Shan. Moreover, by looking at what happened in the Xingui past this time, it is likely that the Misty Cloud sect will begin to have some large activity during this period of time. Mu Tai slowly said, "If the matter here were to spread to the capital, it is likely that there may be an uproar even in the imperial family." Looking at all of this activity, it seemed that the situation that was written in a letter the elders in the clan had given me is true. "What situation?" Xiao Yan was startled as he asked. Mu Tai's face was tensed. He placed his teacup on the table. It was a moment later before he spoke in the deep voice. "It is likely that the Misty Cloud sect wishes to attack our 3 large clans." Xiao Yan knit his brows. Did the Misty Cloud sect really intend to eliminate all the factions within the Jiama Empire? Of course, it is currently uncertain whether they will attack our Mu clan and the Nalan clan. However, there is one thing that is certain. The Misty Cloud sect will definitely start off with the Primer clan within a short period of time. Mu Tai spoke with a solemn expression. "Why?" Brother Xiao Yan should know something about this. The old man Hai Bodong of the Primer clan has quite a deep relationship with you. Back then, the Primer clan even quietly aided you when you were chased by the Misty Cloud sect. The Primer clan also intervened when the Xiao clan was surrounded by the Misty Cloud sect. It was only because of this that the Xiao clan was not completely eliminated. Although the Primer clan acted in extreme secret when they made all their moves, it is likely that the Misty Cloud sect is aware of them if even I am able to catch wind of something. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the Misty Cloud sect seems to be extremely interested in your Xiao clan and have been repeatedly searching desperately for the remaining members of the Xiao clan. However, their efforts have been futile. From the looks of it now, this should be because of the secret tactics by the Primer clan. Hence, if they want to find the remnant members of the Xiao clan, the Primer clan, which is their protector, would definitely be a target of the Misty Cloud sect. Mu Tai smiled, fondled his chin, and responded. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. From the looks of the situation, he needed to hurry to the capital as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would the Primer clan end up in the same trouble as the Xiao clan, but the odds would also be against those remaining members of the Xiao clan who were under their protection. Currently, the capital should be in a turbulent storm. That place is far too close to the Misty Cloud sect. The place would definitely be extremely chaotic should anything erupt there. Big brother Mu Tai, I hope that you will keep my return to the Jiama Empire a secret. Moreover, you should tell those subordinates of yours not to leak any information. Otherwise, should it end up spreading to the ears of the Misty Cloud sect, it is very likely that they will bring forward their plans and increase their defenses. Xiao Yan stood up from the chair, turned his head to Mu Tai, and spoke in a solemn voice. No problem. Mu Tai nodded without hesitation. He said, for insurance, I will delay reporting what happened at the border to the imperial family for a couple of days. Otherwise, they will definitely learn of your return. In that case, thank you very much. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and smiled. Brother Xiao Yan, are you planning to head to the capital? Mu Tai hurriedly stood up and asked when he saw Xiao Yan doing the same. We are pressed for time. I cannot stay here for long. I will come and chat with big brother Mu Tai once everything is settled. Xiao Yan smiled, nodded, and gave his reply. Mu Tai could not open his mouth to retain them when he heard this. He could only nod his head and personally send Xiao Yan and the others out of the hall. Xiao Yan and the others flashed upon leaving the hall as they rushed to the tiger eagle beast, which had remained in the air. Xiao Yan stood on its enormous head and cupped his hands toward Mu Tai below. He spoke with a loud and clear voice, Big brother Mu Tai, you can just come and find Xiao Yan if you have any problems in the future. Kuko, brother Xiao Yan, take care of yourself on your trip to the capital. If possible, help take care of my Mu clan. Mu Tai will be ever grateful. Mu Tai laughed as he spoke sincerely to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He waved his hand and the tiger eagle beast let out a low roar. Immediately, it carried a wild wind as it swiftly rose higher into the air and eventually transformed into a black spot that disappeared on the horizon. Mu Tai sighed softly as he watched Xiao Yan and the others disappeared into the horizon. He knew that the already turbulent capital might well be turned completely upside down with the arrival of Xiao Yan's group. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678, Discussion in the Sect. Chapter 678, Discussion in the Sect. The enormous mountain peak stood lonely and silent in a plain. The cloudy, tall mountain peak was just like the tip of a blade, faintly emitting a sharp sword aura as it pierced through the clouds. Loud and clear training noises and the collision of metals were lingering within the fog. The Misty Cloud Mountain was still the Misty Cloud Mountain from back then. However, the Misty Cloud sect located on it had changed drastically from back then. The entire mountain peak was filled with a countless number of patrols. Anyone who stepped into it would be immediately observed by the hidden gazes. It was just like a mountainous fortress with extremely tight defenses. This place was the enormous camp of the Misty Cloud sect. Due to the Misty Cloud sect have recruited a large number of disciples, the current Misty Cloud sect was undoubtedly much larger than it was compared to 3 years ago. This was the reason that they had enough people to truly put in place a tight defensive line with sentries 3 steps apart all over this enormous mountain peak. Although the strength of the sect had become much stronger, not only did the outsiders but also some of those Misty Cloud sect's disciples sensed that the current Misty Cloud sect was no longer the place viewed by every person within the Jiama Empire as a training holy ground. After 3 years of varying actions by the Misty Cloud sect, they had already become no different than an ordinary faction, using all fair and foul means in order to expand their strength. The enormous base of the sect extended all the way to the edge of their sight on the peak of the Misty Cloud Mountain. Human figures were rushing about on the enormous open ground. Various curses and sounds of colliding blades gathered together. Even quite a bit of the faint fog that lingered in the sky had been expelled. The training holy ground back then no longer possessed that kind of ethereal and extraordinary atmosphere. A grand hall stood at the middle of the mountain peak, much like a ferocious beast creeping up on this place. It faintly emitted a feeling of having gone through many changes and hardships. This grand hall had been passed down through the generations since the Misty Cloud sect had been established. Hence, it still maintained some of the old ethereal feeling of the Misty Cloud sect. However, the dark, cold faces of the white-clothed guards outside the grand hall created an additional gloomy feeling to the one that had remained around for a long time. There were quite a number of people quietly sitting within the large hall. Their gaze contained some fear as they stared at the old man on the leader's seat. They did not dare to emit any unusual sounds. The old man was wearing a white robe. Cloud lines had been sewn on the robe. Both of his sleeves had a sword drawn on them. When the sleeves moved, the sword image appeared real and a sharp sword aura faintly seeped out from it. The old man had a head covered with white hair, but his face had a kind of faint smooth luster, appearing just like that of a young Persam. The old man's shut eyes were slowly opened. A glow that caused one's body to feel a chill rushed through his indifferent eyes. Anyone who accidentally saw the glow within his eyes would immediately feel cold sweat flowing. They hurriedly shifted their gaze away, not daring to look directly at him. Who else other than Yun Shan possessed such a reputation within the Misty Cloud sect? Is there any news from Yun Fan's side? The silence in the hall continued for a while. Only then did Yun Shan slowly raise his eyes and faintly open his mouth to speak. Everyone in the hall could not help but straighten their bodies after Yun Shan opened his mouth to speak. One of them hesitated for a moment before he replied respectively, "Sect leader, Yun Fan has not sent any news back. I think that he is still waiting for an opportunity. It is just the Xingue Pass, yet he actually needs to procrastinate to such an extent." Yun Shan knit his brows slightly and said, "Send this order to him. He must control the Xingue Pass within 5 days. Additionally, order the others in the remaining places to act according to the situation. We will not need to worry about them stirring any waves." "Yes, sir." Everyone hurriedly responded upon hearing Yun Shan's orders. Koko, sect leader, has made decisive and bold decisions these years. Without realizing it, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples have already seeped into all the major cities within the Jiama Empire. As long as the order is given when the time comes, it is likely that over half of the territory of the Jiama Empire will belong to us, the Misty Cloud sect. A middle-aged man spoke to Yun Shan with a smile. That smile was a flattering one. This is merely the first step. The footsteps of our Misty Cloud sect will not stop at the Jiama Empire. Once we completely control the Jiama Empire, the Misty Cloud sect's strength will definitely soar. At that time, there would likely be no other factions within this northwestern region of the Dou Qi continent who can contend with us. At that time, we only need to wait for the Misty Cloud sect to become the overlords of the northwestern region. It is only a matter of time for us to truly dominate the continent. Yun Shan laughed. His eyes was filled with a wild ambition that did not match his age. Cuckoo, sect leader is right. At last, our Misty Cloud sect could at the very most be considered a mid-tier faction in the southwestern region faction's grand meeting. I think that by the time of the next meeting, we will definitely cause the eyeballs of those who say our Misty Cloud sect is short-sighted to fall off. Agreeing laughter quickly followed behind Yun Shan's words. A faint smile was pulled on Yun Shan's face. He waved his hand and said, "How is the progress of the matter that I have ordered?" A person in the hall immediately stood up after hearing this. He respectfully said, "Relying on sect leader, we have gathered all the men we need. We are only waiting for sect leader's order before we can enter the capital and completely eliminate the Primer clan." He paused slightly when he spoke to this point. After which, he spoke in a hesitating manner. "However, the Primer's clan Hai Buodong has the strength of a Dou Huang. I'm afraid it won't be enough if we simply rely on those people. Yun Du, Yun Sha, the both of you will lead the troops to completely eliminate the Primer clan this time around. Remember, after you have eliminated the Primer clan, you must find the remaining members of the Xiao clan." Yun Shan's gaze looked toward a corner of the hall and cried out in a low voice. "Yes, sir." Two old men who had remained quiet in one corner swiftly stood up and respectfully replied when they heard Yun Shan's orders. Although these two old men kept a low profile, they clearly possessed quite a high position within the Misty Cloud sect. This could be seen from how the voices in the hall became much weaker after they stood up. Cuckoo, Elders Yun Du and Yun Sha had broken through to the Dou Huang class with the help of sect leader during these 3 years. That Hai Buodong won't be able to create much trouble with these two people around. The person who was reporting earlier smiled and spoke when he saw these two old men stand up. Yun Du and Yu Sha also smiled when they heard the somewhat fawning words. They immediately looked at one another. A strange black glow flashed through their eyes without leaving a trace behind. "Your mission is to exterminate the Primer clan and to search for the remaining members of the Xiao clan. It is likely that the other factions within the capital will not dare to intervene. Of course, if there are any factions who are blind, you can just exterminate them together." Yun Shan's gaze slowly swept across the entire place as he spoke in a faint voice. Yun Du and Yun Sha once again nodded after hearing this. Yun Shan leaned his body on the soft chair after he had given all his instructions. He waved his hand and said, "Since that is the case, everyone should return to their posts. We will first eliminate the Primer clan during this period of time." Everyone in the hall hurriedly nodded after hearing these words, dismissing them from Yun Shan. They immediately stood up, bowed to Yun Shan, and slowly withdrew from the large hall. The hall once again became silent after everyone left. However, this silence continued for only a period of time before a shadow fluctuated in a certain dark corner in the hall. Immediately, a cluster of black-colored fog strangely appeared. Remember, you cannot let off any single person of the Xiao clan this time around. What you did the last time wasn't very satisfactory. The black-colored fog withered and surfaced in the middle of the hall as a dark sinister voice was slowly emitted from within it. "What exactly do you want to find from the Xiao clan? It is but a small clan, yet they actually possess something that can attract you?" Yun Shan knit his brows. He had been curious about this question for a long time. It is best that you do not ask the questions you aren't supposed to ask. There are some things that have no benefit to you if you come to know about them. Our Hall of Souls is able to help you break through to an expert Dou zone, but we are also able to turn you back into your original state. The dark, cold voice reverberated within the hall, causing one's pores to stand. Yun Shan's face trembled slightly. The imposing and powerful manner of Yun Shan from earlier could only nod his head in a somewhat displeased manner at this moment. He said, "But what if we still cannot find the thing that you want after killing all the members of the Xiao clan? The Xiao clan is definitely in possession of the thing that we need. However, we don't know exactly who is holding on to it. If we cannot find it here, we can only go and search for Xiao Yan who fled the Jiama Empire." Xiao Yan? Yun Shan possessed a deep memory of this name. Hence, his expression became somewhat unnatural when he heard it. He said, "There has not been much news about that brat during these 3 years. He might have long died in some unknown place." "Tisk, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you." The black fog immediately emitted a strange laugh when he heard this. "I have received some news from the hall some time earlier. Xiao Yan's trail was found in the Black Corner region, which is thousands of kilometers from the Jiama Empire. Moreover, that fellow's strength is already sufficient to kill expert Dou Huangs." "Kill Dou Huangs? How is that possible?" Yun Shan's expression immediately changed. He stood from his chair in shock as he let out an involuntary cry. Although that fellow had displayed a kind of extremely powerful Fire Lotus Dou skill to kill Yin Long whose strength was that of a Dou Wang, but killing a Dou Huang was a completely different concept. The gap between them was as different as the heavens and earth. This is nothing impossible. Back then, it was a mistake for you to allow him to flee from the Jiama Empire. In the future, you might really end up being killed by that brat's hands. The voice from the black fog was dark and cold. Yun Shan's face twitched. A denseness surged into his eyes as he spoke in a sinister manner. So what if he can kill a Dou Huang? Back then, I forced him to flee like a dog that had lost its home. This time around, I can do the same. TSK, in that case, I will wish you luck. However, it is best that you capture all of the remaining members of the Xiao clan before this. Otherwise, the hall's chief will really be angry. The black fog drifted around aimlessly. It left behind a cold laugh before it strangely disappeared with a ripple. When he heard the two words, hall's chief, the face of even someone as powerful as Yun Shan became somewhat pale. He looked at the spot where the black fog had disappeared and he tightened his fist slowly. A dense, cold glint flashed in his eyes. This time around, I will definitely finish off the entire Xiao clan. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Primer's Calamity. Chapter 679, Primer's Calamity. The Jiama Sacred City was the capital city of the Jiama Empire. Being the most bustling city of the entire empire, the human flow that it consumed and released each day had reached quite a frightening number. However, this bustling city had a somewhat pressuring atmosphere at this moment. There was the faint suppressed feeling of a storm brewing. Such a feeling was naturally spread and created by the Primer clan, which had suddenly announced a temporary closure of all its auction houses and shops. This action by one of the three large clans of the empire undoubtedly indicated to everyone that quite a big trouble would fall on their heads. The public did not like some people who were well informed. Hence, there were some rumors spread that the Misty Cloud sect had plans to exterminate the Primer clan. This rumor immediately stirred up quite a big commotion within the city the moment it spread. The people of the Jiama Empire could clearly see that the Misty Cloud sect was becoming increasingly arrogant these couple of years. Moreover, other than the Imperial family, the only faction within the entire Jiama Empire that could cause the Primer clan, who had become the top of the three large clans, to act so cautiously was likely only the Misty Cloud sect, which was a short distance from the capital. The atmosphere within the headquarters of the Primer clan, which was situated toward the south of the city, was exceptionally tense while the rumors were spreading all over the city. Anxious human figures paced back and forth in the mansion. All the guards had also been deployed back from the other places to guard this mansion extremely tightly. A countless number of arrow bunches that possessed cold flickering glints in the darkness were swinging unsteadily all over the mansion. The sharp long arrows would instantly be shot out upon the appearance of any uninvited guests. While human figures were rushing about all over the mansion, the atmosphere in the spacious meeting room in the center of the mansion was extremely tense. Everyone seated in that place were the core members of the Primer clan. At this moment, their expressions were mostly ugly. Of course, it was likely anyone in the Jiama Empire who suddenly become a target of the Misty Cloud sect would have difficulty forming a smile on their faces. Yafei, is the news that the Misty Cloud sect is about to attack our Primer clan true? An old man in the hall frowned and inquired softly. All the gazes in the hall shot toward the pretty woman who was seated in the leader's seat when they heard the old man's question. The latter's enchantingly beautiful face was also covered with a solemn expression at this moment. She nodded slightly in the face of everyone's eyes and said, "First Elder, this news is indeed true. It is likely that the Misty Cloud sect will really act within 2 days." Although everyone already had an answer in their hearts, the faces of many people in the hall still became much darker upon hearing Yafei's confirmation. The face of the old man who was called First Elder was somewhat familiar. If one were to observe it carefully, one would realize that he was the head of the Primer clan back then, Primer Tingshan. However, hearing the manner in which Yafei addressed him, it seemed that he had handed over the position of the clan head during these 3 years. Primer Tingshan slowly sighed when he heard Yafei's words. He descended into a silence amid the desperate state of the clan. All of this is because of those fellows from the Xiao clan. If we did not help them, we would not have offended the Misty Cloud sect and the problems today would not occur. A somewhat sharp voice sounded under the pressure brought by the 3 words, Misty Cloud sect. Quite a number of agreement immediately followed when the voice sounded. Clearly, they were finally unable to suppress the thought in their hearts when disaster struck. "All of you shut up." Primer Tingshan immediately became furious when he heard the noise in the meeting room. His palm slammed violently onto the table. The sudden loud sound shocked everyone into being quiet. Primer Tingshan looked at the calm-faced man who was seated in a wheelchair beside him after suppressing everyone. He immediately glanced at the somewhat icy-cold face of Hai Buodong with his eyes shut beside Yafei. He let out a bitter laugh and said, "Mr. Xiaoding, my clan members have lost themselves and allowed you to see a joke." Xiaoding smiled and shook his head when he heard Primer Tingshan words. His gaze slowly swept over everyone's faces. Anyone who exchanged gazes with him would involuntarily shift their gaze away a moment later. Although this man's legs were currently crippled, everyone would involuntarily feel some chillness for some unknown reason when they looked at the face where a faint smile was hung. His clan was nearly destroyed and he had been turned into a state where he became a cripple who could only rely on his wheelchair. These sudden changes were sufficient to cause any ordinary person to become crazy. However, this man appeared to be totally unaffected. That manner was as though he was without emotion. This kind of person was indeed very frightening. "First Elder Tingshan, this matter is indeed related to our Xiao clan," Xiaoding laughed. His gaze swept toward Primer Tingshan as he said, "If the Misty Cloud sect really wants to attack the Primer clan, you can hand me or even half of the clan members to them. After which, you can announce that these are all the remaining people of the Xiao clan. Please try to think of a way to quietly let the other clan members leave. The Xiao clan might be met with a great calamity, but some of our blood must remain." Many people in the hall were somewhat stunned when they heard Xiaoding's words. The coldness in their hearts became more intense as they looked at the smile hanging on the former's face. With a casual tone, he had handed himself and half of his clan out. This tactic could not be described as being not vicious. Primer Tingshan's eyelids also twitched at Xiaoding's words. He deeply looked at the smiling Xiaoding before he quietly spoke in his heart, "He might be young but he has stayed absolutely rational. The Xiao clan need not be worried that it cannot prosper with such talent. Unfortunately. Little fellow Xiaoding, you can rest assured that no one will hand you over. Even if I have to risk this old life of mine and half of the Primer clan, the old me will ensure nothing will happen to you." An ice-cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone raised their heads and saw that Hai Buodong had unknowingly opened his eyes. Those somewhat lush blue eyes had a cold glint currently flickering in them. Everyone who had any objection had no choice but to wisely swallow the words in their mouth in the face of this cold glint. Old Hai, Xiaoding was startled. His eyes, which were like an old well without ripples, also began to fluctuate a little. He clearly understood in his heart that if Yafei and Hai Buodong had not tried their best to protect them within the Primer clan, it was likely that the Xiao clan would have already lost their protection. However, he did not expect that Hai Buodong was still this stubborn after things had developed until this stage. He was even willing to lose half of the Primer clan. "Old Hai, are you still waiting for third brother to return?" Xiaoding laughed bitterly before he softly sighed. At this moment, even he no longer had such a great confidence. Perhaps, he could only hope that Xiao Yan would be able to return in the future and help take revenge for the Xiao clan. "Ha, I have confidence in that fellow," Hai Buodong laughed out loud. His gaze immediately glanced at Primer Tingshan by the side and coldly snorted, "All of you only know how to be short-sighted like a mouse. Do you think that the Misty Cloud sect has really decided to attack us, the Primer clan, because of the Xiao clan? It is not as though you are unaware of their activities these few years. The three large clans of the Empire and even the Imperial family. Just wait and see who will be able to luckily escape." Primer Tingshan was silent. He immediately laughed bitterly and sighed. How could he not be aware that the current Misty Cloud sect was showing signs of cleaning up the factions in the Empire? However, it would be for the best if they could delay this a little longer. He might think in this manner within his heart, but he did not dare to give voice to it. Hai Buodong was the true Grand Elder within the clan. There was no doubt about his credit in enabling the Primer clan to possess its current status. Even he dared not dispute him. Of course, if Hai Buodong did not possess such a great reputation within the Primer clan, with just Yafei's ability alone, she would have difficulty controlling the clan regardless of how capable she was. What should we do now? Why don't we request for help from the Mu clan, Nalan clan, the Alchemist Association, or the Imperial family? Primer Tingshan sighed again. It's useless, Yafei shook her head. Her delicate finger gently knocked on the table as her bright eyes swept over the large hall. She said, "The Misty Cloud strength is currently too great. Even they don't dare to provoke them. If they really wanted to help us, they would have sent people over without us requesting for help. If they don't wish to or don't dare to, any request for help will not aid the situation. Then, do we just sit here and wait to die?" Some people in the hall could endure it no longer as they asked. Yafei raised her eyes, turned her head and spoke to Primer Tingshan, "First Elder, in order to prepare for the worst, I have already quietly sent some of the younger generations of our Primer clan out of the capital to protect our clan's bloodline. If it really comes to that stage, I'm afraid that other than surrender, we can only fight to our deaths." "Ugh, girl, you have indeed thought ahead to actually prepare our clan's escape route. However, that kind of situation is also too terrible." Primer Tingshan was startled when he heard this. It seemed that he had just become aware of these things. Surrender. I don't think that our ending will be any good if we do so. Bang! Primer Tingshan sighed again. He was just about to speak when the entire Jiama Empire's sky suddenly emitted a rolling thunder-like explosion. The explosion continued on endlessly, causing the entire city's gaze to be thrown onto the sky. At this moment, a cloud that was agglomerated from energy was formed at the source of the explosion. By the side of the cloud was a long sword that was emitting a sharp aura as it pierced straight into the former. This is the Misty Cloud Sect's signal. The entire city erupted into waves of exclamation as they looked at the special energy mark in the sky. Some sensitive people displayed shocked faces. Did this Misty Cloud Sect really want to attack the Primer clan? Quite a number of people swarmed out of the hall within the Primer clan. They looked at the mark in the sky and their expressions immediately turned pale white. Primer clan, hand over the remaining members of the Xiao clan. Otherwise, today will be the day your clan is eliminated. A cold, indifferent cry was carried by a powerful Dou Qi as it resounded like thunder throughout the entire Jiama sacred city not long after the mark appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Bloodbath. Chapter 680, Bloodbath. The thunder-like cry carried some Dou Qi as it reverberated through every single corner of the Jiama sacred city. Countless numbers of people raised their heads at this moment. They threw their gaze in a certain direction. The rising Dou Qi there was just like a surging sky pillar. Yafei, Haibuodong, and the others from the Primer clan rushed out of the hall. Their expressions were solemn as they observed the spot where Dou Qi had erupted. What do we do now? Primer Tingshan asked in a deep voice. What else can we do? Since we don't wish to surrender, we can only fight to our deaths. Haibuodong coldly snorted. A faint, cold air lingered around his body. Under the cover of this cold air, the deep blue color in his eyes also became much darker. Everyone listen up, guard your posts securely. Do not panic. There is no need to report if anyone intrudes. Just kill. Yafei's pretty face was ice cold. Her eyes contained an evilness as her cold cry spread throughout the entire Primer clan. Haibuodong nodded slightly as he watched Yafei transmitting the command in an orderly fashion and swiftly stabilized the somewhat panicked situation. He immediately narrowed both his eyes and coldly studied the spot where Dou Qi had erupted. Both of his fists under his sleeves were slowly tightened. Old Ron Yun Shan. Since you want to destroy my Primer clan, the old me will injure your bones and let you bleed. While the members of the Primer clan were solemnly waiting, an orderly stern cry was suddenly emitted from the spot within the Jiama sacred city where the Dou Qi had erupted. Everyone in the city immediately saw a large group of white-robed individuals surging out in all directions from a certain spot before bounding and rushing above the buildings of the city. When the white robes fluttered in the wind, the special cloud sword image on it allowed one to identify them as people belonging to the Misty Cloud sect. Hiss, it is unexpected that the Misty Cloud sect actually sent over so many people. It seems that he really wants to eat the Primer clan in one bite. Quite a number of people inhaled a breath of cool air as they looked at those white robes which were rushing over buildings like fleas. There was immediately some pity and indigent thoughts given out. The Misty Cloud sect was really too arrogant to attack with such fanfare. The white robe unit was just like a white-colored torrent that surged over from the northern part of the city. Finally, they moved in all directions, surrounding the spot where the Primer clan was located. That momentum and aura was such that it was likely that the Misty Cloud sect had dispatched at least 1,000 people. A scale like this was comparable to a small-sized army. The entire capital became like a boiling pot of oil when the white-colored torrent surged by. It completely turned into an uproar. Countless numbers of people also leaped onto the roofs and remained a great distance behind this torrent. Finally, they stopped just as their eyes were able to see the Primer clan as they looked for a place with a good view to begin watching this big event that was the most sensational one in the Jiama Empire within the last century. The three large clans of the Jiama Empire had been established in the empire quite a long time ago. During these years, the three large clans had become increasingly stronger and an ordinary clan would have difficulty surpassing them. The Misty Cloud sect's attack on the Primer clan was undoubtedly a collision of the greatest scale that had occurred within the Jiama Empire in the last couple of decades. The hearts of quite a number of people were filled with curiosity with regards to such a collision between the strong. Hence, before the Misty Cloud sect's white torrent had arrived at the Primer clan, some of the surrounding tall areas were already filled with black masses of human heads. Big brother Xiao, you should hide in a corner if a fight were to break out later. Yafei looked at the white-colored wave that was sweeping over from the distant before turning her head as she reminded Xiao Ding who was seated in a wheelchair. What is the use of hiding in a corner at that time? Moreover, do you really think I am really that kind of person who is too weak to fight? Xiao Ding smiled and shook his head at Yafei's good intention. He immediately raised his hand and an unusual rich green Dou Qi, that was filled with life, swiftly surged out and covered his fist. Ha! You have advanced to a Douling? When did this happen? Hai Buodong by the side was immediately startled when he saw the aura that Xiao Ding suddenly unleashed, and he asked with some surprise. Since I am unable to feel my legs, I can only quietly train. Hence, my progress is quite good, it is just that I usually do not unleash my Dou Qi so everyone is unaware of it. Xiao Ding smiled as he replied. It is good that you have the ability to protect yourself. If the situation turns for the worse later, you and Yafei should seek an opportunity to flee. It is not a wise decision for all of us to die here. If that is the case, even if the Primer clan is totally exterminated, there will be someone who will seek revenge for us in the future. Hai Buodong nodded as he suddenly whispered. Xiao Ding and Yafei were startled when they heard Hai Buodong's words. They were about to say something when the former's expression became completely solemn as he said, "They're here." The two people followed his voice and raised their heads. Their eyes looked around, only to see that some of the buildings outside this mansion were filled with a countless number of white-robed human figures. Their hands uniformly held sharp longswords that reflected a dense, cold glint under the sunlight. The glints scattered on the mansion, causing one to feel a chill all over one's body. The two of you should command the interior of the mansion. I will lead people to block the people from the Misty Cloud sect. Hai Buodong spoke to Yafei. His feet immediately pressed on the ground and his body shot to the sky. Behind him, Primer Tangshan hurriedly let out a loud cry after seeing this. After which the numerous strong clan members of the Premier clan followed closely. Finally, they flashed and appeared on the exterior of the mansion, facing off against the large unit of the Misty Cloud sect. Hai Buodong's body was suspended in mid-air. His shoulders shook and a pair of ice Dou Qi wings were extended out from his back. Both of his wings were flapped to keep him in the air. Both of his eyes contained an iciness as they looked at the white-colored wave of the large Misty Cloud sect's unit. Powerful Dou Qi surged out from his body. Following the flow of Dou Qi, a majestic aura shrouded the sky and an unusual pressure covered a radius of 100 meters. Given Hai Buodong's Dou Huang class strength, the aura that he unleashed not only caused some commotion within the large Misty Cloud sect's unit, but the numerous observers on the surrounding tall buildings also let out waves of exclamations. Being one of the few elite Dou Huangs that one could count with one's fingers within the Jiama Empire, Hai Buodong's reputation had once again recovered to a level similar to his peak back then. Hai Buodong, don't bother putting up a resistance. Are you actually thinking of turning the tide with your own strength? If you are sensible, you should quickly hand over the remaining members of the Xiao clan. Two sharp cries suddenly erupted from the city just as Hai Buodong's aura surged. Immediately, two auras that were comparable to the former suddenly appeared. The rushing sound of wind quickly followed when these two auras surfaced. Finally, two rays of light drew through the sky in front of a countless number of gazes, and eventually appeared in the air outside the Primer clan. The two people who appeared also had an elderly appearance. They wore white robes with drawings of clouds. The two powerful auras were clearly emitted by these two people. The two elders from the Misty Cloud sect who had suddenly appeared also attracted gazes from all over the city. This was especially when they sensed the pressuring feeling that was faintly released from within the bodies of these two people. Some shock surged in the hearts of quite a number of people. These two people were actually all elite Dou Huangs? Since when had two additional Dou Huangs appeared in the Misty Cloud sect? Hai Buodong's eyes were focused intently on these two people after their appearance. This was especially when his gaze swept toward the faces of the two of them. His heart was immediately greatly shocked. A low, deep voice that carried some disbelief resounded across the sky. Yundu? Yun Sha? How could the two of you have advanced to the Dou Huang class? Don't tell me that only you can advance to a Dou Huang and others cannot? That old man who was called Yun Sha laughed coldly when he heard Hai Buodong's words. Old Hai, these two old fellows were at most 4-star Dou Huangs 3 years ago. How could they break through to the Dou Huang class in 3 short years? A human figure flashed toward Hai Buodong's side. It was Primer Tangshan. At this moment, his face was also filled with disbelief as he looked at the two people in the distant sky. Hai Buodong's expression was gloomy. He narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept over Yundu and Yun Sha. A moment later, he shook his head and said, "The aura of these two aren't quite right. Although their aura might appear to have reached the Dou Huang class, their breaths are far inferior to the mellow and natural feeling of an elite Dou Huang. I think that Jinshan must have used some strange secret technique to forcefully raise their strength. What should we do now?" Primer Tangshan hurriedly spoke. Even though Yundu and Yun Sha were not true elite Dou Huangs, it should not be difficult for one of them to delay Hai Buodong. The remaining person was clearly going to be extremely difficult to stop given his strength. Moreover, once those Misty Cloud sect's disciples outside were to unleash an attack, it was likely that those experts within the clan would not be able to hold out for long. What else can we do? Don't tell me we should surrender at such a time? Hai Buodong frowned and coldly reprimanded. He immediately spoke in a deep voice, I will try my best to kill one of them as quickly as possible. After which, I will help you kill the other person. As long as these two leaders are killed, we need not be afraid of the other Misty Cloud sect's disciples. Primer Tingshan laughed bitterly. They could only do this given the current situation. However, even if they were defeated today, they would be considered to be honorably defeated in front of the eyes of so many people. Hai Buodong, I will ask you once again. Are you going to hand over the people today? Yun Sha's gaze was dark and cold as shouted while he glanced at Hai Buodong and Primer Tingshan, who were suspended in the sky above the mansion. The actions of the Misty Cloud sect these few years has really shamed all of your ancestors. Is that old Ron Yanshan not afraid that his ancestors will come after him to settle the score? Hai Buodong laughed and ridiculed. Yun Sha and Yin Du's expressions also completely sank when they heard this. The two of them raised their hands in front of the countless number of gazes. An instant later, they suddenly swung them down. A cold cry that was filled with killing intent also resounded across the sky as their hands fell. Misty Cloud sect's disciples, listen up. Today, we will bath the Primer clan in blood. Dense, cold sword auras suddenly surged from the white-colored torrent of people as the cries of the two people sounded. It blotted out the sun and covered the entire city. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681, Bloody Battle. Chapter 681, Bloody Battle. Chie. The moment Yin Du's cry sounded, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples, which had completely surrounded the Primer clan until nothing could pass through, immediately carried a sharp sword aura and charged toward the enormous mansion like a tiger that had just descended from its mountain. The cries of killing intent that instantly erupted caused the faces of the many surrounding observers to become pale. Kill! A clear, cold cry also resounded just as a countless number of Misty Cloud sect's disciples swarmed toward the Primer clan like floodwater. Immediately, one could hear the sound of bows being strung throughout the mansion. A moment later, countless arrows tore through the air, transforming it into raining arrows that swarmed over the white-colored torrent. The raining arrows quietly blocked some of the attacking momentum of the Misty Cloud sect. However, soon after, countless clusters of bright Dou Qi surged and the effects of the arrows were greatly diminished. Using this momentum, that white-colored torrent moved much closer to the mansion. Some of the faster people were already in close proximity to the mansion itself. Pop! Pop! However, there was once again the unusually low, deep sound of bows being drawn just as the Misty Cloud sect's attack had entered within 100 meters of the mansion. After which, numerous arrows, blood-red in color, suddenly shot explosively from the mansion. These blood-red raining arrows clearly possessed a great difference compared to the ordinary raining arrows from earlier. This could be differentiated from the sound that was emitted when the arrow's body flew through the sky. Moreover, when these raining arrows struck a Misty Cloud sect's disciple, the Dou Qi that was lingering on the surface of their bodies clearly did not pose much of a hindrance to the arrow. Instead, due to the overly great strength, the remaining strength of the arrow after it penetrated one's body would even penetrate through the body of the person behind. This kind of frightening arrow-attacking strength caused the people watching from afar to feel a chill all over their bodies. The blood-colored arrow shot out wildly and left behind a faint imprint in the sky. Each time an arrow shot out, it would cause quite a number of Misty Cloud sect's disciples to weakly fall to the ground. From the looks of it, the Primer clan, being the top of the three large clans in the Gemma Empire, was not a soft persimmon that others could pinch as they like. Even with the strength of the Misty Cloud sect, it was impossible for them to eliminate the Primer clan without sacrificing some blood. The few people in the sky did not get distracted by the ferocious fight that had already started below. That Yin Du and Yun Sha paused in the air for a moment before the two of them moved their bodies at the same time. After which, they rushed toward Hai Buodong. Seeing that the two actually charged toward Hai Buodong, Primer Tingshan immediately cried out coldly, "You old bastards, have you forgotten about me?" "Hee, Tingshan, how would we dare to forget about you? There is no need for elders Yin Du and Yun Sha to get involved when dealing with you. Let them calmly finish off Hai Buodong." Primer Tingshan's voice had just sounded when two figures suddenly flew out from the large Misty Cloud sect's unit below. Finally, they flapped their wings and were suspended at a spot not far from Primer Tingshan. "Yun Fu? Yun Su? It is really unexpected that even the both of you have come." Primer Tingshan's heart immediately sank when he saw the sudden appearance of these two people. These two people were also elders from the Misty Cloud sect. Although they were not as strong as Yun Du and Yun Sha, they were still experts of the Dou Wang class. From the looks of it, the Misty Cloud sect had really put in the capital in order to deal with the Primer clan. Sect leader's patience with your Primer clan has already reached the limit. Hence, don't blame us. We are only acting on orders. These two people seemed to be acquainted with Primer Tingshan. Hence, there was a helplessness in their faint voices. Primer Tingshan's face was dark and gloomy. His eye looked in the direction where Hai Guodong was located. Yun Du and Yun Sha had already approached the latter while Yun Fu and Yun Su had blocked him. The three powerful auras from their bodies caused the Dou Qi in his body to be unable to circulate smoothly despite him being some distance apart. An elite Dou Huan was indeed far from what an ordinary Dou Wan could compare with. You should be careful, I will deal with these two people. You should just take care of yourself. While Primer Tingshan was worried about Hai Guodong, the latter's deep voice had been transmitted to him. Primer Tingshan could only put down the worry in his heart when he heard this. His gaze turned toward his opponent in front of him. With a flip of his hand, a powerful Dou Qi surged out from his body. His strength might not be comparable to Hai Guodong, but it was not something that should be underestimated. Sorry to offend you. Yun Fu and Yun Shi did not dare to slight their opponent as they sensed the energy ripple that had already erupted from Primer Tingshan's side. They cried out toward Primer Tingshan before immediately flapping their wings. Turning into a black shadow, they rushed toward the latter. Primer Tingshan looked at the two human figures rushing over with gloomy eyes. A pride that had not appeared for many years also surged within his heart as he laughed to the sky. Alright. Today, even if our Primer clan cannot escape this calamity, I will also severely hurt your Misty Cloud sect. After the laughter sounded, the pair of Dou Qi wings on Primer Tingshan's back were flapped and he charged toward Yun Fu and Yun Su in front of a countless number of gazes without any fear. An instant later, a thunder-like energy explosion resounded across the sky above the Jiama sacred city. The entire capital had at this very moment thrown all their gazes toward this great battle between the strong. This battle would determine the survival of the Primer clan. While the Primer clan and the Misty Cloud sect had begun this life and death struggle, there were a couple of places within the capital which were completely silent. There were a couple of human figures quietly standing on a tall tower situated within the imperial city, which allowed one to overlook the entire city. Their gazes were studying the soul-stirring battle that had erupted in the distance. The person who stood at the front was an old man in a linen robe. The old man's face was filled with wrinkles. At this moment, that old man's face, which was usually like a rippleless old well, was currently filled with an unending struggle and uncertainty. Great-grandfather, are we really going to do nothing? A tall, young lady in a purple gown, who was standing behind the linen-robed old man with a somewhat stern look on her pretty face, finally spoke after being unable to resist any longer while watching the great battle in the distance. Looking at the purple gold phoenix crown on her head, that represented her status, it seemed that her status was quite high. Ya Yi, you should also know just how strong the Misty Cloud sect currently is. If we were to anger that old Ronyan Shan, the linen-robed old man sighed as he replied. Ya Yi, this tall, elegant woman who wore a purple gold phoenix crown on her head, was surprisingly the elder princess of the imperial family whom Xiao Yan had met a few times back then. But great-grandfather, you should also know just what kind of wild ambition the actions of the Misty Cloud sect these couple of years have contained. We might still be able to contend with them if we were to join hands with the Alchemist Association and the three large clans. However, if we were to sit back and watch them be eliminated by the Misty Cloud sect one at a time, it is likely that our imperial family will eventually end up with the same fate. At this moment, this female emperor, who was already gradually starting to manage the entire empire, knit her eyebrows and spoke somewhat anxiously. Jia Lao was silent in the face of Yao Yi's sharp words. That Yun Shan was ultimately a heavy rock that was pressing on his heart. He clearly knew that it was likely not very difficult for that old roan to kill him given the former's strength. Once he died, the imperial family would lose his protection. At that time, it was likely that the danger that faced them would likely be even greater. Hence, it was still extremely difficult for him to decide even in the face of such a crucial moment. Ugh, let's wait and see, Jia Lao still sighed after a long silence. He waved his hand and looked at the energy fireworks that had erupted in the sky not far away with a dark expression. Some helplessness and disappointment flashed across Yao Yi's bright eyes when she saw that Jia Yao was still acting so indecisively at such a moment. She lifted her eyes and looked in the direction where the Primer clan was located. She could only pray in her heart that the top of the three large clan could create a miracle and survive this attack by the Misty Cloud sect. An old man wearing an alchemist robe looked at the spot where energy was exploding with flickering eyes on the roof of a building in the Alchemist Association. He would occasionally tighten and relax his fist. Clearly, his heart was not calm. Chairman Fa Ma, another elderly man behind this old man, who was also wearing an alchemist robe, could not help but open his mouth to speak. Fa Ma, who also had some relationship with Xiao Yan back then, was still managing the Jiama Empire's Alchemist Association 3 years later. Let's wait first. Fa shook his head slightly as he spoke with a hoarse voice. Ugh, the old man behind could only sigh softly when he heard Fa's words. The core members in the Nalan clan were also standing on a tall building looking at the fight that had erupted in the distance. The person who was standing in the leader's spot with an uncertain expression was naturally the strongest person within the Nalan clan, Nalan Jie. Father, this matter, Nalan Su revealed a solemn expression as he softly spoke behind Nalan Jie. Wait. Nalan Jie tightened his old face. It was a long while later before he spat out this word. He similarly did not dare to offend the enormous being known as the Misty Cloud sect. Although Nalan Yenran was also a member of the Misty Cloud sect, not only had Yun Yun been placed under house arrest but Nalan Yenran had also entered the so-called Gate of Life and Death. There had been no news of her for 3 years. Even he did not know whether she was dead or alive. Ugh, hopefully, the Misty Cloud sect will let our Nalan clan off on account of Yenran, Nalan Su bitterly laughed as he quietly spoke in his heart. However, at that time, the dignity of the Nalan clan would be completely lost. A similar hesitation and struggle was also enacted in the Mu clan, which was one of the 3 large clans. However, the final conclusion was that not a single person dared to step forward and say something at such a moment. This was because they knew that on the Misty Cloud Mountain located in close proximity to the capital, there was still an elite Dou zone who had the strength to eliminate any clan, Yin Shan. At such a moment, all they could do was place their hope on a miracle. If the Primer clan was able to endure this, the other few factions would have the courage to discuss a collaboration with them by relying on the momentum of this victory. While the Primer clan and the Misty Cloud sect fighting entered into a white-hot state, over 10 enormous flying magical beasts were swiftly rushing through the sky over 100 kilometers from the Jiama sacred city. A force that would shake the entire Jiama Empire was about to arrive. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, Rush to the Capital. Chapter 682, Rush to the Capital. Clang. Blades that were dyed in fresh blood collided, erupting into waves of sparks. Human figures flashed and the low, deep sound emitted when the blade cut across flesh creepily sounded outside of this mansion, which was filled with the sounds of killing. After a couple of rounds of charging and killing, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples had endured a couple of waves of counterattacks by the Primer clan. The true close combat collision erupted the moment they began to charge into the outer yard of the mansion. Although the Misty Cloud sect had recruited a large number of disciples during these few years, they were naturally unable to train them into very strong individuals within a short period of time. The Primer clan, however, was different. Most of the clan's guards were elites who had been specially trained for many years. Hence, even though they were outnumbered when the close-range fight erupted, the Misty Cloud sect could only fight in the outermost part of the manor regardless of how wildly they charge around. They had difficulty charging into the inner part of the manor. At this moment, this enormous manor was impregnable under the tight defense of the Primer clan. Although the Misty Cloud sect had come charging menacingly, they were still repelled outside of it. The external surroundings of the manor had already been completely turned into a bloody meat grinder. Knives and swords came and went. Sharp miserable cries sounded incessantly. Fresh bright red blood scattered in all directions. It dyed the tall manor walls into looking as though it was covered by a red curtain. A pungent bloody scent slowly spread before diffusing throughout the city. A countless number of observers who were on the tall points around this battleground had already descended into silence amid this miserable killing. They watched both parties repeatedly fall into the pool of blood like wheat being cut. Despite this, that white-colored wave-like attack did not show any signs of stopping. The members of the Primer clan within the manor also repeatedly surged out with fierce faces. Finally, their eyes turned blood red as they violently collided with the white-colored wave. At this moment, these people, who were observers, could clearly sense just how cheap human life was. Bang! An intense energy explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. All the gazes in the city looked over and immediately saw Primer Tingshan being forced back by Yun Fu and Yun Su. From the looks of the situation, it seemed that Primer Tingshan was struggling a little to deal with 2 expert Dou Wangs given his strength. The wings on Primer Tingshan's back were flapped. Only then did he stabilize his figure. He wiped away the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth after having suffered a slight injury in the intense battle earlier. Tingshan, stop putting up a stubborn resistance. Although, the 2 of us are no match for you based on individual strength, you will only end up losing when the 2 of us join hands. Yu Fu slowly stabilized the shocked Dou Qi in his body and cried in a deep voice after seeing Primer Tingshan forced back. Primer Tingshan was not concerned about Yun Fu's cry. He turned his head and his gaze looked to the battle circle of Hai Buodong. At this moment, the fight at that spot was even more intense than the area he was currently in. Blurry human figures flashed in the sky, emitting earth-shaking energy ripples when they occasionally collided. Although an ordinary person had difficulty clearly observing the fighting situation, Primer Tingshan was able to clearly see it. At this moment, the fight between the three people might be extremely intense, but it was still somewhat difficult to tell who would end up victorious. Although Yun Du and Yun Sha's Dou Huang's strength was not very pure, their strength would naturally be multiplied since the two of them had joined hands. Moreover, it was not the first time that the both of them had collaborated, as shown by how their collaboration was very much in sync. In fact, they were able to maintain a situation where they were not losing despite their individual strength being much weaker than Hai Buodong's strength. At this moment, the fight between Hai Buodong and the other two had clearly entered a white-hot stage. Any activity in the outside world was unable to distract them. Their eyes only watched the other party's flashing figure. It is really unexpected that Yun Du and Yun Sha have already become so strong that they are able to avoid being defeated when fighting Old Hai. Primer Tingshan's heart sank slightly when he saw the situation where it was difficult for a victor to be decided. From the looks of it, Old Hai might need quite a long time in order to defeat those two fellows. Moreover, the situation on his side was not favorable. If he were accidentally defeated, Yun Fu and Yun Su might well enter that other battle. At that time, the situation might well become one-sided. I must delay these two fellows and give Old Hai sufficient time. Primer Tingshan clenched his teeth. He took the opportunity when the breath of the two were not too stable to glance at the extremely intense killing below. At this moment, the external part of the manor below had been completely dyed in fresh blood. The disciples of the Misty Cloud sect and the guards of the Primer clan had engaged in a miserable fight for every inch of land. Although the strength of the guards of the Primer clan was a little stronger than these ordinary disciples of the Misty Cloud sect, the latter one in terms of numbers. Their torrent-like attack from all directions charged at the defensive line of the Primer clan with all its might. More than half of the external yard of the manor had already been lost under this kind of all-out charging. The situation was somewhat unfavorable, but it was fortunate that there was Ye Fei and the others giving commands within the manor. Hence, it did not appear too chaotic. Numerous clearly distinct defensive lines covered this enormous manor. It was likely that the Misty Cloud sect would have to suffer quite the losses in order to destroy all of these defensive lines. What face do I have to live if I were to lose the family's property left behind by my ancestors? Primer Tingshan withdrew his gaze from the ground and laughed toward Yun Fu and Yun Su. Yun Fu and Yun Su once again shook their heads when they heard this. They immediately ceased, giving Primer Tingshan the opportunity to rest and reply. With a flap of the wings on their back, they drew two arcs across the sky and once again attacked the latter from both the left and right. The sounds of energy explosions in the sky grew increasingly clearer as the three people once again exchanged blows. The hearts of a countless number of people in the city were gripped following this rolling thunder sound. They were afraid that Dou Qi would fall from the sky and blast them apart. A fight erupted once again. With the flow of time, the killing sound that resounded across the Jiama sacred city had gradually diminished a little. Clearly, this true all-out blood fight exhausted both parties. The stubborn resistance of the Primer clan had indeed caused the Misty Cloud sect to pay a bloody price. However, signs of reinforcements being unable to keep up began to appear under the torrent-like attack of the Misty Cloud sect. Within a short 10+ minutes from when the sign appeared, the outer yard of the Primer clan manor was completely occupied by the Misty Cloud sect. Although attempting to attack and occupy the inner yard was still extremely difficult. The destruction of the Primer clan was only a matter of time in the face of such exhaustion. However, there was an unexpected change in the air while the Primer clan was doing its best to stubbornly defend below. This caused the hearts of all the clan members of the Primer clan to sink. Grug. After an intense battle in the sky, Primer Tingshan was unable to block Yun Fu and Yun Su as he had intended. Instead, the two of them had seized the opportunity while he was momentarily distracted to unleash a truly heavy blow. Primer Tingshan's face turned pale as he received the complete force of Yun Fu's and Yun Su's attack. A mouthful of bloody fog was involuntarily spat out in front of a countless number of gazes. His body had also swiftly descended and was only received by a member of the Primer clan, who had reacted quickly, just before he hit the ground. First Elder. The defeat of Primer Tingshan immediately stirred waves of exclamation within the manor. At this moment, the hearts of everyone began to fluctuate. If Ye Fei had not stepped forward to suppress it in time, it was likely that this defeated panic would have burst out from their inner core. Yun Fu and Yun Su did not remain still after defeating Primer Tingshan. Although they had greatly exhausted the Dou Qi in their bodies, they could not recuperate at this moment. Hence, once Primer Tingshan had landed on the ground and lost his fighting ability, these two people immediately moved their bodies and charged into the battle circle where Hai Buodong was located amid the exclamation of the entire city. Everyone knew that if two Dou Huangs and two Dou Wangs were to join hands, even someone of Hai Buodong's strength would definitely be unable to fight them. Defeat was only a matter of time. What they had predicted was not wrong. Not long after Yan Fu and Yun Su joined the battle circle, Haibuodong, who was originally attacking and defending well, swiftly descended into a disadvantage and threatening signs appeared. The expressions of some people within a few parts of the capital also completely sank as they watched the situation in the sky. The miracle they had hoped for did not happen. Zhao Lao's gaze was firmly watching the one-sided battle in the sky from the tall tower of the imperial city. His shriveled right hand under his sleeves emitted a cracking sound. An instant later, however, when he recalled the frightening fellow in the Misty Cloud sect, Zhao Lao's body once again became feeble. His face had become much older at this moment. He really did not have the slightest confidence to defeat that old roan within the Misty Cloud sect. If he were to intervene and help Haibuodong today, it was likely that the Misty Cloud sect would turn its blade on the imperial family tomorrow. Ya Yi, who was wearing a purple-black gown while standing behind Zhao Lao, was also looking at the battle in the distant sky. The back of her teeth clenched tightly on her lower red lip. She knew in her heart that once Haibuodong was defeated, the Primer clan would have completely lost its ability to resist today. This leader of the three large clans in the empire would be completely eliminated. Once the Primer clan was destroyed, who in the empire would dare to step forward and contend with the Misty Cloud sect, since they would become more arrogant because of this? Haibuodong is about to lose. Suddenly, Zhao Lao began to slowly speak with bitterness. He gradually shut his eyes. In the future, this Jiama empire would belong to the Misty Cloud sect. The distant sky appeared to have become silent the instant Zhao Lao spoke these words. Four human figures attacked one after another. The monstrous energy that merged together was something that would cause Haibuodong to be seriously injured even with his strength. Moreover, as his fist moved, that aura was completely locked onto Haibuodong. Hence, the combined attack of these four people was something that he was no longer able to escape from. At this moment, all the gazes in the entire city were gathered on the sky. Even the fight in the manor had paused at this moment. During this momentary standstill, some sharp-eyed people were faintly able to see the helplessness and despair that was contained on Haibuodong's face. Yao Ya's entire body turned ice-cold as she looked at the scene in the sky. This Primer clan was completely finished today. Soon after, it would likely be their turn. The entire city was completely silent. The fist aura in the sky, which contained the combined strength of the four people, completely wrapped around the city. That feeling of pressure caused one's pores to open wide. Suddenly a clear whistle rolled over from afar while a countless number of people were absent-minded. The whistle was initially extremely vague, appearing intermittently as though it did not exist. An instant later, it suddenly arrived and thundered within the entire city like a thunderclap from the heavens. This thunderclap roar caused the fist aura of Yun Du and the three others that had enveloped the entire city to immediately fall apart. Zhao Lao, who had originally shut his eyes in despair on the tall tower, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked in the direction the roar had come from. An aura that caused even him to feel somewhat pressured at that location was drawing through the air and heading over at a lightning-fast speed. Moreover, the thing that caused his heart to suddenly billow was that this aura had a familiar feeling to it. Zhao Lao was startled for an instant. His eyes suddenly widened as his body trembled with great force because of his excitement. Even his voice carried a quivering tone. This aura, is him? Has that fellow really returned? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, Debt Collection. Chapter 683, Debt Collection. Naturally, Zhao Lao was not the only one who had discovered the sudden arrival of the clear rolling thunder. At the same time, the few leaders who possessed quite a strong faction within the empire revealed stunned faces as they looked in the direction the roaring sound had come from. However, other than the head of the Alchemist Association, Fa Ma, the other people did not possess sharp senses. Hence, they naturally had difficulty identifying the person who had arrived. Even though this was the case, the majestic Dou Qi that was contained in the roar caused their expressions to change drastically. This kind of strength was something that even the old demon Jia Xingtian in the imperial city could not be compared with. Since when had such a strong person appeared in the Jiama Empire? The couple of them were not the only ones who had gained such questions. Everyone in the capital was completely stunned. Clearly, there was not a single person aware of just when an expert, who possessed such a strength, had appeared in the Jiama Empire. The clear roar was just like thunder that rolled and arrived. Doubt had flashed in everyone's heart when silver-colored lightning suddenly rushed over from outside of the capital. The speed of this silver-colored lightning was so fast that it was frightening. Even the few elite Do Wangs could only vaguely see a silver glow flash and disappear in the sky. A storm brewed within their hearts. The silver glow rushed across the sky. It shot from outside to inside the city within a short instant. Finally, the glow flashed and a human figure which was completely covered in a jade-green flame appeared in the battleground in the sky in a ghost-like manner. The spot he was occupying was surprisingly in front of Hai Buodong. Only after that eye-catching jade-green fire figure appeared in the sky did the people all over the city below let out an alarmed cry. From the looks of the situation, it seemed that the clear roar a moment ago was emitted by this mysterious person. Moreover, from the spot in which he was standing in, it seemed that he was here to help Hai Buodong. Although it took some time to describe it, only a short 2 to 3 seconds had passed from the sounding of the clear roar to the appearance of the mysterious jade-green fire person in front of Hai Buodong. Due to the frightening speed of the latter, the ferocious fist of Dou and the 3 others, accompanied by fluctuating air, still violently approached after he had appeared in front of Hai Buodong. The appearance of the jade-green fire human figure instantly caused Hai Buodong's face to become stunned. He moved his body only to discover that Dou and the 3 others' lock on him had unknowingly been undone. He was startled for a moment before immediately coming to an understanding. This was an act done by the mysterious person in front of him. However, at this moment, he naturally did not have the time to inquire about the other party's origin. He could only cry out loud, "Friend, be careful of their attack." The jade-green fire figure did not turn around in the face of Hai Buodong's loud cry. All he did was randomly wave his hand. "You actually dare to meddle in the Misty Cloud sect's affairs? You are seeking death." The sudden appearance of the jade-green fire human figure also caused Dou and the others to be startled. However, they quickly discovered the other party's intention and their faces immediately turned gloomy. The moment the cold cry sounded, the aura of the fists that had the combined force of the 4 of them immediately soared. The humming sound of sharp rushing wind resounded across the city, causing one's eardrum to feel a wave of piercing pain. The attack, which had gathered the full strength of 2 Dou Huangs and 2 Dou Huangs, had a power that even Jia Xingtian could only afford to dodge. However, that jade-green flame human figure remained in the sky. His expression was solemn, but he did not move. From the looks of it, he seemed to be intent on receiving the attack from the 4 people head-on. Numerous exclamations immediately sounded from the city below when they saw the actions of his. Was this fellow who had suddenly appeared not overextending himself? It should be known that his opponent was not an ordinary strong person but 2 Dou Huangs and 2 Dou Wangs. They were strong people who even Ice Emperor Hai Buodong could only back away from. This was not only the case for the ordinary people below. Even the expressions of Hai Buodong and those experts who had been observing this place from certain spots in the capital changed slightly when they saw the actions of this mysterious person. From the looks of the frightening speed that this person had displayed earlier, it was clearly not difficult for him to dodge this attack. However, he still chose to receive it head-on. If one did not have absolute confidence in receiving it head-on, one was a fool to do this. Would such a strong person be a fool? The answer was obvious. No. The sharp fist glow that had gathered the full force of Dou and the 3 others burst air apart within a 10-meter radius and formed a vacuum region under the countless number of gazes from the capital. That terrifying glowing fist rushed toward the jade-green fire figure with a speed that was difficult to sense with one's naked eye. The air fled in all directions wherever the fist glowed past, causing this space to appear extremely distorted. The jade-green fire person finally reacted when the terrifying glowing fist was about to approach his body. His fist was slowly extended out. Finally, the bones in his arm trembled and a frightening force swiftly agglomerated within an extremely short period of time. Finally, it suddenly erupted amid a low and deep cry, but Octane Blast. The fist that was wrapped by a flame did not appear beautiful. However, a stone appeared to have been thrown into the air around just as the fist was about to be unleashed, forming wave after wave of ripples. Bang! Both fists shook and suddenly collided in front of a countless number of tiny eyes. Everything was momentarily still before a thunder-like explosion suddenly resounded across the sky. A wind ripple immediately swept in all directions like an ocean wave. The fists separated upon contact in front of numerous gazes. The flame human figure swayed a little before withdrawing a couple of steps in order to resolve the force. Dou and the other 3 on the opposite side were like sandbags that had been sent flying in the shocked eyes all over the city. They flew back by over 100 feet before they stabilized their bodies in a somewhat miserable manner, but the sleeves on their hands were immediately blasted apart when they stood up, revealing their naked arms. Clearly, Dou and the 3 others not only failed to gain the advantage in this collision, but they were even miserably defeated under the fist of the mysterious man. The entire city was completely silent at this moment. Regardless of whether it was the manor of the Primer clan which was filled with fights or any other place, everyone was looking at the sky with stunned faces. The scene a moment ago gave them a kind of dreamlike feeling. Crushing a joint attack by 2 Dou Huangs and 2 Dou Wangs with one's own strength. It was likely that only Yunshan alone possessed such a strength in this large Jiama empire. Yet, it was extremely obvious that this mysterious person was not Yin Shan. In that case, just who was this mysterious expert who was completely wrapped within a flame? At this moment, there were countless number of people who were draining their minds trying to guess the identity of this mysterious person. Unfortunately, their efforts were to no avail. Hai Buodong also revealed a stunned expression as he looked at the flaming human figure not far away. Although he could guess that the strength of this person was quite strong, he did not expect that this person was not only able to withstand the combined attack of Yin Du and the other three but also possessed the additional strength to shatter the sleeves of these four people. Such a strength was indeed terrifying. Silence continued in this city for a moment before it was finally broken by Yin Du's somewhat sharp, fearful voice. Just who are you? Please tell us your name. Yin Du and the other three people exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes contained shock. After the earlier lightning-like contact, they were vaguely able to guess that the fire figure in front of them had a strength that was definitely even more frightening than the old demon Jia Xingtian in the Imperial City. Why was it that their Misty Cloud sect was totally unaware that such a powerful person had appeared within the Jiama Empire? Kuko, after having not met for 3 years, it is really unexpected that the Misty Cloud sect still specializes in bullying others with numbers. The cluster of flames covering the human figure in the sky finally emitted clear laughter. A countless number of people were startled when they heard the laughter from the flaming human figure. Hearing this voice, they were certain that this mysterious person was not very old. An ordinary person might only be surprised at how young it was when they heard this laughter. However, when this laughter landed in the ears of Yafei and Xiao Ding, who had lifted their heads in the manner below, it caused the bodies of the both of them to suddenly stiffen. They widened their mouths slightly and slowly turned their heads to exchange glances with each other. A moment later, they were able to see disbelief surging out from deep within the other party's eyes. Being an old man, Hai Buodong naturally did not feel anything special toward that voice. However, he was vaguely able to sense a familiar feeling to it. However, he was unable to find any answer despite knitting his brows and savoring it. This friend, don't think that you can act recklessly just because the four of us are unable to do anything to you. There is no one in this Jiama Empire who dares to provoke our Misty Cloud sect. Yin Du's expression had become very gloomy as he spoke with a stern voice when he heard the ridicule from the voice of the fire figure. You should reveal yourself if you have the ability. Hiding your head, exposing your tail, and sneaking about is not what an expert should do. The fire figure once again emitted soft laughter after hearing Yin Du's cold cry. Immediately, everyone sensed that the jade-green flame that was lingering on his body was slowly disappearing. The city, where private conversations had just broken out, once again became strangely quiet when they saw this scene. Numerous gazes looked at the sky without blinking. Everyone was curious to learn who this mysterious expert was. Of course, it was not only the ordinary people who possessed this thought. Both parties who were fighting within the Primer clan's manor, those in the Imperial City, the Alchemist Association, Nalan clan, Mu clan, the people from all these places were staring intently at the sky with large eyes. The flame on the fire human figure gradually disappeared under the eyes of a countless number of fiery hot gazes. The skinny figure within it slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Yafei raised her pretty face and looked at the somewhat familiar back from the Primer clan's manor. Her delicate hands involuntarily covered her mouth. A fog surged in those bright eyes because of her excitement. It really is him? He has returned. Chie. The flame finally disappeared completely following a slight sound. The black-robed, young man who was carrying a heavy ruler in the sky flapped the jade-green fire wings on his back as he remained suspended in the sky. Kuko, it's been 3 years. Misty Cloud sect, Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan has come to collect your debt. The black-robed, young man remained suspended in the sky. His soft laughter slowly reverberated through the sky, causing the expressions on the faces of everyone in the city to completely solidify. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, Giving Others the Taste of Their Own Medicine. Chapter 684, Giving Others the Taste of Their Own Medicine. The laughter reverberated through every single corner of the capital like a devil's curse, causing everyone's body to suddenly stiffen. They became just like statues, unable to move. Xiao Yan? This name, which had already become somewhat foreign, caused the faces of many people in the city to be at a loss after hearing it. 3 years was enough time for people to forget many things. Of course, this kind of faded memory needed only a small trigger in order to allow it to once again return to everyone's mind. Under this soft laughter, the faces of many people continued to be at a loss for a moment before waves of exclamations were suddenly emitted. Xiao Yan? He is that fellow who had turned the Misty Cloud sect upside down 3 years ago. Wasn't it said that he had died while being chased by the Misty Cloud sect? Nonsense. He was only chased out of the Jiama Empire by the Misty Cloud sect. However, it is really unexpected that he has already become this strong in these short 3 years. It is really too terrifying. The Xiao clan seems to be the clan destroyed by the Misty Cloud sect, right? Didn't you hear what he had just said? He has come to collect debt. The Misty Cloud sect, TSK, looks like they need to be prepared to repay the blood debt. This Xiao Yan was able to turn the Misty Cloud sect upside down 3 years ago and even killed their first elder. From the looks of his attack just now, it is clearly much stronger than 3 years ago. Looks like this Misty Cloud sect cannot be arrogant for much longer. Private conversations from all over the city were repeatedly spread. Within only a short period of time, this information was spread throughout the capital. The black-robed, young man carrying the heavy ruler in the sky had once again been found in the memories of everyone from 3 years ago. Jia Lao watched the black-robed, young man flapping his jade-green fire wings in the sky from the tall tower within the imperial city. Even though he had identified the latter through his aura earlier, this guardian of the imperial family still let out a long sigh when he saw Xiao Yan truly reveal his identity. A glow flickered within both of his eyes. He smiled and spoke in a manner as though he had removed a heavy burden. How unexpected, how really unexpected. This fellow has actually returned once again. It is likely that it won't be so easy for the Misty Cloud sect to fulfill its wild ambitions this time around. Great-grandfather, Yao Yi slowly recovered from the shock of the person in the sky defeating Yundu and the 3 others with one punch. Her eyebrows became vertical when she heard the somewhat familiar name as she spoke. Do you still remember the Yan Xiao from the alchemist grand meeting back then? Jia Xingtian laughed. A glow flickered in Yao Ye's eyes. She had also recalled that renowned person within the capital 3 years ago. Shock drew across her elegant, pretty face. It is actually him. Was he not chased out of the Jiama Empire by the Misty Cloud sect? Coco, he can naturally return after leaving. Xiao Lao laughed and said, I told you back then that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. TSK, 3 years ago, his true strength was but that of a Dou. Now, however, from the sharpness and speed that he had displayed when he intervened earlier, it is likely that even I am no match for him. Yao Yi was immediately stunned when she heard this. She was extremely clear about Jia Xingtian's strength. The only person in this entire Jiama Empire who could defeat him was likely that old roan from the Misty Cloud sect. However, no matter how one put it, Yun Shan was an expert who had been training for many years. Yet, this Xiao Yan was merely around 20 years old even if they rounded up his age. An elite Dou Huang who was only around 20 years old. Even with Yao Ye's cool head, just thinking about this caused her to be momentarily absent-minded. This fellow was indeed frightening. Great-grandfather's eyes are indeed very sharp. Fortunately, we did not gain any enmity with him. Yao Yi gently patted her voluminous breasts as she spoke in a rejoiced manner. Ugh, actually back then I did think that this fellow would definitely be extraordinary in the future, but I never expected that he is able to reach this level within just 3 short years. Jiao Lao sighed. A gloating expression immediately surfaced on his face as he said, however, this is just as well. The Misty Cloud sect has destroyed the Xiao clan and has already become irreconcilable enemies with Xiao Yan. In this way, Jiama Empire has an additional strong person like Xiao Yan. I no longer need to be overly worried about Yun Shan. Yao Yi, remember, make contact with Xiao Yan after today's matter is over. At the very least, we must let him gain a favorable opinion of our imperial family. Jiao Lao mused for a moment before suddenly speaking. An unusual glow flickered within Yao Ye's eyes as she looked at the black-robed, young man flapping his jade-green fire wings in the sky. This fellow could really be considered a great genius favored by the heavens. I suggest that we immediately maneuver our army to suppress the Misty Cloud sect's attack. Although acting at this moment could not be considered to be delivering charcoal in a snowstorm, it is better than waiting for everything to settle. It is likely that the effect of trying to show our goodwill will be extremely weak at that time. Yao Yi fluttered her eyelashes gently and spoke in a gentle voice. However, she was displaying an impressive schemingness. She naturally possessed a mind that an ordinary person could not compare with in order to be groomed as the female emperor of the Jiama Empire. Delivering charcoal in a snowstorm, lending a hand when another needed it the most. Jia Xingtian hesitated a little upon hearing this before nodding heavily. He knew that he would be somewhat stupid if he were to still be indecisive at such a moment. Now that the Jiama Empire possessed a strong person like Xiao Yan, they would have some chances of victory even if they were to end up fighting with Yun Shan in the future. Yao Yi immediately rejoiced when she saw Jia Xingtian nod his head. She immediately ceased speaking any nonsense and immediately began to give the command. At the Alchemist Association, Ma exhaled a breath that was suppressed in his chest. He lifted his head and studied the black-robed, young man in the distant sky. A smile was revealed on his old face. He also knew that Xiao Yan's sudden appearance would break the situation where the Misty Cloud sect dominated the Jiama Empire. This fellow is indeed not an ordinary person. Yun Shan, allowing him to flee back then might well be the thing that you regret the most in your entire life. The Mu clan. The head of the Mu clan, Mu Chang, also slowly withdrew his gaze from the sky and turned his head to look at all the core members of the Mu clan. He could not resist proudly laughing. All of you have short-sighted mouse eyes. Back then, all of you found so many excuses when I said to quietly lend Xiao Yan a hand. Does it now feel good to have a slap thrown on your faces? Ha ha, dot. All the clan members in the Mu clan could only smile bitterly and nod their heads when they saw the proudly laughing Mu Chen. All of them helplessly moaned in their hearts. Who was able to imagine that the fellow who was being chased like a dog that had lost its home back then would actually be able to reach a stage where he could truly challenge the Misty Cloud sect within a short 3 years? Compared to the various laughs in the other few areas, the atmosphere in the Nalan clan appeared exceptionally stiff and depressing. This depressing atmosphere was emitted from the completely stiffened Nalan Jie's body after that soft laughter of Xiao Yan sounded. Nalan Su also bitterly sighed as he looked at Nalan Jie, whose face was so stiff that he appeared like a dry corpse. That expert in the sky who could reverse the entire situation of the Jiama Empire had nearly become their son-in-law back then. Father, Nalan Su finally could not resist whispering a moment later. Ugh, a sigh which was filled with dense bitterness was slowly emitted from Nalan Jie's mouth. He waved his hand in a depressed manner and said, although I am not certain if Xiao Yan will still pay attention to us at this moment, we should try our best to make contact with him for the sake of our clan. Father, it's all because of Yan Ran's selfish, young character. Otherwise, Nalan Su could not help but say when he looked at Nalan Jie's dejected manner. We cannot put the entire blame on her. Back then, Xiao Yan helped me expel the poison, but we did not help him when he ended up being chased after by the Misty Cloud sect because we were afraid of the latter. It is likely that Xiao Yan will not forget about this matter given his character. Hence, I am also responsible for these matters. Nalan Jie smiled sadly and mocked himself. It is really unexpected that in my old age my eyes would become this blind and my heart this muddled. Nalan Su was silent. He could sense just how much regret was in Nalan Jie's heart at this moment. However, there was no medicine for regret that they could purchase in this world. The black-robed, young man, who was carrying the heavy ruler in the sky, slowly turned around. He studied the completely stunned Hai Bodong not far away. He smiled slightly and slowly bowed. Old Hai, thank you for taking care of the Xiao clan these few years. Xiao Yan? Hai Bodong muttered. A moment later, he finally recovered and looked at the somewhat familiar young face. A wild joy gradually surged onto his face. You brat, you have finally returned. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw old Hai's extremely excited face. However, he did not have the time to go into the details when a cry filled with disbelief was transmitted over. Xiao Yan? How can it be? You are actually still alive? I will first dispatch these people here before conversing more with old Hai. Xiao Yan smiled to Hai Bodong before turning his head and looking at the faces of disbelief of Yun Du and the other 3 people not far away. He laughed softly. How can I die so easily when I have yet to kill old dog when shone with my hands? Back then, I said that I, Xiao Yan, will return once again. Yun Du's expression changed rapidly. Xiao Yan's sudden appearance had completely broken their initial plan. However, it was fortunate that this fellow was exactly the same as he was back then. There was only him alone. Given the enormous faction of the Misty Cloud sect, this fellow would not gain anything even if he were to return. Arrogant brat. There is no need for the sect leader to act if we want to deal with you. We have already taken precautions to deal with any person who blindly comes to create trouble. Yun Du raised his head and suddenly let out a cold laugh. He immediately and swiftly took out a signal container from his storage ring and pulled at it with a great force. A gorgeous firework suddenly charged up and spread apart in the distant sky. A couple of stern whistles suddenly sounded from outside of the capital not long after the fireworks exploded. Immediately, 5 rays of light swiftly drew through the sky and appeared in the sky a moment later. The city immediately emitted waves of exclamation following the appearance of the 5 human figures. One could see 5 bright Dou Qi wings. These 5 people were actually all experts of the Dou Wan class. It seemed that the Misty Cloud sect had truly put in a great effort in order to eliminate the Primer clan without any obstacles. 7 Dou Wangs, 2 Dou Huangs. This kind of frightening lineup once again caused the entire city to emit a sound of the inhalation of cool air. This Misty Cloud sect faction was indeed extremely frightening. From the looks of it, even with the return of a strong person like Xiao Yan today, one would have difficulty obtaining much of an advantage. Are you going to rely on larger numbers again? Indeed, a dog cannot stop itself from eating shit. Xiao Yan was also startled when he saw the 9 human figures suspended in the sky. However, he immediately laughed with some interest. Xiao Yan, be careful, you cannot be careless. Haibuodong swiftly rushed to Xiao Yan's side and spoke with a solemn expression. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He immediately raised his gaze and looked at Yundu on the opposite side. Suddenly he laughed. Do you think that I will still suffer the same disadvantage that I suffered back then without making any preparations? Xiao Yan suddenly clapped his hands softly after saying this. That clap was just like thunder that swept across the sky. Yundu and the others were stunned when they saw Xiao Yan's actions. An instant later, the sound of rushing wind suddenly sounded from Xiao Yan's back. The gazes of the entire city were hurriedly shifted when the sound of rushing wind appeared. Finally, numerous gazes became dull as they looked at the sky outside of the capital. Over 10 human figures were swiftly rushing over from that direction. The Dou Qi wings on the backs of these people were so bright that they appeared extremely dazzling. Next, let us give you a taste of your own medicine. The expressions of Yundu and the others instantly turned pale when Xiao Yan's teasing laughter sounded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, Start a Massacre. Chapter 685, Start a Massacre. The rays of light flew across the sky and appeared in the sky above the capital a moment later. Over a dozen human figures were flapping the Dou Qi wings on their backs as they eventually sat and waited while surrounding Yundu and the others in a semicircle shape in front of the dull gazes of the entire city. Their faces all contained some ridicule. The entire city once again became silent at the appearance of these 10+ human figures with wings extending from their backs. Countless numbers of people were stunned as they looked at the large Dou Wan unit that had suddenly appeared. Over 10 expert Dou Wings? This lineup, many people quietly inhaled a breath of cool air. Their heads began to feel giddy. There were at most only a couple of dozen expert Dou Wangs in the entire Jiama Empire. However, they were actually able to see so many of them today. The expressions of Yundu's group had turned pale white at the appearance of these 10+ human figures. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Only at this moment did they truly feel a kind of terror. The current Xiao Yan already possessed a frightening strength that could shake the Misty Cloud sect. Xiao Yan, are all these your people? Haibuodong was also shocked by the sudden appearance of such a huge lineup as he anxiously asked. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Haibuodong only sighed in relief upon seeing Xiao Yan nod his head. Joy immediately surged in his heart. He used his strength to pat Xiao Yan's shoulders and smiled as he said, "Good fellow. You are indeed no longer that reckless little fellow back then. You actually know how to gather an army now." Xiao Yan laughed softly. He raised his eyes and looked at Yundu's group on the opposite side. A coldness surfaced in his dark black eyes. "Cuckoo, 2 Dou Wangs, 7 Dou Wangs. Very good, it is really unexpected that the Misty Cloud sect has served such a big gift the moment I return. Since that is the case, I shall unceremoniously receive it." The expressions of Yundu and the others became even uglier when they felt the dark, cold killing intent that seeped from Xiao Yan's words. From the looks of the situation, it was likely that they would meet their end today. Although the Misty Cloud sect was in close proximity to the capital, there was still a distance between the two of them. Even with their speed, they would require at least half an hour to hurry to the Misty Cloud sect. This amount of time was already sufficient for this group of theirs to completely perish in this place. Haha, Xiao Yan, are these people the so-called members of the Misty Cloud sect? This style is indeed extraordinary. Sending out 7 Dou Wangs and 2 Dou Wangs when they act. This lineup could be considered quite a strong force even when placed in the Black Corner region, but Lin Yan's gaze was filled with interest as he spoke to Xiao Yan with a bright laugh while looking at Yundu's group a short distance away. Xiao Yan smiled and immediately waved his hand gently. His simple words containing dark, cold killing intent chilled a countless number of people. Leave no one. Yes. Lin Yan and the others nodded heavily after hearing Xiao Yan's words. Immediately numerous powerful Dou Qis that were not weaker than the Misty Cloud sect's Dou Wangs erupted from their bodies. Finally, they flapped their wings and cut through the air, transforming into numerous blurry, black figures containing a sharp wind as they charged at the somewhat anxious Misty Cloud sect's expert. Xiao Yan, aren't you afraid of being choked to death by trying to swallow us in one go? Yundu's heart also pounded wildly when he saw the cold sternness of Xiao Yan as he waved his hand. Threads of wildness immediately surged onto Yundu's eyes as he furiously spoke. All Misty Cloud sect's disciples, prepare for an all-out fight. We will completely lay waste to the Primer clan even if we have to fight to our last man. The Misty Cloud sect's disciples below who had paused because of the activity in the sky immediately emitted an orderly cry after hearing Yundu's furious roar. They once again waved their weapons and charged toward the interior of the Primer clan like a torrent. Under this wild attack by the Misty Cloud sect, the defensive lines within the manor were swiftly torn apart. Old Hai, I will leave those 2 Dou Huangs for you to handle. Leave the remaining Dou Wangs to the others. Xiao Yan frowned slightly when he saw the swaying defensive line of the manor, which was about to fall apart. He turned his head toward Hai Buodong and spoke softly. Only Lin Yan and some expert Dou Wangs had appeared this time around. Xiao Yan did not allow Medusa, Old Gu and the other expert who were of the Dou Huang class or stronger to appear at this moment. There was always a need to hold something back no matter what one did. Exposing all of one's trump cards to the Misty Cloud sect the moment he returned was an extremely foolish act. The current Xiao Yan would naturally not do this. No problem. Hai Buodong nodded without any hesitation when he heard this. Knowing that the situation was urgent, he did not say any unnecessary words. The ice wings on his back were flapped and he rushed out before charging into the chaotic battleground in the sky, completely blocking the 2 Dou Huangs Jindu and Yunsha. The dark green flames on Xiao Yan's back also moved a little after he saw this. After which, he rushed to the manor below. Clan head, the Misty Cloud sect is about to break into the inner yard. We are unable to defend any longer. Anxious cries repeatedly spread from the chaotic manor while the sky descended into a big battle. Everyone hold on, don't engage in head-on fights with them. Archers, prepare the chi-breaking arrows. Yafei also hurriedly cried out as she looked at the swiftly broken defensive lines from within the manor. Faced with the human sea-like attack of the Misty Cloud sect, even they. Clan head, there are less than 100 chi-breaking arrows left. A guard hurriedly said when he heard Yafei's orders. Use all of them. Yafei's eyebrows were vertical as she cried out loud. However, her cry had just sounded when a black figure abruptly flashed down from the sky. The black figure landed on the ground and the black-robed, young man carrying a heavy ruler smiled toward Yafei, revealing his white teeth. Yafei Jia, you have become even prettier than I last saw you 3 years ago. TL, Jia, older sister. Yafei was somewhat absent-minded as she looked at the young face which had gained an additional maturity compared to 3 years ago. At this moment, it was as though the anxious cries that were repeatedly transmitted from her surroundings had disappeared. A sourness gradually surged onto Yafei's nose and her eyes also became a sleek red. Her somewhat hoarse, yet moving voice was emitted from her red mouth. You horrible brat, you are still willing to return? These 3 years, you have worked hard because of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan sighed as he looked at the mist forming in her alluring peach blossom eyes. He knew that the pressure Yafei carried during these few years was quite great. If not for old Hai's support, it was likely that she would be unable to endure on. The little grievances that Yafei originally felt in her heart instantly disappeared like a smoke when she heard this low voice that contained some apology. She cracked a smile that was so enchanting that it could enrapture an entire city. That's right, quickly come and see your older brother. Yafei suddenly recovered and hurriedly moved her body aside. Behind her was a long-haired man who was seated on a wheelchair. His eyes, which were usually calm and indifferent, were filled with a gentle and faint excitement at this moment. Big brother? Xiao Yan was startled. His gaze hurriedly turned to the man who had half of his face covered by his long hair. Xiao Yanzi, you have finally returned. Cuckoo, good little fellow. You didn't disappoint big brother. You are the glory of the Xiao clan and father. Gratification surfaced on the corner of Xiao Ding's mouth as he spoke softly when he saw Xiao Yan, who appeared even more mature than he did 3 years ago. Xiao Yan quickly walked to Xiao Ding's side. A wild joy surfaced on his face. However, when his gaze swept toward the wheelchair that Xiao Ding was sitting on, his eyes instantly narrowed and his body also swiftly became dark and cold. Big brother, your leg? Cuckoo, I'm fine. My leg is poisoned and has become completely crippled. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with my head and hands. Xiao Ding laughed as replied. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly as he looked at the faint smile on Xiao Ding's face. He could imagine just how difficult his big brother's life was during these couple of years when he was protecting the remaining members of the Xiao clan. Big brother, it has been hard on you these few years. Xiao Yan slowly knelt beside Xiao Ding. His eyes were completely red. The hoarse voice of his was finally unable to suppress the emotion in his heart. A large rough palm slowly rubbed Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Ding smiled and slowly spoke with a warm voice. Third brother, I am not the only one who has suffered. Don't tell me that you have lived these 3 years well? Xiao Yan's sleeves wiped his eyes with all his strength. He raised his head and laughed. It was all right. However, big brother will not need to suffer in the future. Cuckoo, I hope that is so. Alright, brat, just what do you look like crying in public? Moreover, now is not the time to reminisce about old times. Xiao Ding patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and reprimanded with a smile. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He stood up from the ground, turned his head, and softly spoke to a similarly red-eyed Yafei by the side. Yafei Jia, thank you very much. Leave the misty cloud sect outside to me. Xiao Yan did not wait for Yafei to reply after he said those words. His body flashed and appeared in the air above the manor. Hey, be careful. There are too many of them. Yafei hurriedly cried out when she saw Xiao Yan rushed into the air. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. His gaze immediately turned toward the white-colored torrent outside. A cold, dark ruthlessness flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a cluster of dark green flame surged onto his hand. Both of his hands pulled at the flame and the dark green flame transformed into a cluster of green-colored flame and a cluster of invisible flame. With a flick of his finger, the green-colored flame shrank into Xiao Yan's palm. That cluster of invisible flame, however, suddenly expanded greatly. Yafei Jie, tell the members of the Primer clan to withdraw, there is no longer a need for these defensive lines. Yafei was startled when she heard the voice that was transmitted from the air. She did not hesitate as she waved her delicate hand. The members of the Primer clan who were defending the defensive line swiftly withdrew. With the withdrawal of the Primer clan members, the white-colored torrent immediately surged in and began occupying most of the manor from all directions. Puff! A slight puffing sound suddenly appeared just as the disciples of the Misty Cloud sect wildly occupied the manor. Flame suddenly and strangely surged out of the body of a Misty Cloud sect's disciple who was at the front of the white torrent. Immediately, his entire person turned into a pile of ashes in the blink of an eye and burst apart. The strange fire that had suddenly appeared caused everyone to be startled. However, while everyone was still startled, numerous low, solemn explosive sounds repeatedly rang out. Puff! 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 Hence, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples, who had swarmed into the manor, were turned into burning people one after another in front of the countless number of shocked eyes belonging to the observers both in and outside of the manor. They finally burst apart in a strange manner. None of them emitted a miserable cry because of their imminent death from the beginning until the end. The entire place only had the soft muffled sound that was emitted from the bursting apart of flesh. At this moment, an unusual cold darkness lingered in the hearts of a countless number of people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Sweep Away. Chapter 686, Sweep Away. Puff. 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 Dot. The low, deep of a physical body exploding repeatedly resounded within the enormous manor. This sound was like the sickle of a death god. Without exception, a Misty Cloud sect's disciple would turn into ashes each time it sounded. The Misty Cloud sect's disciples swarmed toward the innermost layer of the manor like floodwaters. The people behind were completely unaware of the unexpected changes that had occurred at the front due to their limited vision. Hence, when their swarming momentum gradually entered a certain boundary, the sickle of the death god sliced over. A terror and disturbance finally spread in all directions as an increasing number of Misty Cloud sect's disciples' bodies strangely auto-ignited. Hence, the atmosphere fell greatly, spurred on by the terror. Finally, they were unable to endure any longer and began to wildly withdraw. The white-colored torrent that had just come surging over like floodwaters once again fled miserably in all directions a moment later. Their panicked manner was as though they were afraid that the strange auto-ignition would descend upon them. Hence, the enormous attack of the Misty Cloud sect began to self-destruct without being attacked under this strange auto-ignition of bodies. Fear and shock was present on everyone's faces. Something that could kill someone without shape and color had an even easier time eroding a person's courage compared to sharp knives and swords. When the Misty Cloud sect's disciples fled for their lives out of the outermost part of the manor, the unusual phenomenon of the auto-ignition of bodies gradually began to disappear. However, at this moment, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples had already suffered serious losses. During that terrifying time of auto-ignition earlier, at least half of the people were turned to dust in an extremely strange manner. The manor was covered by a kind of grayish-white powder as the Misty Cloud sect's disciples withdrew in a torrent-like manner. Due to the large amount of it, it had resulted in a layer that was as thick as a finger. The powder danced when the breeze blew over. The entire sky was adrift with terror and bizarre danger, giving one the creeps. Both the inside and outside of the entire manor had turned into a dead silence under this treacherous feeling. Just a moment ago, half of the Misty Cloud sect's disciples had been turned into powdery ashes in less than 10 minutes. Regardless of whether it was the members of the Primer clan, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples, or the surrounding observers, all of them felt a chill over their bodies as though they were in an abyss. This scene was really too terrifying for them. After the silence continued for a moment, numerous gazes finally began to turn to the black-robed, young man, who was carrying a heavy ruler, in the sky. At this moment, the latter was slowly extending both of his hands. If one were to carefully look at his hands, one would be able to vaguely see clusters of invisible flames fiercely burning above it. From the looks of the situation, it was clear that the earlier frightening auto-ignition frenzy was caused by him. The Misty Cloud sect's disciples who withdrew from the manor displayed shocked and terrified faces as they looked at Xiao Yan in the air. That manner was as though they were looking at a vicious, bloodthirsty demon. The viciousness of the latter's tactics earlier was enough to leave behind a phobia in their hearts, one that was difficult to eliminate. This devil-like human figure would follow them like their shadows, appearing occasionally in their hearts. It caused their hearts to be filled with fear. The members of the Primer clan within the manor looked at the powder outside of the manor's courtyard. They, too, involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their gazes looked at one another with their eyes filled with shock. The Misty Cloud sect's disciples who had beaten them until they were unable to retaliate earlier were turned into firecrackers that randomly blasted all over the place. After which, over half of them were eliminated. Only at this moment did they truly understand that in the eyes of a truly strong person, a human life was really mere dirt. Ye Fei was similarly shocked by this frightening scene. Her enchanting pretty face was somewhat pale as she raised her head to look into the air. The black-robed, young man's indifferent face had a thread of ruthlessness to it. She sighed once again. The hatred Xiao Yan felt toward the Misty Cloud sect had truly reached a stage where he anxiously wanted to eat their flesh. Ye Fei was quite familiar with Xiao Yan's character. Normally, he would not do something like this. Hence, the Misty Cloud sect only had themselves to blame for all this. Cuckoo, this fellow is no longer that soft-hearted young man from back then, however, this might be considered a good thing for him. Xiao Ding did not felt the slightest resistance to Xiao Yan starting a massacre. Instead, he felt a faint joy within his heart as he laughed and slowly spoke. His voice contained gratification and an unknown soft sigh. Ye Fei nodded her head slightly. She was just about to speak when the sound of orderly horsehoofs suddenly sounded outside of the manor. She raised her eyes and was surprised to see a dark black torrent suddenly swarming from all over the city. A moment later, they had completely surrounded those Misty Cloud sect's disciples outside the manor, not allowing even water to flow past them. These people are the army of the imperial family? Ye Fei looked at those black-armored soldiers on horseback with surprise. She felt somewhat stunned before raising her eyebrows and immediately laughing softly. The tactics of Yao Yi are really not bad. They did not appear when the Primer clan suffered a calamity earlier. They ended up dispatching their army immediately now that Xiao Yan had returned and the situation had changed drastically. This speed at which they changed direction was really quite quick. Xiao Ding laughed faintly and said, "They are naturally trying to curry favor with Third Brother by maneuvering their military now. However, it is naturally best that she is trying to court us. There are quite a great amount of benefits for the Primer clan to have a good relationship with the Imperial family. Moreover, everyone shares the same great enemy known as the Misty Cloud sect." Ye Fei nodded. Her gaze looked at the torrent of metal only to see that a pathway was split opened. A strong horse slowly sailed out. There was a lady wearing a purple-black gown and a phoenix crown seated on it. The lady was tall and her eyes contained a dignity as they flashed. From her appearance, she was naturally the future female emperor who would gradually control the Jiama Empire's imperial family, Yao Yi. The Misty Cloud sect has ignored the laws and has assembled a mob to invade into the capital. Bring all of them away. Yao Yi waved her delicate hand and roared. Her eyes were cold as she glanced at the Misty Cloud sect's disciples who were surrounded. Perhaps they had lost all their courage from having been massacred by Xiao Yan earlier, or perhaps it was because of the threat of the many 2 to 3 meter long spears, but these Misty Cloud sect's disciples did not put up much resistance this time around. Instead, they placed their weapons down in a relaxed manner and allowed these gruff tiger wolf-like soldiers to place a shackle that suppressed Dou Qi on their bodies. Yao Yi also quietly sighed in relief when she saw that these Misty Cloud sect's disciples did not resist. These people from the Misty Cloud sect did have some ability. There might be some trouble if they were to resist. Yao Yi settled the problem in this place before her gaze faintly swept across the manor. Her delicate hand under her sleeves immediately tightened when her gaze swept over the powder on the ground. She had saw some of those people suddenly auto-ignite earlier. Hence, her expression was currently somewhat uneasy. This kind of strength was really too great. Was a truly strong person so frightening? No wonder great-grandfather had always chosen to endure before he had absolute confidence to deal with Yun Shan. Her gaze was raised and she looked at the black-robed, young man in the air. A somewhat moving smile was revealed on Yao Yi's pretty face. Her gentle soft voice was emitted from her red lips. "Coco, may I know if I should call you Mr. Yin Xiao or Mr. Xiao Yan?" Xiao Yan glanced at this somewhat familiar-looking woman. He knit his brows and was unable to recall the latter's identity within a short amount of time. "This is Princess Yao Yi. You met her back then." Ye Fei's laughter was slowly transmitted to Xiao Yan while he was frowning, causing him to come to a sudden realization. Yao Yi smiled at Ye Fei as the former saw her slowly walk out from the manor. She immediately jumped down from her horse and held the latter's hand affectionately. She said, "Ye Fei Jia, I'm sorry. Originally I wanted to come as early as possible, but the time needed to dispatch the army is also quite long." Ye Fei did not display any surprise at Yao Ye's sudden warmth to her. She smiled. Her heart was well aware that it was likely that the imperial family was likely trying its best to form a good relationship with Xiao Yan at this moment. However, some of the matters back then had caused Xiao Yan to possess quite a poor impression for the other factions within the Jiama Empire. Hence, this intelligent woman in front of her had chosen to try and court her and used this opportunity to make contact with Xiao Yan. "Oh, it's Princess Yao Yi," Xiao Yan also carelessly smiled after being reminded by Ye Fei. However, he did not display much interest on the outside. He lifted his head and looked at the chaotic battleground in the sky before muttering with his mouth, "There is currently no time to catch up with Princess. Let's slowly talk after I settle all these people." This future female emperor of the Jiama Empire did not display any dissatisfaction toward these somewhat cold and indifferent words of Xiao Yan. She merely nodded with a gentle smile. Xiao Yan randomly dismissed Yao Yi before the jade-green fire wings on his back were flapped. His body gradually rushed toward the chaotic battleground in the sky. Due to being outnumbered, the few Misty Cloud Sect's expert Dou Wangs were already at a disadvantage in the fight within the sky. They could only parry the attacks and were unable to retaliate. Hence, the situation instantly became one-sided when a heavy weight, like Xiao Yan, joined in. Grug! The blurry, black figure flashed across the sky for a mere few minutes when nearly 4 expert Dou Wangs became seriously injured and fell from the sky. The fresh blood that they spat out along the way was just like a red fog that slowly drifted in the air. The entire city was completely silent as they looked at the repeatedly defeated expert Dou Wangs from the Misty Cloud sect. Then they looked at each other. Anyone could tell that the Misty Cloud sect did not have the slightest ability to turn the tide. Bang! Another ruthless fist smashed into the back of a shocked elite Dou Wang. The fierce powerful force caused him to instantly lose his fighting strength. In the end, that person fell head first from the sky with no one knowing whether he was dead or alive. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled turbid air from his chest. His gaze slowly swept toward a distant blurry mountain top outside of the capital. A fierce aura suddenly surged from his body and immediately swept over the entire sky. The instant that Xiao Yan's aura erupted, Yun Shan, who was training with his eyes shut, as well as the white-robed lady in the forbidden hall on the distant Misty Cloud Mountain, suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This aura, how is it possible? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, The Shock of the Misty Cloud Sect. Chapter 687, The Shock of the Misty Cloud Sect. This aura. Yun Shan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He suddenly stood up and muttered with his mouth, "How can it be? This little fellow is actually still alive." The muttering had just sounded when Yun Shan seemed to recall something. His expression suddenly changed. His body flashed and disappeared from this training room in a ghost-like manner. The direction he had sensed the eruption of this aura earlier was clearly that of the capital. At this moment, there was a large unit that the Misty Cloud sect had sent to the capital. The Grand Hall of the Misty Cloud sect was completely chaotic. Various noises mixed with panicked voices. Finally, they lingered within the hall, causing one's head to expand with giddiness. Yun Shan also knit his brows because of this chaos when his body flashed into the Grand Hall. He cried out in a deep stern voice, "Quiet down. What a scandal to be in such confusion." The noise within the hall immediately began to quietly disappear when everyone saw Yun Shan, who had suddenly appeared. It was finally completely quiet a moment later. Yun Shan coldly snorted only after seeing that the Grand Hall had recovered its silence. He sat down in the leader's seat and asked, "What happened? Is there any news from Yun Du and the others?" Upon hearing Yun Shan voice his question, an old man in the hall quickly walked over and spoke respectfully while wearing a somewhat pale expression, reporting to sect leader, "The spiritual tablet of Yun Fu and 3 other elders have suddenly burst apart a moment ago. The spiritual tablet of Yun Sha and the other few elders have also become extremely dim. From the looks of the situation, they have obviously suffered serious injuries." The faces of everyone within the Grand Hall including Yun Shan twitched intensely when the old man's words sounded. The experts whom they had dispatched to the capital were basically over half the strength of the current Misty Cloud sect. Everyone present believed that there was not a single faction within the Jiama Empire, with the exception of the Misty Cloud sect, who could block such a large lineup. However, the truth that was currently placed in front of them had ruthlessly thrown them a slap on their faces, causing them to be at a loss. Elder Yun-cha, have you made a mistake? The silence continued within the grand hall for a moment before dry laughter finally sounded. I hope that's the case too, the elder who was addressed as Yun-cha laughed bitterly. He flipped his hand and a pile of broken jade tablets appeared on the table in front of him. The expressions of those people who originally had some doubts within their hearts became ugly when they saw these familiar jade tablets. How is this possible? That is 2 Dou Huangs and 7 Dou Huangs. Which faction within this capital had the ability to eat up all of them? By just relying on that primer clan? An elder who seemed to have quite a high status furiously spoke with a changing face. Don't tell me that the 3 large clans and the imperial family joined hands? A person suddenly suggested, causing quite a number of people to quietly nod their heads. From the looks of it now, it seemed that this guess was the most reliable one. Since they actually dared to join hands and provoke us, the Misty Cloud sect, I would like to impeach sect leader to give the order to completely eradicate the 3 large clans and the imperial family from the Jiama Empire. That's right. Sect leader, the Misty Cloud sect will definitely not endure this kind of provocation. We must let them pay the price in blood. Yun Shan's face was gloomy as his gaze swept toward the group of agitated elders and deacons. A moment later, his palm suddenly slammed violently on the table. The intense sound immediately shocked everyone within the hall. Their eyes fearfully looked at Yun Shan and did not quite understand why the latter would be this furious. It is not whatever nonsense 3 large clan joining hands. Yun Shan stood up and spoke in a dark, solemn voice. That little bastard from the Xiao clan has returned. Xiao clan? Everyone was startled when they heard this. They were all at a loss. The small Xiao clan was now lingering on its last breath. How could they have the ability to defeat the large lineup of the Misty Cloud sect? The fury in Yun Shan's heart grew even more intense when he saw the lost expressions on everyone's faces. However, just as he was unable to control himself and was about to burst out in anger, an exclamation finally sounded in the hall. Don't tell me it's that Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan? The name that was deep within their memories set off the memory that had been hidden in everyone's mind for 3 years within a short instant. 3 years ago, that young man who was not even 20 years old had ascended the Misty Cloud Mountain by himself. He had relied on his own strength to contend with the entire Misty Cloud sect. Although he ended up being chased out of the Jiama Empire, that ferocious wolf-like young man left behind a deep memory that was difficult to remove within a countless number of people from the Misty Cloud sect. The lack of any news of him during these 3 years had caused everyone to gradually forget about that name and young man. However, by mentioning this name today, the scene from 3 years ago began to gradually surface in the minds of every single person. Isn't that fellow dead? The shock persisted for a moment before there was finally someone who muttered with some surprise. Who told you that he had died? Yun Shan looked at everyone coldly. His voice was dark and chilly. I sensed his aura earlier. It seems that fellow should be back. Yun Du and the others might have met with him, but even if Elder Yun Du's group was to met with that fellow, but it is not possible for them to suffer such deaths and injuries, right? That place has 2 Dou Huangs and 7 Dou Huangs. They would not be so quickly defeated even if they were to meet 3 or 4 elite Dou Huangs. Don't tell me that Xiao Yan has broken through to the Dou Zone class within these short 3 years? An elder involuntarily spoke doubtfully. He had yet to complete his sentence when he began to scoff at his own words. Although he might not have broken through to the Dou Zone class, from that aura of his earlier, it is likely that he has reached the Dou Huang class. Yun Shan slowly spoke. His eyelids involuntarily twitched when he spoke until this point. Dou Huang, given his current strength, he was naturally aware that although Xiao Yan's fighting strength back then was powerful, his true strength was at the very most that of a Dou or a Douling. However, only after a short 3 years, that fellow had actually reached the Dou Huang class? This speed was indeed frightening. A commotion immediately surged within the grand hall when Yun Shan's voice sounded. Even that elder from earlier revealed a dull face. Advancing to the Dou Huang class in 3 short years, this training talent could only be described as frightening. Looks like, allowing that brat to flee back then was indeed a most regretful matter. In 3 years, he was able to reach the Dou Huang class. It was difficult to imagine what would happen if he was given another 3 years. As he thought until this point, even someone as sophisticated as Yun Shan could not help but feel a coldness surging into his heart. Yun Shan inhaled a deep breath of air. His eyes were lowered and a wave of killing intent that was difficult to keep in check suddenly swept out from his heart in all directions. He must not allow that person to remain alive. Otherwise, that person would eventually become a big trouble that he would have difficulty finishing off. In the future, the Misty Cloud sect might really be completely destroyed by that person's hands, like what those fellows had said. Little bastard. Back then, you can be considered lucky to have fled. However, don't blame the old me for being vicious since you have come looking for me this time around. Sect leader, what should we do now? Should we send someone to go and rescue Elder Yundu and the others? A person in the Grand Hall finally recalled Yundu and the others who were on the brink of death. Yun Shan mused for a moment after hearing this. He was just about to nod his head when the expression of Elder Yin Sha, who was managing the spiritual tablets of the many elders in the sect, changed. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. I think that it is not necessary. Their spiritual tablets have all burst apart. The entire place was shocked when these words were spoken. Their heads immediately felt giddy. That was 2 Do Huangs and 7 Do Wangs. This lineup had actually completely fallen within a short few hours. Such losses were something that the Misty Cloud sect had difficulty enduring. That bastard. He's too ruthless. Furious curses repeatedly sounded within the hall. However, when they spoke these words, all of them had forgotten that they did not show any mercy when they had attacked the Xiao clan back then. The gloominess on Yun Shan's face was abnormally withdrawn in the face of such great losses. He waved his hand with an expressionless face and suppressed the commotion within the Grand Hall. His gaze flickered for a moment before he spoke in an indifferent voice. There is no longer a need to send anyone to the capital. That little bastard will come looking for us himself. Since that is the case, we shall quietly wait. Everyone was startled when they heard these words from Yun Shan. Although there was an unwillingness in their hearts, they did not dare to object against Yun Shan's decision. Hence, all they could do was respond respectfully. Tell everyone that the Misty Cloud sect will enter a high alert state from now on. Kill anyone who privately ascends the mountain. Yes, sir. Everyone felt a chill all over their bodies when they heard the dark chilly killing intent in Yun Shan's words as they hurriedly responded. Yun Shan immediately waved his hand and all of them swiftly swarmed out of the Grand Hall. The hall was once again completely silent after everyone had left. TSK, how is it? I have just told you some time earlier that Xiao Yan had survived very well within the Black Corner region. Looks like the Misty Cloud sect will be faced with quite the trouble with his return this time around. The silence continued for a long time before a cluster of black fog suddenly and strangely appeared in the shadows of the Grand Hall. It immediately lingered in the large hall as an unusual laugh sounded from within it. Yun Shan's face twitched. A ferocity flashed across his eyes as he spoke in a dense manner. He is but a little bastard. Even though he currently possesses the strength of a Do Huang, this ancestor, referred to rank Do Zone, can still kill him easily. Once I capture him, I will let him taste a feeling that is worse than death. I am unconcerned about the grudge between the two of you. Coincidentally, he has returned. In that case, most of the members of the Xiao clan have been gathered. It also saves us the trouble of going to the Black Corner region to search for him. The black fog moved and a voice once again sounded. According to our information, Xiao Yan has the spiritual body of Yao Zunjia within his body. It is likely that he has borrowed the help of Yao Chen's spirit in order to kill an expert Do Wan with his Do Shi's strength. Leave Yao Chen for me to deal with the next time around. All you need to do is to capture Xiao Yan. TL, Zunjia, respectful term for a Do Zun. Yun Shan nodded slowly. A savage look surged onto his face as he spoke sinisterly. Relax, I will cripple that little bastard's Dou Qi before handing him to you. Hopefully. However, I would like to remind you that it is best not to underestimate your opponent. Otherwise, your ending at that time might be exceptionally miserable. The black fog moved slightly as that unusual laughter was once again emitted. Immediately, it strangely and slowly disappeared from within the Grand Hall, leaving behind the cold smile and savage face of Yun Shan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688, Situation. Chapter 688, Situation. The faint sound of rolling thunder reverberated in the distant sky. A black figure suddenly surfaced and two human figures seemed to have suffered a serious blow. Their bodies trembled and their expressions instantly became white. A mouthful of bright red fresh blood involuntarily spat out from their mouths. The two human figures were like birds with broken wings as they weakly fell from the sky in front of the countless number of shocked gazes in the city below. Bang! The two human figures carried a sharp wind as they fell into the city. Finally, they smashed into the hard road like cannonballs. Immediately, a wild and violent strength swept out like floodwater. The enormous deep pit made an enormous crack line swiftly spread from the spot where the figures landed. Finally, it formed an extremely conspicuous crack line leading to a deep pit in the middle of the city. Dust drifted out from the deep pit before it was finally blown by the breeze and completely scattered. The two miserable human figures within it slowly appeared in front of the many gazes on the surrounding buildings. Yundu and Yun Sha lay in the deep pit like corpses. Their clothes were in tatters and their faces were pale white. Bright red blood traces spread from their chests. Their originally powerful auras were extremely frail at this moment. The heavy thunderbolt-like attack by Xiao Yan earlier had sent them into a seriously wounded condition where even death was imminent. The two people in the deep pit tried their best to widen their eyes. Their eyes stared intently at the indifferent face of the black-robed young man in the sky, who was carrying a heavy ruler on his back. Their mouths moved slightly, they seemed to intend to say something. However, the sweetness that surged out from their throats caused them to spit out fresh blood from their mouths, drowning out their words. Fresh blood flowed down from the corner of their mouths. The spirit and life within the wide eyes of those two people swiftly elapsed. A moment later, both of their eyes gradually turned gray and their frail aura completely vanished. Following the disappearance of the aura of these two people, these two elite Dou Huangs, who possessed quite a high position within the Misty Cloud sect, had undoubtedly died in an extremely miserable fashion in front of the countless number of gazes within the city. Numerous gazes were startled as they eyed the enormously deep pit that occupied an entire street. At this moment, almost everyone's thoughts had instantly become dull. The ones who had died in front of them were not some Dou Ling or whatever Dou Wang. They were instead two genuine elite Dou Huangs. An expert of this level was basically an existence that most people looked up to. Countless numbers of people had worked hard, forgetting to eat and sleep as they trained to become such an existence. However, there were still very few people who could stand out among all these people and achieve this class. In the senses of many people, an expert who was able to reach this stage was undoubtedly one who had the ability to summon the wind and rain. Today, however, these incomparable experts, who had the ability to summon the wind and rain in their eyes, were defeated in an extremely miserable manner by the hands of this young man who was only around 20 years old. This somewhat cruel reality completely broke the thought that an elite Dou Huang was invisible in the hearts of many people. Only at this moment did some people understand that it was not impossible for an elite Dou Huang to be killed by another. No matter what would happen in the future, the young man flapping his beautiful jade-green fire wings in the sky, called Xiao Yan, would forever be imprinted deep in the minds of everyone. This would be the case even when some people gradually forget the names of the two elite Dou Huangs who were defeated today. Moreover, from today on, this name, which had been silent within the Jiama Empire for 3 years, would once again erupt with a brightness that was even more dazzling and shining than ever. Moreover, this glow would be something that no one could block. Jia Xingtian, who had his hands behind him on the tall tower in the imperial city, also let out a long breath the instant that Yun Du's and Yun Sha's auras disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the black-robed young man suspended in the distant sky. It was a long while later before he softly and slowly said, "This little fellow is really no longer that sentimental young man of the past." Within less than an hour, there were at least 4 Dou Wangs and 2 Dou Huangs who were defeated by Xiao Yan's hands. These kinds of merciless, vicious tactics were something that caused even an old wily fox like Jia Xingtian to quietly inhale a breath of cold air. He gradually understood in his heart that the current Xiao Yan was likely someone who was more difficult to deal with compared to 3 years ago. The Misty Cloud sect has destroyed the Xiao clan and Xiao Yan has killed many elders and disciples of the Misty Cloud sect. If one thinks in this way, there is not the slightest chance of them reconciling. Looks like the Jiama Empire will become even more chaotic in the future. Jia Xingtian knit his brows and immediately sighed. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would bring so many experts with him when he returned. From the looks of the large lineup that had appeared earlier, it was likely that it was not any weaker than the Misty Cloud sect. Originally, the Jiama Empire was in a situation where there was one tiger and many wolves. That tiger was naturally the extremely powerful Misty Cloud sect, while the many wolves were the 3 large clans and some of the somewhat stronger factions. With Xiao Yan's return, there was an additional vengeful tiger with a ferocity that was not inferior to the Misty Cloud sect in this area. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Moreover, Xiao Yan and the Misty Cloud sect already possessed an extremely deep blood feud. Hence, it was impossible for the two to coexist. There would be one group among the two completely eliminated before the other would rest. Regardless of which party was the one destroyed, this Jiama Empire would descend into bloody chaos that no one would be able to escape from. From the looks of it, I will need to make contact with the Nalan clan, Mu clan, and the Alchemist Association. Since Xiao Yan has already returned, it will not be long before the decisive battle with the Misty Cloud sect. If one were to stand on the wrong side in this battle, it is likely that there will be trouble. Jia Xingtian laughed bitterly and shook his head as he sighed. His gaze once again looked at the black-robed young man in the distant sky. Only then did he turn around and slowly descend the tall tower. The disappearance of the 2 Dou Huang's auras of Yun Du and Yun Sha also stirred quite a big commotion in some other places. An expert of such a level was considered the top existence even when placed within the 3 large clans. Moreover, the Nalan clan and the Mu clan did not even possess a single elite Dou Huang. Hence, their inner hearts were extremely shocked and frightened when they saw two elite Dou Huangs fall to the hands of that black-robed young man in the distant sky with their own eyes. After they were shocked, they began to hesitate a little, just like Jia Xingtian. With the current situation, Xiao Yan would definitely join together with the Primer clan. If he were to really defeat the Misty Cloud sect, the benefits that the Primer clan would gain would likely enable it to completely shake off the other two clans. Hence, at this moment, they needed to begin thinking of the benefits and losses involved, whether they were willing or forced to do so. The current situation was really one where the wind would not stop blowing even if the tree wanted to be quiet. It is likely that the other large factions within the empire would have difficulty escaping from being involved in the fierce collision between Xiao Yan and the Misty Cloud sect. Hence, what they needed to consider now was which side they would stand with. Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, was naturally unaware of just what kind of impact he had brought to those factions in the capital after killing all of the elders from the Misty Cloud sect. All that he knew now was that any person from the Misty Cloud sect was someone whom he could kill. At the present, he was no longer the young man who had just come out to train. The fresh blood of quite a number of people had dyed his hand during these few years. Killing people no longer caused him to feel any uncertainty. Moreover, these people were people who did not have any right to be pitted in his eyes. Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept over the enormous city below. He immediately stopped for a moment in a couple of places. Those people in these places involuntarily felt their hearts pound when they discovered that his gaze was looking over. After which, they unnaturally shifted their gazes away. The places that could cause Xiao Yan's gaze to pause were naturally the Imperial Palace, the Alchemist Association, the Mu clan, and the Nalan clan. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze and waved his hand at Lin Yan and the others a short distance away. He immediately turned his body and looked toward Hai Guodong, who was focused on the two corpses in the deep pit below. He smiled and said, "Old Hai, I'm sorry. I could not resist snatching your opponents away a moment ago." Hai Guodong smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard this. There was, however, some lingering fear in his heart. Even he was only able to vaguely see a silver-colored glow flashing past when Xiao Yan attacked earlier. After which, he saw the both of them give over 10 exchanges within a split second. A moment later, two elite Dou Huangs, leaping around in a lively manner earlier, fell with serious injuries. That speed caused even his heart to feel a chill. He understood that if he were Xiao Yan's opponent, it was likely that his endurance would not be any better than these two fellows. "Old Hai, these 3 years, thank you very much." Xiao Yan flapped his flame wings and stopped in front of Hai Guodong. He looked at the latter's smiling old face before whispering, "Ku, you little fellow. You have become a little maudlin after leaving for 3 years." Old Hai shook his head, laughed, and scolded him. Xiao Yan also smiled softly when he saw the smiling face of Old Hai. The serene sea storage ring on his finger flickered and a transparent jade bottle flashed and appeared. There was a deep purple-colored round medicinal pill within the jade bottle emitting an alluring luster. Old Hai was startled when he saw this medicinal pill. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689, State of Affairs. Chapter 689, State of Affairs. Old Hai, this is the reward that the little me had promised you back then. It will enable you to recover your peak strength back then. Kuko, however, please forgive me. Xiao Yan has owed you this medicinal pill for 3 years. 3 years can be long or short. The figure suspended in the sky suddenly stiffened. It was a long while later before an excited expression swiftly spread across Hai Guodong's face. His hands trembled as he received the jade bottle and inhaled a deep breath of air. There was some moisture contained in those old eyes as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "I have also waited 3 years for this day. To think that little fellow still remembered our agreement." When Yin Du and Yin Xiao were defeated, this enormous attack to exterminate the Primer clan had slowly ended with a situation that no one had expected under the focus of the eyes of many in the capital. In this fight, the Misty Cloud sect, which had come charging forth in a menacing manner, had ended up suffering a wild blow. Not only were the 9 experts completely defeated, but over half of the ordinary disciples were killed or injured. Those who had remained alive were immediately locked up in the capital's prison. Hence, one could unceremoniously say that the Misty Cloud sect had not only lost this attack but had lost quite miserably. Only when the military from the capital began to clear up the streets, that had suffered quite a lot of damage, did those observers surrounding the Primer clan begin to scatter with the remaining shock in their hearts and a feeling that they had not watched enough. One could imagine within a couple of days, the events that had happened in the capital would likely appear to have grown wings as they swiftly spread to every single corner of the capital. Some of the neighboring empires might even receive this shocking news. The originally somewhat hopeless faces of the members of the Primer clan had also unloaded the heavy stones in their hearts following the end of this huge battle. Finally, they began to clear up the messy manner under the command of Ye Fei and some others. Xiao Yan led Lin Yan and the others as they landed in the manor in front of the many respectful gazes below. Xiao Yan smiled at Xiao Ding, who was seated on a wheelchair, before immediately turned to his back and said, "Second brother, why are you not coming to see big brother?" Hee. Xiao Li smiled and stepped out from behind Xiao Yan after hearing this. The Dou Qi wings on his back slowly disappeared as he smiled and asked Xiao Ding, "Big brother, are you alright?" Xiao Ding smiled slightly as he looked at Xiao Li's face, which was even thinner, darker and colder than it had been 2 years ago. Only then did he softly reply, "It has been hard on you these few years. Fortunately, you have remembered my words and did not let any trouble happen to third brother. Otherwise, you should not come back and look for me." Xiao Li rubbed his head at the slight reprimand within Xiao Ding's words. However, he did not show the slightest displeasure or resistance. "Big brother, your leg?" Xiao Li's gaze also paused on the wheelchair that Xiao Ding was sitting on. His expression suddenly sank as he anxiously asked. "I'm fine," Xiao Ding randomly waved his hand. However, he spoke to Xiao Li with some surprise. "Instead, you little fellow. Why is it that you have reached the Dou Wang class after having not met you for only 2 years?" Xiao Li was startled when he heard this. He immediately spoke hurriedly, He, this is of course all thanks to third brother. Otherwise, with my talent, even if I were to train with all my might, I would at the very most be only a douling now." Xiao Li's hand was behind him, giving Xiao Yan a hand signal while he was speaking. Xiao Yan was silent in his heart as he glanced at Xiao Li's hand signal. Second brother refusal to reveal the matters of him using his remaining life in exchange for strength was because he was afraid that big brother would worry. However, one might be able to keep such a thing as secret for a short period of time, but not forever. According to the life-devouring pill's overdraft on his life, it was likely that second brother would at the very most have half a year left to live. "Looks like I must think of a method to remove the trouble of second brother's life-devouring pill," Xiao Yan mused for a moment before he raised his head and shot his gaze toward Xiao Ding before smiling and nodding his head. After which, he lowered his body and pointed to Xiao Ding's thigh. He frowned and said, "Are you poisoned?" "Yes, I was struck by a cold arrow covered with poison when I was fleeing back then. I have been delaying expelling the poison for these few years, which ended up causing me to lose the feeling of both my feet. However, I am used to it. At the very least, it allowed me to quietly think of things and train." Xiao Ding smiled. He did not appear too depressed over the crippling of both of his legs. There are still some methods to expel the poison if it is only poisoned. However, too much time has passed and we can only take things slowly. Xiao Yan smiled and sighed in relief within his heart. "Coco, even if we want to catch up with each other, we don't need to do this at the front door, right? Go, let's go in and talk." Although the Primer clan is now in a complete mess, it should still be able to provide a clean place. Hai Buodong by the side opened his mouth and laughed when he saw the 3 people who were conversing happily from the side. Everyone emitted kind laughter when they heard this. They immediately followed Hai Buodong and swarmed into the hall. Everyone swarmed into the hall before separating and moving to their seats. Lin Yan, Lin Xiuya, Lu Qing, and the others randomly sat beside Xiao Yan while those experts from Xiaogate like Big Yao and the others hesitated for a moment before standing straight behind Xiao Yan like wooden pillars. Although these fellows belonged to the category of arrogant individuals that were difficult to tame, they felt respectful and fearful toward Xiao Yan. Their hearts truly viewed him as their leader. Hai Buodong absorbed all of the actions of the group into his eyes. His heart also vaguely guessed some things. There were also quite a number of core members within the Primer clan within the hall. However, at this very moment, those people who had voiced some criticism of how Xiao Ding and the Xiao clan had brought quite a lot of trouble to them wore a respectful expression. Occasionally, they also gave a courteous smile when conversing with Xiao Ding. After the scene earlier, they already understood that from today on, the Xiao clan, which could only linger on its last breath under the protection of the Primer clan, would leap to become one of the strongest factions within the Jiama Empire. Even their Primer clan would not be able to catch up with them. The smile on Xiao Ding's face was as indifferent as it was before in the face of the changes on the faces of these people. He did not reveal any surprise at this scene. He had long knew that as long as he could endure until the day that Xiao Yan returned to the Jiama Empire, the Xiao clan would definitely prosper once again. Hai Buodong dismissed some of the female servants after settling in all the guests. Only then did he turn his head and voice his thoughts to Xiao Yan. "I'm afraid that you are planning to fight to the death with the Misty Cloud sect after having returned, right? But does old Hai think that there is a possibility that the Xiao clan and the Misty Cloud sect can coexist in the Jiama Empire?" Xiao Yan laughed faintly. "Since this is the case, I should perhaps tell you about the Misty Cloud sect's current strength." Hai Buodong's expression gradually became solemn as he slowly spoke. "The Misty Cloud sect's development during these 3 years has far exceeded your expectations. You should know that 3 years ago, the entire Misty Cloud sect, with the exception of Yun Shan, only had Yun Yun as an elite Dou Huang. Now, however, even with Yundu and Yunsha being killed in your hands, it is likely that the Misty Cloud sect still possess no less than 3 Dou Wangs in it. It should also have some expert Dou Wangs. They should have used some sort of method to forcefully raise their strength. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to have such progress. Xiao Yan held his teacup and narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he softly said, moreover, the Dou Qi of Yun Di and Yun Sha earlier was quite superficial and weak despite them possessing the aura of an elite Dou Wang. Clearly, they had consumed some sort of medicinal pill or used some sort of secret technique, hence, the strength of the Misty Cloud sect may be stronger than it was 3 years ago, but it is not impossible to defeat them. Hai Bodong was also startled when he heard this. It seemed that even he had felt extremely surprised that Xiao Yan was actually able to clearly identify some of the shortcomings of the Misty Cloud sect within such a short period of time. Yafei Jia has built a large information network during these few years. With her help, I have discovered that there seems to be traces of some other mysterious faction within the Misty Cloud sect. Perhaps, this should have some relation to the Misty Cloud sect currently possessing so many experts. Hai Bodong frowned and slowly spoke. Xiao Yan gently lifted his eyebrows. That mysterious faction was definitely the Hall of Souls. Otherwise, with Yin Shan's strength, he would not have the ability to allow the strength of the Misty Cloud sect's elders to soar so greatly. Currently, the Misty Cloud sect's strength is spread over most of the Jiamai Empire. It is likely that it will be difficult if you want to rely on your own strength. Hence, I advise you that it would be best to pull the remaining 2 large clans, the Alchemist Association and the Imperial family, to your side. The actions of the Misty Cloud sect these few years have caused them to be extremely dissatisfied. However, due to the strength of Yin Shan, most of them only dared to be angry and didn't dare to give voice to it. Your return this time around is also a good thing to them. After all, there would be some chances of victory if you are included in a head-on battle with Yin Shan. Hai Bodong mused for a moment before speaking his thoughts. They actually also possess the courage of having other thoughts about the Misty Cloud sect? The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into ridicule as he laughed. You are still bearing a grudge over those things that happened back then, but you cannot blame them. The Misty Cloud sect is really too strong. They need to think about their clan members. Hai Bodong shook his head and spoke helplessly. Although you have brought quite a number of experts back to the Jiama Empire this time around, I will say some unpleasant words. By just relying on their strength, it is still much weaker than the Misty Cloud sect. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sect also has the extremely frightening Yun Shan. That old man who won't die is much stronger than he was 3 years ago. If it is just you alone, Hai Bodong spoke in a solemn manner. Given his eyesight, he was naturally able to see the strength of Lin Yan and the others currently in the hall. 10 plus expert Dou Wangs. This was not considered an enormous lineup against the Misty Cloud sect. Xiao Yan merely smiled as he looked at old Hai's solemn expression. He softly said, I naturally know that it is impossible to overturn the Misty Cloud sect by just relying on moisturizer. Xiao Yan suddenly clapped his hands after saying this. The clap resounded across the hall before it was transmitted out of it by a slight thread of Dou Qi. Not long after Xiao Yan's clapping sounded, the slight sound of rushing wind suddenly appeared. A moment later, 3 figures suddenly rushed over from outside of the building. Finally they landed in the hall. The ones who appeared were surprisingly old Yinggu, Su Mei, and Tai Wu, the 3 elite Dou Wangs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, Discuss. Chapter 690, Discuss. Hehe, Chief Xiao, we did not stir anyone's attention when we entered the city this time around. That old Yinggu swept his gaze over the hall and smiled as he spoke to Xiao Yan when the 3 people appeared. I have troubled the 3 of you. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He turned his head to Hai Bodong and said, Old Hai, now, the number of Dou Wangs in my hands is not any lesser than the Misty Cloud sect. What is there to fear? Hai Bodong revealed a stunned face as he looked at the 3 people who had appeared in the hall. Shock gradually swarmed into his heart. He realized that the strength of these 3 people were all similar to him. That old man with a dark shadowy face was even a little stronger than him. It is unexpected that you still hid something. How unexpected. Hai Bodong finally recovered from his shock a moment later. He smacked his lips and praised. Xiao Yan smiled. He held the teacup with his hand and softly said, As for that Yun Shan, leave him to. The space in the hall suddenly wiggled before his sentence was completed. Immediately, a tall and a short figure strangely surfaced. That person with the tall figure was wearing a red dress. Her bewitching pretty face was filled with an unusual allure. However, it was cold and icy, causing one to be afraid of looking directly at it. Beside her was a little girl wearing white clothes. Her dark black gem-like large eyes were rolling all around, curiously observing her surroundings. The two people who had suddenly appeared caused Xiao Yan to be startled. His gaze immediately saw that the little girl's small hands were holding an exquisite jade box. There was a faint medicinal fragrance that was being emitted from within it. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth twitched immediately when he saw this scene. His face once again turned green. Clearly, these two people had gone out to steal medicinal ingredients without notifying him again. When Hai Buodong, who was seated in the leader's seat, saw Xiao Yan's gradually green face, terror and fear also surged up his own face. That manner was as though he had seen a ghost. Queen! Queen! Queen Medusa? Hai Buodong's body trembled slightly. A moment later, a voice that had a fear in its hoarseness was finally dryly spat out from Hai Buodong's throat. Grug! It was difficult to imagine just what degree of appallment Hai Buodong received when that familiar face once again appeared in front of him. It caused this elite Dou Huang, who would not even feel such fear when faced with Yunshan, to quiver when he spoke. He did not expect that after 3 years, this frightening woman whom he was extremely afraid of was actually still following beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not discover the fear on Hai Buodong's face. He stood up with some fury and quickly walked to Medusa's side. He pulled Zi Yan over and swiftly confiscated the jade box. After which, he lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice to the Zi Yan's face, which had an awkward smile. You should avoid creating trouble with her in the future. Otherwise, I will immediately send you back. Zi Yan hurriedly shut her mouth when she heard Xiao Yan's threat. After which, she hurriedly grabbed the former's sleeve, indicating that she would definitely stand on Xiao Yan's side. Medusa by the side was also somewhat helpless when she saw Zi Yan surrendering so quickly by the side. Her pair of bewitching eyes flashed aside for a moment under the focus of Xiao Yan's eyes, which were filled with fury. A moment later, she seemed to explain, just now, I saw that the fighting in this place was fiery hot. Therefore, Zi Yan and I went looking around and accidentally obtained a little something. Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He immediately rolled his eyes fiercely. This thing was actually stolen from the Primer clan? Despite Xiao Yan feeling a fury in his stomach, he could only helplessly shake his head as he looked at Medusa's face, which looked as though the situation was so bad that there would be no difference in making it worse. He turned his head toward Hai Buodong on the leader's seat and said, I'm sorry, old Hai. These two troublemaker actually placed their attention on the Primer clan. Xiao Yan took out that jade box from his storage ring as he spoke. After which, he returned the box. Queen Medusa's mouth moved a little by the side when she saw this, looking as though she was extremely unwilling to part with it. However, when she saw Xiao Yan ignoring her, she could only helplessly raise her head. A pair of bewitchingly beautiful, long, narrow eyes stared at Hai Buodong in the leader's seat, who was looking at her with a stunned expression. A dangerous glint flashed through her eyes. Hai Buodong swiftly recovered after meeting Medusa's eyes. He sensed the somewhat ice-cold dangerous feeling and his body shivered. He hurriedly stood up and spoke to Xiao Yan, There's no need to. There's no need to. We will give it to her since she likes it. In any case, these things are things that our Primer clan wants to auction. Treat it as doing a favor. Xiao Yan could only give an embarrassed smile when he saw Hai Buodong doing his best to avoid taking it back. After which, he helplessly kept the jade box, turned around and viciously cut Medusa, who had quietly sighed in relief before pulling Zi Yan back to his seat. Someone, bring a chair. Hai Buodong quickly instructed when he saw Medusa was standing in the hall. Xiao Yan might have dared to leave this frightening woman hanging there, but he did not have the courage to do so. Medusa's icy cold expression quietly became a little warmer at Hai Buodong's hospitality. Only then did she feel that this old man, whom she had sealed for many years, was a little pleasing to look at. After settling the seating of Medusa, old Ingu, and the others, Hai Buodong finally turned his gaze toward Xiao Yan and laughed bitterly, You actually possess such a trump card. With her help, there is indeed no need to fear Yunshan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan shook his head and said, It is very difficult to invite this big deity to move, hence, you should not place too much hope on her. I will personally handle Yunshan when we really fight with the Misty Cloud at that time. Depending on her mood, she might be happy to watch by the side. Medusa elegantly sat on the chair. Her delicate hand held the teacup as she slowly sipped from it. She appeared to have not heard any of Xiao Yan's words. Her nonchalant manner caused Hai Buodong to smile bitterly. Just what was the relationship between these two people? From the attitude that Xiao Yan had given her earlier, it seemed that the both of them should have quite a good relationship. Otherwise, who would dare speak to Queen Medusa in that manner given her character? That person would have long been hacked into a couple of pieces. The ferocity and ruthlessness of Medusa was something that Hai Buodong had tasted personally. Moreover, the words that Xiao Yan had just spoke possessed a cold mocking feeling to them. This caused Hai Buodong to feel somewhat at a loss. You will deal with Yunshan? Isn't the risk a little too great? A moment later, Haibuodong, whose thoughts did not lead to any result, could only give up guessing the relationship between the two as he voiced his opinion. Although Xiao Yan's strength had currently soared, the chances of him defeating Yun Shan was very low. Why don't we do this? We will try our best to make contact with the remaining two large clans, the Alchemist Association and the Imperial family during these few days. If we are able to join hands with them, our chances of victory might increase greatly. After all, Fa Ma and the Alchemist Association and the old demon from the Imperial family are all experts of the Dou Huang class. The latter has already advanced to the peak of the class for many years. Moreover, now that I have the purple spirit recovery pill that you have refined for me, I should also be able to recover to my peak after a couple of days. At that time, we should have quite a great chance of success in defeating Yun Shan if the couple of us were to join hands. Haibuodong suggested. Up to you. Xiao Yan was non-committal with regards to this suggestion. The old demon of the Imperial family and Fa Ma did indeed have some strength. However, the fighting strength that the Nalan clan and the Mu clan could provide were basically negligible. An expert of the Dou Huang class no longer had much use in this kind of battle. Haibuodong helplessly shook his head when he saw Xiao Yan's nonchalant manner. He suddenly asked, "What kind of situation do you wish to end up with when you head for the Misty Cloud sect this time around?" "I will not rest unless one of us dies. I want the Misty Cloud sect to completely vanish from the Jiama Empire." Xiao Yan raised his eyelids and spoke faintly. The Misty Cloud sect's strength currently covers half of the empire. If you wish to eliminate them from the root, you must remove all of them. By just relying on yourself, you might perhaps be able to kill all of the experts in the Misty Cloud sect. However, it is very difficult for you to eliminate the remaining members. This is something that the strength of the Imperial family will be able to do. Haibuodong tried to convince Xiao Yan to put aside his prejudice toward the other factions in the past. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly when he heard this. The point that Haibuodong made was indeed true. Third brother, old Hai is right. It is far from enough to truly eliminate the Misty Cloud sect by just relying on just your people. These matters are things that are most appropriate for the Imperial family. Xiao Ding mused for a moment before he finally slowly opened his mouth to speak. Xiao Yan thought for a moment after hearing Xiao Ding open his mouth and did not continue to resist. He waved his hand and said, "Since that is the case, I will trouble old Hai to help me make contact with them. It is best to settle all of these issues before the fight with the Misty Cloud sect starts. I have seen quite a bit of backstabbing these few years." "You little fellow," Haibuodong could only helplessly shake his head when he heard Xiao Yan's somewhat conspiratorial thoughts. However, it was fortunate that this fellow had agreed to discuss with the other factions. From the faint fear that these factions usually possessed for the Misty Cloud sect, both parties would likely have a common ground to work together. There is still one other matter. What is it? Xiao Yan was startled as he asked. We might have to resolve with one person if we wish to eliminate the Misty Cloud sect. Haibuodong spoke with a solemn expression. Who? Xiao Yan frowned slightly as he spoke. Piquing Guhi. Xiao Yan was also stunned when he heard this name. He slowly muttered it under his mouth once as he recalled that person, who was already a top alchemist renowned throughout Jiama Empire 3 years ago. You should also clearly know just what kind of summoning ability a tier 6 alchemist like Guhi possesses within the empire. If he were to help the Misty Cloud sect, it is likely that he would at least be able to gather at least 5 of the 10 strong in the empire. Hence, you should first settle the problem of him before attacking the Misty Cloud sect. Haibuodong spoke solemnly. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He had nearly forgotten about this important person. Guhi was also a tier 6 alchemist. Xiao Yan clearly knew the abilities that an alchemist of this tier possessed. Back then, the experts that Han Feng had gathered from the Black Corner region had gave even the Inner Academy a headache. Although Guhi's refining ability might be inferior to Han Feng's, but he was a true tier 6 alchemist no matter how one put it. However, how can we settle the issue of him is also a big problem. Guhi is not an ordinary person. Although his relationship with the Misty Cloud sect is no longer as good as it was in the past during these couple of years, he is ultimately a tribute elder of the Misty Cloud sect. Haibuodong spoke with a little headache. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. He tapped his finger gently before suddenly speaking a moment later. Can old Hai make contact with Guhi? Haibuodong was startled when he heard this. He mused for a moment before speaking slowly. Guhi is also an elder in name within the Alchemist Association. Perhaps we can ask Fa Ma to find him. Since that is the case, let's ask Fa Ma to come forward and look for Guhi. It is best that I can meet him. I will think of a way to get him to maintain his neutrality. Xiao Yan nodded and replied. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 691, Settling the Xiao Clan. Chapter 691, Settling the Xiao Clan. Alright, I will get Fa Ma to lend a hand. Haibuodong also sighed in relief when he saw that Xiao Yan had shouldered the responsibility of dealing with this manner. As long as they got rid of Dou Qi, they would be able to cause the Misty Cloud sect to lose an enormous help. I will leave the matter of contacting the others to Old Hai. Additionally, please help me arrange for these people to have a good rest. They have not had a peaceful rest during this long journey from the Black Corner region, but... Xiao Yan stood up and pointed at Lin Yan and the others as he smiled and spoke to Haibuodong. Kuku, this is something that we ought to do. Naturally, our primer clan must receive such distinguished guests that have arrived properly. Old Hai smiled and nodded. Xiao Yan smiled, turned his gaze toward Xiao Ding and suddenly said, I think that I should perhaps go and meet the clan members of the Xiao clan. This is something that you ought to do. The first elder instructed you to be the clan head just before he died. The clan members have waited 2 years for you to return. Xiao Ding nodded his head slightly as he slowly spoke. Xiao Yan was silent. He immediately nodded his head quietly. No matter what, the blood of his clan flowed in his bones. Hence, letting this clan prosper was a responsibility that he could not push aside. Perhaps this was also his father's expectation. Xiao Yan and Xiao Li pushed Xiao Ding as they quietly snuck out the primer clan's manor, after which, they turned down a street within the capital, followed the road, and slowly headed in a certain direction. The great soul-stirring battle earlier was being heatedly discussed by the entire capital at this moment. Some of the people were so excited that they were dancing with flushed faces, bragging to the passers-by about how they had watched the events from close proximity earlier. However, these people who were attracted by the dazzling battle did not discover that the main character of the story was quietly walking past them. They pushed Xiao Ding and turned down a couple of different streets before the noisiness behind them gradually diminished. The number of luxurious houses around also diminished. Clearly, they were heading to a somewhat remote area of the city. They once again turned into an uneven street and a somewhat old and damaged compound appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. He could vaguely hear some of the children's laughter transmitted from the compound. It is here. In order to escape the search of the Misty Cloud sect these years, we could only hide in such remote places despite the protection of the primer clan. Xiao Ding smiled and said as he looked at the large compound. Xiao Yan nodded slightly while Xiao Li quickly walked forward and pushed the door to the compound open. Some children were playing all around within the shabby compound. Laughter was repeatedly being emitted. At this moment, there were over 10 ordinarily dressed men within the compound. These men were carrying weapons on their backs. They shifted their gazes and were extremely cautious. The life of a refugee these few years caused the members of the Xiao clan to cease having a kind of rich and relaxed aura. Instead, there was an additional sharpness. The sudden opening of the compound's door also instantly attracted the attention of these men. Their faces immediately changed a little. Human figures flashed and grabbed the children running around and placed them behind. After which, they drew their shining weapons from their backs and aimed them at the exterior of the compound. Haha, there is no need to be anxious. That familiar laugh caused all of them to relax just as everyone became anxious. After which, numerous gazes swept toward the 3 human figures at the entrance. Xiao Yan pushed Xiao Ding and slowly entered this shabby compound. His gaze swept across the somewhat familiar faces. These people had some blood relationship with him. Everyone, look who has returned. Xiao Ding looked at everyone and laughed. All the clan members were stunned when they heard this. Their gazes immediately shifted to the black-robed, young man behind him. Everyone was startled when they saw that young face. It was some time later before a wave of wild joy suddenly erupted within the compound. It's young Master Xiao Yan. It really is young Master Xiao Yan. He is really back. Haha, there is finally hope for the Xiao clan. Quick, go and get the third elder and the others. Xiao Yan looked at the members of the Xiao clan who were actually somewhat at a loss because of the wild joy that had suddenly erupted. He exchanged gazes with Xiao Li by his side and a warm smile surfaced on their faces. After having been out roaming around and gaining experience for so many years, he had finally felt as though he had returned home upon reaching this place. The door to the house within the compound was hurriedly opened while everyone was crying out in wild joy. An old man immediately walked out with anxious footsteps. After which, his gaze swiftly locked onto the black-robed, young man in the compound. He looked at that familiar face and the third elder, whose irritable character had been smoothened through these years, could not control his tears from flowing out. They had finally endured until this day. Third elder, you have suffered during these years. Xiao Yan also sighed softly when he saw the third elder's tear-stricken face. He took a step forward and whispered. It's not hard, not hard. Young master must have suffered more than us after roaming outside for so many years. Third elder rubbed his tears and replied. The surrounding members of the Xiao clan also could not control their eyes. They turned red when they saw the emotional third elder. Although the Xiao clan was not considered some renowned and great clan back then, they still possessed quite a great position within the Wu-Tan city. Unfortunately, within a short few years, the clan had swiftly declined. They, who originally had enough to live comfortably, had fled all over the place, always worried that the tragedy that happened one night would occur once again. I will let the Misty Cloud sect pay back many times more than what they owe our Xiao clan. Xiao Yan gently patted the third elder's shoulders and spoke in a soft, deep voice. His voice contained some fury and killing intent that was difficult to hide. He had a responsibility that he could not shake off for the Xiao Yan to end up in this manner. Kuko, little young master is really capable. The clan head really has an eye for people. He is much better than us three old men who won't die. Back then, Kuko, the first and second elder, had told me to apologize for our foolish actions toward the little young master back then just before they died. The third elder laughed, but his voice was somewhat hoarse. Xiao Yan pressed his lips tightly together. Xiao Yan could not help but feel his nose become somewhat sour in this solemn and desolate atmosphere. If his father were to return and saw that the Xiao clan had turned into this shape, it was likely that his father would be extremely disappointed in him, right? Third elder, you should not mention those matters back then in the future. All of us possess the same blood. In the future, our aim should be to take revenge and revitalize the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and gently spoke. Kuko, we won't talk about it, we won't talk about it. According to the instruction that the first and second elders gave before they died, little young master is the current head of the Xiao clan. Any clan member will obey your orders. The old me can help enforce the clan rules for anyone who refuses to accept them. The third elder's gaze suddenly became stern when he spoke until this point. His voice was solemn. I think that big brother is more suitable for this position of clan head, Xiao Yan hurriedly spoke when he heard this. Third brother, you should not decline any longer. These are the last words of the first and second elders and they cannot be changed. Moreover, only you have the ability to lead the Xiao clan to be prosperous once more. Xiao Ding shook his head and spoke with a smile. That's right, third brother, you are the only one who can take the post of the clan head. Relax, big brother and I will help you. Xiao Li also laughed. Hearing the encouragement of these two and seeing the numerous earnest gazes from the surrounding clan members, Xiao Yan could only stop his pointless evasion and say, in that case, I will take care of this position of the clan head of the Xiao clan for now. We will discuss about who is the most suitable in the future. The surrounding clan members immediately emitted waves of cheers when they saw Xiao Yan nod his head in agreement. They possessed an unknown confidence toward Xiao Yan. Moreover, with what they had noticed in the great battle in the sky earlier, they did not have the slightest doubt in the former's strength. They believed that under Xiao Yan's leadership, the Xiao clan would definitely become more powerful than it was in the past. Xiao Yan pressed his hand on the illusionary air and suppressed the cheer. His eyes looked all around him as he asked, how many clan members are currently left in the Xiao clan? What is their strength like? There are still 208 people. If we remove the women and children, who don't have any fighting abilities, we still have around 140 people. Most of them are of the Dou Zhou or Dou Shi class. Even I am only a 4-star Douling, the third elder said. Xiao Yan gently sighed when he heard this. In the past, the Xiao clan did not possess powerful qi methods and Dou techniques, nor did they have the help of any good medicinal pills. It was natural that their training was quite slow. This kind of strength was indeed not worth mentioning in front of the Misty Cloud sect. This place doesn't seem to have over 200 people? Xiao Yan looked around him and wondered out loud. We have secretly established a mercenary group that is used to earn some extra income and to help train the clan members. Hence, most of them are usually scattered about completing their tasks. The third elder hurriedly replied. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He turned his head to Xiao Li and said, Second brother, I will leave the training of the clan members to you. You can bring up any request to me. Moreover, change the living quarters to a better place. The Xiao clan will no longer need to hide and linger about to survive in the future. Yes, no problem. However, my training methods are not something that an ordinary person can endure. I wonder if anyone is afraid. Xiao Li nodded his head and immediately swept his gaze over the clan members as he spoke in a solemn manner. Young Master Xiao Li, my son died by the hands of the Misty Cloud sect. You tell me, what am I afraid of in order to gain strength? You can just train us to death. Those who die because they cannot endure it deserve it. Quite a number of those men with excited faces within the Xiao clan roared out in excitement once Xiao Li's words sounded. Xiao Li nodded slightly. He felt quite satisfied with the guts of the members of the Xiao clan. One could train if one did not have strength. If one did not even have guts, one would just be a weakling no matter how one trained. Currently, the Xiao clan needed people who dared to stake their lives to fight and not some weaklings. Second brother, you should also dispatch some members of Xiao Gate into the city. Currently, the Xiao clan does indeed need some protection. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before speaking to Xiao Li. Leave the matter of the Xiao clan to your big brother and I. What you need to do now is prepare to deal with the Misty Cloud sect. This is the most important thing that we need to do. If we can defeat the Misty Cloud sect, the reputation of the Xiao clan will surely soar. If we were to be defeated, we will really be beyond redemption. Xiao Li nodded, patted Xiao Yan's shoulders and spoke in a deep voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692, Females Picking on Each Other. Chapter 692, Females Picking on Each Other. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Relax, leave the Misty Cloud sect to me. I will make them pay the blood debt that they owe our Xiao clan many times over. Of course, there is also the disappearance of father. I will get them to pay the price for all of these, a price that is worse than death. You are currently the pillar supporting the entire Xiao clan. As long as you remain standing, the Xiao clan will stand proudly. Hence, you must be extremely careful when you act. Xiao Li softly said. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. He placed Xiao Ding's reminder in his heart before lifting his eyes and slowly sweeping them around him. The clan members were currently no longer as cautious and anxious as they were earlier. A kind of unusual expectation and confidence filled their faces. The origin of this confidence came from him. At this moment, Xiao Yan once again sensed that the heavy burden on his shoulder was really heavy. Father, rest assured that I will let the Xiao clan once again return to the peak in my hands. Definitely, definitely. The Misty Cloud sect's attack on the Primer clan ultimately ended up with them suffering severe losses. Just as everyone thought that the strongest faction within the Jiama Empire would erupt into a thunderbolt-like anger, the former had unexpectedly descended into an unusual silence. This kind of strange action caused many people to be at a complete loss. Xiao Yan and the others might also feel surprise at this unusual silence of the Misty Cloud sect, but they did not think too deeply into it. Since the other party wanted to give them time to make contact with the other factions, they would do as the other party wished. Hai Bodong had also displayed an extraordinary effectiveness during this period of time. Within a short day, he had already made contact with the remaining few large factions of the capital. With the return of the strong Xiao Yan and his display of shocking strength in front of many people that day, there was naturally not a single faction who dared to easily slight Hai Bodong's current suggestion. Hence, the contacting work was extremely easily. The meeting place where they would discuss matters was located at the Alchemist Association, which had been maintaining a neutral position within the Jiama Empire. Being the place that had gathered over half of the alchemists within the empire, the gathering ability that the Alchemist Association possessed within the Jiama Empire was naturally far from ordinary. Although Chairman Fa Ma's medicinal refining abilities were a little inferior to Pilking Guhi, he was far beyond what the latter could compare with in terms of seniority. Hence, even Guhi had to be a little courteous in front of Fa Ma. Due to this, locating the meeting place in the Alchemist Association was not the least bit inappropriate. Xiao Yan coincidentally met Hai Bodong and Yafei, who were about to leave when he arrived at the Primer clan early in the morning. Hee, you little fellow, Hai Bodong laughed out loud when he saw Xiao Yan. He was just about to greet the latter when he saw the beautiful face that contained a bewitching feeling behind Xiao Yan. His face twitched a little as he coughed dryly and said, I was just about to send someone to look for you. I have already made contact with the Imperial family, the Mu clan, and the Nalan clan to meet at the Alchemist Association today to discuss some collaboration issues. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. He patted Zi Yan's head, which was looking all around the place from his side. Since he was worried that this little girl would be abducted by Medusa to go and steal other people's medicinal ingredients, he could only bring her by his side. However, he was somewhat speechless in the face of Medusa following him. It seemed that this woman possessed a great interest for Zi Yan. Xiao Yan, this is? Yafei, whose pretty face contained a gentle smile, was also startled when she saw Medusa following close behind Xiao Yan. She immediately smiled and asked without revealing anything. A friend. You can call her Kai Lin. Xiao Yan appeared to have sensed that something was not quite right under the focus of Yafei's watery peach blossom eyes. Hence, he could only answer vaguely. Cuckoo, so it's Miss Kai Lin. Yafei raised her eyebrows upon hearing this. She took 2 steps forward, observing Medusa's exquisite, flawless face that caused even her to feel like exclaiming out loud. She smiled and said, Miss Kai Lin is indeed beautiful. No wonder you are following beside Xiao Yan DD. DD, younger brother. To the side, Xiao Yan was immediately startled when he heard Yafei's words. These words were spoken as though he coveted other people's beauty. Why was it that this Yafei Jia was a little different today compared with yesterday? Was she jealous? Xiao Yan quietly pondered in his heart. TL, Jia, older sister. As a man, it was perhaps difficult for Xiao Yan to sense some of the thoughts of a woman. However, Medusa managed to sense the slight enmity and caution in the tone of the woman in front of her, who similarly possessed an extremely extraordinary appearance and demeanor. Her long eyelashes blinked slightly and her lazy eyes swept over Xiao Yan and Yafei. She could vaguely sense that this beautiful lady in front of her had some special feelings toward Xiao Yan. For some unknown reason, Medusa involuntarily knit her eyebrows when she thought of this. An unknown emotion rose in her heart. This kind of emotion caused her to feel somewhat frustrated. Hence, her pretty face turned to Xiao Yan and her tone turned a lot colder. Why are we dragging on the conversation here instead of doing serious things? Xiao Yan was also startled when he saw that Medusa's expression had suddenly turned cold. His gaze immediately swept over both Yafei's face and then her face. His heart felt puzzled. Why was it that both women were not quite normal today? Asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk, asterisk cough asterisk. Hai Buodong by the side was an extremely experienced person in his old age. He managed to see the somewhat unfriendly atmosphere between Yafei and Medusa at a glance and immediately let out a dry cough as he hurriedly pulled Yafei behind him. Should this ferocious, beautiful female snake suddenly attack, Yafei would likely be unable to even endure a single blow given her strength. Yafei, all of the auction houses of the clan will once again open today. These matters are also troublesome. You should hurry over to direct and settle them. Xiao Yan's group and I still need to hurry to the Alchemist Association. Although Yafei was somewhat unwilling, she could only nod her head when she heard Hai Buodong's orders. However, just before she left, she slowly walked in front of Xiao Yan and extended her jade-like snow-white delicate hands to gently help him flatten his somewhat messy robe. She gently said, "Little fellow, don't be impulsive in this meeting. Every person whom you can rope in is one extra person for you to use. It will also be good if they end up becoming a sacrifice. Now, you not only carry the fate of the Xiao clan, but you also owe me a promise. You better not shamelessly forget about it." Xiao Yan sniffed the faint fragrance that was transmitted from in front of him and felt the gentle feeling that was brought over when Yafei's delicate snow-white hand brushed against him. His heart moved a little as he revealed his bright white teeth and said with a smile, "Of course I will not forget about it. Just before I left back then, I had said that I will try my best to help you even if Yafei Jia wants to become a queen in the future." Yafei smiled as she covered her mouth and laughed lovingly. "I am not interested in being a queen." Hai Buodong let out a dry laugh as he saw the two of them flirting with each other. He could sense that the face of Medusa behind Xiao Yan was becoming increasingly colder. "Alright, I shall take my leave first. All of you should hurry to the Alchemist Association. My information network has been observing the Misty Cloud sect recently. I will inform you if there is any news." Yafei patted Xiao Yan's head gently and ceased lingering. When she turned her body, her gaze vaguely glanced at Medusa. Her sleek, red lips were raised a little, feeling a little joy. Xiao Yan watched her alluring figure sway as it slowly disappeared from his sight. Only then did he turn to Medusa, smile, and say, "Let's go. If you have not seen enough, you can follow her and continue watching." Medusa glanced at Xiao Yan as she laughed coldly. She immediately turned around and headed out of the manor. This woman, why is she behaving so strangely today? Xiao Yan shook his head when he saw Medusa's back and spoke in a somewhat stunned manner. "She's jealous. All women are like that." Hai Buodong by the side laughed and immediately raised his thumb toward Xiao Yan. "Little fellow, you are really good. You actually managed to tame this beautiful female snake whose name frightened the entire Jiama Empire back then. One word. Impressive. 2 words, very strong. 3 words, very very strong. TL, the 1 word, 2 word, 3 word thing sounds horrible because of translation. What a cold joke. Jealous?" Xiao Yan suddenly laughed out loud when he heard this. He immediately shook his head. He did not think that Medusa could possess such an emotion. Moreover, tame, forget about it. Who knew if she would immediately turn hostile after the 1-year agreement and kill him? It was better to avoid messing around with this kind of woman. Cuckoo, this little girl seems to be a little different? In what way is she different? Why do I feel? Hai Buodong suddenly paused his gaze on the white-clothed little girl who was holding Xiao Yan's hand and spoke in surprise. He discovered that despite his strength, this little girl actually gave him a feeling of being difficult to see through. This kind of feeling caused him to be in an extremely bad mood. "Old man, don't randomly look. Otherwise, I will ask Kai Lin Jiejia to beat you up. Perverted old man, go and die." Zi Yan was somewhat displeased when Hai Buodong gaze swept over her. She curled her small mouth and spoke in a bratty manner. Xiao Yan smiled and patted Ziyan's head. He smiled and spoke to Haibuodong, "You should not underestimate Ziyan. There should hardly be anyone in the Dou Huang class who was a match for her. Even some Dou Huangs would not feel good after coming into contact with her punch." Surprise flashed across Haibuodong's eyes when he heard these words. This little girl actually possessed such a frightening strength? Xiao Yan merely smiled in the face of the surprise on Haibuodong's face. He did not describe Ziyan's origin in detail, clearly understanding that Ziyan's potential was extremely extraordinary. Once he managed to refine a body transformation pill in the future, it was likely that her strength would not lose to Medusa. Moreover, the frightening unusual strength of hers was something that even Xiao Yan was afraid of. It could be predicted that in the future, Ziyan would be a great help of Xiao Yan. Albeit this day was going to be a little far away. Let's go to the Alchemist Association. Xiao Yan stretched his lazy waist, and did not continue to be entangled on this topic. His gaze turned toward the spot where the Alchemist Association was located and laughed faintly. Let's go and see those old familiar faces. I wonder if after 3 years, I will have the feeling of the people being different despite the surroundings being the same. A small Dou Qi back then had already become an ultimate existence who could easily kill elite Dou Huangs. Isn't this the feeling of people being different despite the surroundings being the same? For example, that old fellow Jia Xing Tian, he is still lingering at the peak of the Dou Huang class after 3 years. Yet you have already completely transformed. Haibuodong laughed. Hence, when you meet them this time around, the expressions of these people will definitely be more interesting compared to 3 years ago. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he heard the gloating tone in Haibuodong's voice. He pulled Ziyan, turned around and walked out of the Primer clan. After which, he slowly walked in the direction of the Alchemist Association. The Imperial Family, the Alchemist Association, the Mu clan, and the Nalan clan. We have really parted for a long time. I wonder if all of you still remembered the name Xiao Yan during these 3 years. Xiao Yan passed through the numerous streets before his group appeared in front of the Alchemist Association's entrance half an hour later. He looked at the familiar door of the Alchemist Association and slowly sighed while muttering within his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, Shui. Chapter 693, Shui. Xiao Yan slowly walked into the Alchemist Association, which occupied an enormous swath of land with Haibuodong. The noisiness behind him was gradually cast aside and a faint medicinal fragrance spread out from the place, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. The current Alchemist Association was much more powerful and prosperous in terms of ability and numbers compared to 3 years ago, following alchemists repeatedly joining them during these 3 years. At the very least, there had seldom been such large human traffic within the association back then. Haibuodong needed to perform some preparations after entering the association. Hence, he merely told Xiao Yan the location of the meeting before leaving by himself. Xiao Yan still possessed some feelings toward this Alchemist Association he had parted with 3 years ago. Back then, he had experienced a great medicinal refining competition that was extremely tough for him. However, he was at most considered a Tier 3 alchemist who could refine a Tier 4 medicinal pill when he participated in the competition back then. However, now he was a Tier 6 alchemist who could be compared to piquing Gui. This improvement was not a small one. Xiao Yan's gaze looked in all directions before pulling Ziyan, whose face was also filled with curiosity, as they slowly walked to the transaction area. If one had good perception and was lucky, one might be able to find quite a good thing in such a place. The Skyfire 3 mysterious change of Xiao Yan was something that he had luckily obtained from this place. Xiao Yan walked into the transaction area with Ziyan. The vendors seemed endless and the black mass of human heads caused Xiao Yan to let out an exclamation. Following the growth of the Alchemist Association during these 3 years, the size of the transaction area had greatly expanded. Xiao Yan's sweeping gaze suddenly paused just after he entered the transaction area. He was somewhat stunned to see a figure that was as white as snow not far away. The figure was wearing a white dress while her long hair was emitting an icy cool that was just like snowflakes. This somewhat familiar figure caused Xiao Yan to recall the disciple of Frank whom he had met in the Black Rock City when he was training in the Jiama Empire 3 years ago, Shui. Xiao Yan gained quite the positive feeling for Fulan Ke back then. That old man had helped him out quite a bit. Although this was because the latter wanted to persuade Xiao Yan to participate in the Alchemist Grand Meeting, he did not have any ill intentions. This girl who had an ice-cold snow-like character also gave Xiao Yan quite a good impression. I wonder how have they been these 3 years? This thought flashed across Xiao Yan's heart, but he did not take the initiative to go over and strike up a conversation. After looking at her from a distance, he withdrew his gaze from that snow-white figure. He pulled Ziyan along as he slowly walked through this transaction area with a fierce human flow. Not long after Xiao Yan had joined the human flow, Shuemei, who had bent her body to study a medicinal ingredient, turned her head around. She seemed to have sensed something. The exquisite, ethereal snowy mountain-like face carried some uncertainty, causing the surrounding human traffic that was coming and going to involuntarily slow their footsteps. Their gazes looked at her somewhat greedily. Shuemei knit her eyebrows slightly in the face of the surrounding gazes. She immediately slowly entered the human crowd before disappearing. Xiao Yan pulled Ziyan and walked along the small path filled with vendors. His gaze repeatedly swept across those vendors. Perhaps it was because his horizons had widened, but he was unable to find a single thing that could interest him after spending 10+ minutes. All of them are broken, lousy goods, Ziyan smacked her mouth and muttered. The yaoan which she usually ate were all refined from considerably rare medicinal ingredients in the eyes of an ordinary person. An ordinary medicinal ingredient was no different to garbage in her eyes, even if it was somewhat uncommon in this market. Xiao Yan was also helpless in the face of this. It seemed that wanting to find a treasure like the Skyfire 3 mysterious change in this place really did need to rely on luck. Since there was no gains, Xiao Yan finally gave up that kind of hope after roaming a little longer. He helplessly shook his head towards Ziyan. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion occurred not far in front of him. Occasionally, there was even loud enigmatic laughter. Xiao Yan was usually uninterested in being an observer to such things. Hence, he merely raised his eyes before turning his body and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned his body, a clear, furious voice was transmitted from the crowd, one that caused him to pause. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the gaps in the crowd and faintly saw a snow-white figure. He waved his hand towards Ziyan and said, "Looks like I can't just walk away like this." Once he said this, he pulled Ziyan's hand and quickly walked toward the area where the commotion was located. A moment later, he squeezed into the crowd and swept his gaze over the disturbance within. At this moment, Shuemei was quietly standing in the middle of the crowd. However, that normally somewhat overly white, exquisite face of hers was filled with anger. There were a couple of men in alchemist robes standing a short distance in front of her, laughing as they looked at her pretty, furious, flushed red face. They repeatedly emitted bursts of laughter. "Aoba, don't go too overboard. Don't think that you can be this arrogant just because your teacher is an elder of the association." Shuemei's delicate finger pointed at the man who was the leader and furiously roared out. "He, Shuemei, the one with the highest bid gets the goods in this transaction area. Since I am able to offer a higher price than you, it is only natural that this thing is mine. Even if you were to refer this matter to the association head, he would not be able to do anything to me." That man, who was wearing a Tier 2 alchemist badge on his chest, merely laughed in the face of Shuemei's rebuke. After saying this, he turned his head to the vendor owner and shouted, "I will offer 50,000 gold coins for this icy fire snakescale fruit. Are you selling it?" That vendor owner was startled when he heard Aoba's cry. He immediately rejoiced in his heart. Although this ice-fire snakescale fruit was somewhat rare, it was at the very most worth 20,000 gold coins. It was unexpected that this prodigal person was actually willing to purchase it at double the price. Naturally, there was no reason for him not to agree. Shuemei's pretty face was green as she looked at Aoba, who was tossing the ice-fire snakescale fruit in his hand with a proud look. She clenched her silver teeth but was completely helplessly. She had recently undertook a retreat for a period of time and had just left the retreat today. Coincidentally, she saw this medicinal ingredient that she needed to refine a medicinal pill. She had just agreed on the price with the owner of the stall when this hateful person appeared like a ghost. This Aoba had once tried to woo Mei Xue because of her beautiful appearance. However, the latter was currently a Tier 3 alchemist. Hence, his attempt at wooing her naturally ended in failure. However, a failure might be a failure, but this stalker finally became extremely displeased after being publicly rejected by Shuemei a couple of times. He repeatedly changed his tactics to find trouble with Shuemei, causing her to be very irritated. Moreover, his teacher had quite a good refining ability and had long since been promoted to an elder position despite having just joined the association recently. His position within the association was quite high and he formed cliques using that status. Other than the association head and his deputy, the one with the highest authority within the association was Aoba's teacher. Hence, Mei Xue did not dare to attack and hurt this fellow despite feeling extremely annoyed. However, Shuemei had clearly underestimated the abomination of this sticky candy. Her tolerance had caused Aoba to take any advantage he could get. He would come and look for trouble at every opportunity. The situation today was not the first time this had happened. Shuemei inhaled a deep breath of air. She looked at the increasingly hateful and arrogant face of Aoba before clenching her teeth. Given this situation, she could only give up on this ice-fire snakescale fruit. Shuemei's eyes were ice cold as she stared at Aoba before turning around to leave. A laugh suddenly sounded within the crowd just as she was turning around, 100,000 gold coins to purchase this ice-fire snakescale fruit. Everyone was startled when this laughter sounded. They immediately turned their gazes and saw a black-robed, young man who was pulling a little, purple-haired girl beside him. Some people involuntarily threw him a pitiful look. Was this fellow new? He actually dared to embarrass Aoba? This laughter also caused Xue Mei to turn her head around to look at the black-robed, young man. That somewhat familiar face caused her to be startled. A moment later, she finally recalled this young man who had left a deep impression on her. Haven't you been? Xue Mei was stunned as she looked at the black-robed, young man. She gasped, but the words that had reached her mouth were hurriedly swallowed upon seeing the surrounding audience. Xiao Yan smiled and walked out from the crowd. He observed Xue Mei for a moment before laughing. Is Grandmaster Frank well? Teacher is fine, Xue Mei nodded. She immediately pulled Xiao Yan's robe and softly said, Didn't you leave the Jiama Empire? Leave quickly, don't offend these people. Since Xue Mei was in a retreat, she was completely ignorant of the matter during these past 2 days that had become the greatest news of the Jiama Empire. She merely knew that Xiao Yan was a target of the Misty Cloud sect and would definitely be in deep trouble should he discovered by the Misty Cloud sect. Oh, why? Do you want to act like a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Aoba's face gradually became dark after Xiao Yan spoke his first word. He let out a strange laugh and immediately tightened his grip on the ice-fire snakescale fruit as he coldly laughed. This young master has already bought this thing. You should just roll off to one corner. I advise you not to meddle in another person's business. Otherwise, you might be able to enter the capital, but you won't be able to leave it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, Fu Yan. Chapter 694, Fu Yan. Xiao Yan smiled faintly when he saw that bossy face. He was too lazy to say any nonsense as he raised his palm aimed at Aoba from a distance. A suction force suddenly surged out and forcefully sucked the ice-fire snakescale fruit from the other person's hand. Bastard, you are seeking death. Aoba was immediately embarrassed when he saw Xiao Yan's sudden actions. With a furious cry, he waved his hand and the 10+ men beside him pounced toward Xiao Yan like hungry tigers. Bang! 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 Xiao Yan looked indifferently at the dozen men pouncing over. He randomly waved his hand and a wind surged out explosively before immediately smashing violently into the chest of the dozen-plus men. The powerful force smashed at them until they flew backward before finally smashing away from the crowd, bringing about screams and chaos. Bang! 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 Another wave sounded. Aoba was also stunned when he saw his 10+ subordinates falling in the blink of an eye. He was just about to let out a curse when a human figure flashed in front of them. A black robe strangely surfaced in front of his eyes as a long arm gently covered his chest. After which, a faint voice slowly sounded beside his ear, causing his entire body to be covered with cold sweat. Although there is an increasing number of people in the current Alchemist Association, there are also many more dregs. Today, I shall help FA clean up a little. A powerful force suddenly erupted from the palm that was pressed on Aoba's chest after the voice sounded. Grug! 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 Aoba was heavily struck and sent flying amid numerous stunned gazes in the transaction area. A mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily spat out, plastering against the ground for over 10 meters before gradually coming to a stop. Surprise flashed across the hearts of those around when they saw that Xiao Yan could defeat Aoba with a random palm. Although this Aoba had a poor character, he was an expert who was about to advance to the Dou Qi class no matter how one put it. It was really unexpected that he was unable to even endure one exchange in the hands of this black-robed, young man. However, everyone threw numerous pitiful gazes toward Xiao Yan after they became surprised. This fellow might have enjoyed giving that punch, but did he not know that the old fellow Fu Yan always protected his own? Other than a small number of people in this Alchemist Association whom he did not dare offend, most of the people felt a little afraid of that eccentric old man who protected his own. You have gotten into trouble. Quick, follow me and leave this place. Xue Mei was also shocked at Xiao Yan's sudden attack. She looked at Aoba who was lying on the ground in the distance repeatedly emitting a groan. She hurriedly urged Xiao Yan softly before she pulled the ladder, turned around, and left. Xiao Yan did not resist Xue Mei pulling him. He glanced at the moaning Aoba not far away before pulling Ziyan and following Xue Mei as they left this noisy place. The three of them squeezed all the way out of the transaction area, but Xue Mei still did not stop. She pulled Xiao Yan and ran to the exit of the Alchemist Association. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could only helplessly remove his hand and speak with a smile toward her. He is but a useless second generation. Do we need to act like this? That fellow may indeed be a useless person, but his teacher is an elder in the association with quite the authority. His reputation is extremely great in this capital, and he tends to go to great lengths to protect his own. If we were to wait for that fellow to go and complain, that old fellow will definitely not let you off. Shuemei could only hurriedly speak in the face of Xiao Yan, who was afraid of nothing. Frank seemed to be also an association elder, right? Why are you still afraid of him? Xiao Yan knit his brows and asked her a question. Teacher is merely a tier 4 alchemist now, while that Fu Yan is a genuine tier 5 alchemist. His medicine refining level would not be much inferior even when compared to the deputy association head. Naturally, his position far surpasses that of teacher. Shuemei sighed. Her heart was extremely shocked. Xiao Yan also came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If one added all the tier 4 alchemists in the Jiama Empire, there would at least be more than 10 of them. However, there were only a few people who were tier 5 alchemists. Moreover, it was difficult for an alchemist to advance from one tier to another. Some people might even remain in a certain tier for the rest of their life. It was likely that there was only one abnormal person in the entire continent who was like Xiao Yan, who could rely on a heavenly flame and Yalao's rich experience. The difference between a tier 4 and tier 5 alchemist was just like the difference between a Dou Ling and a Dou Wang. This was an enormous gap. Hence, the difference between them was naturally great. It was also difficult to compare the position between the two. Relax, I will be able to take care of myself properly. Just now, I lended you a hand because I could not help it. Coco, it's fine. Xiao Yan was also helpless when he saw the worry and anxiety on Shuemei's pretty face. He did not expect that his stepping out to help her would cause her more anxiety. At that moment, he could only laugh and comfort her. Hee, it's fine? Little brat really knows how to talk big. It is likely that there aren't many people in this capital who could hurt my student and say everything is fine. A cold laugh sounded in the enormous hall of the association not long after Xiao Yan's words sounded. A group of people immediately walked over in an aggressive and quick manner. That leader of the group was an old man who was wearing an alchemist robe. There was a cauldron-shaped badge on the front of his robes with 5 silver glowing ripples on the medicinal cauldron. Light shot in all directions as his robe flapped, appearing extremely eye-catching. A tier 5 alchemist. He was actually so great. It really was the case of failing to recognize talent, but the human flow that was coming and going in the hall immediately paused when they looked at the badge that represented a kind of honor. Their faces were filled with respect and envy. That kind of expression seemed. Shuemei's pretty face immediately changed slightly when she saw that old man. She felt extremely frustrated in her heart. Why was the speed of this old man, who would not die, so quick? He is the one called Fu Yan? Xiao Yan ignored the surrounding gazes which seemed to be watching a good show as he turned to Shuemei and asked with a smile. Yes. Shuemei sighed in her heart as she looked at the old man, who displayed a cold smile and anger on his face as he swiftly walked over. She bit the bullet and nodded her head before immediately whispering, "You should try to speak as little as possible. This old man should not dare to make things too difficult for the younger generation like us in public." Xiao Yan was noncommittal when he heard this. It was really unexpected that the Alchemist Association would actually become more terrible during these 3 years. He really did not know how that old fellow Fa was managing it. During the time that Shuemei was speaking softly to Xiao Yan, that Fu Yan brought a large group and headed to their front in an aggressive manner. The old man glanced at Shuemei and immediately narrowed his old eyes to look at Xiao Yan. He turned his head to the pale white Aoba beside him and asked, "Is it this fellow who attacked you?" "That's right, teacher. Originally, I was competing with Shuemei to purchase a medicinal ingredient to prepare to refine a medicinal pill as a gift for teacher's birthday. However, I did not expect that this fellow would forcefully snatch away the medicinal ingredient when he appeared. He even launched a heavy attack and beat me up in this manner. Teacher, you must stand up for me." Aoba immediately complained with a crying face when he heard Fu Yan. Of course, he naturally found an extremely sound reason for himself at such a moment. "Elder Fu Yan, this matter," Shuemei hurriedly cried out. Her expression immediately changed when she heard Aoba speak such irresponsible lies. However, before Shuemei's voice sounded, Fu Yan waved his hand and said faintly, "Shuemei, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should not join in. Otherwise, you might go and say some nonsense to old Fu Kolan. You are the one who attacked just now, right? It is really unexpected that you use such heavy blows despite your young age. Who is your teacher?" Fu Yan turned his gaze and threw it to Xiao Yan. He spoke in an old-fashioned cold voice. Xiao Yan merely smiled when he saw this manner of Fu Yan. He said, "It is really unexpected that the quality of the association's elders is becoming lower and lower. Bullying others with numbers, taking advantage of one's seniority, just a stinky old man, but..." The hall immediately became much quieter when everyone heard Xiao Yan's words that carried some ridicule. Was this brat's courage not a little too great? He actually dared to mock Fu Yan in such a manner in front of the latter himself. What a sharp-tongued youth. Good. Good. Very good. You have guts. As expected, Fu Yan's expression darkened. In his anger, he began laughing. If you can walk out of the Alchemist Association unharmed today, then will you, Fu Yan, still have face? This old man is really irritating. Very irritating. Ignore him. Ziyan immediately became somewhat irritated when she heard Fu Yan's blabberings. She covered her ears and spoke with curled lips. The surrounding people smiled a little when they saw this jade carving-like little girl suddenly say these words. However, all of them sensibly shut their mouths when they saw the increasingly gloomy expression of Fu Yan. Xiao Yan also gradually became impatient after seeing more and more people gathering around them to watch the scene. He was too lazy to say any nonsense to this old man. He pulled Ziyan and Mei Sun, turned around, and left. Fu Yan's expression immediately turned green when he saw this action of Xiao Yan. This was the first time that he had met such an arrogant young person after all these years. Fury immediately blew through him. A powerful, hot Dou Qi surged out of his body with an angry cry. The powerful Dou Qi that erupted in an instant immediately caused the surrounding people to hurriedly take a couple of steps back, afraid of being innocently caught in the mess. Little brat, today, I will help your teacher teach you what is called respect for your teachers. A fiery red Dou Qi curled and rose on his shriveled dried palm like a fierce fire. Fu Yan let out a sharp cry and his body flashed forward. He immediately turned into a fire figure that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan's back. Quite a number of people in the hall emitted an exclamation when they saw that Fu Yan actually ignored his status and attacked a younger generation. Fu Yan was a genuine expert Dou Wang. There was hardly anyone who could contend with him even within this capital. Moreover, from the looks of the momentum of his angry attack, it seemed that this black-robed young man would at least end up being seriously injured if he were struck. Fu Yan moved close to Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner just as this thought flashed across everyone's heart. However, the hand was just about to grab the latter's robe when Xiao Yan suddenly waved his arm. A sleeve of his cut through the air. The sleeve was as hard as metal after Dou Qi had poured into it. Bang! 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 The sleeves collided with Fu Yan's fist and a wind erupted out from the point of contact. Immediately, everyone's face became shocked as they saw Fu Yan's body suddenly fly backward before finally smashing against the ground miserably. Everyone was stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695, Meeting. Chapter 695, Meeting. The entire hall was completely silent in front of this somewhat unusual scene. It appeared that even Fu Yan was in disbelief at this scene and his face was completely shocked and dull. He had clearly sensed that the strength of the young man in front of him was ordinary. Why? Fu Yan climbed up from the ground miserably. His face was completely flushed red. Being turned into such a miserable state in public by a member of the younger generation had caused this proud person to become crazy. Bastard! Fu Yan clenched his teeth and cursed. He was just about to attack again when the slight sound of rolling thunder reverberated out. He immediately felt his eyes suddenly become dazzled as the expressionless black-robed young man in front of him appeared by his side in a ghost-like manner. The sudden appearance of the black-robed young man caused the pores on Fu Yan's entire body to open wide. He was just about to launch an attack when a long warm hand unknowingly appeared on his neck. That ice-cold voice caused his entire body to stiffen. You don't have the qualification to represent my teacher in teaching me. Xiao Yan laughed coldly before he suddenly turned his head and spoke faintly while his gaze swept to a corner of the hall. Association head FAMA, I would not mind letting your Alchemist Association lose a Tier 5 alchemist if you continue hiding by the side, watching the show. Everyone in the spacious hall was startled when they heard Xiao Yan's words. They immediately turned their heads in a certain direction. Helpless laughter sounded in the shadow in a corner under the focus of the gazes of the many people in the hall. Immediately, an old figure slowly came sailing out and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. From the looks of his appearance, he was surprisingly the association head of the Alchemist Association, FAMA. The deputy association head, Xun Er, followed close beside FAMA. There was also a girl wearing a green-colored alchemist robe beside Xun Er. The girl had an elegant and moving appearance. She curled her red lips slightly, revealing a haughtiness. Her skin was as white as snow and a pair of intelligent bright eyes carried a slyness as they moved. Clearly, this woman was a quirky individual. At this moment, this girl's eyes were flickering with an unusual glow as she looked at the hall and conveniently looked at the black-robed young man who had subdued Fu Yan. Haha, it has been 3 years since we last met. Is little brother Xiao Yan well? This old man who managed the Jiama Empire's Alchemist Association revealed a smiling face in front of the public's gazes and inquired about Xiao Yan in a friendly manner. It was as though he did not notice the green-faced Fu Yan whose throat was being grasped by Xiao Yan. This attitude of Fa Ma naturally caused everyone in the hall to be surprised. However, when a name that had wildly spread and caused an uproar within the capital, left his mouth, everyone once again became stunned. They immediately came to a sudden understanding. The gazes that they used when they looked at the black-robed young man once again had immediately become interested. No wonder this fellow dared to be so arrogant. He was actually the Xiao Yan, the person who had caused the Misty Cloud sect to suffer great losses. Fu Yan, who was being restrained by Xiao Yan, turned pale white in an instant after hearing the form of address that Fa Ma used on the young man to his side. The anger in his eyes immediately disappeared. Back then, even the Dou Huangs from the Misty Cloud sect had died to the hands of this person. He did not have the slightest doubt that Xiao Yan only needed a little prompt in order to break his head. Moreover, with Xiao Yan's strength, it was likely that the Alchemist Association would not adopt any retaliation measure even if Xiao Yan really did kill him. This point could be clearly seen from the attitude of Fa Ma toward Xiao Yan when the former appeared. Fu Yan's mouth trembled a little as he turned his furious gaze toward the already shivering Aoba by the side. If this bastard had not failed to open his eyes and offend such a person, why would he end up in such an embarrassing situation? But Kuko, Association Head Fa Ma, this Alchemist Association has really disappointed me after having not met for 3 years, collaborating with such a faction, I'm afraid. Xiao Yan laughed softly before turning his head and spoke to Fa Ma who was slowly walking over. Fa Ma laughed bitterly when he heard this, little brother Xiao Yan. Our association does indeed have some responsibility in this matter. Fu Yan has offended you. Therefore, you can deal with him any way you like. Although these words of Fa Ma were a little soft, but it gave Xiao Yan extremely great face. Moreover, he also knew that the current Xiao Yan was no longer that young man from back then who could be motivated to fight for the champion spot in the competition by just being given a medicinal formula. Given the latter's current ability and faction, he did have the qualification to enjoy such treatment. This was because the current Xiao Yan was worthy of being a truly strong person in Fa Ma's heart. Haha, little brother Xiao Yan. Fu Yan's character is originally somewhat reckless and fiery in nature. He did not intend to offend you. Moreover, if we were to discuss about it, little brother Xiao Yan is also considered an honorary elder in our Alchemist Association. We are all from the same side. Qi Meyer smiled and stepped forward to smooth things over. Shuemei was beside Xiao Yan as she watched these two extremely important people from the Alchemist Association step forward and speak to Xiao Yan in an extremely courteous tone that gave Xiao Yan a lot of face. Such treatment caused her to be amazed. Her gaze repeatedly drifted over Xiao Yan's body. She knew that Xiao Yan had become the champion of the Alchemist Grand Competition back then. However, this alone would not be sufficient for Alchemist Grandmasters like Fa Ma and Qi Meyer to treat him with such politeness. Moreover, from the way the conversation was proceeding, it seemed that they were willing to lose a Tier 5 alchemist rather than coming into conflict with Xiao Yan. This caused her to be completely stunned. The young man who was chased out of the Jiama Empire by the Misty Cloud sect back then actually possessed such abilities? The eyes of the pretty girl beside Qi Meyer flickered as she looked at the black-robed young man whose face was still calm even when these two extremely important people of the association stepped forward. She felt absent-minded within her heart for a moment. The young man back then might have been outstanding, but he was merely a member of the younger generation who possessed some potential. However, within a short 3 years, he had already become an expert whom even association head Fa Ma had to treat in a courteous manner. This growth speed really did cause people to be quietly aghast. No wonder even great-grandfather said that this person's achievements in the future would be extraordinary in the future back then. The girl suddenly recalled a sentence that Jia Xingtian had mentioned to her back then. At that time, she was still somewhat unconvinced. However, now even her proud self could not help but be completely convinced. Compared to the other young people from this generation back then, the current Xiao Yan had undoubtedly walked to a relatively high position. Xiao Yan glanced indifferently at Fa Ma and Qi Meyer. He subsequently looked at the pale-faced Fu Yan who did not even dare to move his body. He smiled, slowly withdrew his hand and softly said, "Since the two association heads have stepped forward, it is only natural that Xiao Yan will give both of you some face." Originally, today's matter was some small problems among the younger generation. I had no choice since this elder wanted to come running out by himself. Fu Yan's expression immediately alternated between green and white when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Kuko, little brother Xiao Yan, thank you for letting Fu Yan off. The old me will privately settle this matter today and be accountable to you. Fa Ma also sighed in relief and hurriedly spoke when he saw Xiao Yan did not really attack Fu Yan. Xiao Yan waved his hand and stared at Aoba. This fellow should have already become aware that the most unlucky person would definitely be him when this matter was settled. Hence, his face was a ghastly white as though it was painted with white powder. He also did not expect that he would actually end up kicking such a hard metal plate today. Is everyone here? Xiao Yan's gaze turned to Fa Ma and asked, no longer lingering on the original topic. Haha, everyone is here. We are waiting for you. Fa Ma smiled and nodded. Let's go then. Xiao Yan did not delay any longer after hearing this. He turned his head to Shui Mei and said with a smile, I currently have some matters to deal with and will leave first. Help me say hi to Grandmaster Frank when you see him. Xiao Yan did not wait for Shui Mei's response after saying this. He pulled Zi Yan and walked to the interior of the hall. Shui Mei only recovered after Xiao Yan had turned around and left. The back of her teeth gently bit her lower red lip as she studied that tall skinny back. There was an unusual color flowing in her eyes. Back then, when she had met Xiao Yan for the first time, the latter was still striving to become a Tier 2 alchemist. With the quiet flow of time, Xiao Yan had unknowingly become an expert who was comparable to these top people of the empire. This kind of transformation could not be described as small. It was likely that Frank and Ao2O would also sigh emotionally should they know about his progress. Xiao Yan followed Fa Ma's group and turned into a couple of corridors before moving along the stairs and making the slow climb to the higher levels of the association. During their walk, Xiao Yan, who had been chatting and smiling with Fa Ma and Chi Meyer, suddenly turned his gaze to the somewhat familiar-looking elegant girl at the side. He smiled and said, we have not met for 3 years. Little princess is becoming prettier and prettier. The elegant girl was immediately startled when she realized Xiao Yan had suddenly acknowledged her. She slyly laughed, it is really unexpected that an expert like you can still remember me. It is really my honor. Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at this girl who was still sort of quirky. A smile surfaced on his calm face as he sensed the tone of her words. Although these years of venturing out had given him an extremely rich appearance, it also turned him into someone like an old man. Who could imagine that he was actually not much older than the little princess? He recalled back then when a group of members from the younger generation were competing with each other to be the champion of the Alchemist Grand Competition. Now, the people who participated have changed. Fa Ma and Chi Meyer, who were walking at the front, glanced at Xiao Yan, who was happily conversing with the little princess. They were slightly startled before they immediately exchanged gazes. An unusual smile flashed across their eyes. Little princess's age seems to be one where she should find a partner. This girl is extremely proud with extremely high expectations. Given Xiao Yan's ability, he is extremely compatible with her. A thought suddenly appeared in the hearts of these two old men as they walked. They looked at one another before a sly fox smile lifted on the corner of their mouths. Xiao Yan was naturally not aware of the thoughts of these two people. He sniffed the youthful scent that was scattered from the body of the girl by his side. He was quite happy that he could converse with someone much younger at this moment. However, when Fa Ma and Chi Meyer stopped in front of a large door, he slowly ceased his conversations. He arranged his robes and his expression once again became as still as an old well. He knew that the people inside were all the top experts within the Jiama Empire. He could only look up to them back then. However, now he had the qualification to face them as equals or even look at them as inferiors. We're here. Fa Ma smiled as he spoke. After which he exchanged glances with Chi Meyer before he gently pushed open the door. They moved their bodies a little to the side and opened up a path to walk in. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Revealing Oneself. Chapter 696, Revealing Oneself. An unusual atmosphere covered a spacious and well-lit large hall. A couple of human figures were seated within it. They would occasionally chat and smile, but even while they chatted, some of their gazes would involuntarily turn to the door. Clearly, they were a little absent-minded. Although those people who were seated in this place were the leaders of the powerful factions within the Jiama Empire, they still felt somewhat antsy. Creak. The tightly shut door suddenly opened as the clear sound of a door opening quietly resounded across the hall. The backbone of these people within the hall could not help but straighten after the door was opened. Their gazes instantly shifted before stopping at the entrance. The tightly shut door was completely opened under everyone's gazes. A moment later, a black-robed figure who had been absent for 3 years entered their eyes. Everyone, we have not met for 3 years. Are you well? The black-robed person's appearance and laughter was missing a sentimental tenderness from 3 years ago as it reverberated softly in the hall. The reverberating laughter within the hall also caused everyone to throw their gazes toward the entrance. A black-robed, young man was standing with a smile at that spot. Sunlight shone into the hall through windows and coincidentally covered the young man in light. Under the sunlight, that somewhat familiar face revealed an additional maturity and reservation as well as a missing tenderness and vigor compared to 3 years ago. Everyone in the hall faintly felt somewhat absent-minded as they looked at the black-robed, young man who was standing at the entrance. 3 years was not considered too long for them, but in these short 3 years, the young man back then had completed a total transformation. "Coco, little brother Xiao Yan, it is really unexpected that you have reached such a level after having not met for 3 years. It really makes the old me feel ashamed." Jia Xingtian was the first person in the hall to recover. He hurriedly stood up and spoke in a clear, loud voice. There was still a lady wearing a luxurious gown seated elegantly beside Jia Xingtian. From the beautiful appearance of her, she was naturally Yao Yi whom Xiao Yan had met that day. However, the latter had currently removed her phoenix crown and her entire person appeared to be less majestic and more like a woman. At this moment, Yao Yi had also thrown her gaze over when the black-robed young man appeared. Her lips contained a somewhat moving smile. Xiao Yan's gaze glanced at the linen-robed old man and smiled. He slowly walked into the hall and said, "Jiao Lao's demeanor still remains the same." While he spoke, Xiao Yan's gaze also slowly swept across this bright hall. There were some other familiar faces other than Jia Xingtian. There was Mu Chen from the Mu clan and the somewhat unnatural faces of Nailan Jia and Nailan Su from the Nailan clan. "Little brother Xiao Yan, please take your seat. We are just waiting for you." The head of the Mu clan, Mu Chen, looked at this tall black-robed, young man who appeared extraordinary before glancing at Mu Zhan beside him, who was already the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Mu clan. He sighed in his heart. 3 years ago, the two of them were still on the same line. Now, however, this gap. Mu Zhan, who was seated beside Mu Chen, also sensed the latter's gaze. He immediately rolled his eyes and looked at Xiao Yan who was around the same age as him. He was speechless in his heart. During these 3 years, he had been working extremely hard on his training. However, he was merely a 7-star Douling at this moment. This kind of achievement could indeed be considered quite good if placed in the Mu clan or any other clan. Yet, if he were to compare with Xiao Yan in front, they were undoubtedly worlds apart. This fellow. I really don't know how he trains. His strength actually rose so quickly? Mu Zhan muttered in his heart. Back then, he could be considered to have exchanged blows with Xiao Yan at that party. The both of them had approximately the same strength back then. However, now this gap had extended to a somewhat frightening extent. Xiao Yan also smiled when he saw the smiling Mu Chen. Although the Mu clan did not go all out to help him like the Primer clan did back then, the matter of Mu Tai still caused Xiao Yan to have a favorable impression of them. Xiao Yan slowly walked into the hall. He smiled and greeted some people, and neglected only Nailan Jia and Nailan Su by the side whether intentionally or by oversight. The smile on Nailan Jia's and Nailan Su's face was somewhat forced when they saw Xiao Yan finish his greetings with everyone before finding a chair beside Hai Buodong and taking a seat. This action of Xiao Yan clearly indicated that he still bore a grudge to their Nailan clan. However, given their clan's past actions toward Xiao Yan, it was not wrong for them to receive such a treatment. Hence, the both of them could only act like mutes and not voice their bitterness as they stiffened their faces and sat down beside the table. The current Xiao Yan was no longer the tender young man back then. With the latter's current strength, he no longer needed to view the Nailan clan too seriously. Everyone in the hall had also taken notice that the Nailan clan was ignored. However, their expressions did not change and the laughing conversations were not reduced. Fa Ma and Qi Meyer also walked in from the outside not long after Xiao Yan took his seat. After which, they took their seats. With everyone seated, the leaders of the few strongest factions within the Jiama Empire had all gathered. I think that everyone should clearly be aware of the reason that I have gathered everyone here. Hence, I shall not beat around the bush. Xiao Yan raised his gaze and slowly spoke with a smile after everyone had taken their seats. Everyone in the hall immediately paused their mouths after hearing Xiao Yan speak. They knew that the main event was about to begin. I have not been back for 3 years and did not expect the Misty Cloud sect to have expanded to such an extent. This is indeed beyond what I had foreseen. Xiao Yan was unconcerned at everyone's silence as he spoke faintly. The Misty Cloud sect has destroyed my Xiao clan and I will definitely avenge this blood feud. Hence, I, Xiao Yan, and the Misty Cloud sect are in a situation where we won't stop until one of us dies. Today, I have invited everyone over in order to join hands and eliminate the Misty Cloud sect, this empire's cancer. Coco, Mr. Xiao Yan, the Misty Cloud sect is indeed currently becoming more and more powerful. However, this does not seem to have an overly direct impact on us. the first person who opened her mouth to speak after hearing Xiao Yan's words was Yao Yi, who was sitting elegantly beside Jia Xingtian. At this moment, this beautiful female emperor of the empire glanced at Jia Xingtian beside her and immediately smiled as she said, "However, as a member of the imperial family, we are naturally unwilling to see any faction become too powerful and even result in the loss of an equilibrium. Hence, if Mr. Xiao Yan really has the confidence to deal with the Misty Cloud sect, my imperial family can perhaps give some help in areas where our abilities are incorporated." Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head after raising his eyes to look at this woman whose words were calculated. He suddenly said, "Not long ago, when I passed through the Xingui Pass during my return to the Gemma Empire, I coincidentally met an elder of the Misty Cloud sect. At that time, that elder was helping a deputy commander who belonged to the Misty Cloud sect to snatch the spot of the commander. As soon as he could become the highest-ranking commander in the Xingui Pass, the troops that were stationed there would likely change to being under the command of the Misty Cloud sect." The expressions of Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi drastically changed simultaneously when they heard Xiao Yan's words. They involuntarily cried out loud, "How can this be possible?" Xiao Yan smiled when he saw the two of them whose faces had changed from the great shock. It seemed that Mu Tai had really yet to report the news. "The commander of the Xingui Pass is called Mu Tai. I think the both of you should have some impression. He is someone from the Mu clan." Xiao Yan smiled as he said, "Whether things are true or otherwise, it is likely that news will arrive in another day or two." Yao Ye's and Jia Xingtian's expression became somewhat volatile as they heard this. If this matter was true, did that not mean that the Misty Cloud sect had truly begun to act against the imperial family? I think that given everyone's information network, all of you should know a little about the wild ambition that the Misty Cloud sect has displayed during these few years. When that time really comes in the future, all of you will have two choices. One is to be destroyed by the Misty Cloud sect. The other is to surrender to them. Everyone's family assets are things that your ancestors fought hard for. I think that everyone would feel some guilt to your ancestors if you were to just surrender in this manner to the Misty Cloud sect, right? Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the entire place and spoke with a smile. Hence, I have called everyone here today just to further heat up the situation for everyone. Currently, the situation in the empire no longer allows for any neutrality. Xiao Yan crossed his 10 fingers and softly spoke, "I will engage in a final decisive battle to the death with the Misty Cloud sect. This great battle is extremely crucial to me. Hence, I will not allow any accidents to appear." Everyone must express their stance with Xiao Yan before this decisive battle. These words of Xiao Yan clearly told everyone that if he were to have a big battle with the Misty Cloud sect, he would not be reassured if any faction within the capital were to simply observe from the side. After all, if any accident were to occur and some faction were to launch a sneak attack from behind, it would likely cause quite the unexpected change to the big battle. These words lacked some gentleness and had an additional overbearing feeling. However, no one seated felt that this pile of words was inappropriate. This was because they knew that the current Xiao Yan possessed such a qualification. The atmosphere in the hall felt somewhat oppressive under Xiao Yan's words. Jia Xingtian, Fema, Mu Chen, Nailan Jia, and the others exchanged gazes with one another. All of them descended deep into thought. The choice of their position was not a game. Should they choose wrongly, they would definitely end up in destruction. Hence, even they had difficulty making a decision in a short while. "Coco, my primer clan will stand on Xiao Yan's side. The old me knows that even if one were to seek refuge with the Misty Cloud sect, one would likely not come to a good end. The current Yin Shan, everyone better think carefully." Hai Buodong laughed and spoke when he saw everyone hesitating. Everyone curled their lips when they heard Hai Buodong's words. His primer clan and the Xiao clan had basically reached a point where it was almost impossible to separate the two. He would naturally help Xiao Yan, although they thought along these lines, all of them still felt a little sour in their hearts. Back then, Hai Buodong was not the only person who had identified Xiao Yan as an extraordinary person. However, he was the only one who had the guts to risk offending the Misty Cloud sect to lend him a hand. Mr. Xiao Yan, may I know what are your chances of victory in this big battle between the Misty Cloud sect and you? Mu Chen gently coughed before suddenly speaking. At this moment, the manner in which he addressed Xiao Yan had changed a little. The latter's age appeared to have been ignored by everyone at this moment. Jia Xingtian and the others hurriedly braced their ears when they heard Mu Chen's question. If Xiao Yan wanted them to choose a side to stand on, it was only natural that Xiao Yan needed to reveal some trump cards that could reassure them. The chances of victory are 50-50, Xiao Yan merely smiled and replied faintly as everyone opened their ears. This chances of victory that were neither high nor low clearly caused everyone to become somewhat dissatisfied. Jia Xingtian immediately laughed dryly as he said, "Although you have brought back quite a number of expert Dou Wangs this time around, the Misty Cloud sect also possesses quite a number of Dou Wangs. Moreover, according to what we know, the Misty Cloud sect has at least 3 elite Dou Huangs whose strengths are even stronger than Yun Du's and Yun Sha's. Of course, the most troublesome person is naturally Yun Shan. May I know if you have the confidence to deal with him? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 697, Wedding. Chapter 697, Wedding. Xiao Yan smiled when he heard this. He flicked his finger and a wisp of jade-green flame shot out of the window before disappearing. A rushing sound suddenly sounded from outside the window just as everyone was feeling uncertain about his actions. Immediately, 3 figures rushed in. The 3 powerful auras that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an elite Dou Huang caused their expressions to immediately change a little. I naturally also have elite Dou Huangs, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and pointed at Old Gu and the other 2 who had appeared. However, his voice had just sounded when the space around him suddenly rippled. Immediately, a somewhat illusionary old figure gradually appeared in front of everyone's stunned gazes. Of course, we also have an elite Dou Zong. Old laughter slowly sounded the moment that the illusionary figure appeared. A majestic aura that caused those seated to change their expressions drastically immediately surfaced like a rushing torrent of floodwater. The sunlight passed through the window and landed on the somewhat illusionary old man. However, it did not form a slight figure on the ground. This situation appeared somewhat strange. The human figure which had suddenly appeared in the eruption of the majestic aura that was not the least bit inferior to that of an elite Dou Zong caused everyone to descend into an alert state. Numerous gazes contained some shock as they stared at the former. An enormous wave flipped within their hearts. Xiao Yan also revealed a stunned face in front of the complete silence. A moment later, he finally quietly rubbed his head and laughed bitterly as he said, "Teacher, why have you come out?" Teacher? The manner in which Xiao Yan addressed this mysterious old man immediately caused everyone's heart to leap violently. The eyes that they used to look at the latter became more unusual. They had clearly witnessed Xiao Yan's improvement over these years. Part of this might be because he possessed an excellent training talent. However, if one were to think carefully, it was likely that the help of this mysterious old man was also important. Cuckoo, it's fine. Others will learn about it sooner or later. Yao Lao laughed. This was the first time that he had appeared in front of other people with the exception of Xiao Yan and Medusa. However, this action was not a random one. He knew that he would likely have difficulty hiding himself in the decisive battle between Xiao Yan and the Misty Cloud sect. Since that was the case, what was the difference between appearing sooner or later? Moreover, by choosing to appear during such a time, he would undoubtedly become a heavy bargaining chip that would cause the hesitating Jia Xingtian and the others to quickly decide on their stance. Everyone became even more certain of the relationship between the two when they heard the conversation between Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. They involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva before looking at each other. All of them felt somewhat shocked. It was unexpected that this fellow was actually still in possession of such a trump card. No wonder he dared to challenge the Misty Cloud sect. Compared to Jia Xingtian and the others, Haibuodong and Old Gu's group were even more shocked. This was because they were clearly aware that beside this mysterious old man, there was still an extremely powerful expert who could contend with an elite Dou Zong by Xiao Yan's side, Medusa. If one were to put it this way, did that not mean that there were 2 ultimately powerful experts beside Xiao Yan who could stand shoulder to shoulder with an elite Dou Zong? When they thought of this, Old Gu, Su Mei, and Tai Wu looked into each other's eyes. Their eyes contained a fear as they rejoiced in their hearts that they had not come into a head-on conflict with Xiao Yan back in the Black Corner region. Otherwise, it was likely that even they would end up following Fan Lao's fate. From the corner of the hall, Nailan Jiet and Nailan Su also gradually recovered from the shock of Yao Lao's appearance. They looked at one another and inhaled a breath of cool air simultaneously. Their mouths were filled with bitterness. The greater the strength that Xiao Yan displayed, the greater the regret in their hearts would expand. Originally, he would have become their Nailan clan's son-in-law. If everything went smoothly, the Nailan clan's power and influence would have been greatly boosted because of him. However, Yao Lao absorbed all the expressions on everyone's faces within the hall. He waved his hand and sat in a chair beside Xiao Yan before he smiled and said, "You can just continue to discuss what you want to discuss. There is no need to be concerned about the old me." Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, everyone in the large hall, including Jia Xingtian, hurriedly cupped his hands together. A Dou Zong and a Dou Huang were 2 experts from completely different levels. An expert of this level could be placed in the upper levels of the Golden Pagoda even when placed on the entire Dou Qi continent. All of them, however, could only be considered the middle upper level. Coco, may I know how to address this senior? It seems that I have never met this senior in the Jiama Empire. Jia Xingtian cupped his hands to Yao Lao and spoke with a respectful smile. The old me is not someone from the Jiama Empire. Hey! I'm afraid that all of you had not been born when I was roaming the continent. Yao Lao laughed. His gaze immediately turned and swept toward Fa Ma in the hall. At this moment, the latter had descended into deep thought when Yao Lao appeared. He seemed to be trying to recall something. You are that little alchemist from back then, right? I still remember your aura. After having not met you for so many years, you seem to have gained some ability. The soft laugh that was emitted from Yao Lao's mouth caused everyone in the hall to become dull. Fa Ma's body, however, suddenly trembled. He was filled with disbelief as he lifted his head and involuntarily cried out, You are the old man from back then? Yao Lao laughed and carelessly nodded. He saw Xiao Yan's confused expression and said, I met him back then when I was roaming the continent. However, at that time, he was merely a little older than you. Back then, the old me saw that he had some talent and helped him improve a little in my interest. Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding. The faces of Jia Xingtian and the others who heard Yao Lao's words twitched a little. They immediately wiped cold sweat off their faces. This person was likely considered a genuine old demon, no? While everyone was wiping cold sweat, Fa Ma wore an excited face as he hurriedly got off his seat and knelt down toward Yao Lao from a distance. Yao Lao waved his sleeves just before both of Fa Ma's knees were about to touch the ground. A gentle force lifted Fa Ma up. Yao Lao said, There is no need to give me such a respectful greeting. I was merely just a little interested back then. You are able to have your current achievement because of your own hard work and talent. I will never forget the favor of you enlightening me even in my death. Fa Ma could only stand since he was unable to kneel and bow. He gave Yao Lao a bow that a member of the younger generation would use as he respectfully replied. Xun Er by the side also wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead when he saw Fa Ma actually greeted Yao Lao in such a grand fashion. Currently, Fa Ma was a genuine Tier 5 alchemist. Yet this kind of achievement was merely because the old man in front had randomly enlightened him a little. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of frightening background this old man had. Yao Lao merely helplessly shook his head when he saw that everyone was so frightened that their faces repeatedly emitted cold sweat. He waved his hand to everyone and immediately said, all right, you should all discuss the important matters. Otherwise, this disciple of mine will blame the old me for coming out to disturb his discussion. That's right, what Xiao Yan said earlier is true. There are some things that must be settled before the decisive battle with the Misty Cloud sect. Hence, it is best that everyone think things through properly. You should all choose carefully for this stance of yours to be in your best interest. There was a faint threat toward the end of his words. There was not a single person seated in the place whose expression did not change because of these words from an elite dozone. Yao Lao smiled after his words sounded. His body immediately trembled and the illusionary body of his gradually became faint. After which, he strangely disappeared. Xiao Yan could only helplessly shake his head after seeing Yao Lao disappear. He lifted his head to look at everyone before laughing. Coco, I'm sorry. Teacher is always so straightforward. Everyone hurriedly joined in laughter after hearing this. If they felt that the current Xiao Yan was worthy of them treating him seriously, Xiao Yan now possessed the qualification for them to look up to. A teacher who had the strength of a dozone. With this kind of background, why would he need to fear the Jiama Empire? So, everyone, have you made your decisions? Xiao Yan's fingers gently tapped the table before raising his eyes and suddenly asking. The large hall once again became silent. A moment later, Fa Ma abruptly clenched his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. The old man has done me the favor of enlightening me in the past. My Alchemist Association shall take a gamble this time around and do our best to help you fight with the Misty Cloud sect. Fa Ma's words caused everyone to be startled. The Alchemist Association possessed a great reputation within the Jiama Empire. Xiao Yan's strength would undoubtedly soar with their help. Since association head is this bold, our Mu clan will also accompany you. In any case, the Misty Cloud sect has disliked our Mu clan for a long time. They might not act now, but our future fate is likely not going to be good. Mu Chen slammed the table in front of him, clenched his teeth, and fiercely spoke not long after Fa Ma's voice sounded. There were already 3 of the 5 large factions who had indicated their stance. All that was left was the Imperial family and the Nalan clan. Yao Yi knit her eyebrows tightly. Her gaze was exchanged with Jia Xingtian before she immediately spoke with a clear voice. Mr. Xiao Yan, it is not impossible for our Imperial family to aid you. However, please allow Yao Yi to ask a question here. Princess Yao Yi, please feel free to speak. The Misty Cloud sect is indeed a large fierce tiger of our Jiama Empire. However, Mr. Xiao Yan's faction is no longer weak now. It is even sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Misty Cloud sect. Yao Yi wishes to ask this. If the Misty Cloud sect were really eliminated in the future, will you become another fierce tiger within the Jiama Empire? If this is the case, won't our imperial family be in the same situation before and after this? Yao Yi's pretty face tightened. Her gaze looked at Xiao Yan, but it was devoid of even a little fear. These words of Yao Yi were undoubtedly extremely targeted. Hence, the atmosphere within the hall immediately became anxious once her voice sounded. Some people even quietly emitted cold sweat as they silently asked how could this girl be so bold. Xiao Yan's finger gently tapped on the table. He glanced at Yao Yi, who was intently staring at him. Although Jia Xingtian at her side did not move, Xiao Yan could still sense his suddenly tightened body. There will always be a divide between the strong and weak in any place. My faction might perhaps become a fierce tiger within the Jiama Empire in the future. However, I can guarantee this in front of everyone here. As long as the imperial family doesn't try to do anything, I will definitely not do something similar to the Misty Cloud sect's attempt to snatch the authority in the empire. Xiao Yan mused for a long time before his faint voice finally sounded. Princess Yao Yi seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's answer. However, just as she was about to open her mouth again, Xiao Yan's expression sank as he said, Princess Yao Yi, you should also know that if I do not act this time around, your imperial family will be completely destroyed by the Misty Cloud sect within a couple of months to a year's time. Hence, I hope that you will bring the matter to a close when things look good. Don't think that Xiao Yan is here to beg you to cooperate with me. Yao Yi's heart was startled when she heard Xiao Yan's words. Only at this moment did she remember that this cooperation was actually because Xiao Yan wanted to settle all of the hidden danger. Their participation in the battle or otherwise did not appear to be a decisive factor. Under this threatening tone of Xiao Yan, Yao Yi eventually helplessly withdrew in defeat. Jia Xingtian by the side also smiled and said, Yao Yi is still young and it is only natural that she does not consider all aspects when she does things. I hope that Mr. Xiao Yan will not blame her. Cuckoo, since everyone is in agreement, our imperial family will naturally not be excluded. My imperial family will definitely do our best to help destroy the Misty Cloud sect this time around. Seeing that the imperial family had also stated their stance, Nayland Jie and Nayland Su could only open their mouths to indicate that they would also fight against the Misty Cloud sect. Xiao Yan sighed in relief within his heart when he saw that these old foxes had all finally agreed. He smiled and said, in that case, I wish that we will be successful in our cooperation. Additionally, I would like to make a request to everyone. Please do not leak the matter of my teacher out. Everyone hurriedly nodded when they heard this. Hai Buodong also smiled when he saw that everything had been arranged appropriately. He was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. His hand beckoned toward the window and a messenger bird flew in and finally landed on his hand. It's information that Ye Fei had sent over. Hai Buodong removed the slip of paper from the messenger bird and smiled toward Xiao Yan before immediately opening it. His expression immediately changed when he did so. What is it? Xiao Yan frowned and asked when he saw this change. Hai Buodong licked his lips. His gaze stared at Xiao Yan as he spoke in a deep voice, that old fellow Yun Shan wants to hold a wedding in the Misty Cloud sect. Wedding? Whose? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Gu Hien. Yun Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 698, Mixed Bone Molding Pill. Chapter 698, Mixed Bone Molding Pill. Xiao Yan's expression instantly and uncontrollably darkened when he heard these two names being spat out by Hai Buodong. His eyes flicked about and there was some anger faintly seeping out from them. Yun Shan wants to help Gu He and Yun Yun hold a wedding? Everyone in the hall was also stunned when they heard Hai Buodong's words. They looked at one another in a speechless manner. This old fellow, what does he intend to do by doing such a thing now? Mu Chen knit his brows and asked in a deep voice. What else? He is naturally planning to recruit Gu He at this moment. Gu He has become somewhat alienated in the Misty Cloud sect after Yun Yun was locked up during these few years. He would occasionally use the excuse of searching for medicinal ingredients to leave. Moreover, he would remain away for extended periods of time. Jia Xingtian curled his lips and laughed coldly. A tier 6 alchemist is someone that Jin Shan must treat respectfully even with his strength. However, it is really unexpected that he would actually be willing to use Yun Yun to trap Gu He. Gu He was always attracted to Yun Yun. However, in the past, the latter is a sect leader and was haughty in nature. Moreover, there was also too many things she needed to consider. Hence, Gu He could only treat her with respect in his capacity as an elder and did not cross the line by even a little. A sharp-eyed person could see that it was merely one-sided on Gu He's part. Hai Buodong voiced his thoughts. He glanced at the gloomy face of Xiao Yan, being aware of some of the issues between Xiao Yan and Yun Yun. Hence, this wedding might be completely controlled by Yunshan. His intention is to completely pull Dou Qi, this alchemist grandmaster, to the Misty Cloud sect's side. Looking at the situation according to the feelings Dou Qi has for Yin Yun, he might really become a Feng of the Misty Cloud sect if this marriage is completed successfully. Zhao Xingtian frowned intently and spoke with a deep voice. They had made quite a lot of contact with Dou Qi and naturally understood him quite well. However, Yin Yun has never held any special feelings for Dou Qi. She is also a haughty person. Unless Yunshan uses some special tactics, it is likely that Yin Yun will not submit to marrying a person whom she doesn't like. Nalan Jie's eyes looked at Xiao Yan's expression before speaking. Xiao Yan finally waved his hand after hearing the random discussion from everyone. The gloominess on his face had been suppressed until most of it had scattered. His eyes glanced at everyone before he slowly spoke. Dou Qi possesses an extremely great reputation within the Jiama Empire. It would likely be extremely troublesome if the Misty Cloud sect has his help. Hence, we will naturally need to try our best to break this marriage. Old Hai, when is Yunshan holding the wedding? 2 days from now. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A dark fog flashed across his eyes as he spoke faintly. In that case, I would like everyone to prepare everything during these 2 days. 2 days later will be the day that we will have our decisive battle with the Misty Cloud sect. So soon? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Once Dou Qi really stands at the Misty Cloud sect's side and gathers some strong people over, it is likely that it would be even more difficult to defeat the Misty Cloud sect. Xiao Yan shook his head and replied. A couple of people mused for a moment when they heard Xiao Yan and could only nod their heads. If they gave Dou Qi sufficient time, it was likely that he might really gather quite a number of experts from all over the place. Mr. Xiao Yan, as long as you are able to defeat the experts within the Misty Cloud sect, you can leave the remaining disciples for our imperial family's army to deal with. I will also quietly issue an order to some of the commanders and generals who control large armies during these 2 days and get them to quietly remove the Misty Cloud sect's spies and strength within the cities. Yi mused for a moment before she smiled and said to Xiao Yan, as long as Mr. Xiao Yan can kill Yunshan, the remaining members of the Misty Cloud sect will definitely be completely eliminated from the Jiama Empire. Although the imperial family could not compare with the Misty Cloud sect in terms of high-level experts, they, who possessed the empire's machinery, would easily be able to eliminate the Misty Cloud sect, that had lost its leader, from the empire. In that case, we will rely on Princess Yao Yi at that time. Xiao Yan merely smiled after hearing this. The Misty Cloud sect was deeply rooted within the Jiama Empire. Only the imperial family who controlled the entire empire had the large resources to completely eliminate them. This point was something that Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit. If the imperial family were to be in charge of such a thing, their effectiveness would undoubtedly be many times greater than him. However, if Dou Qi is to really stand on the Misty Cloud sect's side, Hai Buodong's gaze looked at Xiao Yan, hesitated for a moment before speaking. I have said that the blood feud between the Misty Cloud sect and I can only be resolved if one of us dies. There is no other method than this. Hence, no one is able to hinder me from destroying the Misty Cloud sect. Dou Qi is also no exception. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. Some dark, cold killing intent flashed across his dark black eyes. If he really wants to help the Misty Cloud sect, we shall just attack and kill him together. Of course, this is a method that is used only as a last resort. He is an extremely proud person. I will use other methods to discourage him and get him to withdraw at that time. We shall do as you say since you have already come to a decision. The Primer clan will do our best to help you 2 days later. Hai Buodong patted Xiao Yan's arm and spoke in a deep voice. The Alchemist Association will also do its best to help. Fa Ma smiled and spoke to Xiao Yan. This time around, the old me will bet everything on you. Xiao Yan grinned and nodded as he looked at the declaration of these two people. His gaze immediately swept toward Zhao Xingtian and he randomly spoke with a smile. I have heard that the imperial family has a guardian beast that is extremely strong. This matter is extremely important and I'm afraid that Zhao Lan must bring it out. Zhao Lao was startled when he heard this. He exchanged gazes with Yao Yi before laughing bitterly as he said, the imperial family does indeed have a rank 6 guardian magical beast with a strength that is comparable to a 7 or 8 star Dou Huang. However, it is likely to have difficulty participating in the battle. Why? Xiao Yan frowned. A magical beast that was comparable to an 8 star Dou Huang possessed an extremely great fighting strength. Among those present, it was likely that only Zhao Xingtian and Hai Buodong after he recovered his peak strength could contend with it. Mr. Xiao Yan, this is not because our imperial family is holding back. Instead, it is because the secluded sea scaly beast fought for our imperial family for many years, resulting in its body to be filled with hidden injuries. Its injuries erupted some time earlier and its condition is extremely apathetic. Its strength is not even half of what it was at its peak. It is likely that it would not have much of an impact. Yao Yi pressed her lips and softly spoke when she saw Xiao Yan's frown. Injuries? Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows. However, he spoke with a smile, perhaps I can help. After all, everyone should not forget that I am also an alchemist. Yao Yi and Xingtian Tian continued to smile bitterly after hearing his words. They said, we know that Mr. Xiao Yan is also an alchemist. However, we even invited Association Head Fa Ma to take a look back then. However, he said that in order to completely cure the secluded sea scaly beast, we would need a kind of medicinal pill called the mixed bone molding pill. Mixed bone molding pill? Xiao Yan muttered in his mouth. This kind of medicinal pill has extremely noticeable effects on the injuries of a magical beast. However, it is of a relatively high tier. It has reached that of a full tier 6 medicinal pill. Even someone of my ability would have difficulty successfully refining a medicinal pill of this tier. Hence, Fa Ma by the side helplessly opened his mouth to speak. It is likely that the only one in this Jama Empire who can refine this kind of medicinal pill is Gu He. However, the imperial family currently has a stiff relationship with the Misty Cloud sect. It is clearly not quite possible to ask him to help refine it. Jia Xingtian sighed. If not for the great decline in strength of the serene sea scaly beast, he would also not need to be this afraid of the Misty Cloud sect. Leave the matter of the medicinal pill to me, since all of us are in the same boat, I will naturally not be selfish. Xiao Yan mused for a moment before he suddenly replied. Everyone was startled when they heard this. Numerous stunned gazes swept toward Xiao Yan. Asking him to refine a tier 6 medicinal pill? If this was the case, did it not mean this fellow's medicinal refinement skills had actually broken through to the 6th tier within a short 3 years? Compared to everyone's stunned looks, Fa Ma's and Chi Meyer's expressions were exceptionally interesting. Being alchemists, they were extremely clear just how difficult it was to increase one's alchemy tier. However, this fellow in front of them had leaped from a tier 3 alchemist to a tier 6 alchemist within 3 short years. This kind of speed could only be described as frightening. No wonder he is able to obtain the favor of that old man. This talent is really something that no one could match up to. Although the mixed bone molding pill is a tier 6 medicinal pill, it is not extremely difficult to refine. With my current medicinal refining skills, I should have quite a high chance of success. Xiao Yan ignored all the stunned gazes from around him and said with a smile, Jiao Lao can send someone to bring the medicinal ingredients over later. I will naturally hand over the medicinal pill tomorrow. Jia Xingtian and Yao Yi exchanged looks after seeing Xiao Yan's face, which did not appear to be joking. They had difficulty hiding the joy between their brows as they hurriedly responded courteously. As long as they were able to allow the serene sea scaly beast recover its strength, the strength of the imperial family would naturally soar once again. If this were to be the case, it would cause them to be much calmer. I will immediately dispatch someone to send the medicinal ingredients to Mr. Xiao Yan after this. We do not care about the success rate as long as Mr. is able to refine it. The imperial family is fine no matter how many medicinal ingredients are used. Yao Yi joyfully laughed. Her tone appeared exceptionally extravagant. Although the medicinal ingredients used to refine the mixed bone molding pill were no ordinary items, it was naturally not a problem for the rich stores of the imperial family. Xiao Yan smiled while looking at the two joyful people. He said, the two of you need not thank me. You will be taking quite the risk in this decisive battle with the Misty Cloud sect. Naturally, the more strong individuals the better. If that serene sea scaly beast is able to recover its strength, it would be a great help to us. Yao Yi and Jia Xingtian hurriedly nodded when they heard this. The old man smiled until he could not shut his mouth. They did not lose out in this cooperation. Xiao Yan sighed in relief only after seeing that most of the things were settled. He threw his gaze out of the window and looked afar. His faint voice reverberated beside everyone's ears. I would like to ask everyone to gather all the fighting strength they can during these 2 days. 2 days later, this large joint army of ours will fight to the death with the Misty Cloud sect. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 699, The Xiaoplan's Mansion. Chapter 699, The Xiaoplan's Mansion. Hai Buodong and Xiao Yan bid everyone goodbye and left the Alchemist Association after having completed the meeting. The former returned to the Primer clan while Xiao Yan followed the road and walked to the most bustling area in the middle of the city. At this moment, there was a new inscription board being hung above the main entrance of a large compound at this location. The flamboyant characters written on it caused quite a number of passers-by on the streets to involuntarily pause and take a look. Xiao Mansion. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head when he saw that there was a large group of people surrounding the compound outside when he arrived. He could only flash and rush in over the wall. A couple of rushing wind sounds suddenly appeared when Xiao Yan's figure had just crossed the compound's wall. However, Xiao Yan did not dodge. He flicked his finger and a rushing wind easily received the attacks of the 4 black figures who had shot out from the shadows.
There is no need to panic. It's me.
Xiao Yan randomly defeated the 4 black figures and spoke with a smile. The 4 black figures immediately knelt with one knee on the ground and spoke respectfully upon hearing the familiar voice, "Chief.
Sorry for offending you."
Kuko, not bad."
Xiao Yan flicked his sleeves gently and smiled and did not blame them in any way.
He waved his hand toward the 4 of them and followed the small path in the compound as he slowly walked into its interior. This mansion that Xiaoli had found far exceeded the Xiao clan home in Wutan City both in terms of size and style. Due to the members in the clan having been greatly diminished, such a large compound ended up appearing a little empty and quiet. Xiao Yan walked along the small path for a moment before a spacious living room appeared in his sight. There was faint laughter being transmitted from within the hall. Xiao Yan slowly walked toward the living room, gently pushed open the door, and entered. Xiaoli and Xiao Ding, who were giving orders to the servants to clean the place, turned around to take a look when they heard the sound of the door being opened. They smiled and went over when they saw whom it was. Xiao Yan.
How is it? This mansion is not bad, right?
One cannot just rely on money if one wanted to purchase this kind of large mansion in such a place. Xiaoli looked at Xiao Yan, who was observing the place. This golden belt was mostly held in the hands of some large merchants with quite a strong background. However, the strength that Xiao Yan currently possessed in the Jiama Empire was already enough to compare with a large being like the Misty Cloud sect. These merchants naturally did not dare to find any objections to Xiaoli when he wanted to purchase this piece of land. They did not dare to even raise the price too high.
Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head.
Although this large compound could not be compared with the grand manor of the Primer clan, he was still quite satisfied with it. He immediately laughed softly. Not bad, this place shall be the headquarters of our Xiao clan in the future. Xiaoli also sighed in relief when he saw Xiao Yan nod his head.
Third brother, how was the meeting today?
Xiao Ding, who was seated on a wheelchair, smiled and asked Xiao Yan a question.
Everything progressed smoothly.
We will be able to gather the people and fight to the death with the Misty Cloud sect after 2 days.
Xiao Yan smiled as he replied. 2 days from now?
Xiao Ding was startled when he heard this.
He immediately frowned and said, why the rush? Don't tell me that there is some secret that others cannot be aware of?
Yun Shan is planning to marry Yin Yun to Gu He and use this to firmly tie Gu He to his side. If we were to truly allow them to successfully marry, it is likely that things would be more troublesome in the future. Hence, Xiao Yan slowly replied. The smile on Xiao Yan's face was greatly reduced upon mentioning this.
Yun Shan wants to marry Yun Yun to Gu He?
Xiaoli and Xiao Ding involuntarily cried out loud. Their expressions changed slightly when they heard Xiao Yan's words.
I know, yes, it is really too reasonable. Why did I not think of it? Xiao Ding's expression sank as his finger gently tapped on the armrest of the wheelchair.
He spoke solemnly, if that is the case, there will indeed be some trouble. Gu He is not an ordinary person. His ability to gather people within the Jiama Empire is likely something that even Fa Ma from the Alchemist Association would have difficulty achieving. Once he is controlled by the Misty Cloud sect, Yun Shan will have a lot more bargaining chips. But
what do you want to do? What else can you do?
Xiao Li's gaze turned toward Xiao Yan as he asked multiple questions. We must naturally not allow this wedding to be successfully completed. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His lowered eyes was somewhat sharp at this moment as he said, I will think of ways to settle Gu He 2 days later. At the very least, we must force him until he is unable to intervene in the matters of the Misty Cloud sect. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li exchanged looks with one another after hearing this.
Since this fellow had a plan, there was no longer a need for them to say anything. The both of you should settle in the clan members during these 2 days. Leave the matter of the Misty Cloud sect to me.
Xiao Yan patted both of their shoulders and laughed. I am indeed unable to be of much help on such matters. However, you must remember that you are currently the pillar of support for the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan will only have the hope of prospering as long as you are still alive. Xiao Ding glanced at Xiao Yan and slowly spoke.
Xiao Yan smiled and nodded.
There was a servant who suddenly walked in to report while the 3 of them were conversing. It was because Yao Yi had personally delivered the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the mixed bone molding pill. It is really unexpected that their speed is so quick. Looks like the imperial family views the serene sea scaly beast with great importance, Xiao Yan muttered to himself and sent someone to invite Yao Yi in. There was naturally a round of greetings when the two met before Yao Yi handed over the medicinal ingredients that had been prepared to Xiao Yan. The medicinal ingredients that Yao Yi had prepared were stored in a low-grade storage ring. Xiao Yan scanned through it and involuntarily smacked his mouth within his heart.
There was actually enough medicinal ingredients inside to refine 10 mixed bone molding pill. The imperial family really did generously spend their money to fix this matter. Yao Yi only stayed for a little after delivering the medicinal ingredients before taking her leave. Xiao Yan sent Yao Yi off with his eyes. After which, he gave some instructions to Xiao Ding and Xiao Li before turning around to enter the inner yard. He found a quiet chamber before instructing people not to disturb him. Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath after shutting the door to the chamber. He narrowed his eyes and tightened his fists under his sleeves. "Hey, old dog Wenxuan, this act of yours is really quite vicious. Damn it. An anxious dog would even leap over a wall. An anxious rabbit would even bite someone. You are forcing me to ascend the misty cloud mountain 2 days from now." The dark black ring on Xiao Yan's finger trembled and Yao Lao's illusionary figure slowly drifted out. He glanced at Xiao Yan before saying, "The Misty Cloud sect will have home ground advantage since the battleground will occur in the Misty Cloud Mountain. Moreover, they also have the advantage in terms of numbers. Looks like Yun Shan is extremely afraid of you. Otherwise, he would not put in so much effort." Xiao Yan nodded slightly. There were many people in the Misty Cloud sect and they even knew how to combine and form formations. Xiao Yan had personally experienced the strength of the formation formed back then, so he naturally understood the strength of such a thing. It is likely that Yun Shan is aware of the relationship between Yun Yun and you. This act of him might well be intending to anger and disturb your frame of mind. Yao Lao voiced his thoughts. Being experienced and sharp, he was naturally able to see through the intentions of Yun Shan in a glance. Xiao Yan was silent. Even he admitted that his state of mind was chaotic and furious when he heard that Yun Yun and Gu He were to be wed. Clearly, he was unable to truly act as though they were strangers when it came to Yun Yun. The reason why he decided that the decisive battle would be held 2 days from now was partly because he was somewhat worried that Gu He would really stand by the Misty Cloud sect's side, but he could not deny that deep within his heart, he also possessed another thought. Back then, Xiao Yan had met Yun Yun, who was using the name Yunji at that time, in the magical Beast Mountain range when he was traveling as a young man. The spring-like scene in the cave, the favor of giving the armor as well as Yunji taking the risk to rescue him a couple of times. All of these entanglements caused Xiao Yan to be unable to completely forget her regardless of how hard-hearted Xiao Yan was. Yao Lao sighed softly as he looked at Xiao Yan's changing expression. He flipped his hand and a wisp of dense white flame strangely surfaced from the ring before suspending itself in front of him. "You should put this on." Yao Lao flicked his finger and the dense white ring flew toward Xiao Yan before being accurately caught by the latter. "This is? What is this?" "Don't tell me." Xiao Yan was uncertain as he looked at the dense white ring in his hand. An icy cold feeling that was mixed with an unusual heat surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart. "This is a ring that is constructed from my bone-chilling flame. There is quite a large amount of bone-chilling flame stored in it. However, it can only be stored for 5 days before it will automatically scatter and disappear." Yao Lao smiled as he continued, "Experts from the Hall of Souls might appear in the big battle with the Misty Cloud sect this time around. I will intervene and stop them at that time. However, I will not be able to lend my bone-chilling flame to you then. Hence, this ring is in preparation. The bone-chilling flame in it is enough for you to only use the Angry Buddha Lotus flame once. Hence, try your best not to use it unless you have no other choice." Xiao Yan was startled when he heard this. He nodded slightly. Even Yao Lao was somewhat worried about that fierce battle 2 days from now. The great battle with the Misty Cloud sect will occur 2 days from now. It is pointless to think too much about it. Hence, you should try your best to raise the fighting strength on your side. Yao Lao smiled and comforted after seeing the somewhat depressed Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded quietly and took out the storage ring that Yao Yi had sent over. He softly spoke, "In that case, I will first refine that mixed bone molding pill first. If we are able to get the Serene Sea Scaly Beast to recover its strength, it would undoubtedly provide massive support to us." Yao Lao nodded slightly and smiled. "Coincidentally, I have not seen you refine medicinal pills for a long time. Today, I shall see just how much your medicinal refinement skills have improved. Since you possess 2 kinds of heavenly flame, it should be extremely smooth for you to refine a medicinal pill." Xiao Yan smiled in a dumbfounded manner after hearing Yao Lao's evaluation. He leaped onto the bed, waved his hand and took out the Crimson Beast medicinal cauldron he had obtained from Han Foam. After it flashed and appeared, Xiao Yan flicked his finger and a dark green flame appeared before finally entering the medicinal cauldron. Following the entrance of the jade green flame, the temperature within the chamber gradually rose. The flame was imprinted on the walls, setting off the chamber like an oven. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Night Discussion. Chapter 700, Night Discussion. The towering mountain peak of the Misty Cloud sect was hidden in the darkness of the night. tiny, dense lights were just like fireflies that covered the entire mountains. Although it was already late in the night, the defense of this mountain peak was even tighter than in the daytime. Numerous exposed and hidden patrols were wandering the darkness, absorbing all activity on the entire mountain into their eyes. The enormous sect stood on the peak of the misty cloud mountain. It was like a fierce beast under the cover of the hazy night that creeped over to this spot while faintly emitting an unusual pressure that caused one's hairs to stand on end. A gentle light was swaying under the wind in a remote hall located deep inside the sect. The faint light covered the entire hall, expelling the coldness lingering in the hall. The enormous hall was empty. Only a person wearing a white-colored robe in the middle gave this large hall a human presence. Yun was seated cross-legged on a futon. Her graceful, noble, beautiful face was filled with an unusual fury at this moment. Yun Shan had come to speak to her earlier, causing her body to descend into an ice-cold state.
Marry Dou Qi?
The iciness in Yunyan's heart grew increasingly denser after she thought of the words that were spoken from Yun Shan's mouth.
In what way was the current Yun Shan even slightly similar to her compassionate teacher back then?
This was really too unbelievable. Yunyan's beautiful eyes swept toward the tightly shut door and her delicate hands were tightly clenched. Her sharp nails pierced her palm until they felt painful. A moment later, she suddenly knit her eyebrows and coldly cried out, "Since you are here, you should just show yourself.
Why do you need to act so sneakily?"
Ugh, it is unexpected that despite your Dou Qi being sealed by Yun Shan, your senses are still this sharp, ugh. A helplessly bitter laugh and sigh slowly sounded in the hall after Yunyan's cry sounded. Immediately, a large human figure slowly appeared from a spot in the hall. From the looks of that familiar face, it was surprisingly piquing Dou Qi from back then.
"It's you?"
Yun was also startled when she saw Dou Qi appeared. She immediately lifted her eyebrows and coldly laughed. "Dou Qi, it is really unexpected that you are actually such a person. Taking advantage of others when they are in trouble.
To think I thought so highly of you in the past."
Dou Qi was also stunned when he heard the cold laughter of Yun. He immediately understood something and spoke with a bitter smile. "This matter really isn't related to me. All of this is Yun Shan's intention, he asked me, moreover, I really do."
"If you don't marry me, what can he do even if it's his intention?"
Yunyan's gaze flickered as she looked at Dou Qi. Her tone was aggressive. Although her Dou Qi had been sealed, her aura was not the least bit diminished. Under this attitude of Dou Qi was also somewhat unable to react despite his strengths. He rubbed his head and sighed a moment later. "Yun Shan's suggestion does indeed possess a great attraction to me. It is not as though you don't know my feelings toward you.
You merely choose to forget about them.
You are a friend who is hard to come by, but..." Yun lowered her face and shook her head. She said, "If you still have any regard to our past relationship, you will reject teacher's suggestion.
In this way, we can still be friends in the future.
Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our past relationship." Dou Qi slowly inhaled a breath of air as he looked at the ice-cold moving face under the lamplight. He suddenly asked something surprising. "It's because of that Xiao Yan, right? You have rejected me because of him, but..." Yunyan's face suddenly changed when that familiar name sounded. She roared out, "Don't talk nonsense.
You are being ridiculous. It's not like that."
Yun, it is not as though I am an idiot. Yun Shan has told me all those things. Now that I think about it, you have intervened a couple of times to rescue Xiao Yan when he was chased by the snake people race in the vast Tager desert back then because of this reason."
Dou Qi's expression was somewhat bitter.
He was always a proud person. However, even today he did not expect himself to still be unable to beat a little fellow. Yunyan's red lips moved.
She did not say anything.
Her bright eyes glances at Dou Qi before speaking. "You need not bother with my reasoning.
I am only going to ask whether you are willing to reject teacher's suggestion?"
Dou Qi was silent. He shook his head a moment later as he spoke in a somewhat deep voice. "I am worthy of you. Moreover, it is impossible between you and Xiao Yan.
There is no need for you to bother about my issues. Moreover, what right do you have to control me? You don't have the qualification to."
Yun coldly reprimanded. The corner of her mouth was lifted in ridicule. "I have said before that if it is something I am unwilling to do, even teacher cannot order me to agree. If you really intend to be stubborn in your ways, you can come and marry an icy corpse at that time."
"All because of that little fellow?"
Dou Qi cried out in a low voice. A fury immediately surged up on Dou Qi's face when he heard that Yun was actually threatening him with her death. "It has nothing to do with him. Moreover, Dou Qi, your medicinal refinement skills are renowned throughout the entire Jiama Empire.
It is not difficult for you to find a woman who is more outstanding than me. Why do you need to do this kind of thing in which one is unwilling?"
Yun gently tightened her delicate hand as she spoke in a faint voice. But I only like you. Dou Qi roared out angrily. In what way am I inferior to that fellow? He is but a little boy. Is he worthy for you to care this much?
Yun also sighed softly when she saw that Dou Qi was this stubborn. She finally ceased saying any more as she slowly shut her eyes and ignored him. Dou Qi's fury increased when he saw that Yun was acting in this manner. However, he did not dare to violate this lady in front of him whom he had always held some love and great respect for. He immediately paced up and down the hall for a long while before he gradually but finally recovered his emotions. He suddenly spoke in a deep voice, Xiao Yan has indeed returned to the Jiama Empire. That name had just sounded when it appeared to have some sort of magical powers that caused the lady with her eyes shut to once again open those bright eyes to sweep over Dou Qi. Dou Qi involuntarily mocked himself upon seeing that the mere mention of the name caused Yun to react in this manner. It was unexpected that after being so grand for so many years, he would actually be suppressed by a little boy to the point where he could not turn the tides. However, you should not be happy too soon. Although he is now making contact with the other factions within the empire, you should also know the great strength of the Misty Cloud sect. Yun Shan is also much stronger than he was back then. Even though Xiao Yan's strength has soared during these last 3 years, his chances of defeating Yun Shan are still quite low. Moreover, if he were to fail again this time around, it is likely that Yun Shan will not give him another opportunity to flee. Hence, perhaps in a short period of time, this person called Xiao Yan might be completely eliminated from the Jiama Empire. Dou Qi spoke faintly. Moreover, at that time, you will also be able to truly be relieved. Yun's face might still remain calm after hearing Dou Qi's words, but her delicate hands under her sleeves were tightened. Some complicated emotions flashed across her lowered bright eyes. It was just as Dou Qi had said. The strength of the current Misty Cloud sect was something that she could not be more clear about. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it could sweep through the entire Jiama Empire. From the aura that she had sensed back then, Xiao Yan's current strength might be quite strong. However, there was still quite a big gap when compared to that of Yun Shan, who was already at the Dou Zone class. Hence, if Xiao Yan was really intending to engage in a bloody fight with the Misty Cloud sect, it was likely that his end would not be too good. Yun's face involuntarily revealed a worry when she thought of this. This fellow was really made of upstone. He clearly knew that he would not break through head-on, but he had to still come and do so. He had luckily fled back then, but it was likely that he would not be so luckily this time around. Dou Qi by the side was staring at Yun with his eyes. He naturally absorbed the anxiety on her face through his eyes. The unknown flame in his heart grew even more intense. This kind of worry was something that he had never seen her display toward him. As long as Xiao Yan is defeated this time around, he will end up with a terrible fate. You should forget about this person as soon as possible, Dou Qi frowned and said. Yun's expression once again slowly became ice-cold. She glanced at Dou Qi before speaking in a cold voice, there is no need for your concern. I will still say the same thing. If you still want to be friends in the future, you should reject teacher's suggestion. If you really covet beauty, there are an unknown number of people in the world who are more beautiful than me. Why do you want to waste your time on me, a person who is imprisoned? Covet beauty? This phrase from Yun angered Dou Qi until his face twitched. Dou Qi roared out furiously, have I paid even the slightest attention to another woman other than you all these years? When you were the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, I had gone all out to help you stabilize the situation. When have I voiced any bitterness? When have I asked for even the slightest compensation? Yun's ice-cold face slowly became gentler as she looked at the flushed face of Dou Qi. She sighed softly and whispered, Big brother Dou Qi, Yun will never dare to forget about your help. However, there are some things that cannot be forced just because of gratitude. Xiao Yan and I aren't what you imagine. Dou Qi merely laughed bitterly when he heard Yun's gentle voice. He waved his hand and said, I will think through this matter properly. After the recent events are over, I will ask Yun Shan to undo the seal in your body. At that time, I will accompany you wherever you want to go. Yun could only helplessly shake her head when she saw that this person was actually so stubborn. I'm afraid that 2 days from now will be the time that Xiao Yan and the Misty Cloud sect will engage in their decisive battle. You should pay attention that day. Don't anger Yun Shan, Dou Qi mused for a moment before suddenly speaking. Yun's face changed a little. She tightened her delicate hand once again. It is already quite late today. You should go and rest first, Dou Qi sighed again when he saw that Yun did not react. After which, he walked toward the door. Just before he exited, his footsteps suddenly paused as he said, That's right, according to what I know, there have been some unusual fluctuations from the gate of life and death within the sect's forbidden grounds. If I guessed correctly, Yanran, who has been training inside for 3 years, should be about to come out. He did not continue to remain after saying this.
The large door of the hall was pushed open before his body slowly disappeared into the night. That large heavy door once again slowly shut itself tightly after Gu He had left. The bright eyes were stunned as they looked at Gu He who had left. A moment later, gratification gradually surged out of Yun Yun's eyes.
That girl Yanran is finally about to come out from her retreat, huh?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.